was momentarily stunned. His eyes filled with envy as he looked at the spear in Wang Beihai's hand. Then he also drew another katana. "Let's do it." With that, the two laughed and leaped off the boat, disappearing into the waves. Instantly, the Black Sea surface was filled with roars and the sound of waves crashing, accompanied by thunder in the sky, as two figures deftly maneuvered among the giant sea beasts. The roars lasted for a full 10 minutes before the sea returned to its initial calm. Yako, braving her fear, walked out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Wang Beihai and Izo standing on the deck, their bodies covered in sea beast innards. "It stinks." Yako wrinkled her nose, almost vomiting. "Haha, I killed 6, you killed 5, I win." Wang Beihai laughed, while Izo snorted discontentedly, saying, "I took out 1 earlier." The two exchanged a glance, then burst into laughter. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds dispersed, and soon the sun rose from the horizon. Far away, Wang Beihai saw a towering volcano not far off, its peak white, and at its foot, pink cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Chapter 384, The Castle. Is this the legendary Sakura capital? Wang Beihai curiously surveyed the surrounding cherry blossom trees. Ever since they disembarked, the group seemed to be walking through a sea of cherry blossoms, with the sky filled with petals that painted the path in a rosy hue. "It's so beautiful. I didn't expect cherry blossoms to be in full bloom now." Yoshino Yamazaki's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the pink surroundings, her expression filled with the innocence of a young girl's dream. It looks like you didn't know there were cherry blossoms here?" "No." Yoshino nodded, her eyes flickering with a hint of melancholy as she said, "I've been in my father's secret training base since birth. This is my first time seeing such beautiful scenery." Turning to Wang Beihai, she lowered her head and said, "Thank you." "There's nothing to thank me for," Wang Beihai replied with a gentle smile, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Wait, something's not right." Izu suddenly frowned. "What's wrong? What's not right?" Wang Beihai looked at Izu, puzzled. "The timing is off, and the scent is wrong." "What do you mean?" Wang Beihai looked at Izu in surprise. "Normally, the cherry blossoms would have already withered by this season," Izu said, bending down to pick up a petal, crushing it between his fingers, and then sniffing it. "And there's a hint of blood in the scent of these cherry blossoms." With that, Izu placed his hand on his sword. "Blood." Wang Beihai frowned and scanned the area, quickly noticing something amiss. "We've been walking for so long and haven't seen anyone yet." Upon hearing this, Izu and Yoshino widened their eyes, and the romantic atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. "Look, there's someone over there," Yoshino exclaimed, pointing to a spot not far away. Wang Beihai followed her finger and indeed saw a shadowy figure moving among the cherry blossoms. "Wait here," Wang Beihai instructed before quickly heading towards the figure. Izu and Yoshino watched Wang Beihai's retreating back intently. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up the petals, blocking their view. "Open!" Izu shouted, drawing his sword to disperse the cherry blossoms, but Wang Beihai had vanished. At the same time, Wang Beihai didn't notice the disappearance of Izu and Yoshino. As he approached the figure, it suddenly vanished. Realizing something was wrong, he turned around to find the fluttering cherry blossoms gone, replaced by an endless black corridor behind him. Wang Beihai frowned and turned forward again, seeing a faint light flickering at the end of the corridor. Without hesitation, he headed towards the light, and soon a massive castle appeared before his eyes. The castle was dark and eerie, ancient yet mysterious. From afar, one could see countless red-eyed bats swirling beneath the castle's tiles. Such intense evil energy. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. He found only a rusty chain connecting to the castle, clearly the only path forward. After a moment's thought, Wang Beihai leaped onto the thick chain, causing it to sway and startling numerous bats. The bats bared their fangs and lunged at Wang Beihai, who remained unfazed, striking out with a powerful palm strike that shattered the bats into pieces. At that moment, a figure emerged from the castle. Wang Beihai looked up to see it was Miyamoto Musashi, who clapped his hands, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Impressive, Wang Beihai. It seems you've fully inherited the king's legacy. Wang Beihai was taken aback and asked, narrowing his eyes, how do you know about the king? Heh, it's a twisted fate, Wang Beihai. We are destined to be enemies. Today, it's either you or me. No one can escape this fate. Miyamoto's eyes showed a hint of sadness. Oh, and you've been looking for him, haven't you? In the blink of an eye, Miyamoto snapped his fingers, and two giant zombie kings brought a man forward. Ling Tianyu. Seeing the man, Wang Beihai was immediately agitated. Heh, don't rush. If you want to save him, you'll have to come over here. I'll be waiting in the hall to see if you're worthy of my attention. With that, Miyamoto waved his hand, taking Ling Tianyu with him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, glanced at the end of the chain, and then leaped towards the castle. At that moment, a huge roar came from below the chain, followed by a massive mouth lunging at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai swiftly dodged in midair, landing and looking forward to see a giant python as thick as a barrel before him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, instantly activating the Hunyuan technique. In an instant, everything around him appeared in his mind. He frowned, sensing that there were dozens of similar pythons. You really think highly of me, Wang Beihai chuckled, drawing the red mist sword and slashing, decapitating the python in his way. SSS. Before the python could fall, a shrill hiss came from below, and a dark shadow lunged out. Wang Beihai quickly dodged, only to be met by another giant snake head from below. Wang Beihai was knocked aside by the force. Strong, but not enough to stop me, Wang Beihai sneered, wielding his sword to create a cyan lotus that sliced off the emerging snake heads, restoring silence around him. Wang Beihai landed steadily on the chain and continued forward. As he reached the middle, countless red dots lit up in the darkness, followed by a cacophony of screeches. Wang Beihai looked ahead to see a swarm of giant bats with gaping mouths rushing towards him. Chapter 385. The Power of the Sky-Opening Axe. Where are we, and where has the North Sea gone? Yako's face was filled with worry. She and Izu were still in the place full of cherry blossoms, but no matter how they walked, they could never leave this sea of cherry blossoms. For this reason, the experienced Izu even left many marks on the path they walked, but no matter what method they used, they always returned to the place where the original marks were. It seems we've walked into a dead end, Izu said, narrowing his eyes and then glancing at Yako, who was full of worry. He comforted her, don't worry, Basie has a strong life. Nothing will happen to him. Saying this, Izu no longer walked forward but found a place to sit down. Uncle Izu, why are you sitting down? Yako said anxiously upon seeing this. Don't rush, we can't get out no matter how we walk. Instead of worrying in vain, it's better to calm down and think of a way. Preserving our strength, Izu said, taking out a water bottle from his embrace and tossing it to Yako. Yako took the water bottle. Although somewhat unwilling, there was no other way, as Izu was right. After hesitating for a while, Yako also sat down, opened the water bottle, and drank it in large gulps. At the same time, in the ancient castle, countless vampire bats flapped their wings and swooped towards Wang Beihai, who was immediately surrounded by black bats. Break for me! Wang Beihai shouted, and in an instant, red light flashed, slicing all the bats around him into pieces. However, before Wang Beihai could catch his breath, more wings flapping sounds came from below, and even more bats flew out from the darkness. Wang Beihai glanced at the door not far away, then with a ruthless look in his eyes, he leaped into the air, and suddenly a huge formation appeared behind him. With the gathering of spiritual energy, a giant hand slowly emerged from the formation. Die for me! Wang Beihai roared, and in an instant, the giant hand smashed into the darkness, leaving cracks in the surrounding stones. Then, with a huge sound, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. This time, there shouldn't be anything left, Wang Beihai said, looking at his feet. Then with a few flashes, he arrived at the gate of the ancient castle. Wang Beihai looked up at the castle, faintly sensing the roars and the smell of blood coming from within. Let's see what tricks you can play, Wang Beihai said, his eyes narrowing as he slowly pushed open the gate of the castle, only to freeze in place upon entering. In the hall of the castle, there were no less than 20 incubators, and inside them were all sorts of strange creatures, 3-headed lions, human shark hybrids, and 9-headed snakes. All kinds of creatures were everywhere, making Wang Beihai's heart skip a beat. Ha ha ha, you're faster than I imagined, Wang Beihai. A projection lit up in the hall at that moment, and Miyamoto Takashi reappeared in the projection. What do you want? Wang Beihai coldly looked at Miyamoto Takashi, who revealed a sinister smile. Wang Beihai, all the creatures around you are my experiments. Aren't they cute? I'm waiting upstairs for you. But first, you have to play with my little darlings. After saying this, the projection suddenly went out, and the hall of the castle lit up with red alarm lights, shattering the glass of the incubators. Then, the creatures inside the incubators instantly opened their eyes and roared as they lunged at Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai snorted coldly and raised his long sword to slash at the nearest turtle. Unexpectedly, the sharp blade struck the turtle's shell, sparking. Seeing this, Wang Beihai widened his eyes in disbelief. After such a long time of forging, Qi Shao had reached the level of a quasi-artifact, yet it still couldn't cut through the turtle's shell. Just as Wang Beihai was stunned, a snake head suddenly emerged from the turtle's shell, spitting a mouthful of venom at Wang Beihai, who quickly pushed the turtle away with his knee. Before he could catch his breath, the other monsters charged at him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, put away Qi Shao, and then directly took out the sky-opening axe from his spiritual ring. As soon as the sky-opening axe appeared, the entire space trembled, and the attacking monsters all stopped in their tracks, stunned. Open for me. Wang Beihai madly infused his spiritual energy into the sky-opening axe, and in an instant, the originally normal-sized axe began to grow at a visible speed, soon reaching the height of Wang Beihai. Suddenly, Wang Beihai felt a shock in his heart, and a distant murmur instantly entered his ears, causing his consciousness to gradually blur, his eyes to glow with golden light, and then he roared, causing all the monsters around him to bow. You evil beings should not exist in this world. Wang Beihai's throat emitted a low growl, then he picked up the axe and fiercely slashed down, causing the entire castle to shake violently. A golden light shot out from the axe blade, and wherever the blade passed, all living beings were annihilated. Even the thick walls surrounding the castle were cut open by this golden light. At the moment the gap appeared, in the cherry blossom world, Aizu, who was still sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and without a word, directly pulled Yashimyako and jumped into the gap. After the golden light passed, the sky-opening axe in Wang Beihai's hand returned to its normal size, and Wang Beihai, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, his face turning pale in an instant. The sky-opening axe, you actually have the sky-opening axe, Miyamoto Takashi's shocked voice came from the top of the castle, and then Wang Beihai saw a dark shadow slowly descending. How could you have the sky-opening axe? This thing has been lost in the river of history. How could you possibly have it? Miyamoto Takashi landed on his feet, both shocked and jealous of Wang Beihai, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Wang Beihai, how is your luck so good? You truly deserve to die, Miyamoto Takashi said, walking forward and punching Wang Beihai in the stomach. In an instant, Wang Beihai spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying far away, even the sky-opening axe falling to the ground. I don't believe this. Miyamoto Takashi glared at the sky-opening axe on the ground, then directly reached out to pick it up, but as soon as his hand touched the axe, there was a hiss, and white smoke immediately rose from Miyamoto Takashi's arm. Miyamoto Takashi, in pain, immediately let go of the sky-opening axe, then, infuriated, looked at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, I've changed my mind. I don't want to play anymore. You're going to die. After saying this, Miyamoto Takashi's face twisted with rage as he charged at Wang Beihai. Chapter 386, Demon Inheritance. Seeing this, Wang Beihai wanted to escape, but after using the sky-splitting axe, he had expended too much energy and was momentarily exhausted. Damn, I was careless. I didn't expect this divine artifact to drain most of my strength. Wang Beihai inwardly lamented as he watched Miyamoto Takashi's deadly move approach. Just then, a pitch-black blade light brushed past Wang Beihai's ear and directly slashed towards Miyamoto Takashi. Miyamoto Takashi's pupils contracted, and he immediately turned to avoid the blade light. Tsk, if I had arrived any later, you'd be a goner. Behind Wang Beihai, Izo appeared, holding a sword in one hand and slowly stepping forward, standing in front of Wang Beihai. Seeing Izo's arrival, Wang Beihai immediately relaxed and smiled at Izo before sitting cross-legged to recover. Hey, brat over there, this guy is under my protection. Sorry, but you can't touch him without my permission. Who are you? How did you get in here? Miyamoto Takashi frowned upon seeing Izo. Izo lazily pointed behind him with a finger, and Miyamoto Takashi followed the direction to see that the previously sealed space had inexplicably opened up into a large gap. So that's how it is. The power of the sky-splitting axe is indeed formidable, Miyamoto Takashi said, casting a jealous glance at Wang Beihai before letting out a cold laugh and glaring coldly at Izo. That was my oversight, but it doesn't matter. It's just one more pest to kill. Today, you all will die here. With that, a black-red flame ignited in Miyamoto Takashi's eyes. He waved his hand, and the entire space instantly caught fire, turning into a hellish inferno. What kind of energy is this? Izo immediately felt an inexplicable and powerful pressure, narrowing his eyes as he sensed his spiritual energy rapidly evaporating. This won't do. I need to finish this quickly. Izo's eyes widened, and he held his twin swords horizontally in front of his chest, his aura suddenly changing. He then stomped his foot and charged forward. Two sharp blade lights sliced through the air, and before Miyamoto Takashi could react, his body was instantly cut into 3 pieces. However, at that moment, Miyamoto Takashi revealed a disdainful expression. Nice swordsmanship, but it's useless against me. As he spoke, black flames emerged from Miyamoto Takashi's wounds, and his body healed at a visible speed. Seeing this, Izo immediately jumped back to put some distance between them, then looked at Miyamoto Takashi in astonishment. Impossible, you were clearly killed by me. How could you possibly regenerate? Heh, how could a mere mortal understand the powers of a god? Miyamoto Takashi sneered coldly, then raised an eyebrow and gave a playful smile. A blade like yours can't kill me. How about a trade? Kill the person behind you, and I'll fulfill one wish for you as a god. What do you say? Hearing this, Izo let out a disdainful laugh and spat at Miyamoto Takashi. What a load of crap about being a god. All I sense from you is bloodlust, darkness, and evil. You're nothing but a demon. With that, Izo sheathed his twin swords and crouched down. When he looked up again, a sharp glint shot from his eyes. Dual blade style, shadow assassination. Izo snorted, and in an instant, he created several doppelgangers that slashed at Miyamoto Takashi, filling the confined space with dozens of cold flashes. I told you, your attacks are useless against me. Miyamoto Takashi sneered, but the next second, Izo appeared in front of him. Izo swung his blade down fiercely, and the sharp light grazed Miyamoto Takashi's cheek, leaving a long wound from which black blood slowly trickled. You actually wounded me. You dared to wound me? Miyamoto Takashi's body trembled with rage, and the surrounding flames began to rage. Lowly mortal, you dare to harm me, die. Miyamoto Takashi suddenly looked up, his eyes turning blood-red like a demon from hell. Then, he swung his hand, and countless flames surged towards Izo. Izo frowned, feeling the terror of the flames, and kept moving his feet to dodge them. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Miyamoto Takashi's throat emitted a hoarse roar, and he waved his hand again, sending another roaring flame towards Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Izo finally stopped dodging. He gritted his teeth, rushed in front of Wang Beihai, and unleashed a powerful draw cut, splitting the blazing flames in 2. However, before Izo could catch his breath, the split flames transformed into 2 fire serpents lunging towards them. Annoying bastard. As Izo turned around, he suddenly saw Miyamoto Takashi's shadow in front of him. Lowly mortal, die. Miyamoto Takashi sneered, his hands transforming into sharp claws that slashed down at Izo. Izo barely managed to block with his sword, but the steel blade shattered instantly, and Izo was sent flying.
Ugh.
Izo spat out a mouthful of blood, looked down, and saw a shocking claw mark on his chest, so deep that he could almost see the bone. Izo's face turned pale as he looked at the hilt of his sword, feeling a sense of relief. That was close. If I hadn't blocked, I'd probably have been cut in half by now. Thinking of this, Izo looked nervously at Miyamoto Takashi from a distance. The current Miyamoto Takashi looked 3 parts human and 7 parts demon, extremely hideous. Humph, I'll deal with you later. Seeing that Izo was still alive, Miyamoto Takashi let out a cold snort and turned his gaze to Wang Beihai, revealing a sinister smile. Heh, never expected it, did you, Wang Beihai? With the inheritance of a demon, I am now an immortal god. By killing you now, no one will ever again stand in the way of my grand ambitions. Now, let me use your blood to open the gate to the demon world. As he spoke, a wisp of black smoke wrapped around Miyamoto Takashi's arm, transforming his claws into a sharp black sword. No! Izo shouted, trying to get up and stop him, but the excruciating pain in his chest caused him to turn pale and collapse to the ground. Heh, no one will save you now. Miyamoto Takashi sneered, and the black sword instantly stabbed towards Wang Beihai's chest. Beihai, no. At that moment, Yoshimi Ko, who had been hiding nearby, suddenly cried out and rushed towards Wang Beihai, but she was too far away, and the sword was about to pierce Wang Beihai's body. Roar! Just then, a roar echoed throughout the space, and a massive black shadow emerged. The black sword struck the shadow, sparking with a shower of sparks. Miyamoto Takashi frowned, barely having time to react before he was sent flying by a tremendous force. Hashtag chapter 387. Half a step to becoming an emperor. Miyamoto Musashi spat out a mouthful of black blood. In that instant, it felt as if he had been hit by a small mountain. In less than 10 minutes, Miyamoto had been injured twice. He let out a long howl, then looked forward in anger, only to see Wang Beihai standing before a ferocious giant beast. This beast was covered in hard scales, with a tiger's head and a bull's body, and a pair of enormous wings on its back. It was clearly the ancient beast, Cheongqi, that Wang Beihai had subdued in the divine tomb. Upon seeing Cheongqi, Miyamoto's pupils contracted, revealing a shocked expression. Obviously, Cheongqi was no stranger to him. If one were to discuss ancestry, Cheongqi was his ancestor. How could it be? The sacred beast of my demon clan, how could it assist an enemy? Miyamoto staggered 2 steps, filled with both confusion and jealousy. However, Cheongqi seemed not to hear this and, with a fierce look in its eyes, roared at Miyamoto before flapping its wings and charging towards him. Facing Cheongqi's attack, Miyamoto did not dare to be negligent. He shouted and his body instantly turned into a ball of red flame, dancing around Cheongqi. After a few rounds, Miyamoto furrowed his brows again. Although Cheongqi's attacks were fierce, it seemed not to be exerting its full strength. After pondering, Miyamoto couldn't help but curl his lips. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from Wang Beihai's body. A golden light rose from within him, instantly breaking through the surrounding restrictions and shooting into the sky. This is ascending in cultivation. Seeing this, Miyamoto was first startled, then his eyes flashed with a cold light. I can't let him succeed. Feeling the formidable aura, Miyamoto knew that if Wang Beihai succeeded, he would lose this battle. With this thought, Miyamoto no longer held back. He fiercely slapped his chest, and immediately, a series of cracking sounds echoed. Miyamoto then painfully knelt down. With a heart-wrenching roar, a pair of black wings suddenly emerged from Miyamoto's back, and 2 sharp horns slowly appeared on his head. In this moment, Miyamoto had completely transformed into a demon. Roar! Miyamoto roared, causing the entire space to tremble. Flames around him began to rise, eventually forming a giant fire figure. Roar. Seeing this, Cheonchi also roared defiantly and then charged fiercely at Miyamoto. Miyamoto, however, was unconcerned. Only when Cheonchi reached his chest did Miyamoto move slightly, suddenly appearing behind Cheonchi. He then waved his hand, and a flame whip appeared out of thin air. Miyamoto swung the flame whip fiercely, causing Cheonchi to let out a painful grunt. Many of its scales were stripped away. Move aside. Miyamoto coldly looked at Cheonchi, which seemed to be unyielding, and roared at Miyamoto again. Snap. A crisp sound echoed as Miyamoto's whip struck Cheonchi again, causing it more pain and a hint of hesitation in its eyes. Still not moving? Seeing this, Miyamoto swung the whip again. This time, Cheonchi was completely frightened and quickly moved aside. At that moment, Yashimiya rushed to Wang Beihai's side, spread her arms to shield him, and gritting her teeth, stared fiercely at Miyamoto, despite the fear in her heart. You demon, I won't let you hurt him. Hee, brave indeed, but the fear in your eyes betrays you. Miyamoto sneered, his gaze directly on Yashimiya. Their eyes met, and Yashimiya felt a momentary dizziness, then her body involuntarily moved aside. Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded in the sky, and a golden lightning bolt pierced through the void, directly striking the ancient castle. With a loud rumble, the castle was instantly shattered. Seeing this, Miyamoto was greatly shocked. He looked again at Wang Beihai, whose golden light was becoming increasingly dazzling, and his aura was gradually receding. No, I can't let you succeed. Miyamoto revealed a bloodthirsty expression and, with a wave of his hand, the flame whip instantly struck towards Wang Beihai's head. Chi Xiao. At that moment, Wang Beihai opened his eyes and shouted, a red light bursting forth from his body, blocking the descending whip. Himph, trying to fight me while ascending? Who do you think you are? Seeing this, Miyamoto snorted coldly and then chanted an incantation. The fire giant's eyes suddenly glowed red, and it roared, coming to life. Crush him into pieces. Miyamoto shouted, and the fire giant instantly opened its hand, grabbing towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned and, with a thought, a silver light appeared. The dragon-taming shining silver spear flew out and, together with Chi Xiao, slashed at the giant. However, without Wang Beihai's support, Chi Xiao and the dragon-taming spear's attacks were clearly insufficient. Although they could resist for a while, they couldn't cause any substantial damage to the fire giant. Soon, the fire giant struck with a powerful punch, and Chi Xiao and the dragon-taming spear were knocked back, falling to the ground with dimmed light. Just a little more. Wang Beihai retrieved Chi Xiao and the dragon-taming spear, feeling the surging energy within him, his eyes flashing with urgency. However, Miyamoto obviously wouldn't let this opportunity slip. He shouted, and the fire giant pulled out a giant sword from its back. Die, Wang Beihai. With Miyamoto's order, the fire giant swung the giant sword, slashing down at Wang Beihai. In a moment of desperation, a voice echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. Leave it to me. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was overjoyed. The voice belonged to the Book of Heaven without words. Then, a golden light shone from Wang Beihai, and a small black tower appeared before him. With the book's energy output, the black tower instantly enlarged. The fire giant's giant sword struck the black tower, which remained unmoved. How does this guy have so many good things? At this moment, Miyamoto's anger and jealousy had reached an extreme level. He glared at Wang Beihai with bloodshot eyes, then roared and turned into a black mist, entering the fire giant's body. The fire giant then gradually shrank, eventually becoming the size of a normal person, but its pressure increased significantly. Just as Miyamoto was about to strike, the entire space suddenly shook, and the golden light around Wang Beihai instantly receded into his body. The next second, Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly opened, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. He slowly stood up, as if an emperor had descended. Success, half a step to the imperial realm. I am only half a step away from becoming an emperor. Wang Beihai excitedly looked at his palm, then waved his hand, and Chi Xiao appeared in his grasp. Miyamoto, it's time to settle our accounts, Wang Beihai said, turning to look at Miyamoto. Chapter 388. The Difference. Half-step Emperor Realm? Impossible. How could a mere mortal like you comprehend the rules of the Emperor Realm? Even I, after so long of contemplation, have not even touched its threshold. What makes you think you can? You're lying, you're lying. Gongben Wu stared at Wang Beihai, his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. In truth, the difference between the Emperor Realm and the Saint Realm was more about mindset than actual power. But it was precisely this mindset that determined whether one would forever be stuck at the Saint Realm. So, seeing the aura emanating from Wang Beihai, Gongben Wu was instantly displeased. The masses are but floating clouds to me, and worldly affairs are mere duckweed. Gongben Wu, with your heavy sins, you will never comprehend the mindset of an emperor. Wang Beihai coldly gazed at Gongben Wu, and with just one glance, he made Gongben Wu feel a pang of guilt. Hmph, I simply refuse to believe that a waste like you could ever compare to a genius like me. Even if you are at the Emperor Realm, victory will still be mine. Gongben Wu snorted and then began to rapidly expand, his body covered in flames that quickly transformed into lava. In no time, he had become a complete demon. Roar! Gongben Wu roared at Wang Beihai, then flapped his wings and charged towards him. Facing Gongben Wu's attack, Wang Beihai calmly turned his gaze to Qiangqi, who was standing nearby. The beast's eyes darted around, clearly avoiding direct eye contact with Wang Beihai. Beast, I'll settle accounts with you later. Wang Beihai snorted, and Qiangqi's eyes immediately showed fear. Wang Beihai then waved his hand, and Qiangqi was sucked into the Black Tower. In that instant, Gongben Wu's attack arrived, his fist, carrying terrifying heat, aimed directly at Wang Beihai's face. Wang Beihai remained calm, his expression unchanging. With a slight shift of his foot, he dodged Gongben Wu's attack. Seeing his first strike miss, Gongben Wu's eyes narrowed, and with a powerful flap of his wings, a terrifying flame erupted beneath Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai squinted, stomped his foot on the ground, and the flames were instantly extinguished. However, Gongben Wu did not give up. Before Wang Beihai could react, a fiery whip, ablaze with flames, lashed towards him. This time, Wang Beihai moved. With a gust of wind beneath his feet, his figure became a blur. From a distance, Gongben Wu's face was contorted as he swung the whip. Wherever the whip passed, fiery grooves were left behind, but no matter how he swung, none of his attacks hit Wang Beihai. Yoshino Yasuko stood beside Aizu, her small hands clenched tightly, her face filled with worry as she watched the fierce attacks and heard the terrifying sound of the whip. It's okay. This battle, Beihai will win. Aizu, pale and bandaged across his chest, wore a rare smile on his face. Uncle Aizu, how do you know? Yoshino Yasuko looked curiously at Aizu, who smiled and found a toothpick to chew on, then turned his gaze to the battlefield. The difference in mindset is too great. That demonic brat's mind is in chaos. As he spoke, Gongben Wu suddenly let out a roar, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Wang Beihai, merely dodging won't suffice. Allow me to demonstrate my most prized creation. With that, Gongben Wu reverted to his human form, and from the darkness beneath his feet came heavy breathing. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. He sensed a massive creature rapidly approaching from below. Before he could think further, several giant tentacles emerged from the darkness. Seeing this, Wang Beihai instantly appeared in front of Aizu and Yoshino Yasuko, then waved his hand and pulled them into the Black Tower. At the same time, two massive tentacles struck where Wang Beihai had been standing, and he leaped to avoid them, causing the stone beneath his feet to shatter. At that moment, two red lights suddenly appeared in front of Wang Beihai. He narrowed his eyes and saw that the creature was a terrifyingly large octopus. Could it be that the previous Haoyan fist didn't harm it? As Wang Beihai wondered, the giant octopus suddenly spat a stream of black liquid at him. Wang Beihai quickly dodged, and when he looked back, he saw that the stone it touched was rapidly corroded into dust. Wang Beihai was startled. At that moment, Gong Bin Wu appeared behind him. His hands transformed into claws, slashing fiercely at Wang Beihai. Just as the claws were about to strike, Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and a red light enveloped his body. The claws hit Wang Beihai's chest, sending him flying. Beihai-kun. Yoshino Yasuko cried out in worry. But at that moment, Wang Beihai dusted himself off and stood up unharmed. How is this possible? My demon claws should have hurt you. Gong Bin Wu looked at Wang Beihai in disbelief. There's nothing impossible. Wang Beihai approached, his tone calm, his eyes filled with the majesty of a king. No, this can't be happening. I, the heir to the demon legacy, how could I not hurt a piece of trash like you? Gong Bin Wu shook his head, his expression growing increasingly zhengni. He then summoned his whip and lashed it repeatedly at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai remained unfazed, walking directly towards Gong Bin Wu. Strangely, the whip seemed to have eyes, perfectly avoiding Wang Beihai and striking the ground instead. I am the emperor, and all things in this world bow before me, including you, Gong Bin Wu. This is the difference between us. As he spoke, Wang Beihai had already reached Gong Bin Wu. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Gong Bin Wu felt a loud bang in his mind, followed by a blank mind, his eyes blankly staring at Wang Beihai, feeling an urge to worship him. No, no, I am the emperor, you don't deserve it, you don't deserve it, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Gong Bin Wu began to laugh loudly, his state clearly indicating he had lost his sanity. Alas, too much scheming, too many karmic debts. Now your mind is consumed by your inner demons, all because of your own doing. Wang Beihai looked at the insane Gong Bin Wu in front of him, shook his head helplessly, and then waved his hand. A red light flashed, and in an instant, Gong Bin Wu's head was separated from his body, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 389. Visitors from the Spirit Realm. Is it too easy to let him die like this? Izong asked in surprise, looking at the decapitated body of Miyamoto Musashi on the ground. I didn't want to either, but when I think of the innocent people who lost their lives and families because of him at the port, I feel I have no reason to forgive him. Perhaps only by killing him can I give those people an explanation, Izong replied. Hearing this, Izong nodded and then sighed, turning his gaze to Wang Beihai. It seems Li Bai entrusted the wrong person. As he spoke, Izong's eyes revealed a hint of guilt. I'm truly sorry. I almost dragged you down. At this moment, Izong was full of self-reproach. He had never imagined he would be defeated so quickly. It's okay. You've done well enough, Wang Beihai said, smiling as he patted Izong's shoulder. But Izong wanted to say more, but Wang Beihai turned around, stretching lazily. This battle was anything but easy. Since we're here, why not go see the real cherry blossoms? With a smirk, Wang Beihai lightly waved his long sword. Instantly, a colossal sword shadow appeared in the space. Sky-splitting sword. One strike to open the heavens and earth. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and used the sky-splitting sword again. Its power now vastly different. The sword shadow in the sky slashed down fiercely, splitting the independent space created by Miyamoto Musashi in two. As a blinding light flashed, when everyone came to their senses and looked up, they found themselves in front of the majestic Mount Fuji. The cherry blossoms around them had faded, but the snow on the mountaintop offered a beautiful sight. Seeing this, Yame Yako stepped forward and gently wrapped her arm around Wang Beihai's. Please don't refuse. Feeling Wang Beihai's tension, Yame Yako softly whispered, leaning her head on his shoulder, let me lean on you for a while, just a little while. Wang Beihai had intended to push her away, but upon hearing her words, he let his hand fall and allowed Yame Yako to quietly lean on his shoulder. After an unknown amount of time, a heavy footstep broke the rare tranquility. How did Yame Taro know we were here? Izong narrowed his eyes. At that moment, a black Audi stopped in front of them. Yame Taro slowly got out of the car, his face instantly darkening upon seeing Yame Yako and Wang Beihai's actions. Well, Izong, I never expected you to collude with the people from the Divine Land. Now that we have the evidence, you are guilty of a grave crime. Yameitaro glared at Izong, who remained unfazed. Yameitaro, Beihai is my sworn brother and the person my master entrusted me to protect. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself came, I would protect him. With that, Izong placed his hand on his sword. Recognizing this as Izong's deadly move, Yameitaro's face turned even darker. Izong, don't think I have no way to deal with you monsters. As he spoke, Yameitaro clapped his hands, and a group of soldiers in white protective suits rushed out. Desperate warriors. Seeing these soldiers, Izong's expression grew serious. Yameitaro, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Dare you use the desperate warriors? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the higher-ups? Wrath? Do you think they would act without the higher-ups' orders? It's their command to kill the divine landman. Otherwise, how did I find you so quickly? Hearing this, Izong was stunned, looking at Yameitaro in disbelief. Yameitaro sneered, waving his hand as the desperate warriors surrounded Wang Beihai. Be careful, Beihai. Their weapons are laced with nuclear radiation and toxins. Once you're hit, it will be troublesome, Izong urgently warned. Yameyako rushed in front of Wang Beihai, glaring at Yameitaro. Father, can't you just let Beihai go? He saved me and is my boyfriend. At this, Yameitaro's face darkened. Baka, how dare you? I, Yameitaro, have no such disobedient daughter. Without any paternal sentiment, Yameitaro waved his hand, and the desperate warrior's weapons aimed at Wang Beihai. Beihai, be careful. Izong rushed forward, his blade strike taking down a desperate warrior in front of him, but the weapons were already beyond his reach. Get out of here. At that moment, Wang Beihai pulled Yameyako into his embrace, his internal spiritual energy erupting. With a single hand, he stopped the bombs in mid-air, then threw them aside. The explosion of the bombs corroded the nearby armored vehicle and the surrounding soldiers, who rotted and fell to the ground, struggling before losing their breath. Such cruel methods. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, coldly looking at Yameitaro. Thinking of such weapons being used against his own people, he felt an inexplicable rage. Just then, the soldier Izong had felled stood up again, his wounds visibly healing. So these are the desperate warriors, Wang Beihai thought, his killing intent rising. Hee, divine landman, you won't escape. Yameitaro smiled, clapping his hands to summon another group of desperate warriors. Wang Beihai smirked, his gaze disdainful. You don't honestly think these things can stop me, do you? Without waiting for Yameitaro's move, Wang Beihai took a step forward, releasing an overwhelming aura that made everyone around pale and fall to their knees. This is the pressure of an emperor. Izong struggled to suppress the turbulence in his body, looking at Wang Beihai in shock. You scoundrel, playing God? Yameitaro gritted his teeth, standing up with difficulty as the pressure disappeared. But before Yameitaro could rejoice, Wang Beihai appeared before him in an instant, grabbing his neck and lifting him into the air. Beihai, don't. At that moment, Yameyako rushed forward, looking at her father and then at Wang Beihai, pleading, I beg you, don't kill him. After all, he's my father. Wang Beihai paused, glancing at Yameyako with cold eyes. Just this once. With that, he threw Yameitaro aside. At that moment, Wang Beihai's phone rang. Upon answering, he immediately smiled. The Yin family from the spirit realm has finally arrived. Wang Beihai smirked, glancing at Yameyako and Izong before taking a step and soaring into the sky. Chapter 390. Returning to the Divine Land. He's gone? Seeing Wang Beihai's figure become a small black in the sky, Yoshimi Yako finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then, a sense of loneliness surged through her heart. Don't worry, if fate brings him back, he will return, Izo said, patting Yoshimi Yako's head, then turning to look at Yoshimi Taro, whose face was as dark as water, and directly placed the katana in his hand across his chest. Yoshimi Taro, do we still fight now? Fight? Fight who? Fight what? Yoshimi Taro shouted angrily, then coldly looked at Izo. Your situation? I will report to the higher-ups, and what awaits you is endless wrath. After speaking, Yoshimi Taro turned his gaze to Yoshimi Yako beside him and said irritably, "Come back with me." "I won't." Yoshimi Yako didn't hesitate for a moment and directly shook her head to refuse Yoshimi Taro's request. "This is an order." Yoshimi Taro looked at Yoshimi Yako with some surprise. This was the first time in 20 years that his daughter had disobeyed his command. "I won't go back. I'm quitting your unit. I don't want to become as cold-blooded and ruthless as you. Those are weapons, not people." Saying this, Yoshimi Yako directly hid behind Izo. Yoshimi Taro stood there in a daze, then shouted in a rage, "Izo, let my daughter go. She's also my niece. She said she doesn't want to." Izo didn't back down and directly drew out his long sword. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. At that moment, the sound of clogs hitting the ground slowly approached. The few of them turned to look, and it was a woman in a kimono, heavily made up. 4th Mississippi. Seeing the person, Yoshimi Taro's face changed instantly. He respectfully bowed to the woman, then his face began to show a look of panic. The woman only glanced sideways at Yoshimi Taro, then looked towards the direction Wang Beihai had left, and said indifferently, "So, you let him escape?" Hearing this, Yoshimi Taro's face changed instantly. He knelt down and kept begging for mercy. "Himph, what a waste." 4th Miss snorted coldly, then said, "The higher-up said that today's matter ends here. As for Izo and your daughter, they will be taken over by us." "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Izo immediately showed a wary expression and pointed his long sword at 4th Miss. To this, 4th Miss didn't care at all. Instead, she disdainfully smiled, waved her hand, and instantly cherry blossoms flew around, immediately trapping Izo and Yoshimi Yako inside. When the cherry blossoms dispersed, Izo and Yoshimi Yako had already fainted on the ground. Then, 4th Miss waved her hand, and the surrounding soldiers immediately escorted the unconscious pair into a vehicle. 4th Miss, this? Yoshimi Taro, watching Yoshimi Yako being taken away, showed a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he was slapped to the ground by 4th Miss. "I said, we are taking over everything here." 4th Miss's eyes were cold. Yoshimi Taro could only lower his head. As for all this, Wang Beihai was completely unaware. At this moment, he had already arrived several kilometers away, in a hidden cherry blossom grove, uncovering Ling Tianyu, who was covered with leaves. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai directly took out a silver needle and pierced it into Ling Tianyu's body. Seeing his complexion improve, Wang Beihai took out a bottle of life elixir and had him drink it. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Tianyu had recovered. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, he stood up excitedly. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for saving me." Wang Beihai shook his head and said, "Uncle, you're too polite. I promised Ruoying to take care of you all." As he spoke, a hint of sadness flashed in Ling Tianyu's eyes. Clearly, the matter of Ling Ruoying was still a significant blow to him. Seeing this, Wang Beihai quickly changed the subject. "I have urgent matters to return to the Divine Land now. Are you coming with me, or?" Wang Beihai looked at Ling Tianyu. With Miyamoto Musashi dead, Ling Tianyu would no longer be in danger in the land of the rising sun. "I'll go with you." Ling Tianyu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Wang Beihai and said, "All right." Wang Beihai nodded, then took out his phone and dialed the number Li Yuanhao had given him. Soon, the call was connected, and after saying a series of cryptic words to the phone, Wang Beihai hung up. Ling Tianyu looked on curiously, though he was puzzled. He tactfully refrained from asking. He knew that Wang Beihai was no longer the ordinary person he once was. Sure enough, not long after Wang Beihai made the call, the sea in front of them suddenly churned, and then a small submarine appeared in front of the two. Seeing the sudden submarine, Wang Beihai and Ling Tianyu immediately widened their eyes. This is within the borders of the land of the rising sun. How could there be a divine land submarine? Ling Tianyu looked at Wang Beihai in confusion, only to see Wang Beihai looking equally bewildered. At that moment, the submarine hatch opened, and an elderly engineer-looking man poked his head out. smiled at Wang Beihai and Ling Tianyu, and then said, Tian Wang Gaidi Hu. Wang Beihai was stunned for a moment, then continued the phrase, Laozi Yimi Wu. Hearing this, the old man immediately showed a smile and beckoned to Wang Beihai. Quick, come on board. Wang Beihai didn't hesitate and pulled Ling Tianyu onto the submarine. It must be said that although the submarine was slightly smaller in appearance, the space was sufficient. When Wang Beihai saw the height of the old man, he finally understood the meaning of that code phrase. Sit tight. We're about to set off. The old man smiled, then put on his goggles and pressed a button on the control panel. The submarine quickly sank into the sea. Just as the submarine sank, a sudden explosion came from the surface of the sea, followed by a violent tremor from the depths of the ocean. What's that? Feeling the anomaly, Ling Tianyu immediately widened his eyes and asked, It's nothing, nothing. If these little devils from the land of the rising sun tried to come to the divine land like this, they definitely wouldn't get away. After saying this, the old man directly took out 2 bottles of beer from a small refrigerator and handed them to Wang Beihai and Ling Tianyu, then drank from his own bottle. Seeing this, Wang Beihai and Ling Tianyu exchanged a glance, then both shrugged helplessly. A day later, Wang Beihai and Ling Tianyu landed at the Divine Land Martial Alliance's dedicated airport. This time, I really have to thank you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. It's truly a different world from before. Ling Tianyu looked at the Martial Alliance's facilities and then looked at Wang Beihai with profound meaning. Uncle Ling, you flatter me. Wang Beihai modestly smiled, but before he could speak, a Martial Alliance disciple approached and whispered a few words in Wang Beihai's ear. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately frowned and then gave Ling Tianyu a look. Ling Tianyu understood and directly said, You go ahead and take care of your business, don't worry about me. Okay. Wang Beihai nodded and then hurried away. It seems I didn't misjudge the person back then. Watching Wang Beihai's retreating back, Ling Tianyu's eyes were full of satisfaction. Chapter 391. Enemies Meet. Following the disciple of the Martial Alliance, Wang Beihai soon arrived at Li Yuanhao's office. Back? Li Yuanhao didn't rush to discuss the matter but walked up to Wang Beihai, handing him a cup of tea and gesturing for him to sit down. Wang Beihai smiled faintly and calmly took a seat. So, I hear the Yin family is here? Wang Beihai took a sip of tea and then looked at Li Yuanhao. Li Yuanhao frowned. If it really is the Yin family, it might not be so easy. Along with the Yin family, there's also a sect from the spiritual realm called Tingyu Pavilion. They're looking for you too. Tingyu Pavilion. At the mention of this name, Wang Beihai immediately narrowed his eyes and then suddenly understood. It really is a small world. I didn't expect Tingyu Pavilion to be involved. Indeed, I had heard that you killed Tingyu Pavilion's senior disciple during your vendetta in the capital. It seems that's true. Li Yuanhao patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder. Don't worry, no matter what, you're part of the Martial Alliance and my brother. Even if their background is powerful, I will do my best to protect you. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes immediately flashed with gratitude, and he smiled at Li Yuanhao. It's fine, just some people from the spiritual realm. I can kill once, I can kill twice. If they don't know their place, I don't mind going to the spiritual realm myself. As he spoke, a chilling aura burst from Wang Beihai's eyes, and the temperature in the room instantly dropped. Feeling Wang Beihai's aura, Li Yuanhao was taken aback and then looked at him with surprise. It seems your journey to Yingzhou has brought you another breakthrough. Not really a breakthrough, just some insights. Wang Beihai waved his hand. Just insights? Li Yuanhao widened his eyes and looked at Wang Beihai with disdain. You call reaching the Emperor realm just insights? Do you know how many people want to cross that chasm, and how many spend their entire lives unable to even touch its threshold? Forget about it. Wang Beihai smiled and then raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Yuanhao. By the way, we've known each other for so long, and I still don't know what realm you're in. You can sense my realm, so yours must be quite high. What realm are you exactly? Tell me. As he spoke, Wang Beihai nudged Li Yuanhao's chest with his elbow. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanhao revealed a sly smile. Realm? The greater the thoughts in one's heart, the greater the power. If I want to, Even the supreme realm is within reach. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was first stunned. Then seeing Li Yuanhao's sly expression, he burst into laughter. You're just bragging. Li Yuanhao also laughed and then looked at Wang Beihai again. But on a serious note, shouldn't we think about how to deal with the Yin family in Tingyu Pavilion first? After all, they're not easy opponents. After hearing Li Yuanhao's words, Wang Beihai smiled faintly and then stood up. Don't worry, it's my own feud. This time, I'll take care of it. Besides, even if we don't confront each other here, we'll inevitably meet in the spiritual realm. With that, Wang Beihai walked directly towards the door. Li Yuanhao called out to Wang Beihai, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Go ahead, if you need help, just speak up. The martial alliance will always support you. Got it. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, didn't turn back, just waved his hand behind him, and then left the room. At noon that day, in the dining hall of the martial alliance. These so-called dishes are terrible. Only you lowly mortals would eat such spiritless food. A woman in a blue robe pushed the dishes on the table to the ground and then started to curse loudly. She was tall and had some beauty, but her words were extremely vulgar. The surrounding martial alliance disciples clenched their teeth in anger, but none dared to step forward to argue. Across from her sat a man in luxurious clothes who squinted and watched the woman's actions. Instead of stopping her, he occasionally gave her approving glances. How is it, young Master Yin? Did my scolding relieve some of your anger? After cursing for a while, the woman sat down and then looked at the man obsequiously. The man smiled slightly and nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the woman meaningfully. Su Qingchun, not bad. You did well? I'm very satisfied. It seems you didn't forget my teachings last night. Just to be safe, I'll help you review again tonight. Hearing this, the woman didn't get angry but instead showed a proud smile. She knew very well that the man in front of her was none other than Yin Qianma, the eldest son of the head of the Yin family, the true young master of the Yin family. If she could climb such a high branch, what was there to worry about her future? Sacrificing her body for this purpose suddenly seemed trivial. Just as Su Qingchun was feeling proud, a round of applause came from the dining hall. Everyone turned to look and saw Wang Beihai walking in, clapping and smiling. Chief. Seeing Wang Beihai appear, the disciples immediately bowed respectfully, but more were surprised. Facing two powerful figures from the spiritual realm, Wang Beihai walked out so calmly, showing real courage. Who are you? Why didn't you kneel when you saw us? Seeing Wang Beihai approach, Su Qingchun first frowned and then shouted, pulling out a long whip from her waist and swinging it down forcefully. Wang Beihai dodged and walked out from under the whip, which landed on the ground, leaving a crack. Impressive. Seeing this, Yin Qianma, who had been pretending to be deep, coldly smiled and then looked at Wang Beihai. I heard them call you chief just now. I presume you are Wang Beihai, the one who killed my aunt. Hearing this, Su Qingchun immediately showed a fierce expression. It seems you people from the spiritual realm aren't too stupid. Wang Beihai smiled and then glanced at the food on the ground, turning to look at Su Qingchun. You're right. I don't know what offended you about this food, but it's clear that this food for humans isn't suitable for you. Upon hearing this, both their faces darkened, and the surrounding people gave Wang Beihai a thumbs up. Do you know what you're saying? You're courting death. Yin Qianma struggled to maintain his composure, but Su Qingchun couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed her whip and started swinging it down repeatedly, filling the dining hall with the sound of slapping. Chapter 392. I won't give you face. Wow, what incredible speed. The people from the spiritual realm really do have some skills, exclaimed the onlookers as they witnessed Su Qingchun's swift and fierce move. Su Qingchun puffed out her chest proudly and raised her head high. I love seeing you all look so awestruck, she thought to herself, secretly pleased. She also glanced at Yin Qianma out of the corner of her eye, feeling quite triumphant. Look, what's going on with the steward? A loud voice suddenly interrupted the crowd's exclamations. Everyone quickly turned their attention to Wang Beihai, who was met with even louder cheers. What's the matter? Is a mere human going to fly? Su Qingchun sneered, narrowing her eyes. But when she turned to look, She froze, nearly dropping her whip. Wang Beihai was no longer in front of her. Instead, he stood on a flying sword, hovering in midair, evading all her previous attacks. How is this possible? A mere mortal like you, how could you possess such an advanced technique? Su Qingchun shouted, disregarding her dignity, her eyes filled with both shock and anger. Sorry, I just learned it from watching TV, Wang Beihai replied nonchalantly, standing on the sword with an irritating smirk that made Su Qingchun's face turn green. However, the surrounding disciples of the Martial Alliance all raised their thumbs in admiration. Strong, really strong, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Seeing Wang Beihai remain so composed and even arrogant under such fierce attacks from someone from the spiritual realm was a first for them. Hearing the praise, Su Qingchun's face darkened. Shut up, she finally snapped, causing everyone to fall silent in surprise. You're just mere mortals. Who gave you the nerve to provoke us? Su Qingchun shouted, her eyebrows furrowed. The body is given by our parents, and face is earned by ourselves. In our territory, even if you're a dragon, you have to stay down, Wang Beihai retorted defiantly, pushing Su Qingchun to the brink of losing her temper. Damn it, Wang Beihai. I am the direct disciple of the Tingyu Pavilion. My brother died at your hands last time. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Su Qingchun shouted, her whip instantly wrapped in a layer of green light. She swung it again, this time with speed and power more than doubled. In an instant, tables and chairs in the dining hall were shattered, and countless whip shadows passed by Wang Beihai's side in a blink. Wind power again, so boring, Wang Beihai muttered as he effortlessly dodged the attacks. Losing interest, he snorted and a red glow enveloped his body. Then, Wang Beihai put away his sword and landed within Su Qingchun's attack range. Why did he go down? Isn't he just falling into her trap? The crowd wondered, frowning in confusion. Su Qingchun, on the other hand, sneered at Wang Beihai's move. Wang Beihai, you're seeking your own doom. This is what you asked for. Su Qingchun narrowed her eyes and increased her strength. This time, her whip struck Wang Beihai. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no scream or blood. Wang Beihai stood calmly, allowing the whip to hit him, only tearing his clothes, not even scratching his skin. How is this possible? Su Qingchun exclaimed after a few more strikes, realizing something was amiss. She stopped and looked at Wang Beihai, who stood there leisurely. Seeing Su Qingchun's gaze, Wang Beihai pretended to be in pain, which infuriated her even more. The disciples around erupted in cheers. Wow, the steward has an indestructible body. Today, I've really seen it all. To be so strong at such a young age, our martial alliance has a bright future. It seems those so-called spiritual realm immortals are nothing special. The dining hall was filled with such discussions, making Su Qingchun's face turn ashen. What a useless thing, Yin Qianma snorted from the side. Su Qingchun was stunned and turned to see Yin Qianma looking at her with disdain. Master Yin, it's not what you think, Su Qingchun hurried to explain, but Yin Qianma was impatient. You only get one chance, he said coldly. Su Qingchun's eyes lit up as if grasping a lifeline. She turned to Wang Beihai, her eyes flashing with killing intent. She placed her hands in front of her, and a fierce wind began to swirl in the dining hall. Wang Beihai, you forced my hand. Today, I'll show you the difference between mortals and us. Several small tornadoes formed, and with a wave of her hand, they rampaged, sucking in the Martial Alliance disciples who were watching. The dining hall was filled with screams. Seeing this, Wang Beihai frowned and glared at Su Qingchun. Our fight has nothing to do with others. Hemph, dying by my ultimate move is a blessing for these ants, Su Qingchun retorted, increasing her power, causing more screams. Stop, Wang Beihai said coldly, stepping forward. The space around them froze, and a powerful aura erupted. In Su Qingchun's terrified eyes, Wang Beihai reached out and her tornadoes dispersed. Before she could react, Wang Beihai was already in front of her, grabbing her by the neck. Only then did Su Qingchun realize Wang Beihai had been playing possum. Master Yin, save me, Su Qingchun gasped, looking at Yin Qianma. Yin Qianma frowned, thinking for a moment before standing up. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Beihai gave him a cold look. Yin Qianma paused, then gritted his teeth. Brother, killing her won't benefit your martial alliance. Could you give me face? Before he could finish, Wang Beihai snorted. I won't give you face. Who do you think you are that I should give you face? With that, Wang Beihai tightened his grip, and Su Qingchun's eyes bulged before she lost consciousness. Chapter 393. The Spirit Realm, you all wait for me. You. Seeing Su Qingchun lying on the ground, Yin Qianma widened his eyes in shock, staring at Wang Beihai as if he couldn't believe that Wang Beihai had actually dared to kill her. You actually killed her? Yin Qianma's voice trembled. Is it difficult to kill her? Wang Beihai retorted, then coldly said, as an enforcer of the martial alliance, it's reasonable for me to intervene when someone harms our disciples. Since she was stubborn, I had no choice but to eliminate her, which is also reasonable, right? Hearing this, Yin Qianma was momentarily speechless, sitting there with a sullen face, deep in thought. On the other hand, although the martial alliance disciples were injured to varying degrees, each of them had excited smiles on their faces. At this moment, Wang Beihai's figure appeared incredibly tall in their eyes, with many directly regarding him as their idol. Not bad, over the years, you're the first to dare to confront us from the spirit realm like this. After a long silence, Yin Qianma finally spoke. Wang Beihai, I acknowledge your strength. If you leave the martial alliance and join me in the spirit realm to become a part of the Yin family, I can help you settle past grievances, even make you a guest of our Yin family, a true honored guest. How about it? Upon hearing this, the surroundings were filled with incredulous gazes. What's going on? The Yin family, the first family of the spirit realm, is bowing down to our enforcer. A guest of the first family of the spirit realm, TSK. That title is indeed more appealing than being an enforcer of the martial alliance. What do you all think? Will our enforcer agree? With such a good deal, only a fool wouldn't agree. I don't think so. For a while, everyone discussed among themselves, but the topic always revolved around Wang Beihai. However, just as everyone was in heated discussion, Wang Beihai's lips curled up, and he spoke. All right. This response shocked everyone again. Yin Qianma's face immediately showed a triumphant smile, while the disciple's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. He's still a fool. Once he's in the spirit realm, when the Yin family elders strike, even if he's a reincarnated supreme being, he won't escape. Yin Qianma thought to himself, but the next second, Wang Beihai continued, however, I have a condition. What condition? Speak, I'll allow it. Yin Qianma was indulging in the fantasy of his plan succeeding, with Wang Beihai being dismembered, so of course, he was happy. Oh, so generous, then I won't be polite. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and said, I'm not interested in being a guest. How about you ask your father to let me be the master of your Yin family? All right, no problem. Yin Qianma was about to agree habitually when he suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately stopped. Wang Beihai, you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. After realizing, Yin Qianma coldly stared at Wang Beihai, while the surrounding martial alliance disciples struggled to suppress their laughter, turning their disappointment into admiration. What the enforcer said is truly divine, truly a model for us all. Someone in the crowd said, and the others nodded in succession. Wang Beihai looked at Yin Qianma, who was full of anger, and teased, Oh, wasn't it you, young Master Yin, who said anything goes? Why are you backing out now? Are people from the spirit realm also untrustworthy? Hearing this, Yin Qianma realized he had been fooled by Wang Beihai, and his face darkened. Wang Beihai, you're playing with fire. This time, Wang Beihai put away his playful smile, his eyes cold as he looked at Yin Qianma. Whether I'm playing with fire or not seems irrelevant to you, young Master Yin. As for whether it's playing with fire, why don't you try? With that, Wang Beihai assumed a fighting stance. Seeing this, Yin Qianma was startled, then glanced at Su Qingchuan's body on the ground with the corner of his eye, swallowing hard. His own strength was not outstanding, and if a real fight broke out, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Wang Beihai. Thinking of this, Yin Qianma had the intention to retreat. Humph, people from the spirit realm are just SOSO. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, deliberately raising his voice. Instantly, everyone in the restaurant heard Wang Beihai's words, and thunderous applause erupted, with the Martial Alliance disciples shedding tears of pride. A surge of pride as a person from the mortal realm filling their hearts. Listening to the thunderous applause, Yin Qianma's face darkened. After the applause subsided, he said to Wang Beihai, with the vision of a mere ant, "How could you understand the mysteries of the spirit realm? Wang Beihai, if you have the guts, come to the spirit realm, and if you can still laugh then, I'll agree to your previous condition." Before Wang Beihai could respond, a voice came from the crowd. "Enforcer, the spirit realm is not a place to go. That's right, if you go to the spirit realm and that guy sets a trap for you, it'll be disastrous." Despite everyone's good advice, Wang Beihai smiled slightly, raising his hand, and everyone immediately stopped talking. Wang Beihai glanced at everyone present, then fixed his gaze on Yin Qianma. "Although my Martial Alliance disciples repeatedly advise me against it, if I don't go this time, I'll be unworthy of the blood of the mortal realm in my veins, unworthy of the blood of my divine land. 3 months from now, I will definitely go to the spirit realm. By then, don't forget to make way for your Yin family's position." Talk is cheap. I believe a Martial Alliance enforcer will not break his word. Seeing Wang Beihai agree, Yin Qianma breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave when Wang Beihai stepped forward and pressed a hand on his shoulder. "What, changed your mind?" Yin Qianma's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. Then he asked calmly, "No, I'm just reminding you, don't forget to take her back. She's affecting my appetite," Wang Beihai said, pointing to Su Qingchuan's body on the ground. Yin Qianma narrowed his eyes, a flash of anger in them, but after some thought, he bent down and picked up Su Qingchuan's body. Then, Yin Qianma left in a hurry, and before stepping out the door, he couldn't help but say, "Wang Beihai, don't go back on your word. 3 months from now, the spirit realm is waiting for you." With that, Yin Qianma didn't waste any more time and disappeared from the restaurant in a flash. Seeing this, everyone cheered and rushed towards Wang Beihai, lifting him up and tossing him high into the air. Wang Beihai smiled, letting the Martial Alliance disciples toss him. "Xiaoman, Ruoying, 3 years are almost up. Wait for me. Yin family, Tingyu Pavilion, the spirit realm, you all wait for me." Chapter 394, Returning to Evergreen. This time, it seems we've really made an enemy of the spiritual realm. Are you sure you want to go there in 3 months? That night, Li Yuanhao and Wang Beihai went to the rooftop. Li Yuanhao looked thoughtfully at Wang Beihai. "I have to go to the spiritual realm, and if things get a bit out of hand, it won't be a bad thing for me." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Once in the spiritual realm, he wouldn't have the luxury of time to search for Xiaomin and Ling Ruoying. The only way was to increase his influence significantly, and nothing did that better than offending the first family of the spiritual realm. This was one of the reasons Wang Beihai had been so firm in dealing with the Yin family. "Haha, Beihai, you always have so many tricks up your sleeve." Li Yuanhao chuckled, guessing the situation in his mind, then sighed and looked back at the sky. "What's wrong? I've noticed your teacher acting strange lately." Wang Beihai looked puzzled at Li Yuanhao. "Nothing. After you return from the spiritual realm, you'll understand some things." Li Yuanhao said something enigmatic and then patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, saying earnestly, "The spiritual realm is different from the human realm. There, power is everything. There are no distinctions of status. The Tingyu Pavilion is fine, but the Yin family's dominance in the spiritual realm is due to their strength. From the information I've gathered, the Yin family probably has a semi-emperor level expert." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened in disbelief. A semi-emperor? That's just half a step away from the legendary emperor realm. What kind of existence is that? Seeing Wang Beihai's shocked expression, Li Yuanhao couldn't help but laugh. "Such great beings are beyond our understanding. They are usually either in seclusion or on their way to it. What you should worry about are the Yin family's 4 divine generals. Each of them is rumored to have the strength of a god. This revelation shocked Wang Beihai again. I didn't expect the Yin family to have so many powerful experts. Of course. So, this time when you go to the spiritual realm, you must be very careful. In the spiritual realm, our martial alliance can't do much. Li Yuanhao said, patting Wang Beihai's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Wang Beihai's eyes showed no fear but rather anticipation. Li Yuanhao nodded in satisfaction and left without further words. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wang Beihai first returned to Jiangnan and handed over all his businesses to Yang Li for full management. Yang Li, however, didn't feel happy about this. Instead, she looked resentfully at Wang Beihai. Although she was willing to be the woman behind Wang Beihai, she didn't want to be a mere figurehead. So, after drinking, she poured out her grievances to Wang Beihai all night. Even with alcohol's numbing effect, the feelings hidden in her heart remained unspoken. Li Xiaofeng had similar troubles. Now not only was she beautiful and graceful, but her academic performance at school was also excellent. She had already repaid the debt to Wang Beihai and, as Yang Li's assistant, had become the school's most sought-after princess. But Li Xiaofeng didn't care about this. In the university named Evergreen, a name revered as a legend almost every day haunted her thoughts. Wang Beihai, the legendary figure of Evergreen University and the one who had brought Li Xiaofeng out of her shadows. On the morning Wang Beihai left after settling everything, Li Xiaofeng and Yang Li hugged each other and cried for the entire morning. The next day after leaving Wulong village, Wang Beihai found Lui Hong and Ren Yunfei, handing over all his businesses to them. The group seemed accustomed to Wang Beihai's sudden departures and merely sent him off after a hasty farewell. In the following days, Wang Beihai went to Beicheng's Maching and handed over all control of Beicheng to Moyan. When Moyan received the appointment, the woman who had once hated Wang Beihai to the core shed tears instantly. Listen to me, the entire Beicheng is now yours, the Mo families. The only one who can save you now is me. Moyan tearfully looked at the towering figure before her, recalling his words, and her hatred instantly dissipated. After settling these matters, Wang Beihai finally relaxed. Then, he went straight to the side of Evergreen University, entering the room he had once shared with Xiao Min, touching everything in the room. All the furnishings remained the same, bringing back countless memories. Then, Wang Beihai, carrying these memories, leaned on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep, the best sleep he had had in a long time. Waking up the next morning, Wang Beihai tidied up and posted a house for sale sign on the door before heading straight to the gate of Evergreen University. I'm back. Wang Beihai stood at the gate, feeling a surge of emotions. Hey, what are you spacing out for? At that moment, a familiar voice came from the side. Wang Beihai smiled and turned to see Wen Qing standing behind him, smiling. Wow, you're getting prettier and prettier. Wang Beihai couldn't help but exclaim. Wen Qing's face darkened as she walked up to Wang Beihai, twisting his ear. How dare you come back? You've been carefree while leaving me here, constantly harassed by those men. I almost went crazy. You have to take responsibility for this. Wang Beihai winced in pain and then broke free from Wen Qing's grip, looking wronged. Is it my fault you're pretty? Wang Beihai muttered, feeling a chill down his spine. Look, isn't that Wen Qing, the campus beauty? Who's that guy, and why are they so intimate? Walking through the campus, curious glances from the crowd surrounded them again, a scene all too familiar to Wang Beihai. Feeling this long-lost sensation, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile. At that moment, an extremely discordant voice came from behind them. Wen Qing, so you've been refusing me all this time for this pretty boy. Wang Beihai turned to see a man with a decent appearance but gaudy clothes, glaring angrily at him. Brother, you've got it wrong. There's nothing between us. Wang Beihai hurried to explain, but at that moment, Wen Qing wrapped her arm around Wang Beihai's and kissed him on the cheek, completely clearing his name. Bastard, do you know who I am? Mess with me, and you won't have a good time. The man glared at Wang Beihai, issuing a warning. Before Wang Beihai could speak, Wen Qing pointed at him and said, Do you know who he is? The man scrutinized Wang Beihai for a moment before shaking his head. He is the hero of our academy, the hero of Evergreen University, and even the hero of the entire Shenzhou. At that moment, an old voice came. Chapter 395, The 3-Year Pact. Elder Yin. Hearing this voice, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up with joy. Turning around, he saw indeed Yin Li, and beside him stood Principal Wang Li Bin, a smile on his face. The legend of our school, you are Wang Beihai. The man stood rooted to the spot, staring incredulously at Wang Beihai. Then, changing his previous arrogance, he rushed forward with a stride, bowing respectfully and pulling Wang Beihai to sign his name on his clothing. Wang Beihai, unable to resist, signed his name. The man, upon receiving Wang Beihai's autograph, left excitedly, jumping and hopping. After all these years, look, the students still look up to you as a role model, Yinli joked with a smile. Wang Beihai felt a blush of embarrassment and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, let's not talk about that. Elder Yin, Principal, how have you been? Thanks to you. We've been splendid. Old Yin here has been pestering to see you. And now here you are, Wang Li Bin chuckled. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. Yinli immediately frowned, looking at Wang Beihai. This place isn't safe. Let's move somewhere else to talk. With that, he hurriedly led Wang Beihai away from the spot. What's going on? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. Breathless, Yinli brought Wang Beihai to the corridor of a staircase and pointed towards where they had just been standing. There, the area was now packed with students, hundreds of them, holding placards with Wang Beihai's name, some even carrying posters from Wang Beihai's past performances, shouting his name frantically. No way, this is over the top. Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, his mouth forming an O shape. Even top-tier celebrities might not garner such fervor. Hee, you underestimate your influence. The most talked about topic at school is your heroic deeds from back then. Of course, with some other factors mixed in, Yinli said, glancing at Wenqing. Wenqing, you? Wang Beihai immediately understood and turned to look at Wenqing, who stuck out her tongue at him and said, not just me. Even that so-called Princess Li Xiaofeng uses you as a shield. Hearing this, Wang Beihai covered his face. For the next 2 hours, Wang Beihai and Yinli engaged in extensive conversation. As they were about to part ways, Wang Beihai pulled a medical book from his jacket. Elder Yin, this book contains my personal insights on acupuncture and the combination of medicinal herbs. If you don't mind, consider it a gift to the academy, Wang Beihai said. Yin Li's face lit up with excitement, his hands trembling as he took the book from Wang Beihai, tears welling up in his eyes. You should take a look first, Wang Beihai said softly. All right, Yin Li excitedly opened the book, his eyes sparkling as he read. The book not only recorded countless lost acupuncture techniques, but also detailed the force and skills required, making it a complete textbook on the subject. Beihai, this is too precious. Yinli looked up, only to find Wang Beihai had already left. With such a person in the divine land, it truly is blessed by the heavens. Yinli wept, and Wang Li Bin came over, patting his shoulder. Both men bowed solemnly towards the direction Wang Beihai had departed. As night fell, Wang Beihai made a date with Wenqing to go to the spirit realm and then bid her farewell. Walking through the back mountain of the school, Wang Beihai arrived at a pavilion, placing the wine he bought on a nearby stool and leaning against a pillar, his eyes half closed. Deep into the night, Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly snapped open as a squirrel ran past. A hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes. But the next moment, a shadow darted past, delivering a punch straight at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, catching the punch, feeling an immense force surge through his hands. Humph! Wang Beihai snorted, a powerful aura emanating from his body, sending the shadow flying to the side. Again, the shadow said excitedly, his fists now wrapped in blue flames. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, a sense of familiarity rising. But before he could think, the shadow charged at him. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, his body turning crimson. After another round of intense exchanges, they separated again. The shadow's eyes showed surprise. and Wang Beihai was equally shocked. The blue flames on the shadow's hands were bone-chillingly cold yet possessed a powerful burning ability, difficult to extinguish. "Looks like you haven't been idle these years," Wang Beihai said, dispelling the energy around him, his eyes fixed on the shadow. "Neither have you," the shadow replied, blue flames consuming the black cloak, revealing a head of silver hair and clear blue eyes, the only difference being the stubble on his face. "Long time no see," Wang Beihai said, a rare smile on his face. "Long time no see," Xiao Luo laughed, and the two embraced tightly. "I didn't expect you to remember our pact," Xiao Luo said, sitting on a stone bench, grabbing the wine and drinking without hesitation. Wang Beihai sat down unceremoniously, taking a deep swig of the wine. "Of course, but you. I feel like I've seen you somewhere in these past 3 years," Wang Beihai said, scrutinizing Xiao Luo more closely. "Hee, you're quite the overachiever. How was the taste of the 9 Wings Divine Thunder?" Xiao Luo smiled. Wang Beihai immediately realized, "You're the cloaked figure from the Divine Tomb?" Xiao Luo shrugged, not denying it. "You scoundrel, you didn't even acknowledge me when I was facing death." Wang Beihai punched Xiao Luo's chest, who raised an eyebrow. "And you're still fine, aren't you?" Both burst into laughter. After a few rounds of wine, Wang Beihai asked, "So, are you ready for this trip to the spirit realm?" "Hee, the family I'm facing is the Strength Clan, a terrifying force even the first family of the spirit realm, the Yin Clan, would avoid. This is far better than what you're facing with the Qin Clan." Wang Beihai laughed. "Funny, I'm not just facing the Qin Clan but also the Yin Clan, and a certain listening rain pavilion." Xiao Luo's eyes widened. Then he looked at Wang Beihai and laughed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's take them on." "Exactly, let's take them on." The two clinked their cups and downed the wine in one go, laughing heartily. Chapter 396. Return to the capital. The next day, Wang Beihai set off with Xiao Luo, walking towards Zhushan Peak, the gateway to the spirit realm, which was also where the capital city was located. As they walked, they engaged in discussions and sparring, and along the way, they did many good deeds in the name of the Martial Alliance. Unbeknownst to them, their actions inadvertently propelled the reputation of the Martial Alliance in the Divine Land to an unprecedented peak. "Wang Beihai, this fellow, is quite interesting," Li Yuanhao remarked, sitting in his office, looking at the increasing number of Martial Alliance disciples and the growing number of banners, his face breaking into a proud smile. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo continued their journey, enjoying the scenery and gaining much in terms of spiritual growth. Wang Beihai felt a strange sensation, as if his practice of the Hunyuan technique would soon reach perfection. Throughout history, the soul has always been the weak point for all cultivators. But with the help of the Hunyuan technique, my soul has become even stronger than my own cultivation. I wonder what changes my divine sense will undergo when the Hunyuan technique reaches its zenith. Filled with anticipation, the two of them walked for a full month before they could finally see the outline of the capital city. "It's been a while, capital," Wang Beihai said, gazing at the majestic buildings in the distance, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. He then quickened his pace alongside Xiao Luo, reaching the inner city of the capital before sunset. "It seems you have deep feelings for the capital," Xiao Luo remarked as they entered the city, noticing Wang Beihai's excitement. "Naturally. It was here that I formed an unbreakable enmity with the Tingyu Pavilion," Wang Beihai said proudly, then turned to Xiao Luo. "But let's not talk about that. The food in the capital is unparalleled. We've been walking for over a month without eating anything decent. Today, I'll treat you to a feast." With that, Wang Beihai led the way, and Xiao Luo shrugged and followed. Relying on his extraordinary memory, Wang Beihai soon brought Xiao Luo to the entrance of an ancient shop, the very restaurant where he had dined upon his first arrival in the capital. "That's odd. The name wasn't like this before," Wang Beihai said, looking up at the sign, which had been changed to a large character, Imperial. "Never mind, let's go in first," Wang Beihai said, scratching his head, then bracing himself and stepping inside. Perhaps lost in thought, as soon as he entered, Wang Beihai collided with a portly man. Wang Beihai felt something bump into him, and when he looked up, the man had already been knocked onto his back. Wang Beihai frowned, about to help the man up, but a waiter rushed over, pushing Wang Beihai aside and helping the man to his feet with a fawning smile. "Manager Zhang, are you all right?" The waiter dusted the man's clothes with a rag, but the man was clearly displeased, slapping the waiter across the face and shouting, "What kind of rag are you using on me? My suit costs tens of thousands. If it gets dirty, can you afford to replace it?" With that, the man glared at Wang Beihai. "You punk, it was you who bumped into me, wasn't it?" He then grabbed Wang Beihai's collar. Wang Beihai's brows furrowed, and he immediately dismissed the thought of apologizing. "What do you want?" Wang Beihai glanced at Xiao Luo, who reluctantly retracted the blue flame between his fingers. At that moment, the man burst into laughter, drawing the attention of those around them. "Ha, what do I want? This is the most arrogant person I've met since the opening of this place. He dares to ask me what I want." The man looked around, and everyone turned to Wang Beihai with mocking expressions. "Listen up, I'm the manager of this restaurant. Do you know who owns this place?" The man squinted at Wang Beihai, who looked puzzled. Seeing this, the man grew even more smug. "This restaurant is owned by the number one family in the capital, the Huangfu family. And I am the master of this establishment. So what do I want now?" Upon hearing the name Huangfu, Wang Beihai's eyes flickered, and his expression turned playful. "Kid, are you new here?" The man sized up Wang Beihai before continuing, "Considering you're new, I won't make things difficult for you. Give me 10 million, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you won't leave this restaurant unscathed today." With that, the man waved his hand, and a group of bodyguards in suits surrounded Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo. 10 million, are you sure?" Wang Beihai blinked, and when the man nodded, he continued, "Money is no problem, but you have to let me make a call first." Saying this, Wang Beihai took out his phone and waved it in front of the man. "Heh, I doubt you dare play any tricks," the man sneered, then released Wang Beihai's collar. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai dialed Huang Fuling's number and had a brief conversation, then hung up with a smile. Seeing this, the man immediately rubbed his hands together and approached. "So, did you get the money?" Before he could finish, Wang Beihai delivered a heavy punch to his face. The man didn't even have time to react before being sent flying by the punch. "You dare hit me?" the man groaned, trying to get up. But Wang Beihai quickly stepped forward and sat on him, delivering punch after punch. The man was soon howling in pain on the ground, and the bodyguards, seeing this, tried to step in, only to be blocked by a blue flame. Xiao Luo blew on the flame between his fingers and said coldly, "Anyone who isn't afraid of death, step forward." Seeing this, everyone froze, not daring to move a muscle, as the mere sight of the blue flame was enough to intimidate them. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Beihai finally got off the man, who was now a bruised and battered mess. "You punk, how dare you treat me like this? Today, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, he won't be able to save you." As soon as the man finished, his pupils suddenly dilated, and a familiar figure appeared in his sight. "Oh, Manager Zhang, even the King of Heaven can't help, but how about me? Or do you think I'm insignificant too?" It was Huang Fuling, and as soon as he spoke, the man's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 397, The Threshold of Crossing. "Young Master Ling, why are you here?" The fat man's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he tremblingly asked. "Humph, why can't I, the master of this establishment, come to my own family's restaurant?" Huang Fuling snorted coldly, causing the fat man to shudder and hastily explain, No, what are you saying, young Master Ling?" As he spoke, the fat man glanced at Wang Beihai standing nearby. Then with a determined look, he stood up and pointed at Wang Beihai, saying, "It's all this Beihai's fault. Not only did he deliberately confront me, but he also spouted nonsense, saying that the Huangfu family is nothing but a joke, and even threatened to wipe out the Huangfu family. Who could stand for that? I was so angry that I acted on impulse, but I didn't expect this Beihai to be so skilled, and I ended up at a disadvantage. Young Master Ling, you must uphold justice for me." As he spoke, the fat man gave a sidelong glance to the bodyguards nearby, who all chimed in agreement. "I don't believe it. How could a bumpkin from outside possibly know someone from the Huangfu family? Young Master Ling's arrival certainly has nothing to do with that phone call." The fat man pretended to look wronged while sneaking glances at Wang Beihai, unaware that both Wang Beihai and Huangfu Ling were inwardly amused. "Is that so?" Huangfu Ling pretended to be angry as he looked at Wang Beihai. "That's exactly what happened. What now?" Wang Beihai put on an extremely arrogant demeanor. Seeing this, the fat manager's heart was filled with glee. However, before the fat man's smile could surface, the next second, Wang Beihai and Huangfu Ling hugged each other tightly. "Haha, Beihai, you've gotten even more robust." Wang Beihai patted Huangfu Ling's shoulder, cheerfully saying, while Huangfu Ling responded with equal joy. Anyone could see that the two were good brothers, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Wang Beihai and let out a gasp of surprise. "Goodness, isn't this the one who single-handedly wiped out the entire Zhang family a year ago?" After this person's shout, everyone immediately realized and turned to look at Wang Beihai with admiration. Of course, there were also many sympathetic glances cast towards the fat man. Upon hearing that Wang Beihai was this person, the fat manager's heart sank, and he immediately collapsed to the ground, his intestines regretting to the core. Humph, Manager Zhang, if he wanted to, not only could he tear down this restaurant, but even wiping out the Huangfu family would be a breeze. After some banter, Huangfu Ling turned around, glaring coldly at Manager Zhang on the ground, his words full of anger. The fat man knelt on the ground, sweat beads continuously dripping from his forehead, his heart in a state of panic. "Oh, and by the way, I forgot to tell you, the Huangfu family only owns a third of this hotel. The remaining shares are entirely in his hands. So in essence, he is the real owner of this hotel." With this revelation, the fat man's heart sank to the bottom. "Beihai, thanks to you, I now know how the employees in this hotel behave. How should we handle this? You decide." Huangfu Ling smiled at Wang Beihai. Ever since witnessing Wang Beihai's methods in the Divine Tomb, Huangfu Ling had held a deep respect for him. How to handle it? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then waved his hand, saying, "Such a bully is truly detestable. I sentence you to never set foot in the capital again. Get out." Upon hearing this, the fat man felt a great relief and scrambled out of the hotel, quickly disappearing into the streets. Isn't that punishment too light? Huangfu Ling raised an eyebrow. Wang Beihai smiled. For someone like him, being banished from the capital is the harshest punishment. I have no major conflict with him, so it's best to forgive when one can. As Wang Beihai finished speaking, Xiao Luo couldn't help but chuckle, and Huangfu Ling looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. "Forget it. No need to say more. I'm hungry. Bring out the good wine and dishes, and help me find some things." Wang Beihai said, then unceremoniously headed upstairs, where everyone made way for him. The three of them drank and chatted in the private room until late into the night before calling it a day. Upon hearing that Wang Beihai was about to embark on a journey to the spirit realm, Huangfu Ling immediately showed envy, but considering his own strength and current affairs, he decided against going together. In the following days, Wang Beihai stayed at the Huangfu residence, during which he obtained a lot of useful information from Huangfu Yun. Over these days, with the help of Huangfu Ling and the Treasures Pavilion, Wang Beihai gathered many rare herbs and jade stones, ensuring a smooth journey ahead. 3 days later, Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo bid farewell to Huangfu Ling and his group at the foot of the Zhushan Peak, then rushed towards the peak at the fastest speed. This time, without the restrictions, their speed was incredibly fast, reaching the halfway point in less than an hour. At that moment, a bird's cry suddenly echoed in the sky, causing Wang Beihai to be overjoyed. Looking up, he saw a snow-white eagle flying towards him. "Bai Shui!" Wang Beihai shouted happily. The eagle landed on the ground, transforming into a girl's form, though this time she appeared taller than before. "Master, "You finally come." Bai Shui gave Wang Beihai a reproachful look, making him feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. After the introductions, Wang Beihai and the others continued towards the peak. With Bai Shui's help, Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo saved the effort of climbing, sitting on Bai Shui's back, and soon reached the summit. Is this the top of Zhushan Peak? Wang Beihai surveyed the surroundings, finding them quite different from what he had seen before. This is the original appearance of the top of Zhushan Peak, Bai Shui explained, stepping forward. Then, Xiao Luo took out a fragment from his bosom and threw it forward. Instantly, a mirror-like passage appeared above them. Through the chaotic passage, Wang Beihai vaguely saw a glimpse of mountain scenery. This is the threshold of crossing. Once we pass through this passage, we can reach the spirit realm, Xiao Luo said, turning to look at Wang Beihai. How about it if you're scared now? It's not too late to regret. Are you joking? Wang Beihai snorted coldly. Then without waiting for Xiao Luo to finish, he directly plunged into the threshold of crossing. Hey, wait. Xiao Luo quickly tried to call out to Wang Beihai, but he had already disappeared into the passage. This guy, I haven't even told him where we'll end up if we go through this passage. Xiao Luo shook his head helplessly. Then, a white shadow flashed past him as Bai Shui also entered the passage. Now, Xiao Luo was completely speechless, sighing deeply before leaping into the passage himself. Meanwhile, when Qing and her group also arrived at Zhushan Peak, one of the elders sensed the spatial fluctuations around them and nodded to Wenqing, then took out a jade pendant, infused it with energy, and another spatial passage formed instantly. Wenqing stopped at the entrance, her beautiful eyes flashing with hesitation. Beihai, once we cross this door, we will be enemies from now on. Wenqing sighed deeply, then with a determined look, she stepped into the passage. Chapter 398, First Arrival in the Spirit Realm. What a dense spatial energy. Wang Beihai sped through the spatial passage, barely stabilizing his posture, and then saw the colorful temporal barriers around him. Instantly, he closed his eyes to feel the spatial energy. After an unknown period, the spatial energy suddenly weakened, and the spiritual energy around him surged. Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes to see thick fog. He took a deep breath and then showed a shocked expression. This isn't fog. It's solidified spiritual energy. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and he took another deep breath, feeling every cell in his body rejoice. No wonder people in the spirit realm can cultivate so easily. The spiritual energy here is 100 times more concentrated than in the human realm. Recalling the rain-listening pavilion disciples he had easily defeated earlier, Wang Beihai couldn't help but look down on them. To cultivate to such a level in such a place was truly pathetic. As he thought, Wang Beihai began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a green mountain range. With a layer of purple mist over his eyes, he looked ahead to see towering mountains and ethereal mists. Not far off, wooden houses dotted the mountainside. Am I in the immortal realm? Wang Beihai blinked, then smiled. The scene was just like the fairyland depicted on TV. Speaking of which, why haven't they come out yet? Wang Beihai frowned. Calculating from his entry time, Xiao Luo and Bai Shui should have arrived in the spirit realm by now. But after sensing, he felt no spatial fluctuations. Forget it. This place is peaceful. I'll cultivate and wait for them. After fruitless waiting, Wang Beihai finally sat cross-legged and began to breathe deeply. What dense spiritual energy, what pure spiritual energy. After a session of breathing, Wang Beihai was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual energy here was not only dense, but also almost impurity-free. No wonder people in the spirit realm look down on the human realm. There's some truth to that. Wang Beihai opened his eyes, but still didn't see Xiao Luo and the others. He closed his eyes again, contemplating the spatial laws he had just sensed. At that moment, Wang Beihai felt a movement in his dantian, and two beams of light, one red and one silver, shot out from his body. They were Qi Xiao and Long Dan. Both seemed to enjoy the spiritual energy here. Once out, they circled above Wang Beihai, greedily absorbing the dense energy. Hee, I'll join in too. At that moment, the Book of No Words also spoke up and started absorbing spiritual energy. A spiritual vortex formed around Wang Beihai, drawing in countless spiritual energies. After an unknown period, Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes to see a youthful face before him. Who are you? Wang Beihai immediately became alert, then waved his hand, drawing Qi Xiao and Long Dan back into his body. Are you from Mount Support Sect? The young man looked curiously at Wang Beihai. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned and shook his head. The young man immediately relaxed and then asked again, Then are you from Rain Listening Pavilion? Upon hearing the name Rain Listening Pavilion, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and he shook his head again. That's good. Then you must be a disciple from another sect here for training. Don't worry, the elders said that as long as you're not from Mount Support Sect or Rain Listening Pavilion, you're fine. The youth smiled and took out a bamboo tube from his waist, handing it to Wang Beihai. You've been sitting here for so long, thirsty, right? Here, have some water. Wang Beihai looked at the bamboo tube in the youth's hand and hesitated. Seeing this, the youth directly pulled out the cork and took a big gulp, then handed it to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai took the bamboo tube, feeling indeed a bit thirsty after sitting for so long, and took a big gulp. What's your name? Wang Beihai looked at the youth with curiosity. I'm Lin Xiao, an outer disciple of Green Mountain Sect. My master, also an outer elder of Green Mountain Sect, sensed the spiritual energy fluctuation here, so he sent me to check it out. Fortunately, you're not from Mount Support Sect or Rain Listening Pavilion, or you wouldn't be getting such good treatment. The elders might have come to kill you. Looking at the innocent youth before him, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile and then asked thoughtfully, Are you deeply at odds with Rain Listening Pavilion? Of course. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao clenched his fists angrily. My master was injured by them. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned. You big sects might not know, but among us small sects, resources are gained through sect competitions. In our area, only Mount Support Sect and Rain Listening Pavilion are our rivals. But our Green Mountain Sect has always held a non-confrontational stance, so we're naturally no match for the other two. But what's infuriating is that recently, for some reason, Mount Support Sect and Rain Listening Pavilion have joined forces to constantly oppress us. Many of our disciples have been lured away, and many of our territories have been divided up. If this continues, our sect might be abolished. Lin Xiao said, blaming himself, It's all my fault. If I were stronger, I wouldn't let them bully us like this. Is there such a thing? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, thinking that the law of the jungle seems to apply everywhere. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly said, By the way, I saw you cultivating just now. You must be a strong one. My master asked me to recruit strong people. If you don't have a sect, how about joining our Green Mountain Sect? Wang Beihai was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Xiao to be so direct. Seeing Wang Beihai not respond, Lin Xiao's eyes dimmed, but he still looked at Wang Beihai and said, I'm serious. Although we're currently weak, we have meat every meal, and outstanding disciples receive a gold essence stone as a reward each month. Seeing Lin Xiao's anxious expression, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile and then thought, Come to think of it, I don't seem to have a sect. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, looking at Wang Beihai with pleading eyes. Well, you should at least take me to your sect to have a look. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, and Lin Xiao immediately started dancing with joy. Seeing this, Wang Beihai took out a cultivation technique from his spiritual ring and handed it to Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao refused directly. I'm from Green Mountain Sect. The technique my master left me is enough. After saying that, Lin Xiao eagerly pulled Wang Beihai and quickly headed towards the mountains. Meanwhile, in a mountain some distance away, Xiao Luo infused his spiritual energy into a leaf, gently tossed it, and the leaf slowly flew away. Chapter 399. The Qing Shan Sect. Wang Beihai followed Lin Xiao for a while until they came across a stone path leading into the mountains, which reminded Wang Beihai of the phrase, a winding path leads to a secluded place. As they continued along the stone path, they soon reached a spot halfway up the mountain. At the end of the path stood a thatched cottage surrounded by a vegetable garden and stone tables and stools. Wild chickens frolicked in the garden. Although the cottage was simple, it exuded a unique elegance. Wang Beihai sensed that someone was living in the cottage. Judging by the chaotic aura, the person seemed to be at the peak of the heaven realm but was severely injured. "Master, master, I'm back!" Lin Xiao exclaimed as he opened the gate and rushed into the house, where a weak voice could be heard. "Master, I found a disciple." "Really? That's wonderful. It seems you'll get your cultivation resources this month. With the spirit gathering pill, you might be able to break through to the heaven realm. Then you can join the inner sect of the Qing Shan sect and practice even higher level techniques." The voice was filled with relief, but Lin Xiao replied, "I don't want to join the inner sect. I just want to stay by your side, master." "Silly child. I'm already a broken man and can't teach you anything." The old voice became agitated, and Wang Beihai heard some commotion. "Where is the disciple you took in? Bring him to me." "All right." Lin Xiao was overjoyed and helped someone out of the cottage. Wang Beihai examined the person closely. Although the man had white hair and appeared to be at the end of his life, his eyes sparkled, indicating he was only middle-aged. His current state was due to his severe injuries. Wang Beihai bowed and said, "I am Wang Beihai, invited by Brother Lin Xiao to join your sect. I hope you will permit me." Lin Xiao's master nodded and sized up Wang Beihai, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. "I am Lin Qingyang. If you join the Qing Shan sect, you must abide by its rules. Killing, arson, rape, and kidnapping are strictly forbidden. If discovered, I will hold you accountable, no matter where you flee." As he spoke, Lin Qingyang coughed violently. Lin Xiao immediately supported him. "I'm fine. Take him to the sect for registration. If you're lucky, you might be able to enter the inner sect directly." With that, Lin Qingyang waved his hand and slowly walked back into the cottage. "What's wrong with your master?" Wang Beihai asked, pretending not to understand, noticing Lin Xiao's clenched fists. He decided not to press further. "Let's go." Lin Xiao calmed down and led Wang Beihai away. Throughout the journey, Wang Beihai could feel Lin Xiao's anger from afar. Finally, halfway through, Wang Beihai asked, "What happened to your master? He seems to be injured." "Not just injured. I asked around, and the sect leader said he doesn't have long to live." After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao sadly revealed the truth. 3 years ago, during the sect competition, my master was exceptionally talented and powerful. He single-handedly defeated the Cao Shan sect and the Tingyu Pavilion, winning the competition for the Qing Shan sect. But soon after, during a training session in the mountains, a group of people, disguised as bandits but using techniques from the Cao Shan sect and Tingyu Pavilion, attacked us. At that time, we were still weak and had no chance against the well-prepared two sections. My master, to save us, burned his own cultivation and fought fiercely. Although he killed them all, he was severely injured. When we returned to the Qing Shan sect, his internal meridians were shattered. Combined with the backlash from burning his cultivation, he barely survived under the sect leader's care. Since then, my master has been bedridden. Coming out to see you was already his limit." Lin Xiao spoke with a mix of helplessness and anger. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and felt a bit more respect for the Qing Shan sect. Such a person would have been expelled from the Tingyu Pavilion long ago. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai glanced at Lin Xiao and asked, "Are you really not going to join the inner sect? After all, your cultivation is important." At this, Lin Xiao rushed to Wang Beihai, grabbing his clothes and said, "I won't leave my master. If you want to leave, that's your business." Realizing his overreaction, Lin Xiao slowly released his grip and said helplessly, "Forget it. Life and death are predetermined. You have your choices. I was too impulsive just now. Sorry." With that, Lin Xiao lowered his head and walked forward dejectedly. Wang Beihai watched Lin Xiao's back and nodded in approval before following him. The two walked in silence for about 10 minutes until they reached a spot near the summit. Wang Beihai looked up and saw a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Qing Shan endures," and beyond it, several wooden houses. Curious, Wang Beihai approached and suddenly felt disoriented. When he regained clarity, he found himself in a square. A barrier. Wang Beihai thought, noting the similarity to the barrier of the Huashan sect but more sophisticated. Well, if it isn't the naive Lin Xiao, what brings you up here? Two men suddenly appeared, blocking Lin Xiao's path. I'm bringing a new recruit for registration. You can't afford to delay this, Lin Xiao said coldly, not wanting to engage. The two men immediately backed off. As they walked away, Wang Beihai heard their mocking voices. Humph, that useless fellow can actually recruit disciples? I bet this guy was hired by Beizi. Ah, who cares? Our Qing Shan sect is getting worse by the day. Instead of worrying about that, we should think about our future. I heard Tingyu Pavilion and Cao Shan sect are recruiting widely. Maybe we should sneak over sometime? Wang Beihai frowned as he listened to their conversation. While pondering, Wang Beihai followed Lin Xiao to a grand hall. The hall was not luxurious, but exceptionally clean. In the center stood a statue, and below it, a middle-aged man was kneeling. Hearing the commotion, the man turned and saw Lin Xiao and Wang Beihai. He was taken aback and asked, Lin Xiao, why are you here instead of staying with your master? Reporting to the sect leader, I encountered this brother in the mountains. He wishes to join our sect, so I brought him here. Oh. The man eyed Wang Beihai and, without further ado, sent a powerful attack his way. #### Chapter 400. The Deal. Sect Master, what are you doing? Seeing the situation, Lin Xiao was in a hurry and didn't have time to think much. He rushed to Wang Beihai's side, wanting to shield Wang Beihai from the attack. Step aside. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and pushed Lin Xiao to the side, then raised his hand to block, easily deflecting the sect master's attack. How could this be? Lin Xiao looked at Wang Beihai in disbelief. After all, this was the sect master's attack, not lethal but certainly not something that could be so easily deflected. You should leave for now, the sect master waved his hand, and Lin Xiao came to his senses before hurrying out of the hall. Seeing Lin Xiao leave, the sect master turned to face Wang Beihai, carefully observing him before speaking, Friend. Although I don't know your intentions, Lin Xiao is a simple-minded child. It's better not to exploit him. At this, Wang Beihai was taken aback. He didn't expect the exalted sect master to stand up for an outer sect disciple at this point. Perceiving Wang Beihai's confusion, the sect master directly said, My name is Zhao Danyang. Lin Xiao was a child I found years ago at the foot of the mountain. To me, he is like a beloved son. And from your attire, it seems you are not from the Ling realm. I assume you have come here for a reason. No matter what, I only hope you can spare Lin Xiao. As he spoke, Zhao Danyang waved his hand, and a cup of tea instantly appeared before Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised. Just from their brief exchange, Zhao Danyang had already deduced quite a bit. This man is no ordinary person. Wang Beihai thought, then took a sip of the tea. Hee, how interesting. Aren't you afraid I might have poisoned this tea? Zhao Danyang looked at Wang Beihai with interest. I believe you wouldn't. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, then took another sip of the tea. What exactly are you? Zhao Danyang's curiosity about Wang Beihai grew further. You don't need to know who I am. From today on, I will be a disciple of your Green Mountain sect. You can keep your sect's resources, and I can even help your Green Mountain sect seize all resources in this region. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and spoke straightforwardly. Hearing this, Zhao Danyang was stunned, then smiled slightly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Although our Green Mountain sect is not large, we have never had any conflicts with the other two sections. Your provocation is a bit excessive. At Zhao Danyang's words, Wang Beihai immediately laughed, and then looked at Zhao Danyang softly. Sect Master Zhao is indeed meticulous in thought. But rest assured, I am neither from the Back Mountain sect, nor the Listening Rain Pavilion. Hearing this, Zhao Danyang's smile instantly vanished as he stared intently at Wang Beihai. Then why help us? Very simple. Wang Beihai spread his hands and continued, There's a saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I have a grudge against the Listening Rain Pavilion, an unresolvable one. Is that reason enough? Are you the northern one from the human realm? Zhao Danyang's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Wang Beihai. Hee, it seems my reputation is quite loud. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, while Zhao Danyang could only helplessly cover his forehead. Your reputation is not just loud. Now, not only the Listening Rain Pavilion, but even the Yin family, a major clan, has put a bounty on you throughout the Ling realm, and the reward is not low. For our Green Mountain sect, that's a fortune. With this bounty, we can overthrow the other two sects and dominate the entire region. As he spoke, Zhao Danyang looked up at Wang Beihai, coldly saying, in the eyes of people in the Ling realm, you are like a big piece of meat. Seeing this, Wang Beihai calmly continued sipping his tea. Seeing Wang Beihai's composure, Zhao Danyang continued, aren't you afraid I'll capture you now? Hee, Sect Master Zhao, if you really had that confidence, you wouldn't have said so much to me just now. With that, Wang Beihai tilted his head and finished the tea in his cup. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out several jade bottles from the Ling realm. Upon opening the bottles, a refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out. Zhao Danyang took a light sniff, feeling invigorated, and his eyes showed excitement. These are spirit-gathering pills. Correct, Wang Beihai nodded, then waved his hand again, and a small pile of gold essence stones instantly appeared before Zhao Danyang. This time, Zhao Danyang was completely dumbfounded. Even the entire sect could not gather so many gold essence stones. What do you want? Zhao Danyang suppressed his excitement and asked calmly. I've said it before. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I help your Green Mountain sect grow, and you help me hide my identity. Hearing this, Zhao Danyang frowned. After all, they would be facing not only the Listening Rain Pavilion, but also the first-ranked major clan in the Ling realm, the Yin family. While pondering, Wang Beihai had already turned and walked towards the door. You can consider before I leave. This opportunity only comes once. Whether the Green Mountain sect lives or dies is uncertain, but once I step out of this door, I won't turn back. As he spoke, Wang Beihai began to move his steps. Those few tens of seconds felt like an eternity. Finally, just as Wang Beihai's foot was about to cross the threshold, Zhao Danyang gritted his teeth and called out to Wang Beihai. In the face of absolute benefits, Zhao Danyang chose to compromise. After all, if the Green Mountain sect wanted to rise, they had to take this risk. I agree to you. Zhao Danyang clenched his fists and then said, but you must promise me that when my sect faces a life-or-death crisis, you will do your best to preserve our sect's legacy, at least ensuring there's a continuation. At this, Wang Beihai's eyes moved, then he nodded. Then, Wang Beihai waved his hand again, and several more bottles of spirit-gathering pills appeared on the ground. These were all prepared by him before coming to the Ling realm. Take these pills for now. After all, the forces we might face are quite formidable. Enhancing strength is the current priority. Hearing this, Zhao Danyang didn't hesitate and directly swept his sleeve to take the pills, then looked at Wang Beihai. Now you are a member of our Green Mountain sect, but with your strength, what position should I assign you? Wang Beihai smiled and shook his hand, then replied, I'll be the same as Lin Xiao. Your sect's internal disciples also need some changes. As a disciple, it's easier for me to investigate. All right, I'll inform you if there's anything. With that, Wang Beihai didn't linger, waving his hand as he walked out of the hall. Chapter 401. On the Brink of Death. How was it? The sect leader didn't give you a hard time, did he? As Wang Beihai stepped out of the grand hall, Lin Xiao, who had been waiting nearby, rushed up with a look of concern. No, our Green Mountain sect really has a great sect leader. Wang Beihai smiled faintly and continued walking forward. That's right. Our Green Mountain sect is well known for having a good sect leader. Wait, you said our. So does that mean the sect leader agreed to let you join Green Mountain sect? Lin Xiao was overjoyed and quickly caught up with Wang Beihai. The two walked out of the sect's barrier together. Just then, Wang Beihai stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. The two disciples of Green Mountain sect who had previously blocked their way were now standing in their path once more. Brother Boyong, Brother Boyi. Lin Xiao frowned. Though he detested the two, he forced a greeting to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, instead of acknowledging Lin Xiao, they pushed him aside. Are you familiar with him? You're calling him brother so casually. Boyang sneered disdainfully and then approached Wang Beihai, extending his hand. I hear you've been approved by the sect leader. The elixir and gold essence stone should have been issued, right? Hand them over to us, and we'll ensure no one dares to bully you in this sect. Seeing Boyang's arrogant demeanor, Wang Beihai pretended to be frightened and shook his head. The sect leader didn't give me any elixir or gold essence stone. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Upon hearing this, Boyi's face darkened instantly. He lunged forward, grabbed Wang Beihai by the collar, and shouted angrily, Are you pretending to be stupid? This is the reward given to every new disciple of Green Mountain Sect. Do you think I won't cripple you right here? No, please don't. Wang Beihai pretended to cower and looked at the two with a wronged expression. I'm telling the truth, I really don't have them. I can go ask the sect leader right now. Seeing Wang Beihai's behavior, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and took out a gold essence stone and an elixir from his storage pouch. His elixir is with me. Don't trouble him. As he spoke, Lin Xiao handed over the elixir. You little brat. We'll take his, but what about yours? Boyang snatched the elixir from Lin Xiao's hand and, still unsatisfied, extended his hand again. Lin Xiao was instantly anxious. He had already handed over his elixir. How could he possibly have another? Realizing this, Lin Xiao fell silent and then gritted his teeth. I don't have any. You're playing dumb with us, aren't you? Boyang became furious and immediately rushed forward, kicking Lin Xiao in the stomach. Lin Xiao let out a muffled groan, staggered back several steps, and then knelt down, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I told you what I had. I already gave to you. Lin Xiao slowly stood up, glaring at the two. Oh, you're quite stubborn. Let's see if your mouth is harder or our fists. The Boyang brothers spoke and then rushed towards Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao merely covered his head with his hands, but did not retreat a single step. Just as the Boyang brothers reached him, suddenly, a shadow flashed, and the two were knocked to the ground. Who was it? Boyang widened his eyes in terror, looking around frantically. At that moment, Wang Beihai walked up to them with a cold smile, snatched their storage pouches, and roughly rummaged through them, finding over a dozen gold essence stones and elixirs. Clearly, the brothers had extorted many disciples. You two are quite skilled. Even at a critical moment like this, you're still thinking about extorting your fellow disciples. Wang Beihai looked coldly at them. How we act is none of your business. You're just a newcomer. What right do you have to lecture us? Boyang said, standing up with Boyi, and then the two roared and charged at Wang Beihai with their fists. Be careful, Lin Xiao hastily warned, but the next second, he was completely stunned. Wang Beihai dodged their attack with a turn and lightly patted their backs, sending the Boyang brothers flying far away. How is this possible? Lin Xiao rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that Wang Beihai's seemingly effortless strike had such power. Who exactly are you? Boyang struggled to get up from the ground, feeling as if his bones were shattered with pain. Who I am is not important. As disciples of Green Mountain Sect, you two bully your fellow disciples and even plot to betray the sect. Your intentions are malicious, and your crime deserves death. With that, Wang Beihai snorted coldly, and a gust of wind swept around them. Seeing this, the Boyang brothers knew they were no match and quickly fled down the mountain. Just as Wang Beihai was about to pursue them, a leaf sliced through the air. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, catching the leaf, which then emitted a glow, transmitting a message into Wang Beihai's mind. Upon receiving the message, Wang Beihai smiled slightly and gave up the idea of chasing the Boyang brothers. Let's go, check on Master. Wang Beihai patted Lin Xiao beside him, and then walked forward on his own. Lin Xiao came to his senses, looking at Wang Beihai's retreating back with excitement. This was the first time he had seen the Boyang brothers get punished so severely. On the way, Lin Xiao's mouth was like a dam that had burst, bombarding Wang Beihai with countless questions. Wang Beihai gave Lin Xiao a sidelong glance and quickened his pace. Finally, a few minutes later, they arrived at a small courtyard, where they saw the Boyong brothers hurriedly escaping from it. "Stop! What are you doing?" Lin Xiao sensed something was wrong and shouted to chase after them, but Wang Beihai held him back. He could sense that Lin Qingyang's life force was rapidly waning. "First, check on Master." Wang Beihai's face darkened as he rushed into the thatched hut, finding Lin Qingyang lying on the ground, on the brink of death. "Master, what happened to you?" Lin Xiao panicked, quickly kneeling down and cradling Lin Qingyang, anxiously asking. But at that moment, Lin Qingyang had no strength to speak. "What should we do? What should we do?" Seeing this, Lin Xiao was frantic, fumbling around looking for medicinal herbs. Wang Beihai, seeing this, knocked Lin Xiao out with a chop to the back of his neck. Lin Xiao immediately fell unconscious. Then, Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, and he fed Lin Qingyang some life elixir. Lin Qingyang's face regained some color. Seeing this, Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and took out a golden elixir from his spiritual ring, hesitating for a moment before feeding it to Lin Qingyang. Chapter 402. Resurrection. As soon as the elixir entered his mouth, Lin Qingyang's complexion instantly turned rosy. Then, with a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, from which a sharp light shot out. "What's going on?" While Lin Qingyang was still puzzled, Wang Beihai placed his palm on his back. "What are you doing?" Lin Qingyang was startled and was about to turn around when he suddenly felt a warm energy being transmitted into his body from behind. "Don't speak." At that moment, Wang Beihai also said calmly. Lin Qingyang was slightly stunned, then felt his wounds being repaired continuously. Even the severed meridians in his body were slowly mending. Feeling these changes in his body, Lin Qingyang's eyes moved, and he stopped struggling, closing his eyes to cooperate with Wang Beihai's power, fully repairing his body. This sitting session lasted a whole day, until the next morning, when Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, touching the back of his neck, which suddenly sent a dull pain through him. "What happened to me?" Lin Xiao shook his head, and instantly, yesterday's memories flooded back into his mind. "Oh no, master!" Lin Xiao came to his senses and shouted in alarm, looking around but not seeing Lin Qingyang's figure. His heart tightened, scrambling to his feet and rushing out of the thatched hut. "Oh, you're awake. Come, taste the tea I brewed for you." Lin Xiao rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing it was a dream, and even slapped himself hard. Only when the pain reached his face did he half believe, half doubt the lively figure of Lin Qingyang before him. "Master!" Lin Xiao tentatively approached, still unable to believe that the man sitting in front of him was the critically ill Lin Qingyang. Seeing this, Lin Qingyang laughed heartily, stood up, and with a few brisk steps, arrived in front of Lin Xiao, patting his shoulder with a heavy and firm hand. "Is it really you, master?" Lin Xiao touched Lin Qingyang in disbelief. Lin Qingyang laughed loudly, then hugged Lin Xiao tightly, happily saying, "It's really me. It's really me. Not only am I fine, but all my old injuries are healed, all of them." As he spoke, tears of excitement welled up in Lin Qingyang's eyes, and upon hearing this, Lin Xiao also burst into tears of joy. For Lin Xiao and Lin Qingyang, this period had undoubtedly been a torment. After hugging and crying for a while, Lin Xiao let go and looked at Lin Qingyang with confusion. "Master, yesterday you were nearly gone. How did you come back to life today?" "Well, I have to thank your good junior brother for that." Lin Qingyang smiled, then looked at Wang Beihai, who was standing dejectedly. "Him?" Lin Zhao's eyes widened, his curiosity about Wang Beihai growing stronger. From easily defeating the Bo brothers earlier to now casually saving his dying master, Wang Beihai's abilities far exceeded Lin Zhao's imagination. This guy is definitely not simple, Lin Xiao thought, but did not ask too much. At least for now, his junior brother seemed to be a good person. "By the way, master, you've already come back to life. Why does my junior brother look so dejected?" Lin Xiao pondered, and then looked at Lin Qingyang. Faced with such a question, Lin Qingyang also frowned, thinking hard but unable to come up with an answer, so he could only shrug helplessly. How could the master and disciple know that to save Lin Qingyang's life, Wang Beihai not only wasted a bottle of life elixir, but also offered the great return golden pill he had spent 3 days and nights collecting rare herbs in the human world to refine. Every time he thought of that pill, Wang Beihai felt a stab of pain in his heart, as the medicinal herbs needed to refine such a divine medicine were indeed too many, probably missing his sweetheart. After observing Wang Beihai for a while, Lin Xingyang finally said with a frown, "Oh." Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then gave Wang Beihai a meaningful look and whispered, "No wonder my junior brother always looks so preoccupied. He's missing a woman." Their conversation reached Wang Beihai's ears, who was now completely black-faced. "Look, master. Look at junior brother's expression. He must be missing her too much. Should we go over and comfort him, or he might fall ill from excessive longing?" Hearing this, Lin Xingyang nodded thoughtfully and was about to step forward to comfort Wang Beihai when Wang Beihai had to stand up, turning to Lin Xingyang and Lin Xiao with a forced smile. "Thank you for your concern, master and senior brother, but I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me." After saying that, Wang Beihai walked out of the courtyard alone, soon disappearing into the mountains. "See, your junior brother's situation is dangerous now. He's already forcing a smile." Lin Xingyang narrowed his eyes, and Lin Zhao's expression immediately changed. "No, I can't let my junior brother fall into such a state. Such a good seedling, it would be a pity if he falls," Lin Xiao said and ran out of the courtyard. After Lin Xiao left, Lin Xingyang sat back on the stone bench, took a sip of the tea he had grown, and instantly revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, a fluctuation suddenly appeared beside Lin Xingyang, and Zhao Danyang appeared in front of him. "So, you finally decided to visit me?" Lin Xingyang leisurely drank his tea, and Zhao Danyang, glancing around, saw the freshly brewed tea and smiled, taking a sip directly. You're still the same as before, always so prescient," Zhao Danyang said, then looked Lin Xingyang over, revealing a hint of shock in his eyes. "This Wang Beihai from the human world is indeed a bit capable. I didn't expect him to really heal you. Your injuries, even if the medical immortal from our spiritual realm came, probably couldn't heal them so quickly." Hearing this, Lin Xingyang narrowed his eyes and said, "This young man's future is definitely limitless. If we can befriend him, it would be excellent, but if not, we must not make an enemy of him. What if it comes to war with the Yin family for him?" Seeing Lin Xingyang's high evaluation of Wang Beihai, Zhao Danyang was stunned and then raised a crucial question. Hee, brother, you're getting more and more muddled as you age. The Yin family is powerful, but in recent years, they've been too arrogant. Their juniors have made many enemies in the spiritual realm. Now, the Yin family seems powerful, but in reality, it's already on the brink, lacking only a spark. At this point, Lin Xingyang narrowed his eyes further and continued, "And that spark is right in front of us." Chapter 403, The Strategist. "You mean, Wang Beihai will be the key to the downfall of the Yin family?" Zhao Danyang narrowed his eyes, took a sip of tea from his cup, and spoke with a hint of disbelief. Although Beizi has some skills and exceptional medical abilities, he is ultimately from the human realm, with no foundation or backing in the spiritual realm. Compared to the Yin family, which has deep roots, he might still fall short. Facing Zhao Danyang's skepticism, Lin Xingyang did not rush to provide an answer. Instead, he waved his hand, and a Go board appeared on the stone table in front of them. "Brother, it seems like we haven't played Go for a long time. How about a game?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang was immediately intrigued and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "You're right. It has been a while since we last played." With that, Zhao Danyang sat directly across from Lin Xingyang. Lin Xingyang gestured for him to start, and Zhao Danyang placed his piece without hesitation on the Tianjin. "In your opinion, how do you think Wang Beihai's chances of victory against the Yin family fare?" Lin Xingyang asked calmly while placing his pieces. "Naturally, less than 3 out of 10. The Yin family has a quasi-emperor level expert sitting in their ranks, and who knows, maybe that person has already crossed the threshold and reached the emperor level over the years. Moreover, even without that person's intervention, the Yin family's 4 divine generals alone could kill Wang Beihai. So, 3 out of 10 is already an exaggeration." As he spoke, Zhao Danyang's move shifted, and in an instant, he captured a large number of pieces. You make a valid point, brother. Lin Xingyang remained unfazed, calmly placing his pieces, and then continued. But if the Yin family wins, our Qingshan sect will have no chance of turning the tide. Upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang's hand holding the piece paused. What do you mean? Brother, you know that Wang Beihai has not only made enemies with the Yin family, but also with our old rival, the Tingyu Pavilion. And as I've heard, the great elder Su Qingfeng of the Tingyu Pavilion suffered a setback at his hands during the Divine Tomb. Lin Xingyang glanced at Zhao Danyang as he spoke and then continued. At the time in the Divine Tomb, I heard that Beizi's cultivation was only at the Nirvana level. But when the Tingyu Pavilion sent people again, according to reliable information, Wang Beihai had already reached the saint level. This all happened within less than a month. At this point, Lin Xingyang stopped talking and fixed his gaze on Zhao Danyang. Achieving the saint level from Nirvana in less than a month is indeed monstrous, but that doesn't prove anything. The Divine Tomb is full of opportunities. Throughout history, there have been many with great fortunes, and those who broke through barriers with the help of these fortunes are countless. Mere talent cannot defeat the Yin family. Zhao Danyang furrowed his brows, puzzled by Lin Xingyang's calm demeanor, unsure of what he was getting at. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have told you so much. Lin Xingyang's lips curled into a smile as he placed a piece, instantly turning the tide of the game. What was once a disadvantageous side launched an offensive, and soon, Zhao Danyang's pieces were in disarray. Seeing this, Zhao Danyang let out a startled exclamation and looked at Lin Xingyang. Yesterday, when I met Wang Beihai, I was shocked. Although he is young, his temperament and talent are top-notch. Moreover, I sensed a unique imperial aura in him. You mean the Emperor realm? Upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang was immediately shocked. Throughout history, reaching the saint level was enough to establish a sect and dominate a region. But to truly become a renowned powerhouse, one needed to cultivate an emperor's heart and achieve the emperor realm, which was the true ticket to the divine realm. Yes, although the imperial aura is still weak, I can still feel it. This young man is likely already at the half-step emperor realm. Think about it, from the Divine Tomb to now, disregarding his cultivation, he has comprehended the emperor's will in such a short time after reaching the saint level. His talent is probably unmatched in this world. Upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang finally nodded, acknowledging the truth. Throughout history, all forces, sects, and families have been constantly changing over time. No matter how strong your background, there will come a day when you meet your end. Now, Wang Beihai and the Yin family seem to be like a stone hitting an egg, but in reality, it's not as simple as it appears. As I know, there's also a member of the Fire Clan accompanying Wang Beihai, whose strength and talent are also formidable. Lin Xingyang said, his eyes glowing with a spark of hope. Given our current situation at the Qingshan sect, we will be replaced by the Koshan sect and the Tingyu Pavilion within a year. Our only chance to turn the tide is to leverage Wang Beihai's power. Upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang furrowed his brows and pondered deeply before slowly saying, Brother, how can you be sure that Wang Beihai can help us out of this predicament? I can't be certain. Lin Xingyang shook his head. I'm just gambling. For the Tingyu Pavilion and the Koshan sect, who know us inside out, Wang Beihai is full of unknowns. But for us now, we can only seek a glimmer of hope from these unknowns. Taking such an unreliable gamble doesn't seem like your style. Zhao Danyang narrowed his eyes, and then Lin Xingyang continued, waiting passively doesn't seem like your style either. Upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang burst into laughter and threw his pieces back into the box, saying helplessly, all right, I can't beat you. No more playing. It's good that your injuries have healed, and as for other matters, let's discuss them later. Since your injuries are healed, come to the sect sometime. Otherwise, those old fellows in the sect will think they're invincible. With that, Zhao Danyang stood up and waved his hand, disappearing from where he stood. Those old fellows, huh? Lin Xingyang narrowed his eyes, a glint of killing intent in them. At that moment, Lin Xiao and Wang Beihai walked over from a distance, with Lin Xiao carrying several freshly hunted wild animals in his hand. Oh, you're back? Seeing the two approach, Lin Xingyang immediately smiled and greedily eyed the game in Lin Zhao's hands. Yes, we're back. Look, master. All these were hunted by my junior brother. Lin Zhao chuckled foolishly and then shook his storage bag, causing a small mountain of wild animals to appear in the yard. Seeing this, Lin Xingyang's pupils constricted, a bit shocked. After all, killing so many wild animals in such a short time was no easy feat. Lin Xingyang questioned his own abilities, feeling somewhat inadequate. At that moment, a sudden commotion came from the foot of the mountain. Turning to look, they saw Bo Yang and his brother leading a group of people up the mountain. ####, Chapter 404. Teaching you a lesson. Oh, your master is dead, and you still have the mood to prepare so much wild game? Boyang looked up at Wang Beihai and Lin Xiao, then frowned slightly, vaguely seeing a familiar figure behind the beast's carcasses. What are you, traitors of the sect, doing here at Qingshan sect? Lin Xiao, upon seeing the two brothers, immediately glared coldly and clenched his fists tightly. Nothing much. As disciples of Tingyu Pavilion, we're just here to deliver a challenge letter and to check if your useless master is really dead, Boyang said triumphantly, flaunting the Tingyu Pavilion emblem on his clothes. At that moment, Boyi beside him suddenly widened his eyes and tugged at Boyang's sleeve, pointing towards the figure behind the beasts. What is it? Boyang said unhappily and impatiently looked in the direction pointed, only to see Lin Xingyang's ice-cold gaze. Boyang's breath caught, and his face turned pale with fear. Uncle Lin, how are you fine? Boyang involuntarily took a few steps back, supported by someone behind him, preventing him from falling. So, you were hoping I'd die? Lin Xingyang looked coldly at the two brothers, his tone already showing some anger. No, Boyang stammered, then continued. Yesterday, we came to visit Uncle and took care of some unimportant things for you. I hope you won't mind. As he spoke, Boyang's eyes darted around, not daring to meet Lin Xingyang's gaze. Helping me clean up useless things. In your eyes, are the cultivation insights and gold essence stones I've written over the years also useless? Lin Xingyang's tone was icy. Yesterday, the two brothers broke into his room, ransacked it, and kicked him when he tried to stop them, leading to the events of yesterday. If it weren't for my disciple yesterday, I might really have gone to the west. As Lin Xingyang spoke, his spiritual energy surged, a formidable aura erupting from his body. Seeing this, Boyang and Boyi's faces turned pale. How could they have expected that someone who was on the brink of death was now fully recovered, and his strength seemed even greater than before? Uncle, we are emissaries from Tingyu Pavilion. In war, emissaries are not to be harmed. That's the rule. Boyang took a few steps back, saying so, but he had already drawn his weapon. Lin Xingyang sneered contemptuously at the two. Since you've joined Tingyu Pavilion, don't call me uncle. Today, killing you is just eliminating traitors for Qingshan sect. There's no such thing as harming emissaries. With that, Lin Xingyang didn't waste any more words, stepping forward and transforming into a blur, charging at the two. Boyang and Boyi hastily swung their blades to block, but in a single encounter, their weapons were shattered into pieces. In the next instant, Lin Xingyang delivered two unceremonious strikes, sending the brothers flying. Boyang and Boyi spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Lin Xingyang with eyes full of fear. However, Lin Xingyang ignored them, stepping forward to strike at their heads. Master, save us. Afraid of imminent death, Boyang and Boyi shouted in unison. At that moment, a young man from the accompanying crowd leaped out, kicking towards Lin Xingyang in midair. Lin Xingyang narrowed his eyes, stopping his attack and turning to face the newcomer. The two collided in the air, then each took a few steps back. Lin Xingyang, I didn't expect that even 3 years ago, you survived, and your cultivation has improved. It seems we underestimated you. After landing, the young man waved his hand, transforming into a middle-aged man. Seeing this man, Lin Xingyang's eyes darkened with anger. Qiu Tianren, after all these years, you're still so cunning. If you really made it up the mountain today, Qingshan sect would be in trouble. As Lin Xingyang spoke, He formed a spell, and a beam of light quickly flew towards the mountain. Seeing this, Qiu Tianren waved his hand. A red light shot out, dispersing Lin Xingyang's transmission energy. Trying to send a message? Not a chance. Lin Xingyang, 3 years ago I could cripple you, and I can do it again today. This is the day Qing Shan sect perishes. Having said that, Qiu Tianren attacked Lin Xingyang directly. Lin Xingyang widened his eyes, hastily preparing to fight. But after a few exchanges, he was caught off guard and hit in the chest by Qiu Tianren, staggering back dozens of steps and spitting out a cloud of blood. I didn't expect you to reach the peak of the Saint Realm. Lin Xingyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking coldly at Qiu Tianren, his eyes filled with reluctance. Heh, the resources of Tingyu Pavilion are not something Qing Shan sect can compare to. Lin Xingyang, as the saying goes, a wise bird chooses its tree. With your talent, if you're willing, you could become a senior elder of Tingyu Pavilion. Your own disciples have already joined us. I believe you are a sensible person. Yes, Uncle Lin, just agree. The position of an elder at Tingyu Pavilion, it's enviable. As soon as Qiu Tianren finished speaking, Boyang chimed in to persuade. Disloyal and disrespectful things. Shut up. Lin Xingyang roared, then looked coldly at Qiu Tianren. To submit to you? You're dreaming. With that, Lin Xingyang assumed a fighting stance, clearly determined to the bitter end, and Lin Xiao rushed forward without any fear in his eyes. Heh, I really admire you. I hope everyone in Qing Shan sect has such a hard bone. Qiu Tianren sneered, then waved his hand, and several disciples of Tingyu Pavilion immediately charged forward with weapons. Remember, you owe me again. At that moment, Wang Beihai stepped forward and whispered in Lin Xingyang's ear. Then, with a phoenix cry, a red light flashed around, and the disciples of Tingyu Pavilion who charged forward were instantly decapitated. Anyone who takes another step forward today will die. Wang Beihai waved his Qi Shao sword, his eyes filled with a murderous aura, even making the air around seem colder. Brat, who are you? Qiu Tianren squinted at Wang Beihai. Able to exude such a presence, he was definitely no ordinary person. Newly promoted outer disciple of Qing Shan sect, Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai said indifferently, causing Qiu Tianren's eyes to widen. An outer disciple? Heh? You, an outer disciple, dare to kill my Tingyu Pavilion's people. Today, Grandpa is going to teach you what it means to respect your teacher. Upon hearing that Wang Beihai was an outer disciple, Qiu Tianren became furious. Tingyu Pavilion had never been intimidated by a small fry. With that thought, Qiu Tianren transformed into a blur and charged at Wang Beihai. Facing Qiu Tianren's attack, Wang Beihai was unconcerned, agilely dodging every move. This brat is strange. Qiu Tianren's heart hardened, then he summoned a long sword, which when lightly swung, caused sand and stones to fly. Die, brat. Qiu Tianren's eyes flashed, then he stabbed at Wang Beihai with the sword. Seeing this, Wang Beihai snorted coldly, and Qi Shao emitted a hum. Today, I'll teach you how to behave. As he spoke, a cyan sword aura lotus bloomed, and in the next second, blood splattered, and figure was thrown out. Chapter 405, Your Nightmare. Master! Seeing the figure flying out, the Boyang brothers were instantly shocked. The one who had been flung out was none other than their newly accepted master, Qiu Tianren, the third elder of the Tingyu Pavilion. How is this possible? That Beizi is just an outer sect disciple. How could he have such formidable strength? Boyang said incredulously, while running with Boyi to Qiu Tianren's side to help him up. Let go of me. Qiu Tianren shouted angrily, then forcefully shook off the hands of the Boyang brothers and turned his gaze towards Wang Beihai. Who exactly are you? I told you. I'm just a newly accepted disciple of the Qingshan sect. I joined yesterday. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, showing a carefree demeanor. Himph, do you think I would believe that? Qiu Tianren snorted, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then, with a shift in his eyes, clasped his hands towards Wang Beihai and said, I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai earlier. If I offended you in any way, I apologize. If you are willing, I am prepared to offer 10 gold essence stones as compensation. Oh! Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately showed a surprised expression. The others, except for Lin Qingyang, also gasped. 10 gold essence stones, what a generous offer. However, you must promise not to interfere in the matters ahead. Seeing Wang Beihai wavering, Qiu Tianren immediately added a condition. If you are willing, you can also join the Tingyu Pavilion. Your status will certainly not be lower than mine. Upon hearing this, the Boyang brothers widened their eyes. After all, Qiu Tianren's status in the Tingyu Pavilion was second only to the sect leader Su Qingyu and the Grand Elder Su Qingfeng. Even the second elder was slightly inferior in comparison. Lin Xiao, standing to the side, clenched his fists, his face full of worry. After all, Wang Beihai's strength was evident. If Wang Beihai wavered, it would truly be the day of the Qingshan sect's annihilation. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be quite sincere. Wang Beihai smirked. Qiu Tianren, seeing this, immediately relaxed, secretly pleased. No matter how powerful you are, you have to yield before absolute interests. Brother, as long as you promise to stay in the Qingshan sect, you can ask me to do anything. Seeing Wang Beihai's state, Lin Xiao panicked and, with a sudden burst of courage, blurted it out. After Lin Xiao spoke, the Boyang brothers burst into laughter, looking at him with a look of ridicule. Stinky Bazy, do you think you're that precious? Hee, compared to the conditions my master offered, your conditions are worthless. Such conditions, you have the nerve to present them, only a fool would choose you. As they spoke, the brothers laughed loudly, and even Qiu Tianren revealed a smug smile. Noisy. At this moment, Wang Beihai's expression changed, and with a wave of his hand, the Boyang brothers were slapped hard across the face. When did I allow you to speak? Wang Beihai coldly looked at the brothers, his anger flaring at the thought of these two causing him to use a pill. Master, Boyang, holding his swollen cheek, looked at Qiu Tianren with Weiqi, who shot him a sharp glance and scolded. What, You talk too much. The elder hit you well. After scolding, Qiu Tianren quickly changed his expression, smiling at Wang Beihai and asking, how is the elder considering? Qiu Tianren was confident, after all, compared to the insignificant conditions of the Qingshan sect, his offer was far superior. Throughout, Lin Qingyang did not say a word, just stood aside, quietly observing, his eyes not lacking in mockery. Humph, Lin Qingyang, once I persuade the elder, your death will be imminent. Qiu Tianren glanced at Lin Qingyang's demeanor, his eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent. The conditions are indeed good, but I don't want to be associated with two treacherous scoundrels like them, and such people are always capable of betrayal. I believe your Tingyu Pavilion wouldn't tolerate such people either. At this moment, Wang Beihai turned his eyes and finally spoke. Upon hearing this, the Boyang brothers panicked and immediately knelt before Qiu Tianren. Master, don't listen to his nonsense. We swear our loyalty to the Tingyu Pavilion, with no other intentions. As they spoke, the two started kowtowing. Seeing this, Wang Beihai spoke again. These words, it seems you said them when you joined the Qingshan sect. Upon hearing this, the brothers' faces turned pale. Boyang immediately stood up, pointing at Wang Beihai and shouting angrily, Stinky Bazy, you're deliberately sowing discord between us and our master. Your intentions are vile, However, before Boyang could finish, a sword pierced through his body, emerging from his dantian. Master, Boyang turned to look at Qiu Tianren, who was expressionless, coldly saying, the elder is right. You two cannot be kept. As he spoke, Qiu Tianren swiftly drew out the sword, then swung it, a bloodline instantly appearing on Boyi's neck, and the brothers collapsed together, lifeless. How is it? Are you satisfied, elder? Qiu Tianren sheathed his sword and looked again at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction. Lin Zhao's heart was now in his throat. Fearing Wang Beihai would betray them, he anxiously glanced at Lin Qingyang. However, Lin Qingyang still maintained his carefree demeanor. Not bad, not bad. Their deaths have made me feel much better. Wang Beihai smiled slightly and continued. But unfortunately, Elder Qiu, unfortunately, you are still alive. Hearing this, Qiu Tianren's smile instantly froze. Wang, what do you mean? Qiu Tianren frowned and asked. Nothing much. You heard your disciple. Only a fool would choose the Qingshan sect. Unfortunately, I happen to be that fool. As he spoke, Wang Beihai grinned, and Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, was first stunned, then almost jumped for joy when he came to his senses. Stinky Bazy, you're playing with me. Qiu Tianren's face turned livid, his grip on the sword tightening. Hee, not really playing with you. If you were from any other pavilion like the Tingfeng Pavilion or Tingguo Pavilion, I might have agreed long ago, but you're from the Tingyu Pavilion, that's not acceptable. Why? Upon hearing Wang Beihai's words, Qiu Tianren immediately frowned. Wang Beihai just smiled slightly. Listen carefully, my name is Wang Beihai. I come from the human realm. I am your Tingyu Pavilion's nightmare. Hashtag chapter 406, paying a visit in person. So, you are Wang Beihai from the human realm? Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianren was instantly taken aback, his eyes becoming more vigilant. Compared to Wang Beihai's true identity, the previous incident where he had been tricked seemed insignificant. I stand by my name, and I sit by my name. It's your grandfather, me? Wang Beihai chuckled and then waved his hand, putting away his red cloud sword. Seeing this, Qiu Tianren did not relax but became even more alert. I've heard about you before, and now it seems you do have some skills. After a tense standoff, Qiu Tianren, convinced that Wang Beihai had no intention of attacking, slowly spoke. Thank you for your recognition, but you really picked the wrong time to come. Wang Beihai said indifferently. He didn't want to fight now, as killing the third leader of the Tingyu Pavilion in the territory of the Green Mountain sect would inevitably bring trouble to the Green Mountain sect. Wang Beihai was not a troublemaker, and he didn't want to owe anyone anything. Yes, it really is the wrong time. Qiu Tianren furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. He looked up at Wang Beihai, knowing that reconciliation with the latter was impossible, and could only shake his head helplessly before letting out a long sigh. I really don't know what old man Su Qingfeng was thinking, to provoke someone like you. Qiu Tianren's words were filled with helplessness. Even a fool could see that Wang Beihai's talent was monstrous, and to have such a monster as an enemy was a source of great frustration for Qiu Tianren. How about this? Join the Green Mountain sect, and we'll conquer the Tingyu Pavilion together. Seeing the expression on Qiu Tianren's face, Wang Beihai became interested. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Qiu Tianren's face darkened immediately. He snorted coldly, Himph, Wang Beihai. Don't think that just because you're strong, you can do whatever you want. For some disciples, you are indeed a nightmare for the Tingyu Pavilion, but that's only a small part. For the Tingyu Pavilion, you're not qualified. Moreover, as far as I know, you have many enemies in this spiritual realm, and your background is much larger than ours. The Green Mountain sect you're relying on is weak. Aren't you afraid that one day, the Green Mountain sect will sell you out for their own benefit? At these words, Wang Beihai frowned. Seeing this, Lin Xingyang immediately snorted. He is a disciple of our Green Mountain sect, and we will stand by him. As for the rest, it's none of your concern. Haha, well said, Lin Xingyang. Well said, Green Mountain sect. You've got a fine disciple. Qiu Tianren laughed heartily, then coldly glared at Wang Beihai. Today, it's my bad luck to encounter you here. I'll let the Green Mountain sect live for a couple more days. Now, are we fighting or not? Of course, we are fighting. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and a formidable aura erupted. Qiu Tianren was immediately startled. Half-step Emperor realm. You've already grasped the will of an emperor. As he spoke, a hint of retreat flashed in Qiu Tianren's eyes. He knew he was no match for Wang Beihai now. At that moment, Wang Beihai spoke again, but not now. Go back and deliver a message for me. 3 days from now, I will personally pay a visit to the Tingyu Pavilion. At that time, either your entire clan will be wiped out, or I will perish. Hearing this, Qiu Tianren was taken aback. Then a trace of relief flashed in his eyes as he bowed to Wang Beihai. It's a deal. The Tingyu Pavilion will await you in 3 days. With that, Qiu Tianren turned sharply, completely ignoring the corpses of the Tingyu Pavilion disciples on the ground, and with a leap, disappeared into the forest. Just let him go like that? Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately stepped forward, looking puzzled as he asked Wang Beihai. Otherwise, what? If we kill him here, the Tingyu Pavilion will surely go into a frenzy, and the disciples of the Green Mountain sect will definitely suffer. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Lin Xingyang walked up to Wang Beihai and sincerely said, "Thank you. You're welcome. This is my battle with the Tingyu Pavilion." Wang Beihai waved it off. He had a good impression of the people from the Green Mountain sect. In 3 days, how many people do you need? The Green Mountain sect will fully support you. As I said, you are a member of the Green Mountain sect, and we won't stand by and watch you get hurt. Lin Xingyang said decisively without hesitation. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback, then smiled. "Thank you, master. But in such a situation, more people are useless. Besides, aren't you afraid that while we're at a stalemate with the Tingyu Pavilion, the backing sect will take the opportunity to attack? If that happens, our Green Mountain sect will be in vain." At these words, Lin Xingyang was momentarily stunned. Wang Beihai's words had indeed touched upon his concerns. "All right, master, rest assured. These days, help me gather detailed information about the Tingyu Pavilion. The more detailed, the better. Also, gather some information about the backing sect for me. After all, if the Tingyu Pavilion falls, the backing sect will also be affected. The principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold is something I believe the people of the backing sect understand." After listening to Wang Beihai's words, Lin Xingyang nodded, then looked at Wang Beihai with admiration. "I didn't expect that not only are you gifted, but your thoughts are also more meticulous than ordinary people. It seems the Tingyu Pavilion and the Yin family have indeed provoked someone they shouldn't have." "Master, you flatter me. Speaking of thoughts, yours are much stronger than mine. Under such circumstances, you still knew to let me join the Green Mountain sect. I wonder if it was coincidence or something else." Wang Beihai did not directly expose Lin Xingyang's intentions, and Lin Xingyang just smiled slightly. Both of them knew that their current cooperation was driven by interests. However, in Lin Xingyang's heart, he was deeply glad about his choice back then. Judging from Wang Beihai's methods today, the future of the Green Mountain sect would undoubtedly lie with Wang Beihai. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyang smiled slightly and said, "In any case, the Green Mountain sect will always be behind you. But will 3 days be too rushed?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai revealed a mysterious smile. "3 days are enough. 3 days from now, I will personally pay a visit. Then, I want to see just how formidable the Tingyu Pavilion really is." With that, Wang Beihai stretched lazily and then turned to walk back to the courtyard. As he passed by Lin Xiao, Wang Beihai stopped and took out a book from his spiritual ring, throwing it to Lin Xiao. "I know you are loyal to the Green Mountain sect, but for techniques, what suits you is the best." After saying this, Wang Beihai walked back into the courtyard without looking back. Lin Xiao looked at the technique in his hand, his eyes flickering with thoughts. At the same time, a black shadow followed Qiu Tianren and stealthily infiltrated the Tingyu Pavilion. Chapter 407. I'm here. Over the next 3 days, Wang Beihai rested in a small courtyard in the mountains while reviewing the materials Lin Xingyang had brought. It was undeniable that the Tinjiuj had some real strength. The master of Tinjiuj has already reached the threshold of the divine realm and has been in seclusion for the past few years. It seems he is not far from achieving the divine realm. Wang Beihai put down the information and frowned. According to the intel, the only one worth his attention now was the master in seclusion. As for the others in Tinjiuj, unless they joined forces, Wang Beihai wouldn't even bother looking at them. "How is it? Do you have a chance?" Lin Xingyang brought over a cup of tea. The outcome of Wang Beihai's battle would directly determine the future status of Qingshan sect. Lin Xingyang was very concerned about this. Whenever he had time, he would discuss strategies with Wang Beihai. Although they were nominally master and disciple, they were more like close friends. After 3 days of exchanges, Wang Beihai couldn't help but admire Lin Qingyang's tactics, while Lin Qingyang was amazed by Wang Beihai's meticulous thinking. Their conversations often carried a sense of mutual respect. Lin Xiao watched the two so intimately and couldn't help but feel envious. He then took out the cultivation technique Wang Beihai had given him and, after pondering for a while, began to study it. Let's do it as we discussed earlier. Master, you will lead the sect members and set up a formation on the path to the mountain. I will go to Tinjiuj alone. The Kaoshan sect will surely make a move in the shadows. As long as you guard the sect well, whether I win or lose, Qingshan sect will remain unharmed. As he spoke, Wang Beihai took out a book from his spatial ring. Lin Qingyang took it, opened it, and immediately showed a surprised expression. This is a book on formations. Lin Qingyang widened his eyes. The book detailed various formations and the items needed for their operation. This might not be significant to Wang Beihai, but for Qingshan sect, it was a powerful tool to elevate the sect to the next level. Thank you, Beihai. Lin Qingyang didn't refuse. Instead, he put the book away and gave Wang Beihai a heartfelt thanks. It's just a small favor. It's of no great use to me. Wang Beihai smiled and shook his head. Then, glancing at Lin Xiao, he said to Lin Qingyang, I believe you can see that my brother, Lin Xiao, has good temperament and talent, but he chose the wrong cultivation technique. In the future, persuade him to practice the technique I gave him. With time, he will surely become a great figure. Lin Qingyang nodded in agreement. All right, I won't say much. I'm setting off. Wang Beihai looked up at the sun, calculated the time, and then stood up to leave. Beihai, take care. I'll be waiting for your return at Qingshan sect. Seeing this, Lin Qingyang also stood up and patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder. Brother, no matter what happens, you must return safely. At that moment, Lin Xiao also stepped forward and patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder. Wang Beihai smiled slightly. Don't worry. A mere Tinjiuj won't stop me. With that, Wang Beihai leaped and disappeared into the forest. Meanwhile, down the mountain, near Qingshan sect, in the Tinjiuj, Qiu Tianren, Su Qingfeng, and a middle-aged man sat in a pavilion. In front of them, the square was filled with Tinjiuj disciples, all radiating strong auras and murderous intent, clearly waiting for Wang Beihai's arrival. Who would have thought that the little brat would really dare to come to the Ling realm and kill my two beloved disciples? If he dares to come today, I won't let him leave Tinjiuj alive. Su Qingfeng's eyes widened, his breathing heavy, filled with rage. By the way, Lao Su, I heard this brat has also offended the Yin family. In my opinion, shouldn't we inform the Yin family and ask them to send some reinforcements? Qiu Tianren frowned and looked at Su Qingfeng. Himph, a mere human realm brat. Why go to such lengths? Lao Qiu, don't tell me you were scared by that brat yesterday? Before Su Qingfeng could speak, the middle-aged man beside him sneered. Nonsense, I'm not scared. Situ Bo, you are at least the second elder of Tinjiuj. This matter is crucial. A slight misstep and Tinjiuj could be doomed. Moreover, that brat is exceptionally strong. I think it's necessary to have a backup plan. Qiu Tianren looked at the man in front of him with displeasure. Situ Bo looked at Qiu Tianren with disdain. Seeing this, Su Qingfeng slammed the table with a bang, causing cracks to appear on the stone table. Can you two stop bickering? The enemy is almost here, and you're still fighting among yourselves. Su Qingfeng glared at the two, and then pondered for a moment. Lauer is right. Even if that brat is strong, he's just one person. To ask the Yin family for help in such a situation would damage Tinjiud's prestige. But, before Qiu Tianren could finish, Su Qingfeng waved his hand. Enough, Lao-san. I know you're worried. Don't worry, the Kaoshan sect has left us a backup plan. With our vast Tinjiuj, do we really fear a mere brat? Look at the time. He hasn't shown up yet. I bet he doesn't dare to come. With that, Su Qingfeng laughed loudly, and Situ Bo also scoffed at Qiu Tianren before joining in the laughter. Someone's coming. At that moment, a Tinjiuj disciple rushed in, shouting urgently. Hearing this, Su Qingfeng and the others immediately stood up and ran to the viewing platform. From afar, they saw a figure standing on a stalk of straw, drifting slowly against the current on the broad river. It's really that brat. Su Qingfeng's eyes shot out a cold light. Qiu Tianren was stunned. I didn't expect that brat to really come, and alone. Haha, if that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Situ Bo rubbed his hands and shouted, and the Tinjiuj disciples immediately drew their bows. Before Wang Beihai could get close, Situ Bo gave the order, and hundreds of arrows sliced through the sky, shooting towards Wang Beihai. What are you doing? Seeing this, Qiu Tianren shouted at Situ Bo. How can you act so rashly? In response to Qiu Tianren's questioning, Situ Bo pushed him aside and coldly said, He's the enemy. Do I have to welcome him in before killing him? Besides, if he can't even get past this, it means he's just a fraud. With that, Situ Bo ignored Qiu Tianren and turned his gaze to the river. Facing the rain of arrows, Wang Beihai didn't dodge. Strangely, a transparent barrier seemed to be in front of him, and none of the sharp arrows could reach him. Good brat, you've got some tricks. Situ Bo and Su Qingfeng narrowed their eyes. They raised their hands, and the sound of swords and knives being drawn echoed through Tinjiuj. By then, Wang Beihai had already reached the vicinity of Tinjiuj. With a light leap, he easily landed at the gate of Tinjiuj. People of Tinjiuj, your grandpa Beihai is here. Wang Beihai smirked and pushed open the gate of Tinjiuj. Chapter 408, Fire. Wang Beihai, I never expected you would actually dare to come. As soon as Wang Beihai opened the door, he saw Su Qingfeng and the other two standing on a platform not far away, shouting at him. To this, Wang Beihai merely sneered disdainfully. What's there to be afraid of at Xiaobei's Tinjiuj? If I were to fear now, how would I face the even more powerful Yin family in the future? As he spoke, Wang Beihai surveyed the surroundings with his eyes. He noticed that Tinjiuj was different from other sections. Beneath his feet was just a narrow passageway, beyond which was the square where disciples practiced. To reach the place where Su Qingfeng and the others stood, one would need to navigate through several wooden walkways. In essence, the entire Tinjiuj sect was built on water. Wang Beihai, I respect you as a man for coming here, but you've seen our setup today. I'm giving you one last chance to join us at Tinjiuj. I can overlook all past grievances. Qiu Tianren seemed unwilling to give up, still harboring hopes of recruiting Wang Beihai. Thank you for your appreciation, Elder Qiu, but it seems you don't have that much authority within Tinjiuj, do you? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Although Qiu Tianren was somewhat cunning, he was also a man of integrity. Elder Su, this? Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianren immediately turned to look at Su Qingfeng, only to see him with a grim expression. He swallowed the words he was about to say. Should we consult the sect leader? Qiu Tianren still wasn't willing to give up, asking with hopeful eyes. The sect leader is in a critical stage of closed-door cultivation. Do you really have the heart to disturb him? Sitting beside him, Situ Bo snorted coldly. Then, Su Qingfeng glared at Qiu Tianren and said coldly, This man is already an archenemy of Tinjiuj. Given his talent, if we don't kill him now, he will surely become a great threat in the future. As he spoke, Su Qingfeng turned to Wang Beihai and shouted loudly, Wang Beihai, I admit you have some skills. Today, Tinjiuj is here to settle things with you. If you really have the ability, come to this Guanyu terrace, and we'll settle this once and for all. With that, Su Qingfeng waved his hand, and instantly a barrier spread out, enveloping the entire Tinjiuj area. Then, a group of Tinjiuj disciples appeared on the walkways, each holding a sharp blade. Wang Beihai smirked, It seems they're not giving me a way back. But that's just fine. With a wave of his hand, Wang Beihai transformed into a silver light and charged into the crowd. His long spear swept across, and immediately a dragon's roar echoed. Several disciples in the front row were instantly pierced through by the spear. However, before the other disciples could react, Wang Beihai did not stop. He moved like a startled phoenix, his spear like a roaming dragon, and in an instant, several more fell under his spear. Seeing this from the platform, Su Qingfeng's face turned ashen. He waved his hand, and the walkway beneath Wang Beihai began to shake. Then, the previously connected, somewhat wide walkways suddenly split into uneven wooden pieces. Wang Beihai frowned, stomped his foot hard, and managed to steady himself. However, before he could regain his balance, a black shadow appeared in the water beneath him. The next moment, a Tinjiuj disciple wielding a knife burst out from the water, aiming the dagger directly at Wang Beihai. Facing this sudden change, Wang Beihai quickly activated his Xiao Luo unyielding body. The sharp dagger grazed his body, leaving only a white mark. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes widened, and he immediately tried to dive back into the water, but it was too late. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, and the next second, a red light flashed. The assassin's eyes went blank, and his body fell straight into the water, staining it red. Thankfully, my body is strong enough. Otherwise, that attack would have left me either dead or severely injured. Wang Beihai thought to himself, then turned to look at the walkway ahead, putting away his playful expression and becoming vigilant. It seems Tinjiuj is not so simple. As he thought this, Wang Beihai observed the movements in the water. At that moment, on the Guanyu terrace, Situ Bo suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I thought you were some kind of dragon among men, making old third so wary. Now it seems you're nothing special. What, afraid to come over? Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyebrows furrowed. Although he knew it was a provocation, he couldn't stand the taunt. With a flick of his hand, he tossed his weapon, Qi Shao, and leaped onto it, charging forward with his spear. However, the Tinjiuj disciples no longer chose to confront Wang Beihai head-on as before. Instead, they dodged aside, as if deliberately letting him pass. There's a trap? The unexpected smoothness made Wang Beihai frown, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Beihai stopped, the Tinjiuj disciples on the walkways formed a special circle around him. With a collective shout, Wang Beihai felt the ground tremble, and a jet of water suddenly shot up from beneath him. Wang Beihai lost his balance and was directly lifted into the air by the water column. Then, several figures suddenly appeared within the water column, clearly the same group of assassins as before. Learning from their previous mistake, they didn't attack Wang Beihai with weapons. Instead, they threw chains at him, binding him tightly. Wang Beihai frowned, trying to break free with a forceful shake, but to his surprise, the chains wouldn't budge. Then, he felt a great pull, and the next moment, he was dragged into the water by the assassins. Before Wang Beihai could escape, the Tinjiuj disciples on the walkways raised their hands. A massive formation appeared in the sky, and spiritual energy shot out from the disciples' bodies, converging into the formation. As the formation grew brighter, a huge green energy beam shot out from its center, directly hitting Wang Beihai underwater. With the disappearance of the formation, all the Tinjiuj disciples collapsed on the walkways. Su Qingfeng looked triumphantly at the still water surface, while Situ Bo burst into laughter beside him. What a load of crap about extraordinary talent and cleverness. In front of our Tinjiuj's mechanisms, it's all settled in minutes. Dreaming of taking on our entire Tinjiuj alone. Just as he was speaking, a figure suddenly shot out from the water. Everyone looked up to see it was Wang Beihai. Now drenched and with his clothes torn from the energy blast, Wang Beihai had blood at the corner of his mouth, but Su Qingfeng and the others were completely stunned. How is this possible? The energy of that great formation would be hard for even a divine realm expert to withstand. How could you be unharmed? Su Qingfeng looked at Wang Beihai in disbelief, only to see him give a cold smile. I underestimated you, Tinjiuj. Since that's the case, I won't play around anymore. Xiao Luo, act now. Wang Beihai shouted, and suddenly, flames erupted in the Tinjiuj square, soon turning the entire Tinjiuj into a sea of fire. Chapter 409, Two Monsters. Who did this? Seeing his disciples struggling in the inferno, Su Qingfeng's face turned red with anger. The sudden turn of events had completely thrown off all his plans. Old Su, now is not the time to discuss this. Let's work together to extinguish the fire first. Qiu Tianren called out to the enraged Su Qingfeng and advised him. Hearing this, Su Qingfeng calmed down and let out a muffled snort. With a wave of his hand, a tornado swept across the plaza, sucking up the river below and plunging it into the plaza. Qiu Tianren and Situ Bo also exerted all their strength to finally suppress the blaze. Although the fire was extinguished, many disciples of the Tingyu Pavilion were burned and lost their combat ability. TSK. What a pity. The fire didn't burn as intensely as I wanted. At that moment, Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo stepped onto the plaza. Xiao Luo, looking at the extinguished flames, was filled with dissatisfaction. You brat, who are you? Did you set this fire? Su Qingfeng was nearly bursting with anger. His face darkened as he glared at Xiao Luo, his expression as if he wanted to devour him. Heh, a straightforward person doesn't speak in riddles. Yes, I set this fire. Xiao Luo sneered, and then coldly stared at Su Qingfeng. You Wang Beihai, I never expected you to have this trick up your sleeve. Today, you've injured many of my disciples and destroyed my sect's plank road. If I don't kill you too today, I won't even use the surname Su. Su Qingfeng gritted his teeth as he glared at Wang Beihai. As soon as he finished speaking, Situ Bo jumped onto the plaza beside him and roared, his formidable aura erupting instantly. You brat, today I'll show you that you've picked the wrong person to mess with. As Situ Bo spoke, a large blade materialized in his hand. The blade glinted with a cold light, clearly a fine spirit weapon. Seeing this, Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo exchanged a glance, then started playing rock, paper, scissors. You bastards, how dare you look down on me? Seeing Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo's casual attitude, Situ Bo's veins bulged with anger. At that moment, Qiu Tianren, who was on the platform, furrowed his brows and leaped down, landing beside Situ Bo and patting his shoulder. They are formidable opponents. We should be cautious. Get lost. These two brats are nothing to be afraid of. Just stand aside and watch how I deal with them. As they spoke, Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo had already decided the outcome. Wang Beihai looked dejected, while Xiao Luo, excited, stared at Situ Bo with a grin, showing his white teeth. You're really unlucky to have run into me. Hearing this, Situ Bo was so enraged that he jumped up and, disregarding his dignity, charged at Xiao Luo with his blade. Qiu Tianren, standing to the side, had a livid expression, cursing Situ Bo as an idiot in his heart. 3 days ago, he had personally experienced Wang Beihai's strength. Thinking about it, Qiu Tianren glanced at Wang Beihai, who was watching the battle, relieved to see he had no intention of intervening. Although he despised Situ Bo's character, they were on the same side now, and Qiu Tianren hoped Situ Bo would prevail. This brat fighting old Situ can't be as strong as Wang Beihai, right? After all, a monster like him is rare in the world. As Qiu Tianren thought this, he turned to look at the two. Xiao Luo let out a loud laugh, his azure eyes turning crimson, and instantly, blue flames enveloped his body. Seeing this, Situ Bo increased his strength, his blade whistling as it slashed toward Xiao Luo. However, Xiao Luo raised his hands, and the flames immediately formed a fiery shield. Situ Bo's blade struck the flame shield and was instantly engulfed by the blue flames. Realizing the situation, Situ Bo narrowed his eyes and quickly withdrew his blade, but the blue flames clung to it like they had a life of their own. Situ Bo immediately activated his spiritual energy to suppress the flames. When he looked at his treasured blade again, it was glowing red from the blue flames scorching. What kind of flame is this? Are you from the Fire Clan? Situ Bo frowned as he looked at Wang Beihai, his previous contempt now gone. What I am doesn't concern you. Xiao Luo sneered and then waved his hand, summoning a fiery longsword. How can this brat be so strong too? Feeling the intense and violent aura from Xiao Luo, Qiu Tianren's face darkened. No one had expected that with a freak like Wang Beihai. Another equally freakish Xiao Luo would suddenly appear. As he thought this, Xiao Luo suddenly darted towards Situ Bo. Situ Bo gritted his teeth and swung his blade, the sound of clashing metal ringing out. This time, Situ Bo was no longer careless. Every move he made was with all his strength, while Xiao Luo never held back in any of his attacks. The blue flames flickered incessantly, and with each strike, Situ Bo felt a strange burning sensation. "You bastards, you've gone too far." After another collision, Situ Bo staggered back a few steps. His entire body was now charred black, and steam occasionally escaped his mouth. His treasured blade had also warped. On the other side, Xiao Luo had a bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, clearly showing that such a level of challenge was still somewhat taxing for him. "Wait, let's fight together." Seeing Situ Bo about to charge again, Qiu Tianren immediately pulled him back and looked at him with a determined gaze. Situ Bo was about to retort, but, seeing Qiu Tianren's expression, could only nod with gritted teeth. "Oh, are you going to team up?" Wang Beihai, seeing this, couldn't help but smirk. With a wave of his hand, Qi Xiao appeared in his grasp, and with a leap, he confronted Situ Bo and Qiu Tianren. "Why are you here?" Seeing Wang Beihai come forward, Xiao Luo immediately showed an unhappy expression. "If I didn't come, you'd be the one losing face." Wang Beihai looked at Xiao Luo and smiled. "Himph, I think it's you who'll be losing face. If I get the chance, I'll beat you up too," Xiao Luo said, but his face showed a smile. "I hope so." Wang Beihai smiled faintly, then raised his sword, pointing it at Su Qingfeng on the platform. "You humiliated me in the divine tomb that day. Today, I will exact my revenge." Su Qingfeng, hearing this, arrogantly raised his head. "Humph, you insignificant creatures are not worthy to speak to me." With that, Su Qingfeng gave Qiu Tianren and Situ Bo a look, and the two immediately roared and charged at Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo without warning. Chapter 410. The Backing Elder. Seeing Qiu Tianren and Situ Bo charging towards them, Wang Beihai's expression darkened instantly. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Luo, who immediately understood. With a powerful punch to the ground, a fiery pillar shot up before them. Taken aback by the intense flames, Qiu Tianren and Situ Bo halted their advance. As they were still in shock, Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo burst out from the flames. Qiu Tianren's pupils contracted, and he quickly adopted a defensive stance. Wang Beihai swung his sword down, leaving a gruesome scar on Qiu Tianren's hand. On the other side, Situ Bo was kicked in the stomach by Xiao Luo, stumbling back a few steps before vomiting blood. Such strength! Such a sharp sword! Qiu Tianren and Situ Bo exchanged a glance, both filled with awe. It seemed Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo had not been using their full strength earlier. At this moment, Situ Bo was convinced that these two young men were undoubtedly on par with him in strength. Gritting his teeth, Situ Bo leaped back to the edge of the plaza and shouted, "Third brother, step aside." All disciples, form the array. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianren immediately retreated as well. In an instant, the remaining disciples who could still move sat cross-legged and performed a synchronized hand seal. A green light surged up from the plaza, and beneath Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo, a formation began to take shape. What formidable power! Wang Beihai was startled. The energy emitted by this formation was 10 times stronger than the previous ones. Realizing the urgency, Wang Beihai quickly told Xiao Luo, "We must leave the formation's range immediately." However, just as they were about to move, Situ Bo outside the formation laughed loudly, "Too late to leave now. Bind." With a change in hand seals, an inexplicable powerful pressure enveloped Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo, making the ground beneath them feel like quicksand, immovable. "I refuse to believe this." Xiao Luo snorted, flinging a flame towards the surrounding disciples. Yet, the flame was absorbed by the formation. Seeing this, Wang Beihai slashed the ground with Qi Xiao, leaving a deep gash, but the formation continued to operate. Soon, the disciples maintaining the formation began to spit blood, their faces turning pale, yet the power within the formation grew even stronger. No time left. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, mentally asking, "Heavenly Book, is there any way to break this formation?" This is the legendary cloud-covering rain-reversing formation. Within it, one is like sinking into a deep swamp, unable to escape and subjected to formidable power. You've encountered something extraordinary. The heavenly book leisurely explained, making Wang Beihai anxious. Just tell me how to break it. If this continues, I'll be done for. At that moment, the heavenly book said, the formation is complete. It cannot be broken. Wang Beihai felt a headache coming on. What now? Just wait to die. Not quite. In his despair, the heavenly book spoke again. For others, there might truly be no way, but you are different. You have the Black Pagoda. Just let it devour the formation. With that, the heavenly book's voice disappeared. At the same time, Situ Bo's face showed a triumphant smile. Goodbye, you two brats. Situ Bo sneered, changing his hand seals. The surrounding disciples spat blood and fainted, and the formation emitted a blinding green light. When they opened their eyes again, the formation was gone, and Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo stood unscathed in the plaza. Situ Bo was dumbfounded, slapping himself twice to confirm it wasn't a dream. Pointing at Wang Beihai, he exclaimed, "How could you escape under the protection of our sect's grand formation?" Seeing Situ Bo's shocked expression, Wang Beihai felt a wave of relief. If not for the heavenly book's reminder, he might have forgotten about the Black Pagoda. Taking a deep breath, Wang Beihai looked at Situ Bo. "We're just tough. What? You don't believe it? Come try to bite me if you don't like it." You're just lucky, brat. Watch how I humiliate you again." Before Situ Bo could respond, Su Qingfeng dashed down from the platform, creating a whirlwind with a wave of his hand. A green fist shadow, accompanied by a gust of wind, shot towards Wang Beihai's face. Not daring to underestimate the attack, Wang Beihai activated the indestructible Xiao Luo body and punched at the green fist shadow, dispersing it but also stepping back a few paces. This old man has grown stronger since the divine tomb. Shaking his numb arm, Wang Beihai frowned, pointing a finger to send a red light darting towards Su Qingfeng. Such petty tricks can't harm me." Su Qingfeng sneered, splitting into 4 clones. Qi Shao pierced through one clone, causing it to dissipate, but another clone quickly reformed. "Hee, Wang Beihai, I fully mastered the law of wind. As long as there's wind here, you can't hit me. You've lost this battle." With a wave, a massive tornado appeared, enveloping Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo. "Let me handle this." Wang Beihai stopped Xiao Luo from acting, narrowing his eyes and rapidly forming seals. Suddenly, the clear sky turned dark, and a giant formation appeared overhead, slowly forming a colossal hand. An overwhelming pressure descended, causing Qiu Tianren and others to gape in astonishment, even Su Qingfeng showing fear. This hand carries a trace of imperial aura. Su Qingfeng materialized, staring at the hand in the sky with shock. Indeed, this brat has stepped into the imperial realm. If he reaches the divine realm, we'll be doomed. Narrowing his eyes, Su Qingfeng shouted to the sky, "Backing Elder, why not show yourself now?" As the words fell, laughter echoed throughout Tingyu Pavilion. Hashtag Chapter 411. Emergence from Closed-Door Meditation. Ha ha ha, Su Qingfeng. I never expected that your vast Tingyu Pavilion would be unable to handle a mere brat. It seems your brother Su Qingyu's reputation has been tarnished by you. A burst of laughter suddenly echoed from the sky. The sound pierced the ears of those with lower cultivation, causing them to clutch their ears and fall to the ground. Upon hearing the laughter, Wang Beihai did not hesitate. He pressed his palm down, and immediately, a colossal hand in the sky descended forcefully. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy rained down, causing everyone to gasp in awe, feeling as if divine retribution had struck. Such trifling tricks can frighten you all? It seems Tingyu Pavilion truly lacks capable individuals. At that moment, the voice reappeared, and an emaciated old man flew out from one of the Tingyu Pavilion's rooms. He gazed at the colossal hand in the sky, and then kicked out forcefully towards it. Instantly, a burst of energy collided with the hand. With a loud boom, the two energies exploded, causing the Tingyu Pavilion to shake violently. A fierce gale followed, and Su Qingfeng hurriedly waved his hand, straining to block the wind with his power, then glanced nervously at Wang Beihai in the center of the square. This Beihai is going to tear this place apart. Fortunately, I intervened. Otherwise, this wind alone could have blown Tingyu Pavilion to ruins. Su Qingfeng thought to himself, then walked up to the old man and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Mountain Protector Ancestor, for your intervention. Without your help, Tingyu Pavilion would have lost all face today. The old man, without even glancing at Su Qingfeng, raised his head and narrowed his eyes, saying, Don't waste words. Remember what you promised me. I don't help for free. Of course. As long as you kill that Beihai, the things you desire will be handed over to you. Su Qingfeng, though displeased in his heart, dared not express it in front of the head of the Mountain Protector sect. That's good. Mountain Protector Ancestor chuckled, then turned his gaze towards Wang Beihai. Beihai, your talent is commendable, but your luck is poor. If you hadn't conflicted with Tingyu Pavilion, I might have considered taking you as a disciple. Alas, fate is cruel. Hearing this, Wang Beihai snorted disdainfully. So it's the head of the Mountain Protector sect who has graced us with his presence. It truly makes me feel honored. Since you know who I am, how about you spare me the trouble and cripple yourself? It would save me some effort. Mountain Protector Ancestor smirked at Wang Beihai, who snorted and said to the old man, Hey, don't be hasty. To be honest, I haven't seen the might of a divine realm expert yet. Today is a rare opportunity. I must learn something. After all, I will soon be at war with the Yin family. You might as well show me how powerful a divine realm expert can be. Upon hearing Wang Beihai's words, Mountain Protector Ancestor's smile immediately vanished, and his expression darkened. You insolent brat, you're using me as a sparring partner. Fine, let me show you what it means to be a divine realm expert. Mountain Protector Ancestor snorted, then waved his hand, and the world around them turned pitch black. A white light then glowed in his hand, and before Wang Beihai could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and was sent flying. This is the time law. This old man can wield such a powerful law. Wang Beihai clutched his chest and slowly stood up. In the instant Mountain Protector Ancestor attacked, Wang Beihai clearly felt the fluctuation of time. Despite this, Wang Beihai did not retreat. Instead, he pulled out the red cloud and charged at Mountain Protector Ancestor. A crude tactic. Mountain Protector Ancestor snorted and clenched his hand, causing the surroundings to darken once more. Wang Beihai's body froze in mid-air. The next second, Mountain Protector Ancestor snapped his fingers, and Wang Beihai was sent flying again, spitting blood in the air. Seeing Wang Beihai toyed with so effortlessly by Mountain Protector Ancestor, Su Qingfeng and the others beside him all gasped in amazement. Is this the power of the divine realm? It's beyond what a human can achieve. As they marveled, Wang Beihai stood up again and charged at Mountain Protector Ancestor without hesitation. Within my time domain, no matter how many times you charge, the result will be the same. Mountain Protector Ancestor sneered, and the surroundings darkened once more, with Wang Beihai's body frozen in place again. This time, however, Wang Beihai, relying on his extraordinary willpower, slightly moved his body, causing Mountain Protector Ancestor's attack to land on Wang Beihai's left shoulder instead of his chest. The next second, time resumed, and Wang Beihai was sent flying again, but this time, he did not spit blood. So that's how it is. It seems his domain is not absolute. Wang Beihai's eyes sparkled as he looked at Mountain Protector Ancestor. The next moment, he stomped his foot and shot forward, transforming into 3 doppelgangers that charged at Mountain Protector Ancestor. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even if you split into thousands, within my domain, you'll still be at my mercy. Mountain Protector Ancestor snorted disdainfully, and Wang Beihai's doppelgangers entered his domain, predictably freezing in place. However, this time, Wang Beihai was even more certain that with sufficient willpower and cultivation, one could slightly move within the domain. Moreover, with each use, the restraining power of the domain seemed to weaken. Just as Wang Beihai was overjoyed, Mountain Protector Ancestor's attack struck him again. Perhaps realizing the weakness of his domain, This attack was almost his full strength. Fortunately, Wang Beihai had the protection of the Azura's indestructible body. This seemingly fatal blow only left a gruesome scar on his body. At this moment, Mountain Protector Ancestor finally noticed something was amiss. He stared in disbelief at Wang Beihai. A divine physique. You've cultivated your body to a divine level. Upon hearing this, everyone around was shocked. Throughout history, the physical body and soul have been the weak points of cultivation. Yet Wang Beihai had cultivated his body to such an incredible level. Realizing this, Mountain Protector Ancestor became serious. He spread his hand, and the domain expanded, followed by an invisible pressure that surged towards Wang Beihai. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and with a loud explosion, the Guan Yu terrace shattered. A figure then shot out from the water and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Su Qingfeng and the others immediately showed joyful expressions. They, along with the disciples, knelt down and bowed towards the sky. Tingyu Pavilion disciples, welcome the sect master's emergence from closed-door meditation. ####Chapter 412. Misfortunes never come alone. Has Su Qingyu come out of his seclusion? Lao Zu of the backing mountain looked up in surprise at the sky, where a slender figure stood, and it was none other than the master of the Listening Rain Pavilion, Su Qingyu. It's been a long time since I've breathed such fresh air. Su Qingyu looked up at the sky, waved his hand, and instantly dark clouds gathered above. In the next moment, heavy raindrops began to fall from the sky. Su Qingyu raised his hands high, letting the rain wash over his body, completely oblivious to the situation below. After a while, Su Qingyu finished his cleansing, waved his hand again, and the rain stopped abruptly. A wisp of mist rose from his body, and when it dissipated, he had transformed into a clean and neat appearance. Only then did Su Qingyu look down, and upon seeing the disheveled state of the Listening Rain Pavilion, his eyebrows furrowed immediately. In a flash, he appeared in front of Su Qingfeng. What happened? Su Qingyu's eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion, despite being Su Qingfeng's elder brother. Reporting to the pavilion master, it's all because of that northern child. He's the one who repeatedly opposed our Listening Rain Pavilion before your seclusion. Su Qingfeng pointed tremblingly at Wang Beihai, knowing that if Su Qingyu got angry, he would inevitably face punishment, so he quickly implicated Wang Beihai. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Su Qingyu turned to look at Wang Beihai. The instant their eyes met, both were momentarily stunned. The will of an emperor, no wonder he dares to look me in the eye. Su Qingyu looked at Wang Beihai in surprise, and gradually, a murderous intent grew in his eyes. Such talent must not be left alive, he thought, then took a step towards Wang Beihai. Did you kill my disciples of the Listening Rain Pavilion? Yes. Wang Beihai did not hide or back down, answering firmly. Very well. Did you destroy my Listening Rain Pavilion? As he spoke, Su Qingyu took another step, and Wang Beihai's pupils contracted. Su Qingyu, who was still far away, suddenly appeared right in front of him. Instantaneous step. Wang Beihai was greatly shocked. Despite both being at the divine realm, the pressure Su Qingyu exerted on him was far greater than that of Lao Zu of the backing mountain. I'm asking you a question. Seeing that Wang Beihai did not answer, Su Qingyu pressed his face close to Wang Beihai's, his gaze icy. If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste words? Wang Beihai frowned, subconsciously taking 2 steps back to create distance, then assumed a fighting stance. Hee, fighting would be too easy for you. Su Qingyu sneered, then opened his palm, and a few small water droplets began to rotate in his hand. To be the first to witness my divine realm power, you should be satisfied even if you die. As Su Qingyu spoke, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and the water droplets in his palm shot out like bullets. Before Wang Beihai could react, they struck his body. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if hit by a 1,000-pound boulder, and he was sent flying backward. So strong. Wang Beihai was greatly shocked. This strength had surpassed his understanding. If Lao Zu of the backing mountain was merely troublesome, then Su Qingyu now posed a deadly threat. Before Wang Beihai could steady himself, Su Qingyu waved his hand again, and water from a nearby river transformed into spears, shooting towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's pupils contracted. Just then, a wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of him, evaporating the water spears with terrifying flames. Then, Xiao Luo appeared behind Wang Beihai, catching him as he staggered backward. "Are you all right?" Xiao Luo frowned and asked indifferently. "I'm fine." Wang Beihai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Su Qingyu and Lao Zu of the backing mountain in the distance, his eyebrows furrowing. It seems the situation is not looking good. One Lao Zu of the backing mountain is already troublesome enough. Now we have Su Qingyu as well. Truly, misfortunes never come alone. Although Wang Beihai said this, there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit burned within him. "What, are you scared?" Feeling Xiao Luo's body tremble beside him, Wang Beihai sneered. "I'm not scared, I'm excited." Xiao Luo rubbed his fists and said, "If we can't handle both of them, what's the point of our revenge?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately smiled and winked at Xiao Luo. "Same as usual, one for each?" With that, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and a silver dragon pierced through the sky, while Xiao Luo let out a roar, his back instantly sprouting a pair of blue flame wings, his eyes turning red again. Seeing their forms, Su Qingyu's eyes also grew serious. So young yet so powerful. Lao Zu of the backing mountain, if these two escape today, our two sects will surely face trouble in the future. Su Qingyu looked at Lao Zu of the backing mountain, his words full of meaning. "Indeed, to be safe, shall we join forces?" Lao Zu of the backing mountain proposed, and the two immediately charged towards Wang Beihai, clearly intending to join forces to defeat him. Just as their attacks were about to hit, Xiao Luo rushed towards Su Qingyu first. Xiao Luo swung his flaming sword fiercely, successfully blocking Su Qingyu. "Sorry, since ancient times, water and fire have been incompatible. I want to see if your water will extinguish my fire, or if my fire will evaporate your water." With that, Xiao Luo threw a punch, and several fire pillars shot into the sky, forcing Su Qingyu to retreat. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Su Qingyu snorted coldly, then raised his hand, and the river instantly transformed into a giant dragon, opening its mouth to charge at Xiao Luo. On the other side, Lao Zu of the backing mountain expanded his domain, and in an instant, everything within the domain was frozen. "Die, northern child." Lao Zu of the backing mountain let out a sinister laugh, then produced a sharp blade, aiming it at Wang Beihai's abdomen. At that moment, Wang Beihai's fingers twitched slightly, and his dragon's heart emitted a dragon's roar. Lao Zu of the backing mountain, who was close by, felt a wave of dizziness, and his domain loosened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Beihai quickly dodged out of the attack. Not enough, just a little more. Wang Beihai looked at his hands. He could already sense the flaws in Lao Zu of the backing mountain's domain, but due to his strength, he still couldn't fully break through it. Meanwhile, Lao Zu of the backing mountain recovered from the dizziness and realized the seriousness of the situation. He no longer held back, his eyes flashing red, causing the surrounding forests to tremble and giant rocks to fly out from the river. In no time, Lao Zu of the backing mountain transformed into a massive stone giant. Seeing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. "Is this your true power?" Lao Zu of the backing mountain let out a series of creaking laughs, then roared, his fist, as big as a small mountain, smashing down forcefully. Chapter 413. The Arrival of the Sword Immortal. Holy crap, is this even human? Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and without further thought, he sized up the incoming fist. Realizing escape was impossible, he gripped his spear, gathered his strength, and thrust it fiercely towards the fist. In an instant, a white dragon's phantom appeared, and the spear pierced through the hard stone, creating a large hole. Wang Beihai took advantage of the momentum to break the giant fist of the old mountain ancestor. However, before he could celebrate, the next moment, the old mountain ancestor slammed the ground, and the shattered fist instantly restored itself. Earth power. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. If this drags on, I'm doomed. With this thought, Wang Beihai put away his dragon heart spear and initiated an attack, throwing a punch towards the old mountain ancestor. Immediately, a colossal fist shadow appeared in the sky, crashing down on the stone giant's head. Hemph, you insignificant ant, struggling to shake a tree, yet dreaming of toppling the heavens? The old mountain ancestor snorted coldly, raising his hand to meet the shadow in midair. Instantly, the ground cracked and rocks flew everywhere. Wang Beihai, unfazed, leaped agilely to dodge the falling stones. Seizing the moment when the old mountain ancestor's arm hadn't yet recovered, he approached and summoned the Red Dawn sword. I have a sword that can sever heaven and earth, Wang Beihai shouted, wielding the sword and slashing down. A huge red blade light appeared, cleanly slicing off one of the old mountain ancestor's arms. In an instant, massive stone chunks fell from the sky, many landing in the Listening Rain Pavilion. The disciples of the Listening Rain Pavilion hurriedly dodged, yet still many were hit, and within a few breaths, the buildings of the Listening Rain Pavilion were all destroyed. No! Seeing the devastation, Su Qingfeng's face turned ashen, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar to the sky. In the sky, Su Qingyu was locked in a fierce battle with Xiao Luo. Hearing Su Qingfeng's roar, he glanced down to see the destruction of the Listening Rain Pavilion. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he roared as well. Instantly, Su Qingyu raised his hand, and the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. In a blink, a torrential downpour ensued. Die for me! Su Qingyu glared at Wang Beihai, then reached down, transforming the rain into sharp ice that fell from the sky. Seeing this, Xiao Luo's eyes sharpened, and he chanted a spell. A colossal figure appeared behind him, 3-headed and 6-armed, glaring fiercely, like a deity. As the figure manifested, the air around them grew scorching hot. The sharp ice in the air had not yet reached Xiao Luo when it was evaporated into steam by the intense heat. Immovable Vajra. Xiao Luo's eyes widened as he merged with the phantom, flames erupting from his body, and his aura instantly surged. In the next second, Xiao Luo aimed a powerful swing at Su Qingyu, and the flames transformed into a phoenix, flying towards him. Dragons roar in water. Seeing this, Su Qingyu did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the river surged, transforming into a giant dragon in the air, rushing towards Xiao Luo's attack. The collision sent steam scattering, enveloping the surroundings in thick mist. Roar! At that moment, a roar shook the heavens, and a powerful sound wave dispersed the mist. In midair, the old mountain ancestor's face turned pale, one arm having been severed by Wang Beihai. What? That Beihai actually injured the old mountain ancestor. Chou Tianren's mouth gaped wide. That was the old mountain ancestor, a deity-level powerhouse. The old mountain ancestor was even more shocked than Chou Tianren. Feeling the pain in his arm, he finally erupted in fury. With a roar, the stones protecting him began to compress, and his previously mountain-sized form shrank by half, appearing even more solid. You damned Beihai, if I don't kill you, I can't quench my hatred. In a flash, the old mountain ancestor's body teleported in front of Wang Beihai. Such speed! Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed. The old mountain ancestor's speed had increased significantly. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai thrust his sword, but to his surprise, the usually unstoppable Red Dawn sword only penetrated halfway before it couldn't go further. The next second, as Wang Beihai was bewildered, the old mountain ancestor activated his domain, and Wang Beihai felt himself immobilized. This is bad. Wang Beihai's heart sank as the old mountain ancestor struck with a punch. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt his internal organs shuddering, on the verge of collapse, and his body was sent flying, crashing into the river. Almost simultaneously, As Wang Beihai was sent flying, Xiao Luo's immovable Vajra time expired, and backlash hit him. His body weakened, and he was struck by Su Qingyu's water dragon, propelling him into the river. "Himph, you damned Beihai!" Su Qingyu coldly snorted, then raised his hand, and the river transformed into two giant hands, lifting Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo from the water. "You damned Beihai, watch how I kill you." Seeing this, the old mountain ancestor was about to rush forward to avenge his humiliation, but was stopped by Su Qingyu. "Old man, these two are criminals of my listening rain pavilion. I must judge them first." "You." The old mountain ancestor was clearly displeased, but, upon seeing Su Qingyu's cold gaze, could only shrug and sit to the side, glaring at the heavily injured Wang Beihai. "Very well. It seems you two Beihai almost destroyed my listening rain pavilion. Being able to push us to this extent, even as ghosts, you should feel honored." Su Qingyu finished. Not waiting any longer, he waved his hand, sending a giant water dragon towards Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo. Seeing this, Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo exchanged a glance, filled with unwillingness. They tried to break free, but their bodies had no energy left. "Is this the end?" Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, images of Xiaomin and Ling Ruoying flashing through his mind, filled with reluctance. In the blink of an eye, the water dragon was upon them. With a mighty roar, the dragon's head was severed, turning into droplets scattering in the air. "What's going on?" Wang Beihai looked around curiously. At that moment, he felt a surge of joy as he saw a familiar figure appear amidst the ripples in the sky. Chapter 414. A Single Strike. You do not see. The waters of the great river come from the heavens, flowing to the sea never to return. The newcomer was clad in white, standing on a 7-foot-long sword, his brow revealing an extraordinary and aloof pride. With a single sentence, he uttered a famous line from ancient times, none other than Li Bai. "Who are you?" Seeing Li Bai's extraordinary bearing, Su Qingfeng immediately furrowed his brows, asking while sensing Li Bai's aura. "Hee, after the matter is done, I brush off my clothes and hide my merit and fame. A name is just a symbol, not important." Li Bai smiled slightly, then waved his sleeve, and the hands holding Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo instantly turned into water, causing the two to fall from midair. Just as they were about to land in the water, Li Bai waved his sleeve again, and a gust of wind gently lifted them, placing them in front of Li Bai. "Thank you, senior." Seeing Li Bai, Wang Beihai was very excited, but Li Bai just smiled, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. "It's nothing. You were just lucky to meet me while I was traveling and sightseeing. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you be gone today?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly stunned, then looked at Li Bai with doubt. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I told you. I just happened to pass by." Seeing Wang Beihai's doubtful gaze, Li Bai repeated, then Wang Beihai smiled. Who would travel and sightsee by breaking through the void? If it were a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Knowing that Li Bai was concerned about his reputation, Wang Beihai did not look at him again. Ahem. Seeing Wang Beihai avert his gaze, Li Bai breathed a sigh of relief, then coughed lightly and turned to Su Qingyu, saying indifferently, "After all, you are both Divine Realm experts. Bullying two Saint Realm youngsters like this, aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, the faces of Cao Shan Laozu and Su Qingyu darkened immediately, looking as if they had swallowed a fly. "What are you looking at? Am I wrong?" Li Bai did not mince words with the two, directly rebuking them. "Senior, you misunderstand. They started the conflict first. We were just giving them a proper lesson. Otherwise, what face would we have?" Su Qingyu could not gauge Li Bai's strength for a moment, so he had to politely defend himself. "Nonsense." Unexpectedly, Li Bai did not appreciate it, directly cursing. Two Divine Realm experts guarding their home, and the home gets destroyed. You have the nerve to say that, and what proper lesson? If they were injured by you, can't I also give you a proper lesson? After speaking, Li Bai's gaze instantly became sharp. Everyone in the scene who met his eyes felt as if their eyes were pierced by a sword. Such a sharp gaze, such a strong will. Su Qingyu shook his head, then frowned and looked at Li Bai, gritting his teeth and saying, "Although I don't know how powerful you are, this is still our territory." Today, these two destroyed our sect, severed Cao Shan Laozu's arm. No matter what, these two must die. If the senior insists on protecting them, then don't blame us for being impolite. I believe that even if the senior is powerful, you can't withstand the combined attack of our entire sect. So please consider carefully. Saying this, Su Qingyu raised his hand, and the awake disciples of Ting Yugu immediately assumed battle stances. Consider carefully? I've always done things according to my own temperament, never considered carefully. 1,000 years ago, I could destroy your Ting Yugu, and 1,000 years later, I can still do it. After speaking, Li Bai waved his hand, sending Wang Beihai and the others to a safe place, then turned to look at Su Qingyu. The long sword under his feet suddenly flew out, immediately taking the form of a white phoenix in the air. 1,000 years ago? How ridiculous. People from 1,000 years ago, how could they still be alive now? Unless you've ascended to the immortal realm, how could an immortal come to this mortal world? Su Qingyu scoffed at Li Bai's words. If this person really came from the immortal realm, then don't say he. Even the Yin family might not be able to stop him, because the immortals in the immortal realm are all above the supreme existence. Compared to Su Qingyu's speculation, Cao Shan Laozu beside him stared intently at the long sword in the air, his eyes flickering with thought. No need for more words. You all come together, one by one is too time-consuming. You all attack together, and I'll only use one strike. If you can still stand after this strike, then I'll admit defeat. Li Bai stood in the air with his hands behind his back, his hair flying, his words extremely arrogant. One strike? Who do you think you are? Obviously, this arrogant attitude completely enraged Su Qingyu. He waved his hand, and immediately, the disciples of Ting Yugu reassembled the sect-protecting formation. This time, with Su Qingyu's presence, the power of the formation was more than double that of before. Feeling the spiritual energy overflowing from the formation, Wang Beihai was startled. If he had faced such a powerful formation from the start, he would probably have perished by now. As Wang Beihai was in a daze, Li Bai in the sky still calmly watched the formation take shape, his hands always behind his back, not taking the formation seriously at all. Cao Shan Laozu, what are you thinking? While he's not resisting, quickly input your spiritual energy into the formation. Take him down at once. Seeing Cao Shan Laozu still in a daze, Su Qingyu immediately shouted, fearing Li Bai would seize the initiative. Hearing this, Cao Shan Laozu came to his senses. Looking at Li Bai's appearance, he felt a vague familiarity, but it was too blurry to recall, just a vague sense of unease. But Cao Shan Laozu didn't think much. Seeing Su Qingyu's urgency, he quickly input his spiritual energy into the formation. After all, he and Su Qingyu were on the same rope now. With Cao Shan Laozu's spiritual energy input, the formation began to emit a strong white light, the pressure instantly escalating to a terrifying level. Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo squinted at the formation in the sky. Although they were not within its range, they could still feel the powerful energy within it. Be careful, senior, Wang Beihai said, to which Li Bai revealed a disdainful smile. Such a basic thing, if I move, I lose? Then, Li Bai gave Wang Beihai a profound look. Watch carefully. After speaking, Li Bai spread his hands, and the long sword immediately flew to his front. At this moment, Su Qingyu's formation had also completed its charge. Then, the world trembled violently, and a golden dragon emerged from the clouds, as if to destroy the world. Seeing this scene, Li Bai closed his eyes, then reached out to grasp the long sword. The moment he opened his eyes, his momentum instantly erupted, like a true god descending, a powerful sword intent bursting forth. Then, Li Bai swung his long sword forcefully, and in an instant, the mountains and rivers lost their color. The world saw a flash of white light, and then everything returned to calm. Chapter 4:15. The Fall. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone widened their eyes, staring at the narrow sword light before them. The light came from the horizon, yet it seemed to want to split the heavens and earth apart. In the next moment, everything returned to normal. When Wang Beihai came to his senses, the golden dragon conjured by Su Qingyu and the others with their combined energy had already been devoured by the sword light, dissipating as if it had never existed. Then, in Wang Beihai's shocked gaze, the sword light instantly swallowed the members of the Tingyu Pavilion. There was no scream of agony, nor any sound of destruction. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Before everyone could figure out what had happened, Li Taibai had already sheathed his sword, pulled out the gourd at his waist, and took a big gulp of the wine inside. Refreshing. Li Taibai laughed loudly. The next moment, a cracking sound was heard, and all the buildings of the Tingyu Pavilion crumbled into dust. The disciples of the Tingyu Pavilion, with lower cultivation levels, instantly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Su Qingfeng and the other two elders, having the strength of the Saint Realm, also spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, barely clinging to life. Compared to the others, Su Qingyu and the old ancestor of the Cow Mountain, both possessing the strength of the God Realm, fared slightly better, but they were also in a wretched state. Su Qingyu had both his hands severed and knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. The old ancestor of the Cow Mountain, having prepared in advance, only had a deep wound visible to the bone on his chest. While everyone was still in shock, the old ancestor of the Cow Mountain suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "I know who he is! I know who he is!" As he spoke, the old ancestor's eyes revealed a strong sense of awe and fear as he looked at Li Taibai. He is the legendary sword Immortal Li Taibai, who 1,000 years ago, single-handedly swept through the entire Ling realm and became the first in history to prove the Tao with a sword, ascending to the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around them immediately turned to terror. Su Qingyu's mouth gaped open, forgetting his severed arms for a moment. The sword Immortal Li Taibai, he is a true immortal. 1,000 years ago, he was already at the pinnacle of the Ling realm. We were blind to even think of opposing him. The old ancestor of the Cow Mountain spoke wistfully, then his eyes hardened, and he immediately knelt down, knocking his head heavily on the ground. I was unaware of the immortal's arrival. Everything I did was under the influence of the Tingyu Pavilion. I begged the senior to show mercy and not hold it against me. As for injuring the senior's friend, I am willing to compensate, only hoping the senior can spare my life. With that, the old ancestor of the Cow Mountain no longer cared about his dignity and directly began to kowtow to Wang Beihai, apologizing as he did so, completely devoid of the dignity of a God Realm expert. Seeing this, Su Qingyu's face turned pale, and he slumped weakly to the ground. Gazing at the towering figure before him, he knew that the Tingyu Pavilion's fate today was sealed, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He had thought that reaching the God Realm would allow him to unify the three sects and dominate the region. Who would have expected that as soon as he emerged from seclusion, Wang Beihai would appear, and even more surprisingly, Wang Beihai had such a powerful figure behind him. Thinking of this, Su Qingyu felt his intestines twist with regret. Then, he looked at Su Qingfeng beside him, realizing that it was Su Qingfeng who had brought about this calamity, and his heart burned with anger. What do you plan to do now? Li Taibai glanced at Wang Beihai. At this moment, the lives of everyone present were in his hands. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, using the essence of the blood lotus to recover some of his injuries. Then, he slowly stood up, looking at the old ancestor of the Cow Mountain with squinted eyes. Senior Taibai, do you think this person might betray us? After observing the old ancestor of the Cow Mountain for a while, Wang Beihai turned his gaze to Li Taibai. Don't ask me. Such a troublesome matter, don't bother me with it. Judge for yourself. Seeing Li Taibai refuse, Wang Beihai leaped in front of the old ancestor of the Cow Mountain. The old ancestor immediately prostrated himself on the ground, trembling, not daring to make a sound. Are you willing to submit to me and join the Green Mountain sect? Wang Beihai asked coldly, his eyes sharp. Hearing this, the old ancestor of the Cow Mountain trembled. Under normal circumstances, he would have already risen up and torn Wang Beihai to pieces. But now, his life was in Wang Beihai's hands. Seeing the old ancestor still hesitating, Wang Beihai leaned down and whispered in his ear, "If you submit, I can not only spare your life, but also give you a top-tier earth element cultivation technique. And once you join the Green Mountain sect, I swear on my life that you will become an elder of the sect." Hearing this, the old ancestor's eyes lit up. The position of an elder in the Green Mountain sect was of little interest to him. It was the top-tier cultivation technique that caught his attention. Someone like Wang Beihai, who could befriend an immortal, would certainly not lack such things. "You have 3 seconds to decide. Submit or die." After saying this, Wang Beihai straightened up and began to count. As Wang Beihai uttered the first number, the old ancestor of the Cow Mountain finally bit his lip and bowed his head, saying, "All right, I submit to you, to the Green Mountain sect." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai smirked and gently tapped the old ancestor's forehead with his finger. An instant later, a golden mark disappeared into the old ancestor's forehead. In the next moment, the old ancestor's body trembled, and the last trace of rebellion in his eyes vanished. Wang Beihai's mental imprint had completely cut off his retreat. But just as the old ancestor was feeling dejected, another golden light entered his body. This was a supreme earth element cultivation technique. Instantly, the old ancestor's mood turned from sorrow to joy. He excitedly kowtowed to Wang Beihai, clearly having fully submitted. Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction and then turned to look at Su Qingyu, who now had no thoughts of resistance. He lay on the ground, glaring unwillingly at Wang Beihai, his eyes seemingly conveying the humiliation in his heart. "I admit, you are strong, but blame yourselves for repeatedly provoking me," Wang Beihai said, not rushing to finish off Su Qingyu. Instead, he walked to the debris nearby and approached the barely breathing Qiu Tianren. "Submit to me, or die. Choose for yourself." Among the people of the Tingyu Pavilion, the only one he admired was Su Qingyu. "Victory goes to the strong. We lost, there's nothing more to say. Since my brother is destined to die, how could I choose to survive?" Qiu Tianren smiled at Wang Beihai and then closed his eyes, turning his head away and no longer speaking. Seeing this, Wang Beihai sighed deeply, then stood up, his eyes turning cold. A red light flashed, and the next moment, including Su Qingyu, everyone from the Tingyu Pavilion perished. Thus, the Ling realm had no more Cow Mountain sect, no more Tingyu Pavilion. This battle, Wang Beihai had won. Chapter 416. Li Bai's Advice. Impressive. I never expected that not only are you a literary genius, but your cultivation in martial arts is also at its peak. After the battle, Wang Beihai stood by the river, looking at Li Bai and couldn't help but express his admiration. "Hee, peak, you say?" Li Bai smiled faintly, turned to look at the rushing river, and a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. "There is no such thing as a peak in this world. What we reach is merely the highest point we believe in our hearts. In the path of cultivation, every step is a battle with oneself. When you reach a bottleneck, you'll find that it is merely another starting point." As Li Bai spoke, he picked up the gourd at his waist and took a swig of wine. Then, his eyes glinted as he turned to look at Wang Beihai. Life is unpredictable, and many things may not go as you wish. Even with natural talent, one must choose the right time. You say my literary skills overshadow everyone, but you don't know my ambition lies on the battlefield. If it weren't for the peaceful times back then, why would I have resorted to drinking to drown my sorrows? At that moment, a gentle breeze passed by, lifting Li Bai's temples, and Wang Beihai noticed the few strands of gray hair mixed among the black. The renowned first sword immortal seemed a bit desolate at this moment. "All right, make the most of your life's joys. Just reminisce about the past." After a long while, Li Bai laughed heartily and then asked Wang Beihai, "Now that the Tingyu Pavilion is destroyed, what are your plans next?" Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows and after pondering for a while, he slowly said, "If you hadn't come this time, we would have probably become ghosts. I used to think too simplistically. I didn't expect the gap between the saint realm and the divine realm to be so vast." As he spoke, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and continued, "With my current strength, I would surely lose against the 4 divine generals of the Yin family. So for now, I want to quickly enhance my power as the 3-year agreement has arrived, and no one knows when the Yin family will come knocking. Indeed, Li Bai nodded, looking at Wang Beihai with a gratified expression. It's a good thing to have such self-awareness. Right now, you would surely lose against any one of the 4 divine generals. What I lack most now is time, Wang Beihai frowned. To him, the Yin family was like a ticking time bomb. Although there was intelligence from Green Mountain sect, there was no guarantee that the Yin family wouldn't suddenly attack one day. At that time, he would be at their mercy, which Wang Beihai strongly resisted. Hee, not quite. Li Bai suddenly laughed at this moment. Wang Beihai looked at Li Bai, puzzled. Li Bai took a sip of wine and then leisurely said, "In my opinion, what you lack now is not time, but experience." Hearing this, Wang Beihai was immediately surprised and looked at Li Bai with confusion. Is time abundant for me now? Li Bai smiled but did not directly answer Wang Beihai's question. For someone with the Black Pagoda, time is too abundant. The Black Pagoda hasn't fully awakened yet, and many of its functions you still need to explore on your own. After all, this Black Pagoda was a divine artifact of the king. If you can make good use of it, the Yin family won't be a problem. Upon hearing Li Bai's words, Wang Beihai widened his eyes and then touched the shrunken Black Pagoda, greatly surprised in his heart. This little thing is so powerful? That's the king's item. Don't underestimate it. After all, the king was the first person in ancient and modern times. As he spoke, Li Bai patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, his eyes filled with expectations. You don't need to worry about the Yin family for now. I will stay in the spirit realm for a while and help you hold them off. During this time, you can do what you want with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up with joy and he bowed deeply to Li Bai. No need to thank me. If you can grow stronger, it will benefit the entire world. At this point, Li Bai suddenly remembered something and continued. Since you're in the spirit realm, you can look for the ethereal race. They are in the Dark Abyss Forest. If you're lucky, you might find clues about your origin there. This statement made Wang Beihai immediately stunned. Since his family was killed, he had always wanted to know the reason. Now, after Li Bai mentioned it, Wang Beihai immediately decided on his next direction. Seeing the determination in Wang Beihai's eyes, Li Bai nodded and then said, "The Dark Abyss Forest is fraught with danger, and the journey to get there is also quite perilous. There are plenty of bandits and small sects along the way, which is a good place for training. If you can return safely this time, you won't have to fear facing the Yin family." After saying this, Li Bai stretched. "All right, after talking so much, I'm tired. I'm going to leave first." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was immediately stunned and then asked, "Where is the elder going?" Li Bai shook his head. "I heard that the Yin family's old ancestor is about to emerge from seclusion, likely to become the first supreme being in 100 years. I'm going to challenge him to a fight and get some exercise." Seeing Li Bai's casual and relaxed demeanor, Wang Beihai couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed that in his eyes, challenging a supreme being was as easy as saying it. As he was thinking, Li Bai waved his hand, and a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Just as Li Bai was about to leave, Wang Beihai suddenly remembered something and called out to him. "By the way, elder, how is Ruoying now?" Hearing this, Li Bai stopped and then revealed a mysterious smile. "Don't worry, that girl's talent isn't inferior to yours. Just take care of yourself. When your matters are resolved, I'll naturally let you meet." After saying this, Li Bai laughed heartily and took a step forward, disappearing into the rift. Left. Seeing Li Bai leave, Xiao Luo also walked over. Under the effect of Wang Beihai's blood lotus essence, the injuries he had suffered earlier were now about 70 to 80% healed. Yes, he's gone. Wang Beihai looked at the empty space in front of him and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't realize, Beihai, you've improved a lot these years. Your medical skills have also advanced significantly." Xiao Luo patted Wang Beihai's shoulder and then said, "All right, one of your matters is resolved, and now it's time for me to do what I need to do." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback. "You're leaving?" "Of course. I heard you're going to the Dark Abyss Forest to train. Although it's dangerous, it's not suitable for me. I'm going to the Fire Clan's Forbidden Land to undergo the Fire Clan's Inheritance Baptism." As he spoke, He affectionately patted Wang Beihai's shoulder. Good brother, be sure to come back alive. When we meet again, I believe we will both be stronger. After saying this, Xiao Luo leaped forcefully and left the spot. Chapter 417, Departure. 3 days later, in the main hall of Green Mountain Sect, Zhao Danyang looked at the kneeling Cao Shan Laozu and the vast amount of resources from Cao Shan Sect and Tingyu Pavilion beside him. His eyes filled with excitement. Chapter 417, Departure. 3 days later, within the Grand Hall of Green Mountain Sect, Zhao Danyang gazed at Cao Shan Laozu kneeling on the floor, along with the vast quantities of resources from Cao Shan Sect and Tingyu Pavilion, his eyes brimming with excitement. Over these 3 days, Green Mountain Sect had mobilized its entire force and quickly took over the territories of Cao Shan Sect and Tingyu Pavilion. Under Lin Xingyang's proposal, they swiftly absorbed several smaller neighboring factions. Thus, the once faltering Green Mountain Sect had solidified its position as the unrivaled first large sect in the region, with its resources and the number of disciples increasing several-fold. Excellent, very good. It seems my initial choice was indeed correct. Zhao Danyang waved his hand, signaling everyone in the hall to be seated, then let out a hearty laugh. Given our current scale, it's clear that our sect has now risen from a second-rate to a first-rate sect. Although there are still areas lacking, I believe that as long as we work together, one day Green Mountain Sect will stand supreme throughout the Ling realm. With that, Zhao Danyang turned his gaze to Wang Beihai and said, and all of this today is thanks to Mr. Wang. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately waved his hand. He was uncomfortable in such settings and cared little for the accolades. Finally managing to escape from the Grand Hall, Wang Beihai rushed back to the small courtyard halfway up the mountain. Brother! Lin Xiao saw Wang Beihai return and immediately shouted joyfully, running up to him with a look of excitement. You won't believe it. I tried the technique you gave me. The results were incredible. Just by changing techniques, my cultivation level has surged so much. Lin Xiao said, releasing his aura, which had now reached the heaven realm. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback, his gaze flickering as he looked at Lin Xiao. It was known that Lin Xiao had been practicing a different technique before. The sudden switch without side effects and such significant results made Wang Beihai certain that Lin Xiao's talent was truly exceptional, perhaps even slightly superior to his own. With this realization, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile, patting his so-called senior brother on the shoulder and saying with deep meaning, finding the right path is more important than any amount of effort. Since this technique suits you, practice diligently. At that moment, Lin Xingyang also walked over. He first glanced at Wang Beihai, then his gaze fell on Lin Xiao, revealing a look of surprise. However, Lin Xingyang didn't comment, merely nodding slightly before opening the courtyard gate and stepping inside. Beihai, I must thank you on behalf of Green Mountain Sect, Lin Xingyang said, bowing deeply to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai quickly reached out to steady him. Lin Xingyang continued, though we are called master and disciple, there is no true master-disciple relationship between us. From now on, we are brothers, without the constraints of that relationship. This? Wang Beihai hesitated slightly, then thought about it and agreed. I heard you're leaving? Lin Xingyang asked with a smile, inviting Wang Beihai to sit at the stone table. Yes, Wang Beihai nodded. I'm going out to train. That's good, Lin Xingyang agreed. After all, you've just arrived in the Ling realm. It's good to get familiar with it. Where are you planning to go? The Dark Abyss Forest. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyang's eyes widened, almost jumping to his feet. Why would you think of going there? The Dark Abyss Forest is notorious as a forbidden zone. Ordinary people who enter, unless they are exceptionally powerful, rarely come out alive. I know, Wang Beihai smiled, seeing Lin Xingyang's concern. I have some business there. Though worried, Lin Xingyang swallowed his words of dissuasion. Then, he thought for a moment and said, though I've never been to the Dark Abyss Forest, I know some information about it. If possible, avoid the very center. Why? Wang Beihai frowned. It's said that the center of the Dark Abyss Forest is where the alien race lives. They are extremely hostile to us. The central area is their residence. Lin Xingyang paused, then added, "Also, remember this. If you encounter anyone surnamed when near the Dark Abyss Forest, do not hesitate. Kill them if you can. Flee if you can't." Surnamed one? Wang Beihai's mind flashed with the image of Wenqing, his brow furrowing in confusion. The alien race is surnamed One, the most mysterious and powerful family in the Ling realm. Rumor has it that the One family is no weaker than the Yin family, but their identity is special, so they are not counted among the major clans. If you encounter them, think carefully before acting. Moved by Lin Xingyang's patient and detailed explanation, Wang Beihai felt a deep gratitude. "Oh, and I have good news for you," Lin Xingyang added, seeing Wang Beihai deep in thought. "I heard that 3 days ago, a mysterious expert challenged the Yin family, defeating their 4 divine generals with a single move. Now, they are waiting at the Yin family's gate for a duel with the Yin family's patriarch. It seems the Yin family won't have time to bother you for now, at least until that mysterious expert leaves. This is good news for you." As he spoke, Lin Xingyang observed Wang Beihai closely, suspecting a connection between the mysterious expert and Wang Beihai. Hearing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile, thinking that Senior Li was indeed impressive. At that moment, Lin Xingyang asked, "When do you plan to leave?" "Tomorrow morning," Wang Beihai calculated in his mind, and replied directly. "Tomorrow," Lin Xingyang murmured, then took out a jade pendant and a token from his robe, handing them to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai took them, noticing the token had a large Lin character engraved on it, while the jade pendant had a faint spatial ripple. "This token is for my Lin family. If you need help along the way, you can use it with anyone surnamed Lin. As for the jade pendant, it's a simple communication tool. If there's any news from the Yin family, I can contact you through it." Realizing the importance of such a pendant in a world without mobile phones or communication towers, Wang Beihai immediately stored the items in his spatial ring and bowed to Lin Xingyang. "Take care on your journey. The promise still stands. Green Mountain Sect will always be your backing." With that, Lin Xingyang stood up and walked into the thatched hut. The next morning, when Lin Xingyang awoke, Wang Beihai was already gone from the courtyard. Clearly, Wang Beihai had set off on his journey of training and experience. "Excellent, very good. It seems my initial choice was indeed correct." Zhao Danyang waved his hand, signaling everyone in the hall to take their seats, then let out a hearty laugh. "With our current scale, Green Mountain Sect has now risen from a second-tier sect to a first-tier one. Although there are still areas lacking, I believe that with our collective efforts, one day, Green Mountain Sect will surely stand tall across the entire Lingjia." After speaking, Zhao Danyang turned his gaze to Wang Beihai and said, "And all of this today is thanks to Mr. Wang." Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately waved his hand. He was uncomfortable and indifferent to such formalities. Finally managing to escape from the hall, Wang Beihai rushed back to the small courtyard halfway up the mountain. "Brother!" Lin Xiao saw Wang Beihai return and excitedly shouted, then ran up to him, his face beaming. "You won't believe it. I tried the technique you gave me, and the effect was incredible. Just by switching techniques, my cultivation has improved so much," Lin Xiao said, immediately releasing his aura, which had now reached the Tianjing realm. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was stunned, his eyes flickering as he looked at Lin Xiao. It was known that Lin Xiao had been practicing a different technique before. The sudden switch without side effects and such significant results made Wang Beihai certain that Lin Xiao's talent was truly exceptional, perhaps even slightly better than his own. Thinking this, Wang Beihai smiled, patted his so-called senior brother on the shoulder, and said with deep meaning, "Finding the right path is more important than putting in endless effort. Since this technique suits you, keep practicing diligently." At that moment, Lin Xingyang also walked over. He first glanced at Wang Beihai, then looked at Lin Xiao, showing a surprised expression. However, he didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, and then opened the courtyard gate to enter. "Beihai, on behalf of Green Mountain Sect, I thank you," Lin Xingyang said, bowing deeply to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai quickly reached out to support him. Lin Xingyang continued, "Although we have the title of master and disciple, there is no real master-disciple relationship between us. From now on, we are brothers, without that layer of relationship." Well, Wang Beihai hesitated for a moment, then thought about it and agreed. I heard you're leaving? Lin Qingyang smiled and invited Wang Beihai to sit at the stone table. Yes, Wang Beihai nodded. I'm going to go on a journey of training. That's good, Lin Qingyang nodded. After all, you've just arrived in Lingjie. It's good to get familiar with it. Where are you planning to go? Dark Abyss Forest. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyang's eyes widened, almost standing up in shock. Why would you think of going there? The Dark Abyss Forest is notorious as a forbidden zone. Unless one is exceptionally powerful, once inside, they rarely come out alive. I know, Wang Beihai smiled, seeing Lin Qingyang's excited and worried expression, and continued, I have some business there. Though worried, Lin Qingyang swallowed the words of dissuasion that had been on the tip of his tongue. Then, Lin Qingyang's eyes darted and he said, although I haven't been to the Dark Abyss Forest, I know some information about it. This time, if you can avoid it, don't go to the very center. Why? Wang Beihai frowned. It's said that the center of the Dark Abyss Forest is where the Izu people live. They are extremely hostile to us, and that center is where the Izu's residence is. Lin Qingyang paused, then continued, also remember this. Once near the Dark Abyss Forest, if you encounter someone surnamed One, don't hesitate. Kill if you can, flee if you can't. Surnamed One? Wang Beihai's mind flashed with the image of Wen Qing, and he frowned, puzzled. The Izu people are surnamed One, and they are the most mysterious and powerful family in Lingjie. It's rumored that the One family is even stronger than the Yin family, but their status is special, so they are not counted. If you meet them, think carefully before acting. Moved by Lin Qingyang's patient and detailed explanation, Wang Beihai was deeply touched. Oh, and here's some good news, Lin Qingyang added, seeing Wang Beihai deep in thought. I heard that 3 days ago, a mysterious expert challenged the Yin family. With just one move, he defeated the Yin family's 4 divine generals. It's said he's now waiting outside the Yin family's gate for a duel with the Yin family's ancestor. For now, the Yin family won't have time to bother you, at least until that mysterious expert leaves. This is good news for you. As he spoke, Lin Qingyang observed Wang Beihai, thinking there was a high chance the mysterious expert had some connection to Wang Beihai. Hearing this, Wang Beihai smirked, thinking that Li Xinbei was indeed domineering. At that moment, Lin Qingyang continued, when are you planning to leave? Tomorrow morning, Wang Beihai calculated in his mind and directly said. Tomorrow, Lin Qingyang squinted his eyes, then took out a jade pendant and a badge from his bosom and handed them to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai took them, noticing a large character, Lin, on the badge and a slight spatial fluctuation on the jade pendant. This badge is for the Lin family. If you need anything on the road, you can use it with anyone surnamed Lin. As for the jade pendant, it's a simple communication jade. Once there's news from the Yin family, I can contact you through it. Understanding the importance of such a pendant in a world without phones or communication towers, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. He then stored the 2 items in his spatial ring and bowed to Lin Qingyang. Take care on your journey. That promise still stands. Green Mountain Sect will always be your backing. Lin Qingyang said, then stood up and walked into the thatched hut. The next morning, when Lin Qingyang woke up, Wang Beihai was already gone from the courtyard. Evidently, Wang Beihai had set off on his journey of training. Chapter 418, Peaceful Town. Leaving Green Mountain Sect, Wang Beihai followed the map given by Lin Qingyang. He first found a stalk of straw and, standing on it, drifted southward along the river for half a day. Fortunately, the scenery along the way was quite beautiful, so despite the long journey, Wang Beihai did not feel bored. This spiritual realm is indeed rich in spiritual energy. The flora and fauna along the way are all imbued with spiritual essence. As Wang Beihai was admiring the scenery, a large carp suddenly leaped out of the river beside him. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, reached out, grabbed the fish by its tail, and with a strong swing, tossed it onto the shore. Then, with a leap, Wang Beihai jumped to the shore, looking at the carp that was as big as an adult. He couldn't help but marvel again. It must be the spiritual energy here that allows carp to grow so large. Muttering to himself, Wang Beihai gathered some wood, built a simple grill, and after a quick preparation, placed the carp on it to roast. After a satisfying meal, Wang Beihai stored the remaining fish in his spiritual ring. Then, glancing at the map and the winding river, he decided to abandon the water route and instead plunged into the dense forest beside him. Entering the forest, the dense spiritual energy formed a mist. Every breath Wang Beihai took felt invigorating. Even a fool could cultivate here. As he walked, Wang Beihai inspected the surroundings. Occasionally, roars echoed through the forest, but Wang Beihai paid no heed. Instead, he spread his powerful aura, causing fierce beasts to lurk in the shadows, too intimidated to approach. Occasionally, some bold beasts would charge at him, only to be swiftly dealt with by Wang Beihai. Thus, despite the forest being filled with ferocious beasts, Wang Beihai's journey was relatively smooth. After another half a day, Wang Beihai reached the edge of the forest. Looking ahead, he saw a vast plain with a small town clearly visible on it. There's actually a town here? Wang Beihai was surprised. It was the first time he had seen a town since arriving in the spiritual realm. Thinking this, Wang Beihai quickened his pace. By the time he reached the town, the sky had darkened, and the town was suddenly illuminated with lights. Peaceful town. Wang Beihai read the 4 large characters on the town's entrance stone tablet, feeling intrigued. This name is interesting, similar to the Peace Hotel in TV shows. Could the owner of this town be from the human realm? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and then entered the town. Although it was night, the town was bustling with activity. Lanterns hung along the streets, and numerous stalls lined both sides, mostly run by women and children. Curious, Wang Beihai approached a stall. The stall owner was an elderly woman. Wang Beihai crouched down, flipping through items on the stall while asking, "Honorable elder, may I ask what kind of town Peaceful Town is? Why are the stall owners mostly elderly or children?" The old woman looked up at Wang Beihai and slowly said, "Young man, you're not from the spiritual realm, are you?" Taken aback, Wang Beihai nodded. The old woman smiled and continued, "There's no need to be nervous. Anyone from the spiritual realm knows about Peaceful Town. It's all thanks to that great being." As she spoke, the old woman's eyes sparkled. "Ever since that fairy-like great being arrived, we elderly and infirm finally have a place to live. This town was specially built by her. No matter how deep the grudges, once you enter Peaceful Town, you must put them aside. And only the elderly, infirm, women, and children can stay here for long." The old woman looked towards a distant square, and Wang Beihai followed her gaze to see a statue. Upon closer inspection, the statue seemed oddly familiar. "Honorable elder, may I ask who that great being is?" Wang Beihai asked, looking back at the statue. "We don't know. We only know she is beautiful and kind-hearted. Most of us were saved from dire straits by her." "Thank you." With that, Wang Beihai stood up and walked directly to the square. Upon reaching the statue, he was shocked to see that it depicted Wang Yutong, the woman he had first met in Yingzhou. Who would have thought we'd meet like this again? Wang Beihai looked at the statue and smiled. "Please, kind sir." As Wang Beihai was lost in thought, a ragged, bearded beggar tugged at his sleeve. Wang Beihai looked down at the beggar, noticing his disheveled appearance, but also the sharp glint in his eyes, a far cry from a hopeless man's gaze. Wang Beihai paused, then took out a piece of gold essence stone from his spiritual ring and handed it to the beggar. To his surprise, the beggar shook his head and refused the gold essence stone. Wang Beihai was puzzled. "This is gold essence stone. Don't you want it?" The beggar shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Wealth is but external. I only want wine and meat. Just give me something to eat." Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and looked around. He noticed that while the town was brightly lit, there wasn't a single place to eat. After a moment's thought, Wang Beihai waved to the beggar. "Follow me." With that, Wang Beihai went to a more open area in the square, with the beggar in tow. Then, with a wave of his hand, the game he had hunted earlier appeared before him, still steaming and emitting a rich aroma. The beggar's eyes lit up. Without waiting for Wang Beihai to speak, He grabbed the meat and started eating ravenously, as if he were a starving ghost. In a whirlwind of eating, half the meat was gone in no time. "Wine, give me wine." With his mouth full of meat, the beggar, still looking up, asked Wang Beihai for wine. Wang Beihai produced a jug of good wine with a wave of his hand. The beggar grabbed it and continued his feast, alternating between meat and wine. Seeing this, Wang Beihai shook his head and stood up, slowly walking away. As he ate, the beggar watched Wang Beihai's retreating figure, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Chapter 419, Follow You. That night, Wang Beihai did not choose to stay in the town of peace. After a brief stroll through the night market, he left the town and continued his journey forward. Following a small path, Wang Beihai walked under the moonlight. Perhaps due to the dense spiritual energy, the moon in the sky was significantly larger than in the human realm. Suddenly, Wang Beihai frowned and his ears twitched as he heard faint footsteps behind him. "Who's there?" Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened as he turned around, but saw no one. "Strange." Wang Beihai muttered to himself, then spread his spiritual sense to scan the area, but found nothing unusual. "Did I mishear?" Wang Beihai shook his head. Just as he was puzzled, thick fog began to envelop the surroundings, blocking his path. Why did such dense fog suddenly rise? Wang Beihai frowned, sensing something amiss. He extended his spiritual sense to be vigilant of any changes around him. At that moment, Wang Beihai's instincts kicked in, and he quickly sidestepped. Just then, a small snake darted out from the fog, narrowly missing his evasion. Green Scale Snake Emperor. Wang Beihai waved his hand to temporarily disperse the fog and saw the snake clearly. It was entirely green, its scales reflecting a green glow, and the most distinctive feature of this snake was that with each evolution, its body shrank by an inch. Judging by its size, this snake was over 100 years old, and the golden crown-like structure on its head confirmed it was indeed the Green Scale Snake Emperor. Instantly, Wang Beihai patted his chest, feeling a lingering fear. If he hadn't been vigilant, a bite from this creature, even with his current physique, would have been difficult to withstand. With a cold glint in his eyes, Wang Beihai summoned Qi Shao and swung his sword at the snake. However, this snake, having survived so long, was no ordinary creature. It deftly dodged the attack and vanished into the fog with incredible speed. Wang Beihai retracted Qi Shao, focusing his spiritual sense around him, alertly scanning the surroundings. After some time, convinced the Green Scale Snake Emperor was gone, Wang Beihai relaxed slightly. The legendary Green Scale Snake Emperor prefers quiet, usually residing deep in dense forests. Why would it appear on this path, which is frequently traveled? Calming down, Wang Beihai looked at the fog around him, sensing something peculiar. And this fog is too strange. Normal fog requires moisture, but this climate isn't particularly humid, and it hasn't rained. It's impossible for such weather to form naturally. Wang Beihai examined the fog and then plucked a dried weed, frowning as he looked at it. At that moment, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened. He stepped onto Qi Shao, and immediately, countless tiny crawling sounds passed beneath him, followed by a chorus of hisses around him. What now? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, waved his hand to disperse the fog, and looked down. He gasped as he saw a dense carpet of various-sized venomous snakes. Won't give up, huh? Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Clearly, the one capable of commanding so many snakes was the Green Scale Snake Emperor. Just as Wang Beihai prepared to deal with the snakes, a sharp shout came from a distance. The shout was so penetrating that even with his current cultivation, Wang Beihai nearly fell off his sword. He looked towards the source of the shout and could vaguely see a figure staggering towards him. As Wang Beihai was in a daze, the person shouted, "Watch out!" and a fierce flame surged towards him. The flame was extremely powerful, instantly evaporating the surrounding fog. Wang Beihai's pupils constricted as he quickly dodged. Moments later, a sizzling sound was heard, and when he looked down, the snakes on the ground were all charred. What impressive control! Wang Beihai looked at the scorched area, his eyes widening. The flames trail was precisely within the range of the snakes, neither more nor less. While pondering, the person had already staggered closer. Wang Beihai recognized him as the beggar he had previously invited to dine. Instantly, Wang Beihai was surprised. Had he not recognized the person, he would have thought it was Xiao Luo. Who are you? Why are you following me? Wang Beihai looked at the beggar, puzzled. You gave me meat to eat and wine to drink. Who else would I follow? I've just decided that instead of waiting for death in that town, it's better to follow you for grand feasts and fine wine. If I die one day, I'll do so willingly. The beggar laughed loudly, shamelessly looking at Wang Beihai, clearly intending to latch on to him. Wang Beihai frowned. You say you were waiting for death in the town. Why? With your abilities, why hide there? Wang Beihai didn't directly reject the beggar, believing he must have his reasons. At that moment, the beggar's eyes sharpened, and he reached out to grab Wang Beihai. Startled, Wang Beihai was about to react when the beggar's hand brushed past his ear and grabbed something behind him. Then, Wang Beihai felt a heat near his ear as the beggar withdrew his hand. What are you doing? Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, but upon seeing what was in the beggar's hand, his anger was replaced by gratitude. The beggar held a green snake, the green scale snake emperor, which had been about to ambush him. If not for the beggar's intervention, he might have been the one lying on the ground. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai bowed to the beggar, thanking him. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Seeing this, the beggar waved his hand, then with a forceful motion, ripped out the snake's venom gland and, as if holding a treasure, swallowed the green scale snake emperor whole, a sight that made Wang Beihai's stomach churn. Delicious! After eating the snake, the beggar laughed and looked at Wang Beihai. To be honest, I entered Peace Town to evade pursuers. You fed me, so you're my benefactor. I repay my debts. I sought you out to follow you, to help you accept against my enemies. Hearing the beggar's words, Wang Beihai scrutinized the man, confirming he had no ill intentions before nodding in agreement. Chapter 420, The Dark Abyss Forest. The next day, Wang Beihai and the beggar continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered several smaller sects, but none paid much attention to Wang Beihai. Occasionally, they met some who were looking to recruit disciples, but upon seeing the beggar by Wang Beihai's side, they quickly lost interest in recruiting him. Thus, the two traveled relatively peacefully. After 3 more days, they arrived at the edge of a dark forest. Is this the Dark Abyss Forest? Wang Beihai gazed at the peculiar trees in front of him and let out a sigh of admiration. You are quite interesting. Most people avoid this forest, yet you are the first person I've seen in years who wants to come here willingly, the beggar said, taking a swig of wine and speaking in a tipsy manner. Wang Beihai turned to look at the beggar, curious. Aren't you afraid? I'm just a worthless life. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, the enemies I face are no better than this forest. With that, the beggar took another drink and ignored Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai shook his head in resignation. Throughout the journey, the beggar had been in this state, making it nearly impossible to extract any valuable information from him. Forget it, I won't bother you, Wang Beihai shrugged, deciding not to push his luck. He turned away, closed his eyes, and spread his consciousness outward. However, his usual reliable method failed him this time. The mental interference in this forest is severe. Wang Beihai opened his eyes. His consciousness, once inside the forest, became chaotic, making it difficult to maintain even the most basic state, let alone explore. After pondering for a while, Wang Beihai frowned and stood still for a long time before finally steeling himself and stepping into the dark forest. Good job, Beihai. You've got guts, the beggar laughed and followed Wang Beihai into the forest without hesitation. As soon as the two entered the forest, a handsome middle-aged man in a black mansion at the center of the forest abruptly opened his eyes. Someone has entered the forest. The man narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, summoning dozens of shadows. Go and investigate who dares to intrude into our territory." With a command, the shadows darted out. The man then vanished from his spot with a thought. Darkness, a pitch-black darkness like the dead of night. Upon entering the dark abyss forest, Wang Beihai's first impression was of utter darkness. The trees and plants around him were all black, and the dense foliage overhead blocked the sunlight, leaving no source of light. "It's really eerie. How can anyone live in such a place?" Wang Beihai exclaimed as he walked, marveling at the surroundings. The beggar, however, walked casually, sipping wine and strolling through the forest as if nothing was unusual. "Have you been here before?" Wang Beihai asked curiously, barely able to see the beggar due to his colorful clothing. "A few times," the beggar replied casually. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. This place, considered a forbidden zone in the spiritual realm, was deadly for most. Yet the beggar seemed to come and go as he pleased, shocking Wang Beihai. "It's so dark here. How can we find the mansion of that so-called alien race?" After walking a bit more, Wang Beihai stopped, using the light from his spiritual energy to survey the surroundings. Besides the black trees, he couldn't find anything to determine direction. Strangely, no matter how he walked, it felt like he was going in circles. The alien race, the One family? Upon hearing this, the beggar stopped. Wang Beihai immediately looked at the beggar. "Do you know the One family?" "Been there a few times," the beggar replied indifferently and then moved forward. "I think I remember the way. Follow me," the beggar said. Wang Beihai's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly followed the beggar. "Put out your light. It's too glaring." The beggar suddenly stopped and asked Wang Beihai to extinguish his light. Confused, Wang Beihai looked at the beggar, who took a deep breath and said, "As long as there's light in your heart, no matter how dark the path ahead, you can see the way forward and the way back." With that, the beggar continued walking. Inspired by the beggar's words, Wang Beihai closed his eyes and tried to feel the changes around him. Soon, he sensed a faint trail glowing with firefly light, which resolved his confusion. "So that's why I couldn't find it before," Wang Beihai thought, realizing the trail pointed in a different direction. Just as Wang Beihai was rejoicing, the beggar ahead suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Wang Beihai immediately became alert. "Someone's coming." Judging by the commotion, it must be the One family's shadow guards, the beggar said, his ears twitching. He then used his greasy hand to cover Wang Beihai's mouth. "Don't speak. Don't breathe." Wang Beihai's eyes widened. The next moment, he felt something pass by him, dozens of them. These beings seemed to sense Wang Beihai and the beggar's presence and searched around them for a while before quickly leaving. "Phew, almost got suffocated by you." The beggar let go of Wang Beihai, who immediately started gagging. The beggar's hand was indeed a concoction of various smells. "I just saved your life. If not for me, you would have been intercepted and killed by the shadow guards," the beggar snorted disdainfully. Wang Beihai frowned. "What exactly are these shadow guards?" "Assassins like shadows. In other places, they might not be lethal, but in this dark forest, no one can escape their interception." "I'm an exception," the beggar explained and continued walking. Wang Beihai followed closely, intrigued by the beggar's identity. After another half hour, the beggar suddenly stopped. The sound of flowing water reached Wang Beihai's ears, and a faint light appeared in the darkness. Wang Beihai looked and saw a mansion right in front of him. Hashtag Chapter 421. The One Family. "Is this the residence of the One Family?" Wang Beihai exclaimed as he gazed upon the imposing, dark structure before him. Surrounding the building were peculiar luminescent lights, marking the first natural brightness Wang Beihai had seen in the dark abyss forest. "Let's go and take a look," Wang Beihai suggested, moving forward, only to be halted by the beggar pulling him back. "Wait," the beggar said, signaling towards Wang Beihai's feet. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Beihai looked down to find a dark pond beneath him, almost imperceptible if not for the subtle ripples indicating something significant resided within. "No wonder no one has ever escaped from here," Wang Beihai mused, grateful for the beggar's timely intervention his curiosity about the beggar's identity growing. "You owe me so much meat by now," the beggar remarked disdainfully before instructing. "If you don't want to die, follow me." With that, the beggar led the way, his confident strides making Wang Beihai almost believe he was a member of the One family. Carefully navigating the path, they soon reached the grand entrance, where the plaque above the door read, "One Mansion." "Indeed, it's the One family," Wang Beihai muttered, glancing at the beggar, whose eyes glistened with tears, hinting at a personal connection to the One family. "Is anyone there?" Wang Beihai approached and knocked on the door's knocker. After a long wait, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man in a black robe, holding a lantern. His gaunt face displayed surprise upon seeing Wang Beihai and the beggar. "Where are you from, and what brings you to the One family?" the old man inquired in a voice as hoarse as a zombie's. "I'm here to see Miss Wenqing. We are friends," Wang Beihai replied, causing both the old man and the beggar to pause. The old man's eyes narrowed with suspicion before a cold voice emerged from behind him. "What's going on?" The voice belonged to a graceful, elegant middle-aged woman dressed in black, exuding an air of nobility. Upon seeing the woman, the old man became instantly respectful. Meanwhile, the beggar's eyes sparkled but quickly regained composure. "Reporting to the madam, this man claims to know the young lady and is her friend," the old man explained. The woman's gaze turned icy as she looked at Wang Beihai, then paused when she saw the beggar beside him. "Qinger has friends?" The woman scrutinized Wang Beihai before gesturing. "Qinger is out. If you don't mind, you can wait inside." Seizing the opportunity, Wang Beihai entered the One residence, astonished by the contrast between the dark exterior and the bright, sunlit interior. The sudden change in atmosphere alleviated his previous tension. Hesitating at the entrance, the beggar eventually stepped inside. Guided by the old man, they passed a corridor to find a stone statue of a demonic face, which instantly triggered a wave of anger in Wang Beihai, recalling the tragic death of his family. "What's wrong?" the beggar nudged Wang Beihai, who managed to regain control. "Do you have any comments about our family's offerings?" The old man, sensing tension, turned back with a cold glare. "No, nothing. It's just quite unique," Wang Beihai replied, noticing under the influence of the primordial chaos technique that at least 10 powerful presences surrounded them, all radiating intense killing intent aimed at him. "The One family is an extraordinary clan," the old man said, his suspicion easing. At that moment, a majestic voice echoed. "Whene'er, all guests are our honored visitors. It's been years since we had guests. Bring them to the Breeze Pavilion, and I will receive them personally." The old man bowed and led Wang Beihai and the beggar to a meticulously tended garden, where flowers bloomed out of season, surprising Wang Beihai. Directing them to a pavilion, the old man left hurriedly. Who knew such a paradise exists in this dark forest? The One family is indeed extraordinary, Wang Beihai marveled, while the beggar's eyes filled with tears. "Do you really know Wenqing?" the beggar finally asked. "Yes, we're good friends. Why do you ask?" "It sounds like you know her too," Wang Beihai replied, intrigued by the beggar's unusual demeanor. Before the beggar could respond, a towering figure approached the pavilion. "Haha, apologies for the wait. I am Wenlan, the head of the One family." The middle-aged man introduced himself, looking at Wang Beihai with a smile and a bow. As Wang Beihai returned the gesture, he noticed a demonic face tattoo on the man's hand, identical to the one he remembered from his past. Chapter 422. Enemy. Brother Bei, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Wang Beihai staring at the tattoo on his hand in a daze, Wenlan narrowed his eyes and called out a few times. Wang Beihai immediately shook his head and quickly regained his composure. "Brother Bei seems very interested in my tattoo." Wenlan smiled on his face, but his eyes flickered with a cold light. "Oh, I'm just curious. For the first time here, I feel that it's quite different from the outside." Wang Beihai quickly found an excuse to dodge the question. Although Wenlan was suspicious, he didn't press further. Then Wenlan clapped his hands, and a beautiful servant brought tea and fruits. "You've seen the Dark Abyss Forest. There isn't much good food here. Please don't mind these snacks and fruits, Brother Bei." As he spoke, Wen Lan handed the tea poured by the servant to both of them. Seeing this, the beggar didn't care about his image and grabbed the fruits on the table, wolfing them down. Wang Beihai, on the other hand, didn't eat anything but took a light sip of tea, glancing at Wen Lan with the corner of his eye. A tall figure slowly emerged in his mind. The more he looked, the more he felt that this man in front of him was closely related to the massacre of his family many years ago. While Wang Beihai was sizing up Wen Lan was also observing Wang Beihai. The three of them sat in the pavilion, neither speaking nor making any significant movements. "Brother Bei, I don't know your surname or given name?" After a long silence, Wen Lan finally broke the quiet. "Oh, I'm Lin. Just call me Lin Xiao." Wang Beihai turned his eyes and didn't reveal his real name. "Oh, brother Lin Xiao." Hearing this, the chill in Wen Lan's eyes subsided somewhat, but the vigilance remained. "I wonder what brings brother Lin to the dark abyss forest? This forest is difficult to navigate without someone familiar with the way," Wen Lan said, turning his gaze to the beggar beside him, and suddenly asked, "Brother, have we met somewhere before?" Hearing this, the beggar's hand paused slightly, then he looked up at Wen Lan and shook his head, continuing to devour the food. Seeing this, Wen Lan couldn't help but smile, and Wang Beihai also said with a smile, "We came in by feeling our way. No one let us." "I see." Wen Lan narrowed his eyes and then stood up slowly, saying, "Brother Lin, do you know about the human realm?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately became alert and pretended to say, "I've heard of the human realm, but I've never been there." "Oh, I thought you might be a companion of my daughter Wenqing in the human realm. By the way, I've been to the human realm once," Wen Lan said, directly looking at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's heart tightened, and he forced a smile at Wen Lan, asking, "How is the human realm? Is it really as bad as they say?" "Bad? Not really." Wen Lan laughed loudly and then shook his head. "The human realm is quite good. That small village, with clear waters and green mountains, seems to be called Wulong Village. If it weren't for the mission, I would have liked to stay and play for a few days. It's a pity that I didn't get to appreciate the scenery there." Wulong Village. Hearing this familiar name, Wang Beihai's pupil shrank, and he became even more certain that Wen Lan in front of him was the murderer who killed his parents and family. "Why, it seems that just hearing the name Wulong Village, Brother Lin, you are very excited." Wen Lan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Beihai. No, I just find the name interesting." Wang Beihai forced a smile and then asked Wen Lan, "I really admire the senior for being able to go to the human realm on a mission. I wonder when you went there. If I have the chance, I must go and pay my respects." "When did I go?" Wen Lan rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then said, "It seems to be more than 10 years ago. The time is too long, and I can't remember it clearly." As he spoke, Wen Lan's gaze focused on Wang Beihai, staring at him intently, but during that mission, there was a child who looked quite similar to you. Isn't that a coincidence? Hearing this, Wang Beihai clenched his fists. At this moment, he finally confirmed that this man in front of him was the one who killed his whole family and turned him into an idiot. Tiske, but it's a pity that the child has become a fool with no intelligence. Wen Lan's eyes never left Wang Beihai, and seeing his reaction, Wen Lan seemed to ponder. The situation of the two was also observed by the beggar. "Meat, I want to eat meat." Seeing Wang Beihai's condition getting worse, the beggar immediately shouted and rushed in front of Wen Lan, blocking Wang Beihai while pulling him at the same time. Under the beggar's reminder, Wang Beihai regained some clarity. Then, the beggar stretched out his juice-covered hands towards Wen Lan. "Such a big family. How come there's no meat?" Seeing this, Wen Lan frowned but soon returned to his smile. "Of course there's meat. I think this way. My daughter will probably be back tomorrow. Although you two managed to find your way in by chance, you might not be able to find your way out. Why not stay at my residence today, and I can also show you some hospitality?" "That's natural. I won't go back until I've had enough." Seeing that Wang Beihai didn't respond, the beggar immediately added, "That's great." Wen Lan laughed heartily, giving Wang Beihai a meaningful look before slowly leaving. After when Lan completely left the garden, the beggar's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible energy enveloped the two of them. Then, the beggar looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. What's wrong with you? Since seeing that tattoo, your state has been very off. Wang Beihai slowly looked up at the beggar. This was the first time the beggar spoke so seriously. With bloodshot eyes and tightly clenched fists, Wang Beihai turned to look at the direction where Wen Lan disappeared, gritting his teeth and slowly saying, I'm not Lin Xiao, my surname is Wang. I'm Wang Beihai. I'm not from the spiritual realm. I come from the human realm, the Wulong village he mentioned. That person, that tattoo, I will never forget it in my life. He is the enemy who killed my whole family and turned me into an idiot. At these words, the beggar was greatly shocked. What the two of them didn't know was that a black shadow had been under them all along, and everything they said had been heard by Wen Lan. Chapter 423, The Darkness Behind. It really is you, the last bloodline of the Wang family. In the grand hall, Wen Lan sat on his throne, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. With a wave of his hand, a dark shadow swiftly returned to him from outside the door. I never expected that after I destroyed your sanity, you would recover and even attain such formidable cultivation. Wang Beihai, I underestimated you. A cold smile played on Wen Lan's lips as his gaze flickered. But this is good. It saves me the trouble of going to the human realm to find you. At the grand return of the demons, I will use your blood for the ritual. With that, Wen Lan stood up, facing the screen behind him, and struck a mysterious incantation with his hand. In the next moment, he transformed into a shadow and flew into the screen. In the blink of an eye, Wen Lan appeared in the depths of the dark abyss forest, surrounded by an inky blackness, clearly deep within the forest. Wen Lan walked forward expressionlessly. In the dark forest, a massive fissure appeared, revealing another world within. Approaching the fissure, Wen Lan suddenly heard a sound, and several black shadows instantly appeared beside him. Useless fools. Wen Lan reached out and grabbed a pitch-black figure. Lord, spare me. I truly did not discover those two. The captured man immediately begged for mercy, his black form fading to reveal a terrified face. How did they get in? With so many of you, you let them waltz into my mansion. You disappoint me. Wen Lan's gaze was icy, and the man in his grasp panicked. Before he could beg for mercy, Wen Lan flung him into the fissure. Suddenly, a gaping maw appeared in the fissure, swallowing the man whole. Then, a massive, blood-red eye appeared below the fissure. Seeing this, Wen Lan immediately knelt halfway, and the others, startled, followed suit, their eyes filled with fear and reverence. Great Demon Lord. Wen Lan nodded slightly. Hee, how is the progress? A deeply sinister laughter echoed from the other side of the fissure. The seals are still strong, but fortunately, no one dares to investigate here in the dark abyss forest. We are accelerating the process. If nothing goes wrong, we can open the rift in a year, and that will be the day you descend upon the world. A year? Upon hearing Wen Lan's words, a dissatisfied voice came from the fissure. Wen Lan, don't forget who saved you. A year is too long. Speed it up. With the king gone, there is no one in this world who can stand against me. At this, Wen Lan's face also showed a sinister expression. He bowed slightly, as if remembering something, and continued, There is one more thing I wish to report to the Lord. The king's descendant I left behind is currently a guest in my mansion. The king's descendant. Upon hearing this, the voice became noticeably agitated. Capture him, and keep him well. When I emerge from this place, I want to feast on his flesh and drink his blood immediately. Yes. Wen Lan nodded, his eyes gleaming with cold light. The eye disappeared after speaking. Surrounded by pitch-black darkness, the silence was terrifying. Only the fissure still flickered with a magical light. Wen Lan's eyes flickered, his face expressionless. Watch this place closely. If anything goes wrong, you know the consequences. With that, Wen Lan transformed into a shadow and left, leaving his subordinates in the dark, looking at each other and trembling. In the pavilion, Wang Beihai suddenly felt a chill and shivered, sensing a vague unease in his heart. What are you going to do now? The beggar, unusually lucid, looked at Wang Beihai, even forgetting to stuff food into his mouth. I don't know. For the first time, Wang Beihai's eyes showed confusion, and he shook his head. I want to avenge myself now, but I can't defeat him, at least not now. The beggar looked at Wang Beihai with some surprise. This time, Wang Beihai seemed to have matured a lot, and what he said was indeed the truth. Even if he added himself to the equation, they might not be able to take Wen Lan's life, let alone escape from the One Mansion. Perhaps we should leave now. After pondering for a long time, Wang Beihai's unease grew stronger. Recalling Wen Lan's departing gaze, he immediately realized something was amiss. Just as he was speaking, a group of people in black robes appeared in the garden. Let's go. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, sensing danger, and decisively stood up to leave. However, before he took 2 steps, he was blocked by the black-robed men. Brother Lin, in such a hurry. Where are you going? At that moment, Wen Lan walked into the garden from the entrance. This time, when they met again, Wen Lan was no longer as courteous as before. His face was smeared with a mocking smile, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. So, he discovered it after all. Wang Beihai was startled, thinking while observing the surroundings, contemplating a plan. We suddenly remembered we have something to do, so we won't stay long. Wenqing, please send my regards to him when he returns. As he spoke, Wang Beihai tried to leave. At that moment, Wen Lan waved his hand, and the men around him immediately surrounded Wang Beihai. What is the meaning of this, Lord Wen? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his gaze gleaming with cold light. Nothing. My daughter will be back soon. Brother Lin, why not wait for her? And there are some things I'd like to discuss with your companion here. Wen Lan said with a false smile, his gaze shifting to the beggar beside him. The beggar immediately frowned, his eyes showing signs of tension. Him? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. What's there to talk about with him? While saying this, Wang Beihai had already gathered spiritual energy in his hand, preparing to force his way out when the opportunity arose. Beihai, why are you here? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Following the sound, a charming figure appeared among the flowers, her black skirt slightly swaying, her dark hair teasingly brushing against her. It was Wenqing's arrival. Chapter 424. He is your father. Wenqing. Seeing the person who arrived, Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned and retracted the spiritual energy he was about to release. Beihai, how did you find your way here? Wenqing skipped over to Wang Beihai's side, blinking her big eyes at him. Her appearance and demeanor were still the same as when they were in Chongqing. However, Wang Beihai noticed a previously unseen coldness in her eyes. Moreover, the moment she approached, he caught a faint whiff of blood on her. Despite Wenqing's best efforts to mask it with perfume, the scent was still pungent to Wang Beihai. Nevertheless, he chose not to confront her about it, and instead gave her a warm smile, even going so far as to give her a hug. I missed you, he said, then whispered in her ear. I didn't tell your father my real identity. Here, I'm Lin Xiao, from the spirit realm. Wenqing's body stiffened at the revelation, but quickly regained her composure. Beihai? What Beihai? Just then, Wen Lan approached, curious. It's his nickname. Wenqing quickly interjected, smoothly covering for Wang Beihai. Oh, I see. Wen Lan nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Wenqing. You've been back for only a few days and already you're running around. You grew up in this forest, and now you have a rare friend. Make sure to treat him well. With that, Wen Lan glanced at the beggar standing nearby before waving his sleeve and leading the group of black-robed figures out of the garden. Seeing Wen Lan leave, Wang Beihai breathed a sigh of relief. The beggar, who had been standing nearby, had been staring at Wenqing the moment she appeared, his gaze never wavering. However, Wang Beihai was completely unaware of this. Hey, who is this, uncle? Wenqing tugged at Wang Beihai's sleeve, curious. Oh, him. Wang Beihai was about to speak when the beggar took the initiative. Miss One, I am just a beggar. Names don't matter. With that, the beggar turned away. Wang Beihai shrugged. It was the first time he had seen the beggar so proactive in talking to someone. Wen Qing merely raised an eyebrow, slightly curious but not overly concerned about a beggar. Why didn't you tell my father your real identity? Wen Qing turned back to Wang Beihai. I'm here on business in the spirit realm, and it's not convenient to use my real identity. Besides, you know Yin Clan and Listening Rain Pavilion are both looking for me. If I didn't disguise myself, I'd be hunted down. Wang Beihai found an excuse. Wen Qing didn't doubt him and merely nodded. True. You're quite the hot commodity in the spirit realm now. Yin Clan has put a high bounty on you. It wouldn't be like you if you didn't change your identity. As they spoke, a graceful figure entered the garden. Qinger, time for dinner. The gentle voice came from the beautiful woman they had seen at the gate earlier. Upon seeing her, the beggar's gaze flickered again. Unfortunately, after calling out, the woman turned and left. Wang Beihai noticed the beggar's expression and had some guesses, though they remained just that, guesses. Come on, it's rare for you to come to the spirit realm, and even more so to my home. Today, you'll get to taste the best food in the world, Wen Qing said with a crescent moon smile, then pulled Wang Beihai toward the dining room. The beggar, usually quick to rush for good food, hesitated and walked unusually slowly. By the time the three of them reached the dining room, the table was already laden with delicious dishes. The aroma wafting from them was enough to confirm their deliciousness. Wang Beihai didn't hold back, though he didn't gorge himself. He still cleared quite a few plates. I must say, this food is the best I've ever eaten, he praised as he continued to eat. In contrast, the beggar was unusually calm, just picking at the food and stuffing it into his mouth. Upon hearing Wang Beihai's words, Wen Qing proudly lifted her chin and happily linked arms with the beautiful woman beside her. Of course, this food was made by the spirit realm's #1 beauty chef, my mother. Even a god-level expert might not get to taste it. Today, you're very lucky to eat it. Hearing this, the beggar froze, stopping his movements. What's wrong? Wang Beihai frowned, worried about the beggar's state. No, nothing. It's just, the food is too good. The beggar looked up at Wen Qing's mother, and at that moment, she also looked at him. Their eyes met, and a strange feeling surged in both their hearts. The beggar quickly lowered his head, while Wen Qing's mother's eyes filled with tears. Have we met somewhere before? No, you must be mistaken. The beggar's voice was barely audible. At that moment, Wen Lan slammed his hand on the table, coldly saying, There's no mistake. How could there be a mistake? As he stood up, he looked at the beggar, Huo Wuqing. How long are you going to keep up this act? At these words, the beggar's body stiffened, and Wen Qing's mother gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at the beggar before her. Wang Beihai and Wen Qing were completely bewildered, having no idea what was happening. You really are him? No, it's impossible. He's dead. You can't be him. Wen Qing's mother was in tears, shaking her head repeatedly, denying the reality before her. Meow meow. The beggar slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with guilt. Despite all his reluctance to reveal his identity in front of his beloved, how could he control himself? So you really are Huo Wuqing. Wen Lan's anger surged as he saw the beggar's expression. Then he slammed the table again, causing the marble table to shatter. Wen Qing was startled. Dad, what are you doing? He's just a beggar. Is it really necessary? Shut up. Wen Lan hadn't spoken, but his wife shouted, then pointed at the beggar, sternly saying, Qinger, he is your real father. Chapter 425. Let them go. Boom. In that instant, Wen Qing felt as if her head had been struck by lightning, a dizzying sensation overwhelming her. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed backward. Wang Beihai, quick to react, immediately caught her. Are you all right? Wang Beihai asked with concern, equally surprised by the sudden turn of events and the revelation of the beggar's true identity. Wen Qing shook her head, her eyes reddened but dry. Humph, Huo Wuqing, after you lost to me back then, you should have known that Meow Meow is my woman. You should have also known that stepping into the dark abyss forest now means certain death for you. The beggar remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on Meow Meow, years of unrequited love and longing surging forth. I'm sorry, Meow Meow. Back then, I was too young and reckless. You said Wenqing is my daughter. Is that true? Huo Wuqing turned to Wenqing, his eyes filled with hope. Meow Meow's mother, tears streaming down her face, nodded silently. No, I don't believe it. How could he be my father? Wenqing broke free from Wang Beihai, shaking her head repeatedly. See? Huo Wuqing, you are not worthy to be Meow Meow's husband, nor Wenqing's father. She now bears the surname Wan, not Hua. When Lan smirked coldly, his eyes filled with triumph and mockery. When Lan, you are a hypocrite, a scoundrel. Meow Meow erupted, her voice filled with rage. Back then, Huagu had no intention of fighting you. It was you who kept provoking his anger, exploiting the advantages of the dark abyss forest to win. Over the years, you tore me away from Huagu, and from the moment Qing was born, you turned her into a heartless creature. I've had enough. I've endured enough. Meow Meow picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Wen Lan. When Lan caught her arm, his eyes devoid of any affection for his former wife, only coldness. You despicable woman, don't think I don't know that you sent this useless man out of the forest. When Lan struck Meow Meow with a powerful slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. Scoundrel! Meow Meow covered her face, turning to Huo Wuqing. Huo Wuqing, what's wrong with you? Where is your pride from back then? Can you bear to watch me being humiliated? This ignited the bloodlust in Huo Wuqing, who roared and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Wen Lan. Wen Lan snorted, summoning a dark shadow beneath his feet that swallowed the flames whole. Huo Wuqing, after all these years, you're still the same useless wretch. Wen Lan's eyes were filled with contempt. If it were years ago, I might have feared you a bit, but now, look at yourself. What right do you have to compete with me? Huo Wuqing hesitated, his eyes flickering with doubt. Fight, elder. Wang Beihai patted Huo Wuqing's shoulder, knowing that Wen Lan was also his enemy. My apologies, head of the One family, but I've walked this path with him. Don't worry, I won't interfere. Wang Beihai said, secretly gathering his spiritual energy, ready to strike if an opportunity arose. Ha ha ha, your acting is quite good, Wang Beihai. Wen Lan laughed coldly, his eyes piercing. From the moment you set foot in my Wen family, I knew your identity. Some hatred cannot be hidden. I had planned to toy with you for a few more days, but since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Wen Lan clapped his hands, and shadows emerged, revealing black-robed assassins. Whether it's Huo Wuqing or Wang Beihai, since you've come, don't think of leaving the dark abyss forest. As the assassins closed in, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes at Wen Lan. So you knew all along. It seems my instincts were right. Wen Lan, given the situation, I ask you, why did you kill my Wang family members all those years ago? Heh, you are trapped now. Knowing the truth won't change anything. Just know that anyone from the Wang family must die. You've survived this long only to be a living sacrifice. Blame yourself for bearing the surname Wang. Wen Lan signaled the shadows to attack. Stay strong, elder. Wang Beihai summoned his sword, Red Flare, forcing the assassins back, retreating to Huo Wuqing's side to rouse him. But Huo Wuqing's eyes were vacant, almost a liability. Kill that woman too. Wen Lan pointed coldly at Meow Meow. A blade aimed at Meow Meow. Get lost. A whip lashed out, knocking the assassin away. Qing. Meow Meow looked up to see Wenqing standing before her, whip in hand, tears in her eyes. Wenqing, what are you doing? Wen Lan frowned. Do you dare defy me? Wen Lan's cold gaze made Wenqing tremble. She clenched her whip, her eyes resolute. Let them go, or I'll die here today. Wenqing drew a small knife, pressing it against her delicate neck. Qing, what are you doing? Meow Meow tried to stop her. Shut up. Wenqing glanced at Meow Meow, her eyes indifferent, then at Huo Wuqing, her gaze resolute. She pressed the blade harder, drawing blood. Do you think this can threaten me? Wen Lan's face darkened, but he signaled the assassins to halt. I don't know, but if they die here, I won't survive either. Wenqing pressed the knife deeper. ##### Chapter 426 Death. Qing'er. Miao Miao gazed at her daughter before her, her heart torn apart, while Huo Wuqing stood by, looking at Wenqing with a mix of guilt and indescribable pain. Shaoqing. After much internal struggle, Huo Wuqing finally called out Wenqing's name, his voice trembling. However, in response to Huo Wuqing's concern, Wenqing shot him a cold glance. Don't call me that. I let you go today only out of respect for my mother. You, such a person, are not worthy to be my father. Qing'er. Seeing Wenqing speak in such a manner, Miao Miao immediately stood up to persuade her. But at that moment, Wenqing shouted, "Stay back, leave, both of you, leave." As she spoke, Wenqing turned her gaze to Wenlan, who stood nearby with a detached expression. I know that in your eyes, I'm just a tool for killing, but I still want to trade my life for theirs. Your life isn't worth that much. You're just the illegitimate daughter of that cheap woman and that useless man. Do you think I care about your life or death? Wenlan's eyes were devoid of any emotion, his words icy cold. As he spoke, the surrounding assassins had already drawn their weapons, ready to strike. Seeing this, Wenqing resolutely said, I'm going to try anyway. She pushed the blade in further, and indeed, Wenlan's eyes finally showed a flicker of emotion. The sharp knife was about to slice through Wenqing's trachea. Wait. Wenlan narrowed his eyes. After all, this was a child he had raised himself. Ignoring the blood relation, there was some bond between Wenlan and Wenqing. This was why Wenlan, knowing Wenqing was someone else's daughter, still treated her as his own. You've won. I can let this useless man and the cheap woman go. As long as they never appear before me again, I won't bother them. Hearing this, Wenqing's heart leaped with joy. However, the next second, Wenlan pointed at Wang Beihai, his eyes cold, and said, But he's different. He can't go. Why? Wenqing immediately asked, puzzled. Letting them go is my final bottom line. Don't push your luck. Wenlan didn't explain the reason, only giving Wenqing a warning look. Their eyes met, and Wenqing was stunned. Looking into Wenlan's eyes, she knew he would never let Wang Beihai go. What should I do? For a moment, Wenqing was lost in thought. At that instant, Wenlan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Seizing the opportunity while Wenqing was distracted, he swiftly closed in. You. Wenqing's pupils constricted, but before she could react, Wenlan had already snatched the knife from her hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, a black shadow instantly bound Wenqing, rendering her immobile. I told you, don't push your luck. Wenlan coldly glanced at Wenqing, then turned to look at Wang Beihai and the others. Today, I'll let your own daughter watch as I kill you. With that, Wenlan's face twisted into a sinister smile. He waved his hand, and the surrounding bodyguards instantly charged at Wang Beihai and the others. You useless wretch! How long are you going to sleep before you wake up? Seeing the dire situation, Miao Miao bit her lip and rushed to Huo Wuqing, shaking his body, hoping to rouse him from his depressed state. However, guilt and heartache plagued Huo Wuqing's mind like a nightmare. At this moment, he had no combat ability at all. Feeling Huo Wuqing's low spirits, Wang Beihai frowned. While fending off the attacks from the surrounding assassins, he kept an eye on Huo Wuqing. After all, to escape from the dark abyss forest unscathed, they needed Huo Wuqing to lead the way. Huo Wuqing, you bastard, wake up! Miao Miao pounded on Huo Wuqing's chest with all her might. The next moment, her actions came to an abrupt halt. A sharp, long sword pierced through her body, and blood dripped from the blade. Wenlan stood behind Miao Miao with a cold smile. That sword strike was delivered by Wenlan, without hesitation or mercy. Hee, you cheap woman, even on the brink of death, you still rely on that good-for-nothing. Soon, I'll let you reunite below. Wenlan finished speaking and violently pulled out the sword, causing Miao Miao's body to collapse into Huo Wuqing's arms. Huo Wuqing was stunned. Miao Miao, what's wrong? Seeing his hands covered in blood, Huo Wuqing was completely panicked. Remember to treat Qing well. It's time for you to stand up in this life. Miao Miao weakly raised her hand, wanting to caress Huo Wuqing's face, but her hand fell halfway down, lifeless. Miao Miao. Huo Wuqing watched his beloved slowly close her eyes, and the pain in his heart erupted. He let out a long, mournful cry. Mother! When Qing stood to the side, her eyes red with tears, desperately trying to break free from the restraints, but no matter how hard she struggled, it was all in vain. Hemph, today, I'll fulfill your wish for this trash. When Lan sneered, and his long sword slashed down fiercely. Just as the sword was about to strike Huo Wuqing, he suddenly let out a long howl to the sky, and red light emanated from his eyes. The sword in Wen Lan's hand was instantly melted by the terrifying heat. This is the Azura's ultimate technique. Wang Beihai knocked back the assassin before him, and then turned to look at Huo Wuqing. This appearance, this state, this aura, it was unmistakably the martial skill commonly used by Xiao Luo, though Huo Wuqing's execution of it was significantly more potent. Wen Lan, you bastard, I'll make you pay for Miao Miao's life, Huo Wuqing said, slamming a fist into the ground. Immediately, red light began to emanate from the ground. The next second, red fire pillars burst through the surface, and several unlucky assassins were instantly incinerated by the terrifying flames. Seeing the might of this attack, Wen Lan immediately frowned, his figure dodging the fire pillars in a disheveled manner. After the attack subsided, Wen Lan couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, Huo Wuqing was like a fire god, his every move unleashing terrifying flames. I didn't expect you, this good-for-nothing, to make progress in your cultivation at this time. But it's a pity, you're still no match for me. Good-for-nothings are good-for-nothings. Accept your fate. With that, Wen Lan spread his hands, and a huge black shadow shot up into the sky, transforming into a massive death god in the air. Immediately, a chilling oppression swept over them. Seeing this situation, Wang Beihai instantly dodged the surrounding assassins and came to Huo Wuqing's side. Clenching his fists, red light shone through his body, transforming into a massive Kuanpeng above him. The Kuanpeng let out a mighty roar, causing sand and stones to fly. The oppression from Wen Lan was instantly dispelled. If one isn't enough, then add me. Hashtag Chapter 427, Threat. The atmosphere in the One family's dining hall had reached a delicate and tense point. When Qing was bound by Wen Lan's shadow, her eyes filled with grief. Just minutes ago, she had watched helplessly as her mother was brutally killed by Wen Lan. Now, Wen Lan seemed unsatisfied with the bloodshed. Wang Beihai and Huo Wuqing's eyes burned with fury, ready to fight him to the death. The power of the Great Rock. Wen Lan squinted at the Great Rock's silhouette in the sky, then coldly smirked at Wang Beihai. It seems that not killing you back then was a mistake. Given time, you will undoubtedly become an enemy of the ethereal lord in this realm. With that, Wen Lan burst into laughter, then turned his gaze back to Wang Beihai, his tone suddenly shifting. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have come here so soon, nor should you have revealed your identity so early. If you had hidden and trained in secret for a few more years, I wouldn't be your match. But since you've shown yourself now, accept your fate. Neither of you will leave this dark abyss forest alive today. As he spoke, the ground of the dining hall began to tremble, and a massive shadow quickly spread across the floor, rushing towards Wang Beihai and Huo Wuqing. This is the shadow of the netherworld. If you get entangled, your spiritual energy will be drained in no time. Be careful. Huo Wuqing shouted, then leaped off the ground. Wang Beihai, hearing this, summoned Qi Xiao and stood on it. Perhaps due to the death of Miao Miao, Huo Wuqing's eyes, once filled with despair, now burned with boundless rage. He seemed to have transformed completely. I'm sorry, Miao Miao. This time, I won't back down. After I settle that bastard, I'll come find you. Huo Wuqing clenched his fists, whispered a few words, then transformed into a ball of fire and charged at Wen Lan. Senior, wait. Wang Beihai tried to stop him, but Huo Wuqing had already reached Wen Lan. With a punch, flames erupted from his fist, directly aimed at Wen Lan's face. Hemph! 20 years ago you weren't my match, and today you still aren't. Wen Lan snorted, raising his hand to form a shadow wall in front of him. The flames hit the shadow and were instantly absorbed. Just as Wen Lan was gloating, Huo Wuqing suddenly appeared in front of Wen Qing. His hands ignited with fire, gripping the shadow binding Wen Qing. The shadow let out a shrill scream and dissipated into black smoke. You! Wen Qing's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Huo Wuqing to come to her rescue at this moment. Before she could speak, Wen Lan attacked. Don't speak yet. Feeling the powerful attack from behind, Huo Wuqing immediately shielded Wen Qing in his arms. Just as Wen Lan's attack was about to hit Huo Wuqing's back, a red light flashed, interrupting the assault. Wen Lan retreated to his original spot and turned to see Wang Beihai holding Qi Xiao, smirking at him. Sorry, don't forget I'm still here. With that, Wang Beihai gestured to Huo Wuqing, who quickly understood and, carrying Wen Qing, joined him. Wen Qing glanced at Wang Beihai, then lowered her head. Since returning to the spirit realm, she had constantly reminded herself that if she met Wang Beihai again, they would be enemies. But now, standing before him, all the past memories flooded back, making it impossible for her to act against him. Wang Beihai, seeing Wen Qing's expression, didn't have time to dwell on it. Wen Lan, feeling humiliated, was now furious. His face twisted with rage, eyes cold and veins bulging, he glared at Wang Beihai and the others. Very well, I underestimated you. Wen Qing, do you also betray me? Hearing Wen Lan's words, Wen Qing froze, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was the fear ingrained since childhood, the fear of Wen Lan. At that moment, a warm hand rested on Wen Qing's head, and a warm energy flowed into her. Instantly, she felt a special power awakening within her, and the previous fear diminished. Wen Lan, the grievances between you and me shouldn't involve the younger ones. Let them go today, and I'll stay. Huo Wuqing, stroking Wen Qing's head, stared resolutely at Wen Lan. Ha, do you think I'm stupid? Wen Lan laughed. Who do you think you are? On my Wen family's territory, in this dark abyss forest, how do you think you can escape? Not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill that Bei kid, and I'll make your daughter kill you herself. Huo Wuqing smiled and took out a jade pendant from his robe. Wen Lan, do you know why Miao Miao and I fled into this dark abyss forest? Why? Wen Lan narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease creeping up. We angered someone we shouldn't have. All these years, I've been hiding from that person's pursuit. Compared to him, you in the dark abyss forest are just an ant. Wen Lan burst into loud laughter at Huo Wuqing's words. Even if such a person exists, so what? Do you really expect him to come save you? Heh, he won't save me, but he can destroy your entire Wen family. You know there's a celestial realm above the spirit realm. This jade pendant is my treasure for hiding my aura. Thanks to it, I've survived until now. If I crush this pendant, the celestial's power, how will you handle it? As he spoke, Huo Wuqing applied slight pressure, and Wen Lan's eyes widened, looking at him with a mix of doubt and fear. Seeing Huo Wuqing's serious expression, Wen Lan lost all confidence. After all, there were greater secrets in the dark abyss forest, secrets that couldn't afford any mistakes. If a celestial were to be drawn here, all their past efforts would be in vain. At that moment, Wen Lan was panicked. He didn't dare to gamble, nor could he. While Wen Lan hesitated, Huo Wuqing retreated to Wang Beihai and Wen Qing's side, glancing at Wen Qing with teary eyes. I'm sorry, Xiao Qing. It's my fault. After leaving, don't come back. Then, he looked at Wang Beihai, his meaning clear with just a glance. Finally, Wen Lan conceded, glaring resentfully at Wang Beihai before coldly snorting. You win. You stay. The two of you go. Hashtag chapter 428. The Realm of Emperors. At the moment when Wen Lan relented, Wen Qing was utterly stunned. In her memory, Wen Lan had never yielded to anyone before, but this time, Wen Lan had compromised, and it was an extremely reluctant compromise. And all of this was achieved by this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat untidy man standing in front of her. In that instant, Wen Qing's eyes flickered with emotion. The image of Hua Wuqing in her eyes had already become tall and majestic. Mysteriously, Wenqing felt a kind of inexplicable sense of security from Hua Wuqing, a feeling she had never experienced from childhood to adulthood, nor had Wenlan ever given her. Go quickly. At that moment, seeing Wenlan relent, Hua Wuqing immediately instructed Wang Beihai to take Wenqing away. Wang Beihai understood and took Wenqing's hand, heading towards the door. Hua Wuqing, fearing that Wenlan might change his mind, held the jade pendant in one hand and followed Wang Beihai and the others to the main gate of the One Mansion. Wenlan, with his brows tightly furrowed, was about to order the shadow guards to pursue them, but unexpectedly, Hua Wuqing was exceptionally sharp and directly blocked the path of the shadow guards, then looked at Wenlan. You'd better not play tricks, or even if I die, I'll take you all down with me. Hearing this, Wenlan completely abandoned any other thoughts. Seeing this, Hua Wuqing shouted again, Hurry! Wang Beihai immediately summoned Qi Xiao and then picked up Wenqing, stepping on Qi Xiao to fly out of the One Mansion. Watching the two leave, Wenlan's face turned gloomy, and with a wave of his hand, the gates of the One Mansion began to slowly close. As the gap between the doors grew smaller, Wenqing suddenly felt a shock in her heart, as if something was slowly disappearing. No, don't, father. Wenqing realized and immediately shouted towards the gate, but the gates of the One family slammed shut. Seeing Wenqing in such a state, Wang Beihai, holding back his tears, struck a chop on Wenqing's back, causing her to let out a muffled groan and then faint. Wang Beihai then placed her in a spatial ring and, following the method taught by Hua Wuqing earlier, quickly disappeared into the dark forest. Heh, she called me father. She called me father. At this moment, inside the One Mansion, Hua Wuqing was surrounded by shadow guards from all sides. However, facing such a predicament, Hua Wuqing burst into laughter. I let them go, so you should put down that thing in your hand, right? Wenlan, with a black face, looked at Hua Wuqing, feeling utterly humiliated. He had even mentally rehearsed thousands of ways to make Hua Wuqing suffer unimaginably. Heh, the thing in my hand? Hua Wuqing smiled at Wenlan and then taunted. Wenlan, many years ago, you tricked me once. This time, it's finally my turn. It seems I've won this round. With that, Hua Wuqing crushed the jade stone in his hand. Wenlan's eyes widened, instinctively protecting himself, but after waiting for a while, the divine punishment he imagined did not descend. Instead, he saw Hua Wuqing looking at him with a mocking expression. You tricked me. It was only now that Wenlan realized there was no immortal at all. This was just a crude excuse Hua Wuqing had fabricated to deceive him. Yet, despite such a crude excuse, the usually wise Wenlan had believed it. In an instant, Wenlan's body trembled with anger, and with a wave of his hand, he shouted, Arrest him. I want to make him taste the agony of living in torment myself. As soon as these words were spoken, countless shadow guards rushed towards Hua Wuqing. Seeing this, Hua Wuqing had no intention of resisting. From the moment Miao Miao died, he had already decided on his fate. As for the matter of the immortals, there was indeed such a thing, but the jade pendant was something he had fabricated on the spot. Thinking of his daughter now safe, Hua Wuqing's heart was free of worries. Then, Hua Wuqing's mouth slightly curled up, his eyes suddenly opened wide, emitting red light, and his skin instantly turned crimson. A destructive aura immediately emanated from his body. Such a strong pressure. This is bad. Feeling the violent energy within Hua Wuqing, Wenlan's eyes widened. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Hua Wuqing's body suddenly explode, and a fiery energy, like the sun, instantly spread out, blasting a massive crater in the dark abyss forest, with a crack faintly visible within the crater. No one could have expected that at this critical moment, Hua Wuqing would choose to self-destruct to end himself. At the same time as the explosion, Wang Beihai had just left the abyss forest and soon felt the ground tremble. He then stepped on Qi Xiao to fly into the sky, seeing the devastation in the center of the forest. Wang Beihai immediately closed his eyes, his mind filled with scenes of Hua Wuqing coming to him to ask for food, feeling a deep sigh within him. Farewell, senior. Wang Beihai silently mourned in his heart, knowing that without Huo Wuqing, he would likely have become a corpse by now. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai flew away from the scene. 3 days later, Wang Beihai received news from Lin Xingyang that Li Bai had left the spirit realm, and the Yin family's forces were already out searching for him. To this, Wang Beihai paid no attention. At this moment, he was sitting on the bow of a boat, drifting downstream with the river. Wen Qing sat beside him, staring blankly at the scenery on both banks. Obviously, the revelation of her true identity and the loss of her parents had dealt her a significant blow. Don't worry, one day, I will go back to seek revenge. Wen Lan's hands are stained not only with the blood of your parents, but also with the blood of mine, my entire Wang family. Wang Beihai said calmly, but Wen Qing continued to stare blankly, not responding to Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai did not say more and instead turned his gaze to the surrounding mountains. The towering peaks and the flying cranes created a unique and serene scene. This must be the world as seen by Senior Li Bai, Wang Beihai thought with a smile. Immediately after, he felt a strange power emerging within him, a state of mind, a pride that proclaimed the supremacy of oneself in the heavens and on earth. In an instant, everything around him seemed to freeze. Sensing the change in Wang Beihai, Wen Qing suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at the Wang Beihai in front of her. At this moment, above Wang Beihai's head, the sky was bathed in a golden glow, with cranes circling and a golden carp leaping out of the river, a beam of golden light falling upon Wang Beihai. In this instant, Wang Beihai seemed like an emperor descending upon the mortal world. Chapter 429. You Seek Death. Watching Wang Beihai shimmering in golden light, Wen Qing was momentarily lost in thought, but soon regained her senses. In that brief moment of distraction, what seemed like an instant was actually an hour passing. I never expected that just by looking at his appearance, I would experience an epiphany. Wen Qing was startled by the changes in her state of mind and looked at Wang Beihai again. The natural phenomenon had disappeared, but his body still glowed faintly with golden light. Is this the legendary Emperor realm? Feeling the imperial aura emanating from Wang Beihai, Wen Qing couldn't help but sigh. Not long ago, Wang Beihai had just stepped into the Saint realm, but in the blink of an eye, he had reached a height that countless cultivators could only dream of their entire lives. No wonder Wen Lan went to great lengths to keep him. Such an enemy is terrifying to anyone. Wen Qing narrowed her eyes, recalling the scenes of her mother being killed by Wen Lan and her so-called father sacrificing himself to save her. A trace of sorrow flashed in her eyes, quickly turning into boundless hatred. Wen Lan, just you wait. I will avenge this grudge. As Wen Qing thought this, thick fog began to rise around her. She snapped back to reality and went to the bow of the boat, only to find the green mountains on either side had turned into steep cliffs, reflecting a white light. As the boat approached, she was shocked to see that the cliffs were covered with bones, and the white light was the reflection of the bones. A shiver ran down Wen Qing's spine. At that moment, a loud ape cry echoed from the cliffs, startling a flock of crows on the boat. Could this be the legendary Ghost Gate? Wen Qing's face turned pale as she thought of this, and she immediately grabbed the bamboo pole on the boat to speed up its progress. I must leave here quickly. The further she went, the thicker the fog became, and soon Wen Qing couldn't see ahead, forcing her to stop the boat. In the fog, the golden light on Wang Beihai's body became even more dazzling. Suddenly, a swift sound cut through the air, startling Wen Qing, who immediately took out her whip and looked around vigilantly. Unknown to her, a group of fierce-looking men were watching her from the cliffs nearby. TSK, I never thought there would be such a beautiful woman in the world. Brothers, it seems we can have a good time today. The one-eyed leader sneered, and his underlings, hearing this, all looked at Wen Qing in the fog with greedy eyes. I see the boat is shining with golden light. There must be treasures on it. Once we get down there, we'll take the treasures first, then the beauty. Anyone else, kill them. The one-eyed man made a slashing gesture, and his underlings immediately showed excited expressions. With a wave of his hand, the leader sent his men jumping down from the cliffs. When Qing heard splashing sounds and, while on high alert, suddenly felt a large hand reach out from the fog in front of her, grabbing for her neck. Startled, when Qing quickly stepped back, evading the hand's grasp. With a cold snort, she swung her whip, striking the hand hard. A cry of pain followed, and then more splashing sounds. Before Wen Qing could react, several more figures emerged, surrounding her with 5 or 6 burly men. TSK, TSK, TSK. The little beauty is quite formidable. Brothers, catch her. We'll have some fun today. The one-eyed leader's eyes were fixed on Wen Qing, filled with desire. At his command, the men charged at her. Wen Qing quickly shielded Wang Beihai behind her and swung her whip, creating a protective barrier. The men tried to break through but were met with painful lashes, leaving them unable to advance. Useless trash, the one-eyed leader spat, pushing aside his men and pulling out a large saber. He stomped the ground, causing the boat to sink slightly, then roared and swung the saber at Wen Qing. The powerful strike made Wen Qing's arm numb, and her whip almost flew out of her hand. Although unharmed, Wen Qing felt a sharp pain in her arm, unable to continue wielding the whip. Boss is awesome. The underlings cheered, and the one-eyed leader grinned, his eyes greedily fixed on Wen Qing. There's nothing in this world I, Hu Biao, can't get. He sneered, grabbing Wen Qing's arm. A warm sensation passed through him, and Hu Biao's eyes burned with desire. It was then that he noticed Wang Beihai behind Wen Qing. No wonder you didn't run. You were protecting your little lover. Hu Biao pulled Wen Qing aside, and his men quickly restrained her. Then, he looked at Wang Beihai, who was still in meditation. So the golden thing I saw earlier was your lover. Looks like he's breaking through. I wonder what would happen if I cut him down now. Hu Biao sneered, raising his saber and swinging it over Wang Beihai's head. No, don't. Seeing this, Wen Qing's face showed panic, and she struggled desperately to break free from the men's grip, but despite her strength, she couldn't escape their hold. The men around her enjoyed her struggle, their excitement growing with each wriggle. Hee hee, struggle all you want. The more desperate you are, the more we like it. Little beauty, now I'll show you how my saber will split your lover in two. Hu Biao laughed and raised his saber, bringing it down hard towards Wang Beihai's head. No! Wen Qing cried out in despair, but with a clang, the sharp blade stopped just an inch from Wang Beihai's head, unable to move further. Damn it, I don't believe this. Hu Biao's eyes hardened as he channeled all his spiritual energy into the saber, pushing it down towards Wang Beihai's head. At that moment, Wang Beihai's eyes shot open, icy cold. Hu Biao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly withdrew his saber and retreated. Wang Beihai slowly stood up, surveying the scene and the restrained Wen Qing, a murderous intent quietly spreading. You seek death. Chapter 430, to the Qin family. Between the cliffs on a small boat, Wang Beihai's face was as cold as frost, his eyes sharp as swords, and his body glowed with golden light, exuding an emperor-like aura that pressed heavily on Hu Biao and his men, making it hard for them to breathe. You brat, trying to bluff us. I don't believe you, with your skinny frame, can do anything to me. Brothers, get him. Take this guy down. Hu Biao narrowed his eyes and then waved his hand. His underlings immediately surged towards Wang Beihai, while Hu Biao quickly snatched Wen Qing from one of his men, then leaped with a special tool, carrying Wen Qing up the cliff. Who would have thought this brat, so young, already has the cultivation of an emperor realm? This time we've hit a tough one. Only a fool would fight him. Hu Biao thought to himself, then glanced at Wen Qing, who was still struggling, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Luckily, I got this beauty. It wasn't a complete loss even with so many brothers lost. After I cultivate with this beauty, I'll come back to take revenge on that brat. Thinking this, Hu Biao sped up again, climbing the steep cliff like a gecko. After a while of climbing, just as Hu Biao thought he had shaken off Wang Beihai, a silver light suddenly appeared before him. It was a long, silver spear, which stabbed into the cliff in front of Hu Biao, completely blocking his path. Damn it! Hu Biao was shocked and cursed, about to turn and leave when Wang Beihai's figure appeared before him like a ghost. "I'll fight you to the death." Hu Biao was terrified and leaped into the air, swinging his large knife down towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai didn't even look at Hu Biao directly. With a wave of his hand, a red light shot out, cutting Hu Biao's large knife in half like rotten wood. Then, with another wave, the red light flashed, and Hu Biao was instantly decapitated. His hand loosened, and Wen Qing fell downwards. Wang Beihai immediately summoned his sword and caught Wen Qing steadily in midair. "Sorry, I scared you," Wang Beihai said with deep regret, remembering his promise to Huo Wuqing. Wen Qing didn't answer but buried her head in Wang Beihai's embrace, feeling the special sense of security from his broad shoulders. Wang Beihai's body trembled slightly, but he didn't say anything more, just holding Wen Qing steadily back onto the boat. Then, with a wave of his hand, the silver light in the sky returned to his grasp. Seeing this, Wen Qing's eyes flickered slightly and she said, "I never expected you to become so powerful in such a short time. Back in Chongqing, we were on the same level, but now, you are someone the world looks up to." "That's not my intention." In response to Wen Qing's words, Wang Beihai was exceptionally sincere. He put away his spear and sword, leaned against the side of the boat, and rested his head on his hand, his eyes showing a trace of melancholy. "If I could, I really wish to be an ordinary person for a lifetime, even a fool, living forever in that run-down village, without worries, without anxiety, and without the need for fighting." Seeing Wang Beihai's melancholic expression, Wen Qing's eyes sparkled and she asked, "Back then, he killed your whole family and made you a fool. You must hate him, right?" "Hate? How could I not?" Wang Beihai turned to look at Wen Qing. "Compared to my deep-rooted hatred, it seems you are the one who needs to struggle now. After all, for over 20 years, he has been a special presence for you." Hearing this, Wen Qing's body stiffened slightly, and indeed, her eyes showed difficulty. "I don't know. I hate him, but every time I think about killing him, I feel conflicted. I don't know what to do." Saying this, Wen Qing sat down beside Wang Beihai and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Wang Beihai didn't object. In his view, perhaps only this way could bring solace to the poor soul in front of him. The two leaned against the boat and soon, the cliffs on both sides disappeared, replaced by a setting sun in front of them. Wen Qing looked at the distant scenery and finally showed a long-lost smile. "Beautiful." Wen Qing narrowed her eyes, savoring this moment of beauty. Then, she looked at Wang Beihai. "Where are we going next? Directly to the Yin family?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai shook his head. He touched his chin, looked into the distance, and an image of a beautiful figure immediately flashed in his mind. 3 years should be about right. We're not going to the Yin family first. We'll take a detour to the Qin family." "The Qin family?" "The one hidden in another space, uninvolved in worldly affairs." Wen Qing's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smiled slightly and nodded. "This spiritual realm is so small. Apart from that Qin family, which other one could it be? Why go to the Qin family? As far as I know, the Qin family never meddles in worldly affairs. Except for major events where they invite various factions to visit, they are usually closed to visitors. Moreover, the Qin family has its own separate space. It's not easy to get there." Wen Qing frowned slightly, somewhat curious about Wang Beihai's decision. "Nothing much. Just going to pick someone up and collect a debt?" Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Until now, he still clearly remembered how Qin Wushuang had humiliated him and taken Xiaomin away right under his nose in Emo City. "Okay, anyway, I'm homeless now, so I'll follow you." Wen Qing shrugged. Although she was a bit puzzled by Wang Beihai's actions, she could only go along with him for now. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly remembered something important and turned to Wen Qing. "By the way, do you know where the Qin family is and how to get there?" Seeing Wang Beihai's clueless expression, Wen Qing was speechless and shook her head. "I only know the general direction. Since the Qin family is always closed to visitors, my understanding of them is limited. By the way, you don't even know how to get to the Qin family. How did you get into a feud with them?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai patted his head, thought for a moment, then took out the communication jade given by Lin Qingyang and tried to contact him. Sure enough, he reached Lin Qingyang. The Qin family? How could it be so coincidental? On the other end came Lin Qingyang's voice. What's so coincidental? Wang Beihai immediately got excited. You wouldn't believe it. Since we destroyed the Tingyu Pavilion and took over the Cao Shan sect, the status of the Qing Shan sect has risen quite a bit. In the past, those big families wouldn't even look at us, but now even the Qin family sends invitations. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned and then his eyes sharpened. Invitations? When? According to the time in the Qin family's separate space, it should be 3 days from now. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately ended the call with Lin Qingyang, then stood up, summoned Qi Xiao, leaped onto it, and waved to Wenqing. Come on up. Wenqing looked at Wang Beihai in confusion. Up? Where to? What about the boat? Forget the boat. We're going back to the Qing Shan sect now. I'll take you to the Qin family to attend a wedding feast. Chapter 431. Going together. What? You're going to the Qin family? A day later, in a farmhouse on the hillside of Green Mountain sect, Lin Qingyang widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Wang Beihai. In his opinion, Wang Beihai should have been extremely uninterested in such occasions. Yes, I need to handle some business at the Qin family. Can you help me get some invitations? Wang Beihai nodded seriously. Hearing this, Lin Qingyang frowned and stroked his chin before saying, invitations shouldn't be a problem. Just take the 1 mint for the sect leader. As he spoke, Lin Qingyang winked at Wang Beihai, making his meaning clear. Just as they were talking, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the house. Lin Qingyang heard the noise and couldn't help but cover his forehead. I almost forgot about that. What's the matter? Wang Beihai looked at Lin Qingyang, puzzled. You don't know. Ever since your deeds were spread, our humble thatched cottage here has become a tourist spot for the sect. A place that even mosquitoes wouldn't bother with before is now a place all sect disciples aspire to visit. I can't even find a quiet moment to enjoy a cup of tea. Seeing Lin Qingyang's distressed expression, Wang Beihai couldn't help but chuckle. He then walked to the courtyard where a group of people in green robes stood. As soon as they saw Wang Beihai, they immediately cast curious glances. Junior brother, you're back? At that moment, Lin Xiao pushed through the crowd and ran up to Wang Beihai, his face full of excitement. Wang Beihai smiled and patted his chest, then couldn't help but be surprised when he felt Lin Xiao's cultivation, which seemed on the verge of a breakthrough in just a few days. This guy, such formidable talent. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, secretly astonished. Everyone, this is my junior brother and a great hero of our Green Mountain sect. While Wang Beihai was pondering, Lin Xiao suddenly raised Wang Beihai's hand and shouted. In an instant, all the disciples around looked at him with admiration. Oh, you rascal! Faced with this unexpected scene, Wang Beihai was startled and then glared at Lin Xiao. Sure enough, within 10 breaths, the surroundings were completely surrounded. If not for the vegetable garden in the yard, the small courtyard might have been overrun by the disciples. Beihai, let's go. Just as everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of Wang Beihai, a gentle voice came from the thatched hut, its melodious tone immediately drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to the hut's entrance where Wenqing stood, her long hair flowing like a lotus emerging from water, her every move breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing this woman, all the disciples stared, their eyes glazed over. For a moment, Wang Beihai seemed less important. Let's go now. Wenqing slowly walked to Wang Beihai's side and whispered softly in his ear. Wang Beihai was startled, and then looked into the hut where Lin Qingyang was indeed gesturing for them to leave quickly. This old fox. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then grabbed Wenqing's hand. A flash of red light later, he pulled her onto Qi Xiao and they flew away on the sword. The disciples in the courtyard watched their departing figures with awe. Such a divine couple, truly enviable. If only I had such abilities. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Lin Qingyang coughed lightly and walked out of the hut. The disciples immediately bowed respectfully to him. Lin Qingyang nodded in satisfaction and then addressed the crowd. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, one day you will reach this level. Hearing this, the disciples of Green Mountain Sect's eyes sparkled with determination, and the courtyard was filled with ambition and passion. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Green Mountain Sect, Zhao Danyang was repeatedly examining the invitation in his hand. Beside him, the mountain-supporting old ancestor's face was also filled with smiles. At this moment, the mountain-supporting old ancestor had no rebellious thoughts. After all, life here was much more comfortable than when he was the sect leader. Plus, with the cultivation techniques given by Wang Beihai, he was more inclined to submit than rebel. Haha, I never thought the usually self-righteous Qin family would send us an invitation. This has never happened since the founding of Green Mountain Sect. Zhao Danyang said, bursting into laughter. Now that Green Mountain Sect has absorbed 3 other sects and dominates the region, its status and power are no longer the same. In time, Green Mountain Sect will surely become a super sect. If the Qin family doesn't curry favor now, they may never get the chance. The mountain-supporting old ancestor flattered, and Zhao Danyang's face immediately showed a radiant smile. At that moment, the mountain-supporting old ancestor suddenly frowned and turned to look outside the hall. Who is flying in on a sword? As he spoke, a red light flashed, and the next second, Wang Beihai appeared in the hall. Seeing Wang Beihai, the mountain-supporting old ancestor and Zhao Danyang were both startled, then smiled. Beihai, you're back? Zhao Danyang stepped forward, patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, showing no trace of the sect leader's dignity. When his gaze fell on Wenqing beside him, Zhao Danyang was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. After all, with Wang Beihai's current strength, he could find any woman he wanted. Yes, I'm back. But now, there's something I'd like to ask of the sect leader. What is it? Hearing this, Zhao Danyang felt a pang of unease. Wang Beihai smiled and looked at the invitation in Zhao Danyang's hand. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to borrow the invitation from the sect leader. I want to visit someone at the Qin family and handle some business. Hearing this, Zhao Danyang's smile faltered, and a hint of bitterness appeared on his lips. The invitation had barely warmed in his hands before he had to hand it over. Seeing Zhao Danyang's expression, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile. Is there any concern, sect leader? No concern. It's just that I was also very eager to go to the Qin family. But since you have business there, you can go. Just remember to bring some good gifts and don't tarnish our Green Mountain Sect's reputation. Zhao Danyang said, reluctantly handing over the invitation. Wang Beihai could see through Zhao Danyang's thoughts. He opened the invitation and saw Xiao Min's name on it. Then, he frowned and handed the invitation back to Zhao Danyang. Zhao Danyang was puzzled. The invitation only says to invite the sect leader of Green Mountain Sect. It doesn't say you can't bring attendance. Wang Beihai smiled, and Zhao Danyang immediately understood, feeling very grateful to Wang Beihai. Just as he was about to say something, Wang Beihai waved his hand. I'll be at the thatched hut on the hillside. Call me when you're ready to leave. With that, Wang Beihai left with Wenqing. Why would Beihai suddenly want to go to the Qin family? After Wang Beihai left, the mountain-supporting old ancestor immediately came forward, curious. How would I know? Zhao Danyang raised an eyebrow, lovingly holding the invitation, his eyes gleaming as he looked outside the hall. I suppose Beihai must have a friend at the Qin family, otherwise, why would they send an invitation to me? If that's the case, then this time, our Green Mountain Sect and the Qin family will surely become allies. The future prospects are self-evident. With that, the two burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the hall for a long time. Chapter 432, Realm of Time and Space. The following noon, Wang Beihai and Wenqing were resting with their eyes closed in the small courtyard when a gentle breeze passed by, signaling the arrival of Zhao Danyang. Dressed in a luxurious purple robe and a golden crown, he looked exceptionally noble at first glance. Brother, are you going to propose or get married? Lin Xingyang couldn't help but burst out laughing at his appearance. Oh, go on. What do you know? Although the Qin family lives in seclusion, they are a solid, influential family. If we can make a good impression this time, our Qing Shan sect status will rise even higher. Of course, We need to dress up properly when visiting them. Wang Beihai watched the two conversing and then narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking softly. Make a good impression? With the Qin family. As he spoke, Wang Beihai revealed a profound expression. What's wrong, brother Beihai? Seeing Wang Beihai's expression, Zhao Dinyang immediately stepped forward to ask. No, nothing. It's just that I feel the sect master today exudes an extraordinary aura, very much like a sect master. Is that so? Hearing this, Zhao Dinyang immediately smiled with satisfaction and turned to Lin Qingyang. See? Even Beihai says so. I think it's you, my junior brother, who is too backward and doesn't understand taste. Yes, I don't understand. Lin Qingyang nodded helplessly, not wanting to argue with Zhao Dinyang. Then, he walked up to Wang Beihai. No matter what brings you to the Qin family, remember to contact us if anything happens. As I always say, Qing Shan sect will always be your backing. Got it. Wang Beihai nodded, feeling a bit touched by Lin Qingyang's concern. All right, we're going to a wedding, not a fight. Why make it so serious? At that moment, Zhao Dinyang stepped forward and gave Lin Qingyang a few instructions before taking out a gourd and tossing it into the air. The gourd instantly enlarged. Brother, this is the treasure of our sect. How could you bring this out? Lin Qingyang widened his eyes, staring at the gourd in front of him, his face instantly covered in black lines. What do you know? This is called making a grand appearance, understand? Zhao Dinyang proudly puffed out his chest and waved to Wang Beihai. All right, I can't be bothered with you. Beihai, let's go. Oh. Wang Beihai shrugged helplessly at Lin Qingyang and then pulled Wen Qing to jump onto the gourd. Upon landing on the gourd, Wang Beihai was surprised to find it quite stable, with a soft sensation, like sitting in a luxury car. Wang Beihai and Wen Qing exchanged glances, both clearly surprised. Hee, sit tight. We're about to set off. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Dinyang was obviously very satisfied. He then took out 2 gold ingots from his pouch and placed them in the front array. Instantly, the gourd emitted a bright light and carried everyone away, disappearing from the spot. What a fast speed! Throughout the journey, Wang Beihai was amazed by the scenery flashing past. The speed of the gourd was even faster than his own sword flight. How's it feel different, right? At that moment, Zhao Dinyang turned around and asked proudly, It is different. Wang Beihai nodded. Then, Zhao Dinyang continued, By the way, you mentioned earlier that you'd prepare a gift. Beihai, can I see what you've prepared? Zhao Dinyang's eyes showed a hint of anxiety. If the gift was not up to par, it would be a loss of face for him. The gift. Wang Beihai rolled his eyes, thinking that since he was going to disrupt the wedding, he naturally hadn't prepared any gift. But considering Zhao Dinyang's expectant gaze, Wang Beihai still took out a jade bottle from his spiritual ring, filled with life essence liquid. What is this? Zhao Dinyang widened his eyes in curiosity. This is the essence of the blood lotus from Tian Shan. Just 1 drop can regenerate severed limbs and flesh from bones. Even on the brink of death, it can pull you back from the gates of hell. Wang Beihai said casually, while Zhao Dinyang was stunned, his mouth agape. He then picked up the jade bottle and sniffed it, immediately showing a shocked expression. After contemplating for a while, Zhao Dinyang looked at Wang Beihai. I say, brother Beihai, this bottle is so full. Won't it overflow? This is a precious item. If it spills, that would be a pity. Why don't we fill it less, just half or a few drops? Hearing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but laugh, finding Zhao Dinyang's distressed expression quite amusing. No need. I have plenty of this stuff. Wang Beihai waved his hand, leaving Zhao Dinyang completely dumbfounded. For a moment, he looked at Wang Beihai as if he were looking at a pile of treasure. As they spoke, a sudden jolt came from the front. Zhao Dinyang immediately turned around to see the space ahead cracking like shattered glass. We're almost there. Zhao Dinyang narrowed his eyes and placed the invitation in his hand, steering the gourd forward. Just as it was about to hit the cracks, the invitation emitted a light that enveloped the gourd. Wang Beihai felt his vision darken, as if entering a space tunnel. A few minutes later, his vision brightened again, and the surrounding scenery changed dramatically. We're here, in another space. Zhao Danyang excitedly took in the scenery and took a deep breath. This is the realm of time and space. Many influential families and sects choose to reside here because the time flow is much slower. 1 year outside is only a day here. Wang Beihai nodded, feeling the unique temporal energy as soon as they entered. Training here would certainly be twice the result with half the effort. Wang Beihai thought to himself. At that moment, Zhao Danyang pointed to the surrounding mountains. Each of these mountains represents a family or a sect. As he spoke, many people arrived from behind, all flying towards one direction, clearly heading to the Qin family. Is that where the Qin family is? Wang Beihai squinted his eyes towards the distance, his thoughts stirred by a certain figure. Naturally, the Qin family is not a major family in this realm of time and space, but their heritage is not something ordinary families can compare to. Among the guests this time, there are members of the Yin family. You'll need to disguise yourself, Zhao Danyang said, tossing a mask to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai caught the mask and then looked towards the distance with a smile. Chapter 433. I'm here to take you away. Wang Beihai put on his mask, and the group followed the crowd forward, eventually arriving at a mountain. We're here, Zhao Danyang said, his face revealing excitement as he looked at the assembled forces ahead. The Qin family sure knows how to make an entrance. Look, over there is the Sword Sect, one of the 3 great sects of the Ling realm. Each one of them exudes an extraordinary aura. And look, that's Meng Luo, one of the 4 divine generals of the Yin family. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her cultivation is something we can only look up to. Zhao Danyang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wang Beihai followed his gaze and saw a slender figure standing at the forefront, with a group of warriors trembling behind her, their eyes filled with undisguised lust but also deep respect. Is she the #1 beauty of the Ling realm? Indeed, she is extraordinary. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. As a deity himself, the aura this woman exuded was far beyond what his old masters could compare to. At that moment, Meng Luo suddenly turned around, and her starry eyes met Wang Beihai's. What kind of eyes were those? In just one glance, Wang Beihai felt a dizziness in his head. Startled, he quickly activated the Hunyuan art to suppress the dizziness. Seeing that Wang Beihai had withstood her mental attack and regained his composure, Meng Luo raised an eyebrow and then gave a seductive smile, striding towards Wang Beihai's group with her long legs. This time, Wang Beihai got a clear look at her face. Her short, neat hair accentuated her finely chiseled features. Just her appearance made her a standout in the crowd, even compared to when Qing beside him. Hey, Beihai, it seems like Meng Luo is coming towards us. Do you think she's interested in me? Zhao Danyang excitedly tugged at Wang Beihai's sleeve and straightened his attire. Wang Beihai frowned. Although he was wearing a mask, his identity was still a taboo. He had come to the Qin family only to take Xiaomin away. He didn't want to clash with the Yin family prematurely. Being too conspicuous was not in his best interest. As Meng Luo approached, the crowd's attention quickly focused on them. Where are you from? Meng Luo finally stopped in front of Wang Beihai, her gaze imposing a sense of domination that made one instinctively want to submit. Meng Luo, we are from the Green Mountain sect. Zhao Danyang quickly stepped forward to smooth things over when Wang Beihai hesitated to answer. But Meng Luo shot him a cold look. Green Mountain sect? Never heard of it. What kind of insignificant sect dares to speak to me? Her indifferent words stunned Zhao Danyang, whose smile froze. The surrounding crowd looked on with schadenfreude, and many began to whisper. What is the Green Mountain sect? Must be some interloper. I heard it's a newly rising sect. That guy must be the sect leader or something. Insignificant sect. I bet they're just here to freeload. Zhao Danyang and his group became the target of scorn. His eyes flashed with displeasure, but quickly turned to self-doubt, given the presence of larger sects and families around. At that moment, Wang Beihai stepped forward, patted Zhao Danyang's shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, I'm here." With that, Wang Beihai took a step forward, unleashing his Emperor Realm power. An overwhelming aura of authority swept over the crowd, making their smiles vanish and replaced by deep fear and shock. He's an Emperor Realm expert. The Green Mountain sect actually has an Emperor Realm expert as its leader. Some, unable to withstand the pressure, even knelt down. Interesting, the middle-aged man leading the sword sect remarked, turning his gaze towards Wang Beihai. Meng Luo, in front of Wang Beihai, furrowed her brows and unconsciously released her own aura to try and overpower him, but the contest ended in a draw. Strong willpower, Meng Luo muttered, then retracted her aura. Wang Beihai followed suit. This is the Green Mountain sect, Wang Beihai announced loudly, looking around. This time, no one dared to question. With an Emperor Realm expert leading, the sect's strength was evident. Who are you, Beihai? Meng Luo scrutinized Wang Beihai, certain he couldn't come from such an obscure sect. Why should I tell you? Wang Beihai retorted coldly, showing no respect. The crowd gasped in surprise. Heavens, that's one of the Yin family's 4 divine generals, a deity-level expert. Does he not want to live? That Beihai must have had his head kicked by a donkey. It's over. The Green Mountain sect is finished. Hearing the murmurs, Zhao Danyang tugged at Wang Beihai's sleeve, signaling him to be more cautious. But Wang Beihai remained unyielding, staring back at Meng Luo. The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with tension. Just as the standoff continued, a massive gate opened before the mountain, and an elderly man with white hair but a youthful face emerged. Everyone, today is a joyous occasion for the Qin family. Please, give me, Qin Feng, the head of the Qin family, some face and set aside today's matters, shall we? It was Qin Feng, the head of the Qin family, smiling benevolently. Beihai, you'd better watch out, Meng Luo said, turning to leave. Zhao Danyang breathed a sigh of relief, unaware that the real ordeal was just beginning. Passing through the gate, they were suddenly in another space. Wang Beihai curiously looked around, feeling a new understanding of spatial concepts. Under Qin Feng's guidance, they soon arrived at the Qin family's mansion, where red decorations and festive atmosphere filled the air. As Wang Beihai took his seat, he heard the sound of gongs and drums, and then saw Qin Wushuang leading Xiaomin, dressed in a crimson wedding gown, out of the room. The red gown made Xiaomin even more stunning. Seeing her, Wang Beihai's body trembled uncontrollably. Clenching his fists, he stared intently at Xiaomin, his heart silently chanting, Xiaomin, I'm here to take you away. Chapter 434. Repaying Debts. Xiaomin followed Qin Wushuang into the grand hall and ascended the stage that had been set up. She glanced out the door, as if searching for something, but found nothing. In that fleeting moment, a hint of sadness flowed through her beautiful eyes. Closing her eyes, Xiaomin let out a long sigh, secretly mocking herself for her naive thoughts. Hurry up, so many important figures are here today. Show some joy, don't always look like you've lost your mother. At that moment, Qin Wushuang, noticing Xiaomin's expression, immediately shot her a warning glance. Xiaomin was startled and then reluctantly forced a fake smile. Seeing this, Qin Wushuang snorted coldly and then pulled Xiaomin to the center of the stage. The crowd gasped in admiration at Xiaomin's appearance. Although she was not as stunning as Meng Luo, she was still a sight to behold when dressed up. All right, everyone, today is a joyous day for the Qin family. Thank you all for coming. If there are no objections, I will proceed with the wedding ceremony. Qin Feng stepped onto the stage, smiling at the crowd, ready to start the proceedings. But then, Wang Beihai suddenly stood up. Beihai, what are you doing? Sit down, this is a crucial moment for the Qin family. Seeing this, Zhao Danyang's heart raced. He quickly tugged at Wang Beihai's sleeve, fearing that the Qin family would be displeased with this action. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Beihai stood up, both Qin Feng and Xiaomin on the stage were startled. The latter's eyes turned red, while the former glared coldly at Wang Beihai, displeased, and asked, Do you have any objections, friend? Qin Feng's tone was indifferent, with a hint of warning. I stood up, of course, I have objections. Wang Beihai glanced at Xiaomin and then declared directly, I do not approve of this marriage. As soon as these words were spoken, The hall erupted in a chorus of surprised murmurs, and everyone turned their interest towards Wang Beihai. What did you say? Qin Feng's face darkened instantly, and his icy gaze fixed on Wang Beihai. Despite the unexpected situation, Wang Beihai remained composed, but Zhao Danyang beside him was completely dumbfounded. His original intention was to form an alliance with the Qin family, but judging from the current situation, not only was an alliance out of the question, he had clearly offended the Qin family thoroughly. However, Wang Beihai remained unflinching and looked at Xiaomin on the stage, saying, "Qin Wushuang, 3 years have passed. It's time to repay the debt from 3 years ago." Hearing this, Qin Wushuang narrowed his eyes and then looked at Wang Beihai, bursting into laughter. "I thought who it was. So it's the Bazi from 3 years ago who I humiliated. Bazi, I forgot to tell you, I've broken through to the Nirvana realm now. My strength is vastly different from back then. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, just like 3 years ago when I trampled you underfoot, today will be no different." The crowd's expressions grew complex, looking at Qin Wushuang with a mix of pity and disdain. A mere Nirvana realm dared to be so arrogant in front of a sovereign realm expert. This was a first for everyone present. "Beihai, you should leave, don't worry about me." At that moment, Xiaomin next to Qin Wushuang also realized what was happening and shouted loudly at Wang Beihai. This shout confirmed that Xiaomin and Wang Beihai's relationship was anything but simple, and the crowd's expressions grew even more curious. Feeling his dignity severely compromised, Qin Wushuang slapped Xiaomin across the face without a second thought. "Shut up, you slut." Instantly, Qin Feng's face on the stage turned ashen. To others, this might have been a mere farce, but to the Qin family, it was a slap in the face, and a loud one at that. Wushuang, deal with your own problems yourself." Qin Feng snorted coldly. The only way to salvage face now was to let Qin Wushuang defeat the person in front of him. "Understood, grandfather," Qin Wushuang said, his eyes flashing with malice. He waved his hand, and a group of martial artists from the Qin family immediately surrounded Wang Beihai. Then Qin Wushuang leaped forward, landing in front of Wang Beihai, his eyes full of anger. "Stupid Bazi, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you one chance. If you can survive 3 rounds with me, today's matter, I'll let you live. Otherwise, not only will you die, but the Qingshan sect behind you will also be destroyed." Hearing this, Zhao Danyang's face turned pale, and he looked at Wang Beihai. "Brother Beihai, now's the time to go all out and take him down." Naturally, Wang Beihai shook his head and then looked at Qin Wushuang, a cold smile curling his lips. That Bazi from the Qin family is quite bold, daring to speak so arrogantly in front of a sovereign realm expert. Don't say it's him. Even Qin Feng himself might not be able to harm that masked man. Well, who knows, maybe he'll win. I think the masked Bazi is young. Maybe his aura was just an act. Indeed, there are many techniques to disguise one's aura. I think the masked one is just bluffing. The crowd began to speculate again, with great curiosity about the outcome of the fight. Meng Luo and the leader of the sword sect both focused their attention on Wang Beihai. To them, the truth would be revealed in a single move. But Wang Beihai paid no heed. His heart was already burning with rage. From the slap Qin Wushuang gave Xiaomin, it was clear that Xiaomin had suffered a lot in the Qin family. Take this, stupid Bazi. Today, I'll show you the difference in strength." Qin Wushuang snorted coldly and then waved his hand. The temperature around them plummeted, and a giant icicle appeared, shooting straight towards Wang Beihai. It was the same move, the same person. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. 3 years ago in Emo City, he had been defeated by this very move. Now, with the same technique and the same opponent, Wang Beihai felt no threat at all. He slowly extended a hand and gently grasped at the icicle in midair. Instantly, the icicle stopped in its tracks, as if caught by something, unable to move forward. How is this possible? Seeing this, Qin Wushuang's eyes widened. Such a feat had exceeded his current understanding of cultivation. It's the real deal. The Qin family's Bazi has lost. The sword sect expert narrowed his eyes and shook his head. The next second, Wang Beihai clenched his hand, and the icicle turned into ice shards, falling from the sky. Then, with another gesture, Qin Wushuang was lifted into the air. Only then did Qin Wushuang realize that Wang Beihai was no longer the boy from 3 years ago. At this moment, his life was in Wang Beihai's hands. It's time to repay the debt from 3 years ago. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with determination, and he tightened his grip. Qin Wushuang felt his neck constrict, his face turning red. "Beizi, how dare you?" At that moment, Qin Feng was frantic. He roared, and the temperature around them plummeted to an extreme low. A chill surged towards Wang Beihai. Chapter 435. Today, I am taking her away. Facing the sudden attack, Wang Beihai was evidently well prepared. He kicked the table, sending it flying towards Qin Feng, where it collided with the cold aura, instantly turning into an ice sculpture. The Qin family's legendary ice power is indeed formidable, the onlookers exclaimed in surprise. "You insolent brat, do you know the consequences of angering the Qin family?" Qin Feng's face darkened after his first strike failed. All the Qin family warriors emerged, quickly surrounding the entire hall. "Heh! From the moment I stepped into this place, I never considered the consequences. Today, I only came to take one person away and have no intention of harming anyone from the Qin family." Wang Beihai disdainfully glanced at Qin Feng, then with a squeeze of his hand, Qin Wushuang's face turned from flushed to a purplish blue, on the verge of suffocation. "Brat, if you don't let go, don't blame me for being impolite to her." Qin Feng's eyes turned frantic, and without further ado, he turned to Xiao Min beside him, ready to strike. At that moment, a golden light flashed, and Zhao Danyang appeared on stage, riding a gourd. "Beihai, you're causing me trouble," Zhao Danyang thought unhappily but didn't stop his actions. He gave Qin Feng an apologetic smile and said, "Sorry, Patriarch Qin." With a wave of his hand, he pulled Xiao Min onto the gourd and vanished in a golden flash, appearing hundreds of meters away in an instant. "Very well, if you dare harm my grandson today, I will turn the entire Lingjia upside down and make your entire family and sect pay for this." Qin Feng's voice was cold, but Wang Beihai was unfazed. "Patriarch Qin, are you threatening me?" Wang Beihai smirked coldly, then looked at Qin Wushuang he was holding in the air. With a forceful squeeze, he heard a crack, and Qin Wushuang's head tilted, lifeless. "Roar!" Qin Feng roared, and an overwhelming killing intent filled the hall. "You insolent brat, killing a member of the Qin family? Today you won't leave here alive." With a wave of his hand, the space trembled, and the exit connecting to the outside world instantly closed. "Sect leader, take them and leave first." Wang Beihai immediately raised an eyebrow, sensing the changes around him, then looked up at Zhao Danyang. Zhao Danyang understood and hurriedly steered the gourd towards the outside of the Qin family, but before they could leave the Qin territory, they were blocked by a transparent barrier. "Thinking of leaving? Today, none of you will escape." Qin Feng's face was grim as he bowed to the others in the hall. "Everyone, today my household is in turmoil, so I won't detain you any longer." With a blue light emanating from his body and a wave of his hand, everyone in the hall disappeared from sight. "This old man can control this world. No wonder he's been holed up here." Zhao Danyang was shocked, sensing the gravity of the situation. With Wang Beihai's cultivation advantage now nullified in this world, things looked dire. Sure enough, after Qin Feng sent everyone away, a formation appeared in the sky. As the formation activated, Wang Beihai soon found his cultivation suppressed to the initial stage of the Saint Realm. "Impressive." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes as Qin Feng grinned maliciously at him. "Brat, to think you have such cultivation at such a young age. Wushuang's death at your hands is not unjust, but taking a life requires a life. Today, I will claim yours no matter what." As he spoke, the temperature around them plummeted, and Zhao Danyang in the sky shivered uncontrollably. Desperately, he stuffed 2 more golden essence stones into the gourd, which then shook, absorbing the few people inside. "It's up to you now, Beihai." Zhao Danyang and the others watched the situation outside from within the gourd. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the Qin family members formed a formation. As they took their positions, the formation in the sky began to rotate, transforming the surroundings into a snowy wasteland. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. It was clear Qin Feng didn't want to drag things out. With the change in seasons, Wang Beihai could feel his spiritual energy rapidly draining. This old man is quite cunning. I can't delay. Wang Beihai thought, then with a glare, he summoned Qishao and slashed at a Qin family member within the formation, only to find them protected by a transparent energy. After the failed attack, Wang Beihai decisively slashed at the formation in the sky, sending a crimson sword beam that caused the formation to tremble, making the Qin family members below spit blood. You dare? Qin Feng's eyes widened, recalling the scene 3 years ago when the black-robed man shattered the formation. This formation won't be broken by you this time. Qin Feng roared, transforming into a blue light and appearing before Wang Beihai, delivering a powerful punch. Wang Beihai immediately activated the Azura indestructible body and, with a smirk, punched back. The collision of their fists created a shockwave. Qin Feng staggered back dozens of steps before barely steadying himself. Such a formidable physique, he thought in shock. Then with a fierce look, he slapped his chest, spitting out a drop of essence blood that fell into the formation. A massive ice spear appeared, and an unprecedented pressure descended from the sky. Wang Beihai, looking at the ice spear in the sky, narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he felt his spiritual energy almost frozen. Brat, even if it costs me my lifespan, I will kill you here today. As he spoke, Qin Feng's temple sprouted a few strands of white hair, and the ice spear took shape in the air. This move's pressure is even felt by us inside the gourd. Wang Beihai, who's locked on, is surely doomed. Zhao Danyang's eyes were filled with panic, while Xiao Min and Wenqing looked at Wang Beihai with worry. Tianshu, how do we break this now? Wang Beihai struggled to circulate his spiritual energy, finding it completely restricted. Don't worry, someone will come to save you, Tianshu lazily replied before falling silent. Someone will save me? Who, where? Wang Beihai felt anxious as he looked at the ice spear in the sky. Brat, die. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened, ready to hurl the ice spear down. Just then, a sword beam broke through the space, striking the ice spear heavily. With a crack, the spear shattered, causing the formation to shake violently, with fresh cracks appearing on the recently repaired formation. The Qin family members were all affected, spitting blood and collapsing, and Qin Feng, too, felt a tightness in his chest, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 436, the leader of the sword sect. As the group of Qin family disciples fell unconscious, the great array in the sky gradually faded away. Qin Feng looked at the sky, which seemed on the verge of collapse, and suddenly appeared much older. Fate, it's the will of heaven. Heaven wants to destroy my Qin family. With these words, Qin Feng's eyes widened and turned to Wang Beihai. You scoundrel, it's all because of you. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will tear you to pieces. Saying this, Qin Feng clasped his hands together, and instantly, a golden light shone from his body. That's a secret technique to enhance one's power by burning their life force. Inside the gourd, Zhao Danyang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Although the array had been destroyed, his spiritual energy had not yet recovered to its peak state. As the golden light spread, Qin Feng's aura surged, breaking through the saint realm and heading towards the divine realm. Feeling Qin Feng's rapidly increasing aura, Wang Beihai frowned. This was not a good time for a direct confrontation. Thinking this, Wang Beihai began to search for spatial cracks to escape. But before Wang Beihai could scan the area, Qin Feng roared and his body rapidly withered, as if evaporating his flesh and blood. Die, Beihai! Qin Feng raised his hand, and the accumulated snow on the ground instantly turned into sharp ice, raining down on Wang Beihai like a storm. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he immediately activated the immortal demon indestructible body. However, Wang Beihai underestimated the hardness of the ice shards. The dense attacks, combined with Qin Feng's spiritual energy, left Wang Beihai with numerous cuts and wounds. Where is the person who saved me earlier? Why isn't he intervening now? Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and observed his surroundings, but couldn't sense any other presence. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly appeared in front of Wang Beihai. At a time like this, you still dare to be distracted? Qin Feng sneered, his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted with rage. He then delivered a powerful kick to Wang Beihai's chest. Wang Beihai grunted, feeling a sharp pain despite the protection of the immortal demon indestructible body. He was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Yet, Qin Feng didn't give Wang Beihai any chance to recover. As soon as the kick landed, Qin Feng vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Wang Beihai, delivering another kick. In an instant, Wang Beihai was like a punching bag, kicked back and forth. This speed, too fast. Wang Beihai frowned, feeling his internal organs shaking. Ha ha ha, feeling the fear of being dominated by power? Qin Feng grinned maniacally, preparing for one final kick. This time, his attack was intercepted by Wang Beihai. There was a sizzling sound as white smoke rose from Wang Beihai's arm. Slowly, Wang Beihai looked up, his eyes now shrouded in a layer of purple mist. Enough is enough. Wang Beihai spoke through gritted teeth, slightly angered, and then threw a punch at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, caught off guard, was hit squarely in the face. He felt a dizzying sensation, and when he came to his senses, he realized his nose had been broken by the punch. You bastard! You deserve to die! Qin Feng roared, his strength and speed surging once more. Even with the purple mist enhancing his abilities, Wang Beihai could only barely defend himself against such frenzied assaults. It's about time. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded in Wang Beihai's ear. Then, a sword light shot up into the sky, instantly blocking Qin Feng's attacks. Who keeps interfering with my plans? Qin Feng halted and angrily looked forward. A figure slowly descended from the sky. This man had sword-like eyebrows, a jade-like face, starry eyes, and wore a white robe. His brow carried a sharp sword intent. Li Bai. Seeing the figure, Wang Beihai instinctively called out Li Bai's name, but quickly shook his head. Although this man also wielded a sword, his sword intent was incredibly domineering, a stark contrast to Li Bai's. Qin family member, it's enough? Stop. The man spoke calmly, and Qin Feng's face darkened. Jin Qin, so it's you. Meddling in my Qin family's private matters. When did it become your sword sect's business? Jin Qin, the leader of the sword sect. Inside the gourd, Zhao Danyang's eyes widened like copper bells, pinching his arm repeatedly, afraid he was dreaming. The legendary Jin Qin, who is rarely seen, actually appeared here? For a moment, Zhao Danyang felt like he was in a dream, while Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. He couldn't see through this man at all, a feeling he had only experienced with Li Yuanhao. Hee, I didn't want to interfere with your Qin family's affairs. I was just entrusted to protect this Beihai brother. Could you, the ancestor of the Qin family, give me some face? Jin Qin smiled faintly, his eyes flickering with the cold light of a sword. Biffed, if I give you face today, won't everyone be able to step on my Qin family's head and do their business? Today, even if I have to sacrifice everything in my Qin family, I will keep this Beihai here. Gods block, I kill gods. Buddhas block, I kill Buddhas. Seeing Qin Feng's stubbornness, Jin Qin didn't say much, just his expression suddenly darkened. He drew his sword and said, I said, it's just a suggestion. Since you insist, then the Qin family will be destroyed. With a clang, the sword fully emerged, and in an instant, everything around became eerily silent, as if only the sound of the sword ringing remained. Everything around froze, and the next second, Jin Qin sheathed his sword. Qin Feng stood there, his eyes blank. Come, visit my sword sect. Jin Qin didn't even glance at Qin Feng as he turned and gave Wang Beihai a faint smile. Oh! Wang Beihai came to his senses and nodded. Then he saw Jin Qin suddenly punch forward, creating a spatial rift in front of them. Without looking back, Jian Shinshin stepped into the rift, and Wang Beihai waved to Zhao Danyang and the others. Zhao Danyang immediately drove the gourd towards Wang Beihai. Just as they stepped into the spatial rift, there was a whoosh, and the entire Qin family space was split in two, all starting from Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with unwillingness, a bloodline appearing on his forehead, which slowly extended until there was a bang, and Qin Feng split into two halves. Instantly, the entire Qin family space collapsed, annihilated in one move. Chapter 437. Invitation. After traversing the dark currents of time and space for a long time, Wang Beihai suddenly felt his vision brighten. Squinting and looking forward, he saw before him a calm lake surface, clear as a mirror. In the center of the lake stood a towering mountain peak that pierced the clouds, like a long sword proudly standing between heaven and earth. Is this the sword sect? Zhao Danyang followed closely behind, stepping out of the temporal rift. Gazing at the mountain peak on the lake, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Beihai! At that moment, Xiaomin also emerged, and upon seeing Wang Beihai, she could no longer suppress her longing. She threw herself into Wang Beihai's arms. Holding Xiaomin, Wang Beihai felt the familiar warmth, as if in a dream. While the two were lost in their tender moment, when Qing stood aside, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes revealing a trace of loneliness. For some reason, she felt empty inside, with no sense of relief after surviving a calamity. Ahem. Seeing their intimate display, Jian Shinshin coughed lightly. Wang Beihai snapped back to reality, quickly releasing Xiaomin, his face immediately flushing red. Thank you, senior, for your rescue. Wang Beihai adjusted his emotions and stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Jian Shinshin. It was just a small favor, nothing much. Jian Shinshin said indifferently, then turned to look at Wang Beihai. Come with me, I have something to tell you. With that, Jian Shinshin tapped the ground with his foot, and his body floated directly into the air. Seeing this, Wang Beihai and the others were stunned. Such a feat was beyond the reach of even ordinary divine realm experts. Senior, what about my friends? Wang Beihai glanced at Xiaomin, his eyes showing concern. They will be escorted by sword sect disciples. You don't need to worry. Just follow me now. With a flick of his finger, Jian Shinshin transformed into a beam of white light and flew towards the mountain peak. Wang Beihai, not wanting to fall behind, activated his will, and Qi Xiao instantly appeared beneath his feet. He then followed, turning into a red light. Jian Shinshin's speed was astonishing. In no time, they reached the summit. Wang Beihai landed behind him, realizing he was 5 seconds late. You have a good foundation, but you need more refinement. Jian Shinshin glanced at Wang Beihai indifferently, his eyes widening in surprise when they fell on Qi Xiao beneath Wang Beihai's feet. He then suddenly appeared behind Wang Beihai, pushing him forcefully. Wang Beihai stumbled, stepping off Qi Xiao. At that moment, Jian Shinshin tenderly picked up Qi Xiao, carefully wiping its blade with his sleeve. Such a precious sword. How can it be stepped upon like this? Jian Shinshin looked up, his eyes shooting out two piercing sword intents. Wang Beihai was taken aback, deeply impressed. No wonder this senior cherishes swords so much. It's no wonder he has such formidable sword intent. Wang Beihai thought, then watched as Jian Shinshin, without further ado, began to wield Qi Xiao in front of him. Instantly, a fierce wind swept across the summit, dried leaves swirling around as Jian Shinshin's sword danced, each move flowing like clouds and water, perfectly natural. Wang Beihai watched, entranced. Soon, Jian Shinshin sheathed the sword, and the wind and leaves calmed, everything returning to tranquility as if nothing had happened. So strong. Wang Beihai snapped back to reality, looking at Jian Shinshin's indifferent face with deep admiration. Compared to him, Wang Beihai's own swordsmanship seemed to pale. In his mind, only Li Taibai could compare. Even the best weapon needs the right master. Beihai, this sword is a treasure, don't let it be disgraced. Jian Shinshin sighed, then tossed Qi Xiao to Wang Beihai. Carefully catching the sword, Wang Beihai felt its joy at being touched. It's hard to follow me. Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly. At that moment, Jian Qinshin turned to Wang Beihai. Today, I saved you out of respect for a senior. Since you've just arrived in the spirit realm, it's better not to be too ostentatious. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned, then bowed to Jian Qinshin. Thank you for the reminder, senior. But may I ask which senior entrusted you? Don't ask what you shouldn't. When he wants to appear, you'll understand. Jian Qinshin frowned, then extended a hand to Wang Beihai. Although the Qin family has been eradicated by me, many families and sects are allied with them. You are now a target. The Green Mountain sect is too weak to protect you. Your talent is commendable. Do you have any interest in joining my sword sect? Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. Such a super sect was naturally appealing, but thinking of the Green Mountain sect, he hesitated. After all, when he went to the Qin family, he used the Green Mountain sect's name. Now that the Qin family had been destroyed because of him, if he stayed in the sword sect, enemies who couldn't find him might turn their attention to the Green Mountain sect. Realizing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and bowed to Jian Qinshin. If I join the sword sect, can it help protect the Green Mountain sect? No. Before Wang Beihai finished, Jian Qinshin coldly replied, a sect that wants to grow cannot live under protection. Joining the sword sect isn't urgent. You can think about it slowly. If you had joined just to save your life without considering your sect, you would already be a corpse. I detest deception and betrayal the most. Wang Beihai was shocked, feeling a chill down his spine from Jian Qinshin's words. All right, think about the sword sect matter. Today, I brought you here for another reason, Jian Qinshin said, leading Wang Beihai forward a few steps. Looking up, they saw a five-colored strange stone in the center of the peak, with a rusty iron sword embedded in it. This sword is called Dragon Abyss, born with the heavens and earth, forged from five-colored divine stone. It is the treasure of our sword sect. Legend has it that only a destined person can pull it out. For thousands of years, no one in our sect has been able to do so. Jian Qinshin looked at Wang Beihai, who was puzzled. The senior said that if you were rescued, you could try. Perhaps you can pull out this sword. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, looking at the sword embedded in the stone, swallowing hard. Even Jian Qinshin couldn't pull it out. What right did he have? I'll give it a try. After much thought, Wang Beihai took a deep breath and stepped forward. Senior, I must say, if I can't pull it out, don't blame me. Jian Qinshin narrowed his eyes. Seeing this, Wang Beihai approached the stone and gently placed his hands on the sword. Chapter 438, Drawing the Sword. When Jian Qinshin saw Wang Beihai preparing to draw the sword, his eyes immediately revealed a hint of tension. After all, he had spent his entire life trying every method to no avail, and now he wanted to see what kind of person could withstand the test of the Dragon Abyss. As Wang Beihai placed his hands on the sword hilt, the previously calm and clear sky suddenly became turbulent, with strong winds and dark clouds emerging from nowhere, blocking the sun. Seeing this natural phenomenon, even the usually calm Jian Qinshin couldn't help but show a look of surprise, then gazed in astonishment at Wang Beihai in front of him. Could it really be him? Jian Qinshin was greatly shocked in his heart. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai felt an extremely powerful suction force holding his hands, making it impossible to pull them back. Then, Wang Beihai felt his spiritual energy rapidly flowing into the long sword. In less than 10 breaths, a third of his spiritual energy was drained. Wow, this thing is insatiable. It's just like the sunblade in my body. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be drained dry by this sword. Beside the stone, Wang Beihai's clothes were already soaked with sweat, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Jian Qinshin was unaware of Wang Beihai's situation. The surrounding anomalies persisted. Seeing Wang Beihai standing motionless, Jian Qinshin frowned, fearing that Wang Beihai would be disturbed by the external commotion. He then waved his hand, enveloping Wang Beihai in a layer of faint white light. Just as Wang Beihai was in a panic, he suddenly felt his vision go dark. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a chaotic void. Looking down, The long sword in his hand had disappeared, and everything around was enveloped in a gray mist. Where am I? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. Then he felt a warmth in his dantian. Just as he was puzzled, a golden light shot out from his body and floated quietly in the air. Wang Beihai looked up and saw that the golden light was the creation axe. What's going on? It's the first time the creation axe has come out on its own for so long. Wang Beihai frowned, puzzled. Suddenly, a massive hand like a small mountain abruptly emerged from the ground, covered in golden inscriptions. What's happening now? Wang Beihai's heart tightened, and he quickly backed away until he was far enough to stop. At that moment, a deep and ancient breath came from behind Wang Beihai, followed by a gust of wind. Turning around, Wang Beihai found himself staring into a giant eye. The eye was as large and dazzling as the sun in the sky. Just one glance made Wang Beihai feel an urge to kneel. Moo! Before Wang Beihai could react, another loud sound echoed. Then he felt the ground shake, and the ground suddenly lifted, causing his body to fall downward. Wang Beihai was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to summon the red cloud sword, he found that he had lost contact with his spirit weapons. Worse still, he realized with a thought that his spiritual energy had vanished. In his anxious state, Wang Beihai felt a sudden tremor in his body, then the fall stopped. Wang Beihai hurriedly touched his body. Falling from such a height without spiritual energy to protect him, he should have been smashed to pieces, but he was completely unharmed, not feeling a bit of pain. Puzzled, the ground shook again. This time, Wang Beihai finally noticed that what he was standing on was not the ground but human muscle. Instantly, Wang Beihai looked up and saw a pair of eyes like the sun and moon staring at him. In an instant, Wang Beihai was lost in thought, feeling incredibly small before those eyes, as if just one glance had seen through him. After a while, the giant withdrew his gaze, as if not seeing Wang Beihai, and then let out a mighty roar. The creation axe floating in the air seemed to respond, transforming into a golden light and arriving in front of the giant. Then, in Wang Beihai's incredibly shocked gaze, the creation axe slowly grew larger, soon towering like a giant mountain before him. Compared to the enormous creation axe, Wang Beihai suddenly felt like an ant. Roar! Another roar, and the giant stretched out his hand. The mountain-sized creation axe in his hand fit perfectly. Open for me. The giant uttered 3 words and swung the axe forcefully. Instantly, the entire chaotic space shook, and a massive crack appeared within it. This is Pangu splitting the heavens. The giant beside me is Pangu. Watching the stunning scene before him, Wang Beihai instantly thought of ancient myths. His heart trembled, and his eyes filled with disbelief. While Wang Beihai was stunned, the originally chaotic space suddenly split apart, just as the myths described. With the formation of heaven and earth, the light on Pangu's body began to shine. By the time Wang Beihai came to his senses, the giant had transformed into mountains and rivers. It really is Pangu splitting the heavens. Wang Beihai was deeply moved, a sense of reverence rising from his heart. At that moment, the creation axe returned to Wang Beihai's side. It was evident that reliving this scene had excited the creation axe. Wang Beihai took the creation axe, his eyes glistening with tears. After some thought, Wang Beihai finally placed the creation axe on the land beneath his feet. To him, it might not mean much, but to the creation axe, it was its best home. At that moment, the mountains and rivers shook, and a beam of light shot out from the earth and the sky, respectively. 2 long swords circled in the air, born with the heavens and earth, shining with the sun and moon. Wang Beihai was startled and looked closely. One was entirely golden, with 7 stars on the blade, strikingly similar to the sun blade. The other was completely black, with a long dragon coiled around the blade, very similar to the dragon abyss he had drawn from the sword sect. While Wang Beihai was marveling, another golden light flew out from his body, which was the sun blade. As soon as the sun blade appeared, the golden sword in the sky immediately flew forward and merged with it. Instantly, the entire space was enveloped in a golden glow. Coming back to his senses, Wang Beihai had returned to the peak of the sword sect. Staring at the sword in front of him, Wang Beihai's eyes gleamed with golden light. Then, in Jian Qinshin's astonished gaze, the sword was slowly drawn out. Chapter 439. Farewell? It really is him. It really is him. Jian Qinshin watched as the Dragon Abyss sword was drawn, his body trembling with excitement, and his gaze towards Wang Beihai filled with a newfound respect. This is the Dragon Abyss, the sword that symbolizes the earth. Wang Beihai gazed at the sword in his hand, now free of rust, its pitch-black body exuding an aura of mystery. The cool sensation it transmitted invigorated him. Is this the legendary Dragon Abyss? Jian Qinshin stepped forward, entranced by the sword in Wang Beihai's hand, reaching out to touch it. Just as his palm was about to make contact, the sword suddenly shuddered, and a roar echoed, repelling Jian Qinshin's hand with a powerful force. Such a strong will. Jian Qinshin looked at Wang Beihai, seemingly unaffected, with a mixture of reluctance and regret. Clearly, the sword only recognized Wang Beihai. Senior, are you? Wang Beihai immediately stepped forward with concern. I'm fine. Jian Qinshin waved his hand and turned his gaze to Wang Beihai, a bitter smile on his lips. Seeing this sword drawn is enough for me. Wang Beihai, as I said, since the sword has chosen you, you must always do good and not let it tarnish. With that, Jian Qinshin, for the first time, patted Wang Beihai's shoulder. Wang Beihai was taken aback, but could feel the weight of Jian Qinshin's expectations, so he bowed deeply. At that moment, a rushing sound came from a distance. Jian Qinshin narrowed his eyes and said to Wang Beihai, such a commotion here will inevitably alert the elders. Some of them are friendly with the Qin family, and with your current status, it's not suitable for you to meet them. With a wave of his hand, a cloud of mist enveloped their figures. Your friends are in the bamboo forest by the lake. After descending the mountain, head east and you'll find them. My disciple will guide you out. Hearing this, Wang Beihai clasped his fists in gratitude. Go now. We'll meet again someday. I hope you won't be so weak then. With another wave, Wang Beihai felt a force propel him away from the peak, in the opposite direction of the elder's approach. Thank you, senior. Wang Beihai took a deep look ahead and then sped down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot, following Jian Qinshin's instructions, Wang Beihai quickly found the group resting in the bamboo forest. After some discussion, they left the sword sect through a side path, guided by Jian Qinshin's disciple. Next, we return to the sect. Be prepared, Beihai. Everyone knows you're from Green Mountain sect. Once the Qin family matter erupts, our sect will inevitably be targeted. Zhao Danyang glanced at the distant scenery and said earnestly to Wang Beihai, at this moment, returning to Green Mountain sect is likely to invite condemnation. You could stay away longer. As long as they see you're not in the sect, they won't trouble us. Maybe they'll forget about it over time. Realizing Zhao Danyang was protecting him, Wang Beihai clasped his fists in gratitude. Don't worry, sect master. I won't let the sect suffer. I'm returning to publicly sever ties with Green Mountain sect. That way, even if they have 1,000 reasons, they can't trouble the sect. What are you talking about? Zhao Danyang's expression darkened as he rebuked Wang Beihai. Green Mountain sect doesn't seek trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If we expel you over such a small matter, who would dare join us? Zhao Danyang looked intently at Wang Beihai. Though my cultivation is low and my knowledge limited, I understand brotherhood and gratitude. Our sect's success is linked to you. Moreover, I didn't stop you, which led to this mistake. We'll face this together. I'm not a coward, nor is Green Mountain sect. Once a member of Green Mountain, always a member. We'll stand by you, no matter what. Having spoken his mind, Zhao Danyang felt relieved. Wang Beihai looked at him in surprise, never expecting the unremarkable Zhao Danyang to be so reliable at this crucial moment. I understand. Wang Beihai nodded, a slight smile on his lips. Then let's face this storm together. Listening to the two men's bold declarations, Xiao Min felt her blood boil. She stepped forward, gripping Wang Beihai's hand, her determined gaze showing her resolve to face the challenges together. Yet, Wen Qing stood quietly in a corner, watching the others with a hint of envy. Seeing Xiao Min and Wang Beihai so close, Wen Qing's eyes flashed with sadness. Wen Qing, what's wrong? Wang Beihai noticed Wen Qing's distress and hurried over to ask. It's nothing, just reminiscing about recent events. Wen Qing avoided Wang Beihai's gaze, feeling uneasy. Thinking Wen Qing was still grieving over his parents' death, Wang Beihai felt helpless. Xiao Min stepped forward, patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, and sat beside Wen Qing, intending to comfort him. But Wen Qing abruptly stood up and stepped back. What are you doing? Wang Beihai frowned, sensing an inexplicable hostility from Wen Qing towards Xiao Min. It's nothing. Wen Qing composed himself, then said with a hint of sorrow, I can't go with you. Why? I promised Elder Hua to protect you. Wang Beihai frowned, unaware that Xiao Min, standing beside him, also frowned. This small action did not escape Wen Qing's notice. He forced a smile and said gravely, What are you protecting me from? I'm not a child. I have my own plans, my own life. Let's part ways here. With that, Wen Qing clenched his teeth and turned back the way they came, quickly disappearing from their sight. Chapter 440. Invaders of Green Mountain, be killed. What's wrong with Wen Qing? Seeing Wen Qing's departing figure, Wang Beihai wanted to chase after her but was held back by Xiao Min. As a woman herself, Xiao Min understood Wen Qing's thoughts all too well. Xiao Min sighed deeply and then shook her head at Wang Beihai. If she could, she wouldn't want to see Wen Qing like this either. But for her, Wang Beihai was her only one. Her selfish heart couldn't tolerate her loved one having feelings for someone else, so after some consideration, Xiao Min held back Wang Beihai. Let her go. If you chase after her now, it will only make her more troubled, Xiao Min said, gripping Wang Beihai's hand tightly. Wang Beihai was slightly startled, feeling the warmth in his hand, and seemed to understand something. His eyes, filled with complex emotions, glanced into the distance before he sighed helplessly and shook his head. Let's go back to Green Mountain Sect. The most important thing now is to handle the aftermath of the Qin family. After a moment of silence, Wang Beihai lifted his head and nodded at Zhao Danyang. Zhao Danyang immediately summoned his treasure gourd, and after some maneuvering, the three of them boarded the gourd and headed towards Green Mountain Sect. At the same time, at the foot of Green Mountain Sect, many sects and families, along with some free-spirited martial artists, had gathered. Their purpose was the same, to address the Qin family matter. Shortly after the Qin family's demise, the world they inhabited collapsed instantly. Those waiting outside immediately understood the fate of the Qin family. In no time, allied families and sects converged at the foot of Green Mountain Sect. Hand over the murderer! The martial artists shouted in unison, their voices thundering from the foot of the mountain to the top. The disciples of Green Mountain Sect, never having seen such a scene, huddled fearfully within the sect. Only Lin Qingyang, Lin Xiao, and the old master of support stood grimly at the thatched cottage halfway up the mountain. Why are they making such a big fuss at Green Mountain Sect? Most of these people are from outside this region, usually never visiting here. Why have they all gathered today? The old master of support frowned, realizing that these people were not here to celebrate. It's probably related to the sect master's affairs. Lin Qingyang's eyes gleamed with insight. A moment's thought led him to deduce, something must have happened during the Qin family's journey. Hearing this, Lin Zhao's heart tightened as he asked urgently, Will Beihai and the sect master be all right? I don't think so, Lin Qingyang shook his head and continued. If anything had happened, these people wouldn't be gathered here. Lin Qingyang furrowed his brows. No matter what they are here for, we must stabilize the situation first. For now, we wait for the sect master to return. This time, for our Green Mountain sect, a misstep could mean annihilation. Without hesitation, Lin Qingyang walked resolutely towards the foot of the mountain, followed closely by Lin Xiao. The old master of support hesitated for a moment before joining them. As they descended the mountain, the martial artists below, seeing someone approach, revealed fierce expressions. Green Mountain sect, hand over the murderer who destroyed the Qin family, or we will wash your sect in blood today and avenge the Qin family. An elder from the front of the crowd, arrogantly looking down at Lin Qingyang and the others, spoke with both command and threat. Who do you think you are? Our Green Mountain sect is not something you can destroy at will. Lin Xiao roared angrily at the elder. How dare a mere ant speak to me like this? The elder snorted coldly, his icy gaze piercing Lin Xiao, causing him a sharp pain in his head. I am the great elder of Kaiyang sect. How dare you, a lowly sect, speak to me in such a tone? The elder's aura exploded, stirring up sand and stones around him. A divine realm expert, the old master of support exclaimed in shock. And his aura is even stronger than mine, he frowned, glancing at Lin Qingyang. Lin Qingyang, however, remained composed, stepping forward and calmly addressing the crowd. There seems to be some misunderstanding. As you said, Green Mountain sect is but an insignificant sect. How could we possibly destroy the mighty Qin family in a single day? His words made the crowd look at each other in confusion. Among the martial artists here to seek justice, some had only heard rumors on their way and came for personal gain. They couldn't believe that a family like the Qins could be destroyed by a sect like Green Mountain. Hemph, still trying to deny it, the leading elder snorted, then said, It was your people from Green Mountain sect who clashed with the Qin family's young master on the day of the wedding, disrupting it and killing him. Such a deep grudge. Who else but your sect could have caused the Qin family's downfall? Hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned indignant. I never thought Green Mountain sect would do such a beastly thing. Today, we not only seek to kill those beasts, but also to utterly destroy your despicable sect. Some in the crowd, their eyes red with anger, shouted. Even the old master of support, a seasoned figure, couldn't help but feel a chill at the sight. Such a gathering could easily wipe out Green Mountain sect in an instant. Hee. Lin Qingyang let out a cold laugh, then straightened his chest and glared at the crowd. What a bunch of righteous heroes, spouting moral high ground. As friends of the Qin family, instead of handling their aftermath, you rush here to demand someone from us? Pointing at the elder from Kaiyang sect, Lin Qingyang shouted sharply, And you? Without asking for the facts, you blindly accuse my sect of destroying the Qin family. As a sect elder, acting so recklessly, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? I think your true intent is not to avenge, but to divide the resources of my Green Mountain sect. Standing before the crowd, Lin Qingyang's words struck a chord with many, leaving them stunned and their expressions varied. Humph! Lin Qingyang snorted coldly, glancing at the crowd before drawing his sword and planting it before him. Today, as long as I am here, before the truth is clear, any who dare to take a step forward, invaders of my Green Mountain, will be killed without mercy. Chapter 441. Reinforcements. You're merely a Saint Realm cultivator, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Today, we are here to flatten your Green Mountain sect. What can you do about it? The leading elder glared disdainfully at Lin Qingyang. At that moment, perhaps Lin Qingyang's actions had ignited the fighting spirit in the heart of the old mountain patriarch. With a determined clench of his teeth, the old mountain patriarch stepped forward. Who said Green Mountain sect only has one person? With that, the old mountain patriarch roared loudly, and instantly, the imposing presence of a divine realm expert swept across the field. Everyone was stunned. Although the aura was not as strong as the great elder of the Kaiyang sect, it was undeniably that of a divine realm cultivator. And me. Lin Xiao shook his head, enduring the intense pain in his mind, and stood beside Lin Qingyang. And us. Suddenly, a shout came from the mountain, followed by hundreds of Green Mountain sect disciples pouring down like a flood, quickly arriving behind Lin Qingyang and the others. We are willing to share life and death with Green Mountain sect. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with heroic spirit. Lin Qingyang, seeing this scene, had tears in his eyes. He then glanced at the group of warriors in front of him. All right, today we pledge to defend Green Mountain to the death. With that, Lin Qingyang raised his sword, and a chilling aura spread over the river. Himph, what a pity for such momentum. Before absolute power, you are nothing but ants. The elder sneered, suddenly waving his sleeve, causing the river to surge and roll towards the Green Mountain sect disciples. Despicable villain, to sneak attack as a divine realm expert. The old mountain patriarch's eyes widened in anger, and with a leap, he jumped in front of the crowd, pressing down with his hand to suppress the river. This old bastard is mine, the rest of you handle the others. The old mountain patriarch snorted coldly and directly attacked the elder. The elder narrowed his eyes and then waved his sleeve, flying up to meet the old mountain patriarch's attack. The collision of the two caused the earth to shake and the river to churn. Seeing both sides engaging in battle, the rest of the warriors, not caring about anything else, shouted and charged towards the Green Mountain sect disciples. Green Mountain sect disciples, prepare the Big Dipper 7-star formation. Lin Qingyang narrowed his eyes and waved his sword, and the disciples all took up a special formation according to his command. The warriors charging ahead were instantly battered and bruised by the strange formation. For a moment, the warriors' advance was halted. Seeing this, Lin Qingyang was greatly pleased and then waved his hand again, swan formation. The formation changed again, and this time, the warriors were repelled. After suffering 2 defeats in a row, the warriors no longer rushed blindly forward but turned their attention to Lin Qingyang, who was directing the battle. Capture the leader first. Once the commander is dead, the rest will fall apart naturally. Someone suddenly shouted in the crowd, and instantly, countless figures charged towards Lin Qingyang. Lin Qingyang narrowed his eyes, showing no sign of panic. Just as one of the warriors reached Lin Qingyang, he swiftly drew his sword and beheaded the attacker. It was then that everyone realized Lin Qingyang was a bona fide Saint Realm expert, a genius among them in terms of cultivation. So, you've set your sights on me? Lin Qingyang's eyes carried a mix of mockery and disdain. The crowd immediately grew furious and turned their attacks towards Lin Qingyang's formation. Seeing this, Lin Qingyang frowned. Earlier, he had only taken advantage of the enemy's lack of caution to inflict heavy losses, but now that the enemy was prepared, it would be difficult for the Green Mountain sect disciples to withstand the attacks given the vast difference in cultivation levels. Indeed, as Lin Qingyang anxiously pondered a solution, the formation of Green Mountain sect disciples was already in disarray, and casualties began to appear in the crowd. This won't do. Lin Qingyang's eyes flashed with anxiety, then he looked up at the sky. The old mountain patriarch and the elder of the Kaiyang sect were locked in a fierce battle, appearing evenly matched. However, Lin Qingyang could sense that the old mountain patriarch's aura was beginning to falter, clearly at a disadvantage, and defeat was only a matter of time. Once the old mountain patriarch fell, destruction would be the only outcome for Green Mountain sect. With this in mind, Lin Qingyang reached into his robe and pulled out a jade tablet. He glanced at the fallen disciples of Green Mountain sect, hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself and crushed the tablet with a firm grip. Instantly, a beam of green light shot into the sky, converging into a green emblem. This sudden phenomenon stopped the battle, and everyone looked up at the emblem in the sky, puzzled, except for the great elder of the Kaiyang sect, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "Lin family? Are you from the Lin family?" The elder turned to look at Lin Qingyang, who only smiled faintly and said nothing. In the spirit realm, the Yin family was the most powerful, followed by 3 other great families, the Lin family, the Fire Clan, and the Strength Clan. The Fire Clan and the Strength Clan were relatively secretive and low-key, while the Lin family held a position in power second only to the Yin family in the mortal world. Even so, the Lin family's influence was enough to repel the current attackers. So what if you're from the Lin family? I don't believe the Lin family can arrive before your destruction. The elder's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He knew that if Lin Qingyang was truly from the Lin family, their Kaiyang sect would undoubtedly be the first to be targeted. Rather than waiting for that, it would be better to finish off Lin Qingyang before the Lin family arrived. With this thought, the elder shouted and sent a punch towards Lin Qingyang from midair. Lin Qingyang was startled and immediately understood the elder's intentions, quickly raising his sword to block. But Lin Qingyang had underestimated the elder's strength. The fatal strike of a divine realm expert was incredibly terrifying. The force instantly shattered Lin Qingyang's sword, and the remaining fragments and power struck Lin Qingyang, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. Master! Lin Xiao, who was still fighting, immediately widened his eyes, disregarding the enemy in front of him and rushing towards Lin Qingyang with all his might. The enemy behind him seized the opportunity, slashing heavily on Lin Xiao's back, leaving a gruesome wound. Lin Xiao grunted and accelerated his pace, while the old mountain patriarch took advantage of the situation, delivering a heavy punch to the elder's back, causing him to spit out blood and crash into the river. In an instant, the Green Mountain sect disciples suffered heavy casualties. The old mountain patriarch wanted to help, but the elder had already flown out of the river and unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. Just as Green Mountain sect's demise seemed imminent, a ball of fire descended from the sky, and a figure appeared above the crowd. On the other side, a group of people in identical green robes appeared, their robes bearing the same emblem as the one in the sky. Lin family? The elder narrowed his eyes, stopped his attacks, and then turned to look at the figure using fire, frowning. Who are you? Don't care who I am. You've offended my brother's sect, which means you've crossed me. Today, no apologies are needed. I'll personally send you to meet God. As he spoke, the man's blue eyes turned blood red. Chapter 442. Escape. You, a mere Saint Realm cultivator who hasn't even reached the divine realm. What do you think you can do against me? The elder laughed disdainfully, sensing Xiao Luo's current aura. You don't look like you're from the Lin family. Stepping forward now, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, the elder soared into the air and delivered a heavy punch towards Xiao Luo. Himph, do you think that's all I have? Xiao Luo snorted coldly, and his upper garment instantly turned to ashes from the terrifying heat. Then, a red wing tattoo appeared on his back. As the temperature rose, the red tattoo on Xiao Luo's back emitted a golden red glow, and a terrifying heat emanated from his body. Seeing this, the elder who had been about to attack immediately halted his movements, retracted his attack, and stared in shock at Xiao Luo in the sky. This is the secret technique of the Fire Clan. You are actually from the Fire Clan and a direct descendant with double wings. The elder, having seen some things in his time, recognized the unique mark of the Fire Clan's heritage. How is this possible? My sect has had dealings with the Fire Clan, and I've never seen you there before. Old man, you talk too much. If you're not going to fight, then I will. Xiao Luo coldly glared at the elder, snorted, and then his body instantly transformed into a ball of fire, rushing towards the elder. The terrifying heat approached, and the elder was startled, quickly stomping his foot on the ground and retreating explosively. At that moment, the Lin family members arrived nearby. Seeing Lin Qingyang lying on the ground, battered and bruised, the middle-aged man leading them immediately glared coldly, waved his hand, and the Lin family members surrounded everyone present. A layer of green light then enveloped them. In an instant, a green light barrier enveloped everyone. What is this thing? Some warriors noticed the anomaly and immediately launched attacks on the barrier. However, those seemingly fierce attacks hit the barrier like stones sinking into the sea, causing no ripples. It's useless. This is the Lin family's green light barrier. Back then, it took the combined strength of the 4 divine generals to break it. We don't stand a chance. The elder dodged Xiao Luo's attack and looked grimly at the barrier in front of him, deeply regretting his actions. Had I known the Qingshan sect had such powerful backing, I wouldn't have come to cause trouble for the sake of their resources. As the elder thought this, he glanced at Lin Qingyang on the ground. Only if Lin Qingyang died could he possibly escape the Lin family's entanglement. Who did this? At that moment, the man leading the Lin family stood before everyone, coldly asking. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Another divine realm expert. Feeling the pressure emanating from the middle-aged man, the crowd was shocked. Divine realm experts, who were rarely seen, had appeared so many today at the foot of the Qingshan sect. Seeing no one respond, the middle-aged man frowned and continued, I am Lin Wuhan, the second master of the Lin family. The one lying on the ground is our young master. If we don't find out who did this today, none of you will leave. Hearing this, someone quickly pointed at the elder of the Kaiyang sect. The elder was stunned for a moment, then his face turned pale, and he staggered back a few steps, almost losing his balance. Old man, it seems your luck today isn't very good. Xiao Luo stood to the side, gloating at the elder. Humph, this was because your young master of the Lin family was in the wrong first. Wouldn't the second master of the Lin family be unjust? The elder gritted his teeth and tried to shift the blame onto Lin Qingyang. Shut up. At that moment, Lin Wuhan suddenly glared at the elder and directly punched him. The elder, caught off guard, could only raise his hand to block, but was still sent flying. Second master of the Lin family, don't push your luck. Although the Lin family is powerful, my Kaiyang sect is not to be trifled with. The elder shook his numb arm, his eyes flashing with fear and anger as he shouted at Lin Wuhan. Kaiyang sect? What is that? Lin Wuhan snorted coldly and moved to attack the elder again. Seeing this, the elder knew he had met a formidable opponent and immediately thought of escape. Just as Lin Wuhan's attack was about to land, the elder quickly turned, dodged the attack, and sped off into the distance. If I can't win, I'll run. As long as I live, I'll have a chance to return. The Lin family, the Fire Clan, and the Qingshan sect, I will be back. The elder thought as he swiftly approached the green light barrier. At that moment, he pulled out a cone-like object from his bosom, spat a mouthful of essence blood onto it, and it transformed into a red light that pierced through the sturdy green light barrier. The green light barrier shook violently and was then punctured by the object. Seeing this, Lin Wuhan frowned and disappeared from his spot. You want to catch me? Dream on. The elder smirked and quickly formed 3 identical clones that fled in different directions. Lin Wuhan moved incredibly fast, reaching one of the clones in an instant and delivering a powerful kick. However, the clone turned into white smoke upon impact. Lin Wuhan frowned. At that moment, Xiao Luo suddenly appeared in front of another clone and delivered a fiery punch, which also turned the clone into smoke. The two exchanged a glance. There was only one figure left, undoubtedly the elder himself. Realizing this, Lin Wuhan and Xiao Luo simultaneously surrounded the figure. Just as their attacks were about to land, the figure suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke. At the same time, a loud bang echoed as the light screen in the sky shattered, revealing the elder's true form. Hee goodbye. The elder laughed loudly. Though he had exhausted his essence and cultivation, as long as he could escape, there was hope for a comeback. Thinking this, the elder turned into a light dot and disappeared from everyone's sight. In an instant, both Lin Wuhan and Xiao Luo's faces darkened. However, just as the elder was congratulating himself on his escape, a red light appeared before him, followed by a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. The elder was startled by the cold gaze, and the next second, a cold hand gripped his neck and slammed him into the ground. Chapter 443, The Yin Family's Challenge. The sudden turn of events immediately caught everyone's attention. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the usually formidable elder of Kaiyang sect was now being held like a chicken. Wang Beihai's face was cold as he carried the elder to Lin Qingyang's side and then kicked out fiercely. There was a crisp sound, and the elder let out a scream as his legs were instantly crippled. However, Wang Beihai's eyes remained indifferent as he threw the elder aside and then bent down to check on Lin Qingyang's condition. Soon, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. Lin Qingyang's ribs were broken, and even worse, shards of a sword were embedded in his heart. Were it not for his higher cultivation, he would have already met his end. After examining him, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and he quickly took out a silver needle to administer it. Just then, Lin Wuhan rushed forward and grabbed Wang Beihai's arm. What do you think you're doing? Lin Wuhan demanded sharply. If you want him to live, let go, Wang Beihai said, frowning before shaking off Lin Wuhan and swiftly inserting a long needle into Lin Qingyang's chest. The unconscious Lin Qingyang's body trembled, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Seeing this, Wang Beihai breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, Lin Qingyang's life was saved. However, before Wang Beihai could rejoice, Lin Wuhan rushed to him and punched him in the chest. Wang Beihai was caught off guard and flew backward. Who do you think you are? With your skills, do you really think you can save the young master? Lin Wuhan said, glancing at Lin Qingyang, who was barely hanging on to life. He then waved his hand, and a group of Lin family disciples immediately stepped forward to carry Lin Qingyang away. I remember you, you filthy northerner. If anything happens to the young master, I won't let you off. With that, Lin Wuhan directed a few people to leave. Wang Beihai, clutching his chest, called out to stop them. Wait, the needle I used just now only protected his heart. To truly save him, other methods are needed. The effect of the needle lasts only 3 days. Before Wang Beihai could finish, Lin Wuhan snorted coldly. Nonsense. Do you think our Lin family's healers are inferior to you? With that, Lin Wuhan said no more and left with the Lin family members. Watching them leave, Wang Beihai staggered a few steps and then felt a sharp pain in his chest. Lin Wuhan's punch was indeed powerful. Are you all right? Xiao Luo rushed over and supported Wang Beihai, while Xiaomin, seeing the situation, quickly jumped down from the gourd and approached Wang Beihai with concern. I'm fine, Wang Beihai said, taking a breath and then smiling at Xiao Luo. Thank you this time. It's fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, Qingshan sect might really have been finished. It's nothing. I just happened to pass by, Xiao Luo said with a smile, then glanced at Xiaomin. Looks like you really brought her back. You didn't actually destroy the Qin family, did you? I don't have that ability. Anyway, let's not talk about that. The most important thing now is these people. Wang Beihai shook his head and turned to look at the group of martial artists and the fallen Qingshan sect disciples around him, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Heh, so-called spiritual realm cultivators, is this all the quality you have? Wang Beihai slowly walked to the elder, who was now on the verge of death. Who would have thought that the usually lofty elder of Kaiyang sect would end up in such a state? The martial artists watched Wang Beihai with fear, knowing that with the elder's defeat, they had lost any right to challenge. Go ahead, shout. Aren't you here to avenge the Qin family? How many of you here are truly allied with the Qin family? Wang Beihai questioned word by word, and everyone fell silent. They were just here under the guise of avenging the Qin family to take advantage. Wang Beihai glanced at the crowd and couldn't help but sneer. You dare to call yourselves cultivators? It seems you're no different from those petty thieves. With that, Wang Beihai went to the Kaiyang sect elder and gently placed his foot on the elder's neck. The elder immediately felt the breath of death and looked up to meet Wang Beihai's eyes full of killing intent. A warm stream flowed from the elder's body. This moment, the elder was terrified, completely panicked. No, you can't kill me. I am the elder of Kaiyang sect. If you kill me, Kaiyang sect won't let you off. The elder's eyes were filled with panic, but Wang Beihai showed disdain and then looked at the crowd, sternly saying, If any of you dare to set foot in Qingshan again, this will be your fate. With the words spoken, Wang Beihai did not hesitate and stepped down, breaking the elder's throat. The elder's eyes quickly dimmed, and then there was no more breath. A mighty divine realm expert died so ignominiously. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and stood frozen for a long time until Wang Beihai shouted, Scram. Only then did they snap out of it and, forgetting about the treasures of Qingshan sect, hurriedly fled the scene. The Qingshan disciples cheered, filled with the joy of victory and pride for Qingshan sect. Sorry, I seem to have brought another big trouble, Wang Beihai said, watching the departing crowd, then came to Zhao Danyang's side and said lightly, Well, it's hard to tell if it's a blessing or a curse. For Qingshan sect, it might also be a good thing. It's just a pity for Lin Qingyang. Once he returns to the Lin family, he won't be coming back, Zhao Danyang said with a helpless shake of his head. In the evening, with everyone's cooperation, the wounded were quickly settled. Just as Zhao Danyang and Wang Beihai and others were enjoying their drinks, a figure suddenly appeared on the Qingshan sect square, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Wang Beihai, who was still drinking, was the first to feel this aura and quickly led a few people to the square. The person above was none other than Meng Luo, whom they had seen at the Qin family earlier. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and at that moment, Meng Luo also fixed his gaze on Wang Beihai. "Are you Wang Beihai?" Meng Luo asked with interest. "Yes," Wang Beihai admitted, knowing there was no point in hiding. "Not bad. You managed to destroy the Qin family. You do have some skills. Unfortunately, you are an enemy of the Yin family." Meng Luo blinked his beautiful eyes and then directly threw a challenge letter to Wang Beihai. "Don't say the Yin family is bullying you. Whether you come or not is up to you." With that, Meng Luo disappeared from the square in a flash. Chapter 444, The Plan. What terrifying energy. Zhao Danyang watched as Meng Luo disappeared into the distance, his legs nearly buckling under him. "I've set up barriers on this mountain gate. To enter so stealthily shows how powerful their methods are." With that, Zhao Danyang turned to look at Wang Beihai. At that moment, Wang Beihai was examining the challenge letter in his hands closely. The Yin family is indeed generous. Even a simple challenge letter is crafted so meticulously. The letter was entirely black, with 2 large gold-embossed characters on the cover, surrounded by intricate embroidery. Holding it gave a unique tactile sensation. Wang Beihai slowly opened the letter, and several large characters jumped out, 10 days from now, at the Battle Gods Arena. Seeing this, Wang Beihai frowned. "What is the Battle Gods Arena?" Hearing this, Zhao Danyang widened his eyes and spoke with reverence. The Battle Gods Arena is an ancient platform left over from the primordial era, located at the intersection of the spiritual realm and the human realm. Legend has it that it was where the ancient gods competed. Once you step onto the Battle Gods Arena, it's a matter of life and death. It seems the Yin family wants a fair duel with you. "Oh." Hearing this, Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems the Yin family is quite honorable." "I don't think so." Zhao Danyang shook his head and analyzed. "The Yin family chose the Battle Gods Arena to prove their strength. Since the news of you annihilating the Qin family spread, although there's no clear evidence, your reputation in the spiritual realm has grown considerably. If the Yin family defeats you on the Battle Gods Arena, the fame and benefits they gain would be immeasurable." Listening to Zhao Danyang's analysis, Wang Beihai nodded in agreement and then let out a cold laugh. "They really think highly of me. In my opinion, this is a good opportunity." At this moment, Xiao Min, who had been silent, spoke up. "The Yin family dared to propose such an equal duel because they believe you could never be their match. If we exploit their underestimation, there's still a chance of winning." Hearing Xiao Min's words, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he happily gave her a hug. But soon, Wang Beihai calmed down. Zhao Danyang seemed to have noticed Wang Beihai's concerns and spoke up. "That's true, but as you saw, Meng Luo, one of the 4 divine generals, was terrifyingly powerful. The Yin family has 3 more like him. Any one of them would make it impossible for Beihai to win. We have only 10 days left. We need to think of a way." With this, everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, even with all his talent and powerful moves, the gap in realms was difficult to bridge, let alone facing a peak deity-level opponent. Wang Beihai sat in the square, thinking all night, with Xiao Min by his side. As dawn approached, Wang Beihai still had no clue. "Go back to sleep. You've been sitting here with me all night. You must be tired," Wang Beihai said, stroking Xiao Min's head with concern. "I'm fine. It's you who have less than 10 days left. What should we do? We just met. I don't want to part so soon," Xiao Min said, gripping Wang Beihai's hand tightly and resting her head on his shoulder. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, his eyes half closed, savoring this rare moment of peace. "What if we run away?" Suddenly, Xiao Min's eyes lit up as she proposed the idea of escape. Wang Beihai shook his head. "The Yin family gave us 10 days, so they must have anticipated our escape. We can't hide. Besides, what about Green Mountain Sect if we leave?" Wang Beihai sighed helplessly, tightening his embrace around Xiao Min. "Ahem, you rascal, there might be a way to win." At that moment, a voice echoed in Wang Beihai's mind, breaking the tranquil moment. Wang Beihai jolted, his eyes filled with joy. Then, he patted Xiao Min's shoulder and said, "I have a plan. Go rest first. I'll be out for a bit. Hearing this, Xiao Min's heart leaped with joy, yet she looked at Wang Beihai with concern. Wang Beihai smiled at her and gently flicked her nose. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Only then did Xiao Min reluctantly head towards her residence. Seeing her far off, Wang Beihai instantly vanished from the square. After running through the woods beside Green Mountain Sect for a long time, Wang Beihai finally stopped and asked excitedly, Heavenly Book, what's the plan? Well, the Heavenly Book hesitated, transforming into a golden light that shot out of Wang Beihai's body and hovered before him. Speak up, Wang Beihai urged anxiously, seeing the Heavenly Book's hesitation. The process might be risky. You could lose your life. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned, but quickly steeled his resolve. If I don't undergo a transformation in 10 days, stepping onto the battle god's arena means certain death. It's better to take a gamble. Wang Beihai looked resolutely at the Heavenly Book, which then flickered slightly and said, The method is simple. Enter the Black Tower and subdue the Hound. The Hound's power is immense. If you can refine it, you might reach the deity realm directly. Moreover, the Black Tower has absorbed the souls of the Hound and the Glutton. They will surely awaken, giving you a fighting chance. At this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. You mean I should subdue the Hound now? Wang Beihai staggered, his eyes fixed on the Heavenly Book before him. The Heavenly Book remained silent for a long time, then shook its body, making its meaning clear. Brother, that's the Hound. One of the oldest and most ancient beasts that appeared after Pan-Gu created the heavens and earth. Even with my current imperial level cultivation, I might not be its match, let alone deity level. Ahem, weren't you just bragging about not fearing death? The Heavenly Book's tone was somewhat timid, as it didn't know the Hound's true strength, having existed before it. I meant there's a chance to fight, but this is clearly sending me to my death. I'd rather face the Yin family's 4 divine generals. Wang Beihai glared at the Heavenly Book and turned to leave. Chapter 445. The True Nine-Winged Divine Thunder Formation. Wait, I have my reasons for saying so. As Wang Beihai was about to leave, the Book of No Words stopped him and then explained, The reason I asked you to place that creature in the lair with the 9-winged divine thunder was to harness its power to diminish the malevolence of the creature. It's been quite some time now, and I imagine the creature is at its wit's end, with its strength reduced to less than 1,000th of its peak. Hearing this, Wang Beihai halted his steps, his eyes gleaming with a shrewd light, though he did not immediately turn around. Seeing this, the Book of No Words flew in front of Wang Beihai and leisurely explained. After being sealed for tens of thousands of years and now further weakened by the 9-winged divine thunder, the creature is undoubtedly at its last gasp. Coupled with the 9-winged divine thunder formation here, which is suppressed by the Black Tower, if we give it our all, we can definitely subdue it. The Book of No Words spoke with conviction, causing Wang Beihai to pause in surprise. The 9-winged divine thunder formation? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then said, Isn't that the formation Li Muzi set up in the canyon before? You said back then that you weren't confident, so why bring it up now? Wang Beihai gave the Book of No Words a skeptical look. The 9-winged divine thunder formation that Li Muzi set up was just a simplified version. The one here is a true divine formation that can harness the thunder from the 9 heavens to slay malevolent beings. Combined with the 9-winged divine thunder already present in the Black Tower, once activated, it will be doubly effective and its power greatly enhanced. Even a fully powered Ho would have to retreat. Wang Beihai furrowed his brows and looked at the Book of No Words with a mixture of doubt and belief. Are you serious? What kind of look is that? When have I ever lied to you? Seeing Wang Beihai's skeptical gaze, the Book of No Words was immediately incensed. All right, I'll trust you this once. But what should I do now? I haven't prepared anything. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, thinking that while the Book of No Words might be a bit boastful, it wouldn't joke with his life. With that thought, Wang Beihai steeled himself to take on this seemingly suicidal task. It's just a matter of setting up the formation. It's simple. As the book spoke, a light flashed from its body and shot into Wang Beihai's forehead. Instantly, A complex formation appeared in Wang Beihai's mind. Wang Beihai closed his eyes and carefully observed the intricate patterns of the formation. Before long, he was captivated by the mysterious inscriptions. When he came to, it was already dark outside. This is such a complex formation. The book, you call this simple? Wang Beihai looked at the Book of No Words with displeasure. The formation had no less than 81 focal points and various inscriptions. Completing the formation would take at least 3 days, and time was what Wang Beihai lacked the most. Don't worry, time flows differently in the Black Tower. If you feel time is short, you can control it yourself. Seeing through Wang Beihai's concerns, the book casually mentioned this, immediately invigorating Wang Beihai. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start now. Without waiting for the book's response, Wang Beihai took out the Black Tower from his spatial ring, threw it into the air, and it instantly grew larger. He set up a simple illusionary formation with gold essence stones, and then dove into the Black Tower. With a thought, Wang Beihai quickly arrived at the 5th layer of the Black Tower. Perhaps due to his increased cultivation, he felt the 9-winged divine thunder was stronger than before. However, Wang Beihai didn't pay much attention to this. With a thought, he accelerated the time flow within the tower, making 1 day inside equivalent to 3 days outside. Given his current strength, this was the limit. Having done this, Wang Beihai looked into the thunder and saw the stone coffin still lying quietly. He then stepped forward, quickly reaching the center while bearing the divine thunder. At this moment, the previously clean stone coffin had many blackened marks. What's this? Wang Beihai's eyes widened, immediately alerting him to his surroundings. Don't worry, these are just marks left by the divine thunder. As Wang Beihai was tense, the Book of No Words flew over and said gravely, although left by the divine thunder, usually, without any disturbances, the thunder wouldn't strike here. The creature in the coffin must be trying to get out. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately took a few steps back, alertly watching the coffin. However, after a long stalemate, the coffin remained motionless. Look at you. Where's your dignity as an emperor? Truly a coward. The Book of No Words disdainfully remarked, and then transformed into a golden light, returning to Wang Beihai's body. The book? The book? Seeing the book disappear, Wang Beihai hastily called out. Then, a lazy voice came from his mind. Don't disturb me until the formation is set up. I'm going to take a nap. With that, there was silence. Oh, come on. Wang Beihai pouted, but soon looked gravely at the coffin. Despite its faintness, Wang Beihai could still hear the heartbeat from within the coffin. Whatever, I'll give it a shot. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, then sat cross-legged, adjusted himself, and began to lay gold essence stones on the ground. Following the patterns of the 9-winged divine thunder formation in his mind, he found the focal points and placed the stones one by one. However, Wang Beihai didn't notice that while he was busy, a corner of the coffin had opened on its own, and a hand with black gas and horrifying nails slowly emerged from within. At that moment, the surrounding divine thunders suddenly became restless, and a bolt of divine thunder struck the coffin. The claw that had emerged trembled violently and then retracted into the coffin, followed by an indignant roar from within. Wang Beihai was instantly startled, quickly stopped his work, turned to look at the coffin, and confirmed there was no anomaly before continuing to set up the formation. This arrangement took an unknown amount of time. During this period, Wang Beihai's soul power was nearly exhausted from drawing the complex inscriptions. Fortunately, the primordial unity technique allowed him to recover just enough to balance the consumption. Even so, Wang Beihai was greatly shocked. I never thought the true 9-winged divine thunder formation would be so time-consuming. Standing in front of the coffin, Wang Beihai looked at the dense patterns around him and then at the center of the coffin. Once I place this gold essence stone here, the 9-winged divine thunder formation will be activated. Wang Beihai looked nervously at the spot, then gritted his teeth and placed the stone on it. Chapter 446, Seal Broken. Just as Wang Beihai was about to place the stone coffin suddenly shot up from the ground, knocking Wang Beihai far away. What's going on? Wang Beihai clutched his chest, looking at the stone coffin standing still, his eyes flashing with astonishment. This creature can sense the threat of the grand formation to it. At that moment, the book of celestial scripts flew out from Wang Beihai's body, gazing at the distant stone coffin, its tone filled with solemnity. It seems the Nine Wings divine thunder formation can indeed destroy it, but now that it has realized the danger of the formation, it will likely soon break through the seal of the stone coffin. The formation is missing just one last step. Our top priority is to complete the formation before this creature does. If we fail, our fate will be sealed. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's body shook, and he turned to look at the stone coffin in front of him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he grabbed the golden essence stone and charged forward. As Wang Beihai approached within 5 steps of the stone coffin, it suddenly began to rotate. With its rotation, a solid wall of wind formed around it, which Wang Beihai's physical body failed to break through on his first attempt. Damn it, break! Wang Beihai roared, and the Qi Shao sword instantly unsheathed. With a powerful swing, a red light flashed, slicing the wind wall in half. But what met his eyes next made Wang Beihai's scalp tingle. From the cracks of the stone coffin, a large amount of blood oozed out, corroding the inscriptions on the coffin, causing them to slowly disappear. Roar! With the fading inscriptions, a deeply resonant roar echoed from within the coffin, ancient and hellish, sending a chill down Wang Beihai's spine. No good. It's burning its essence blood to forcibly break the seal. We need to speed up. Seeing this, the book of celestial scripts tone grew frantic. If the creature known as Ho emerged before the formation was completed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing this, Wang Beihai no longer held back. With a leap, his figure shot forward like an arrow towards the stone coffin. But at that moment, the blood flowing from the coffin suddenly rose, forming a blood wall that blocked his path. Damn it! Wang Beihai immediately halted his momentum, just in time to hear an obscure and ancient incantation emanate from the stone coffin. His eyes widened in horror as the blood wall in front of him began to writhe and transform into a giant serpent made of blood. The serpent lunged at Wang Beihai, who quickly dodged, only to see a crack appear where he had just stood. Seeing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but gasp. The materials in this black tower were incredibly sturdy, having withstood a blow from Miyamoto Musashi unscathed. Yet now, this serpent had bitten a crack into it, showing the terrifying power it wielded. This won't do. Wang Beihai glanced at the stone coffin behind the serpent, then with a cold gaze, he unleashed the Haotian Grand Palm Strike. Instantly, a solid, massive palm print smashed towards the serpent, which roared and was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood. Seeing this, Wang Beihai didn't hesitate, dashing forward to place the stone in the final eye of the formation. Just as his hand was about to reach the coffin, his body suddenly jerked, and a massive force pulled him back, throwing him aside. Turning around, Wang Beihai saw that the serpent he had just dispersed had reformed, this time with 3 heads. Do you have to make this difficult? Can't you see I'm busy? Wang Beihai's face darkened as he roared, unleashing another Haotian Grand Palm Strike. Though it dispersed one of the heads, the remaining 2 retained consciousness, and the serpent remained standing. But that wasn't all. The next second, 3 small heads sprouted from where the previous one had been dispersed, growing to normal size in an instant. What the hell is this thing? Wang Beihai was shocked, then activated the Azura indestructible body and charged at the serpent. A dragon's roar echoed in the sky as silver lightning pierced through the serpent's body. Wang Beihai didn't stop, using the momentum to reach the stone coffin. This time, let's see what you do. Thinking this, Wang Beihai aimed the golden essence stone at the coffin, but this time, the coffin lid suddenly flew off, knocking him back. Wang Beihai braced the heavy coffin lid, sliding along the ground for a long time before stopping. This is bad. Wang Beihai looked at the coffin lid in his hand, realizing the dire situation. His eyes immediately darted forward to see a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him from within the coffin. The gaze was like that of a demon from hell, making Wang Beihai's scalp tingle. No matter what, I can't let this thing get out. 9 Wings Divine Thunder Formation. Activate. Wang Beihai's gaze hardened. Then he bit his finger, injecting his essence blood into the formation's inscriptions. Instantly, a red light circle lit up around him, within which countless inscriptions began to glow with golden light. As the formation activated, the 9 Wings Divine Thunders around it seemed to resonate with it. At that moment, a monstrous humanoid creature slowly emerged from the coffin, with huge fangs and blood-red eyes, resembling the legendary zombies but far more terrifying. The creature waved a finger, and the blood that had formed the serpent instantly surged towards it, merging with the creature. Roar. After everything was done, the creature let out a roar, shattering the stone coffin behind it. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt the black tower tremble. What terrifying energy! Just a roar made Wang Beihai feel an urge to submit. When he looked at the creature again, it was also staring at him. Roar. The creature seemed to harbor deep hatred for Wang Beihai. After roaring, it charged towards him. However, as it took a step forward, a bolt of lightning struck it, causing it to scream and retreat, glaring at Wang Beihai with hatred. Seeing the divine thunders around the creature, Wang Beihai breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I activated the formation earlier. Otherwise, I'd be the one dead now. Don't celebrate too soon. At that moment, the Book of Celestial Scripts spoke gravely. The formation isn't complete, so the divine thunders have no target. Only by placing the formation's eye on it can we guide the divine thunders to kill it. While it's trapped now, it's also given time to recover. Once it regains some strength, the formation might not be able to hold it. Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a chill down his spine. Looking up, he saw that the creature known as Ho had indeed sat down, its eyes filled with venomous hatred. Chapter 447. The Battle. He's really recovering. Seeing the actions of the Ho, Wang Beihai immediately felt a headache coming on, then looked nervously at the Book of Heaven. What should we do now? Calm down, calm down. The Book of Heaven deliberately raised its voice and said to Wang Beihai, since it can't come over, you go to it. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Are you trying to kill it or me? I finally managed to get away from this evil thing, and now you want me to go over? With my little arms and legs, I'll just be its appetizer. Wang Beihai glared at the Book of Heaven, clearly regarding the Ho in front of him as an unstoppable monster far beyond his understanding. Hmph! Even if you don't go now, once it recovers, it will come over with the divine lightning. By then, it will be too late to resist. You might as well take advantage of its weakened state and finish it off while it's sick. The Book of Heaven said each word clearly, and Wang Beihai immediately understood its meaning. Then, looking at the distant Ho, he swallowed hard. All right, let's die. Either way, it's a death sentence. I might as well take a gamble. After thinking for a long time with a frown, Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, holding the golden essence stone in one hand and the red mist sword in the other, quickly passing through the dense divine lightning to within 5 steps of the Ho. This time, Wang Beihai clearly saw the Ho's face, which couldn't be described as merely terrifying. At that moment, seeing Wang Beihai approach, the Ho's eyes flashed red, and it opened its mouth, shooting a blood-red long sword towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was startled and instinctively took a step back, but before the blood-red sword could reach him, it was turned into air by the lightning. This put Wang Beihai completely at ease. He swung the red mist sword fiercely, and a sword light struck the Ho's face. The Ho's head jerked to the side, as if it had forcefully withstood Wang Beihai's sword strike. Roar, you lowly creature! How dare you mock me like this? At that moment, the Ho's mouth opened and closed, speaking human language. Wang Beihai was surprised. You can speak human language? Saying this, Wang Beihai immediately used the Qinglian sword technique, and a green lotus bloomed around the Ho, splashing blood from its body, which quickly healed. Lowly creature, once I get out of here, I will drain your blood and devour your flesh. The Ho's eyes never blinked, always fixed on Wang Beihai. At this time, Wang Beihai was also getting anxious. Each of his attacks was accompanied by the golden essence stone, aiming to place it on the Ho's chest, but each time it was detected by the Ho. After what seemed like a deadly attack, the golden essence stone and spiritual power were depleted, while the Ho remained unaffected. At that moment, the Ho suddenly stood up, waving its hand and sending countless blood droplets that transformed into blades in the air, attacking Wang Beihai. Although most of the blades were turned to dust by the lightning, a few still reached Wang Beihai. Be careful, don't let its blood touch you. At this moment, the Book of Heaven suddenly shouted, and Wang Beihai instantly snapped to attention, clapping his palms together, creating a powerful gust of wind that isolated the blood droplets. That was close. Seeing the crisis averted, the Book of Heaven let out a long sigh, then said, once tainted by the Ho's blood, no matter how strong your will, you will become its blood slave. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned. Recalling how close he had come to disaster, feeling a lingering fear, then glaring at the Book of Heaven. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? After saying this, Wang Beihai turned back to the Ho, his expression now serious and more vigilant than before. He. It seems the little book in front of you knows quite a bit, but don't bother with your strength. Even with this great array, you can't kill me. Your physical training is good. Why not become my furnace, and I will use your body to dominate the world, an achievement you could never reach in your lifetime. The Ho let out an eerie laugh, then, with a hoarse voice, tempted Wang Beihai. Dominate the world. Wang Beihai pondered for a moment with his head raised, then smirked, looking at the Ho. Unfortunately, I have no interest in dominating the world. If possible, I'd rather return to Wulong village and be a carefree little doctor. But alas, you won't see that outcome, because you're afraid. Saying this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, staring intently into the Ho's eyes. This time, there was no panic or retreat in Wang Beihai's eyes, only determination and authority. How did you do that? The sudden change made the Ho lose its composure. A being as powerful as you suddenly lowering yourself to negotiate with a mere saint of the north, who wouldn't be tempted? Wang Beihai said, his eyes suddenly turning fierce, throwing a golden essence stone towards the Ho at lightning speed. The Ho immediately showed a look of fear, but the next second, a large hole suddenly appeared in its chest, and the golden essence stone passed through it, landing in the divine lightning and turning to dust instantly. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, looking at the slowly healing hole in the Ho's body, feeling completely baffled. How could this be? The Ho laughed triumphantly. I told you, with your methods, you can't do anything to me. Just as the Ho was gloating, suddenly, a hand wrapped in bandages shot out from its chest, and in Wang Beihai's shocked gaze, the hand struck the Ho's chest, with a golden essence stone perfectly stopping in front of it. No! Before Wang Beihai could figure out what was happening, the Ho let out a despairing scream, and then the 9 wings divine lightning arrays patterns on the ground lit up. Countless golden inscriptions flew towards the Ho and attached to its body. In an instant, the entire space lit up with a golden flash, and countless divine lightning strikes hit the Ho. Chapter 448. Heartless. No, don't. In an instant, golden thunderbolts rained down upon the body of the beast, each strike producing a sizzling sound and accompanied by the beast's agonizing screams, filling the entire 5th level with their intensity. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, astonished by the spectacle before him. It felt like setting off firecrackers in his bedroom, ignoring everything else, the sheer magnitude of this scene, with so many thunderbolts striking within a confined space, was nothing short of breathtaking. What would happen if so many divine thunderbolts struck a single person simultaneously? Seeing the rapidly diminishing thunderbolts in the space, Wang Beihai couldn't help but ask, the scene beyond his imagination. It's just the 9 wings divine thunder. Someday, you'll know what true grandeur is. The Book of No Words joked in response. As they spoke, the remaining thunderbolts suddenly ceased their assault, and a massive golden rune rose from the beast's feet. The rune ascended to the sky, and countless tiny thunderbolts converged upon it. Soon, a colossal golden thunderbolt formed above the beast's head. This feeling, This is the true Nine Wings divine thunder. Wang Beihai was taken aback. This thunderbolt, in both form and power, far surpassed what he had witnessed during his own tribulation. In his moment of distraction, the thunderbolt in the sky suddenly descended, striking directly on the beast's head. This time, the beast didn't even have a chance to scream. Through the brightness of the thunderbolt, Wang Beihai could clearly see the beast's body slowly disintegrate into dust under the powerful lightning. Soon, the entire space returned to tranquility. Wang Beihai glanced at the traces left on the ground, feeling as if he had just woken from a dream. Gone? Wang Beihai shrugged. The legendary beast was destroyed by us just like that? He looked around in disbelief. It was hard for him to believe that this ancient, fearsome creature had been obliterated so easily today. Yes, it's gone. At that moment, the Book of No Words spoke slowly, its tone revealing no sense of relief. The beast is gone, but it seems a more troublesome figure has arrived. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately recalled the mysterious hand that had helped subdue the beast earlier. He turned to the Book of No Words in surprise. Wasn't that hand summoned by you? Of course not. Although my cultivation is high, I cannot materialize. The Book of No Words said gravely. Instantly, Wang Beihai furrowed his brow deeply and looked around cautiously, fearing any unexpected changes. Hee, Book of No Words, after so many years, you haven't changed. I was wondering how this kid could enter the underworld. So it was all you're doing behind the scenes. At that moment, a clear voice sounded behind Wang Beihai. He quickly turned around but found no suspicious traces. The voice echoed again. Tiske. After so many years, the old fellow Taodai still hasn't woken up. But with the beast's core and spirit, Taodai will likely awaken. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback. This speaker not only knew about the Book of No Words and Taodai, but also seemed quite familiar with them. Book of No Words, who is this? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The Book of No Words said gravely, do you remember the last time you went to the underworld? I do. That time, I was truly thankful to the ferryman. Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows, then said puzzledly, what does this have to do with my last trip to the underworld? Could it be that the ferryman has come after me? As he spoke, Wang Beihai immediately showed a cautious expression. No, the one who has come today is the ferryman himself. Before the Book of No Words could answer, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Wang Beihai. It's you. Seeing the person, Wang Beihai was greatly surprised. This person was none other than the ferryman who had saved him on the Yellow Springs River. I never expected it to be you who saved me again today. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Beihai looked at the ferryman, then thought to himself in shock. At that time, I was in a hurry to escape, never imagining that the ferryman would possess such strength. Strength is not the issue. It's just that I have some tricks. Compared to the one behind you, I'm just a small fry. The ferryman smiled, then gently removed the cloth from his head, revealing a handsome face. So handsome. Seeing that face, Wang Beihai was stunned. He had seen many handsome men, but such a breathtakingly beautiful face was a first for him. By the way, how did you know what I was thinking, and who was the one behind me? Is it the king? After a moment of distraction, Wang Beihai came back to his senses and looked at the ferryman in astonishment. Just guessing. As for the one behind you, that's a secret. The ferryman smiled faintly. At that moment, the Book of No Words said seriously, Heartless, why are you here in the spirit realm instead of staying in the underworld? I'm here to find my benefactor. The ferryman smiled and turned his gaze to Wang Beihai. Do you remember the condition you agreed to back then? Wang Beihai was slightly stunned, then remembered the condition they had agreed upon that day. He then laughed heartily. What I promised the senior, I naturally dare not forget. There were some complicated matters behind me before, so I haven't gone to the underworld yet. Please don't take offense. No worries, no worries. I still rely on you to leave the underworld. I'm not in a hurry. You can handle your affairs in the spirit realm first, and come to the underworld later. Heartless waved his hand, showing an indifferent expression. But, Senior, Haven't you already left the underworld? Why do you still need my help? Wang Beihai immediately showed a puzzled expression. What you saw was just a fragment of his will. His true self leaving the underworld is no easier than you killing the beast. Hearing this, Wang Beihai swallowed hard, then turned to look at Heartless, his eyes filled with anticipation. Heartless blinked at Wang Beihai, then smiled slightly. The Book of No Words always likes to speak the truth. But don't worry, since you could subdue the beast, I believe helping me out of the underworld won't be too difficult for you. As he spoke, Heartless' body began to slowly dissipate, soon disappearing before Wang Beihai's eyes. Senior. Before Wang Beihai could ask further, Heartless had vanished. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a headache coming on. At that moment, where the beast had stood, a sudden tremor occurred, followed by a flash of red and blue lights shooting out. Chapter 449. Absorbing the Spirit Pill. What is this? Wang Beihai's attention was immediately drawn to the two objects before him. These are the Spirit Pill and Soul of the Hoe. The Book of Celestial Scripts excitedly announced, flying up to the two spheres and circling them with enthusiasm before continuing. The red one is the Spirit Pill, containing the essence of the Hoe's lifelong cultivation. Although the energy has diminished over such a long period of sealing, it remains an immense opportunity for you. Hearing this, Wang Beihai nodded. He could sense the vast energy contained within the red sphere. It felt as if he could absorb all of it, he might indeed reach the divine realm. Shaking his head with a smile, he thought to himself, it's not that simple. Turning his gaze to the blue sphere, he felt that while its energy wasn't as potent as the red one, it exuded a mysterious depth akin to the ocean. Vaguely, he could even see the silhouette of the Hoe within the sphere. Is this the Hoe's soul? Curious, Wang Beihai reached out to touch it, but the Book of Celestial Scripts stopped him. Yes, this is the Hoe's soul, but with your current spiritual strength, it's best not to do anything foolish. Taken aback by the warning tone, Wang Beihai hesitantly withdrew his hand. Seeing Wang Beihai's hesitation, the book continued. The Hoe's power is relatively pure. You can absorb it directly. However, the Hoe's soul is filled with its will. If influenced by it, you might lose yourself, even allowing the Hoe to seize your body, turning you into another Hoe. This revelation made Wang Beihai shudder. Who would have thought this seemingly insignificant object could be so dangerous? Of course, if your will is strong enough to absorb it, your soul will undergo a complete transformation. Then, whether in the spirit realm or the human realm, no one will match you in terms of soul strength. The book paused before adding, of course, this is under the premise that your soul and will are strong enough. Although you already possess a soul, it is far too weak compared to the Hoe's. If its spiritual pressure overwhelms you, you're done for. Nodding, Wang Beihai believed the book's words were not baseless. He retracted his hand, thinking, no point in risking my life for something I might not be able to handle. The allure of the soul is great, but one needs the ability to match. Seeing Wang Beihai's prudence, the book nodded in satisfaction and reassured him, don't worry, with the primordial chaos technique, enhancing your soul is just a matter of time. Prepare thoroughly before absorbing it. The benefits will be greatest then. I understand. Wang Beihai nodded, then looked at the red sphere. Can I absorb this one? Of course. The Book of Celestial Scripts chuckled, and countless fine rays of light emerged from it, enveloping the red sphere. A blinding golden light then enveloped the sphere, which transformed into a red mist filling the space. Such pure, such powerful energy. Wang Beihai took a deep breath, his face turning red as a surge of immense energy coursed through his body. He immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to refine the violent energy. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Wang Beihai suddenly opened his eyes, a red glow flashing within. He exhaled a long breath, revealing a delighted smile. Though the energy is violent, my cultivation has visibly increased. If I absorb it all, I might indeed reach the divine realm. Excitedly, Wang Beihai looked at the surrounding mist. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, It was the Qiongqi he had previously sealed in the Black Pagoda. Clearly, it had been drawn by the powerful energy. Wu. Qiongqi looked at Wang Beihai with pleading eyes, its usually fierce demeanor replaced by a puppy-like expression. Go ahead, absorb it. Wang Beihai sighed, thinking, how much can a little Qiongqi absorb from so much energy? But the next moment, he regretted his decision. Qiongqi, hearing the permission, immediately showed a greedy expression, its body expanding rapidly. With a big gulp, the red mist flowed into its mouth like water. In an instant, half of the mist in front of Wang Beihai was gone. Stop it! Wang Beihai shouted, his heart aching. But Qiongqi ignored him, continuing to absorb greedily. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold. With a clang, the red dawn sword instantly unsheathed. Stop now, or I'll feast on your ancient beast flesh today. Startled, Qiongqi took a final deep breath before closing its mouth. Then, its eyes widened, and it lay down, its body emitting a red glow. What is it doing? Wang Beihai wondered. It's evolving. The book of celestial scripts floated to Wang Beihai's side and explained, who knew this creature would have such fortune following you? If it evolves successfully, it can transform into a human form. Transform? Wang Beihai blinked, looking incredulously at Qiongqi. Yes, ancient beasts transforming is much harder than for demons. If successful, its strength can rival that of the divine realm. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened with jealousy. That's too easy. Just a nap and it evolves? It's not as simple as you think, the book chided with a smile. The remaining energy, if fully absorbed by you, should also bring you close to the divine realm. Half the time has already passed. You need to hurry. With that, the book transformed into a light and entered Wang Beihai's body. Half the time has passed. Wang Beihai was shocked, thinking of the upcoming contest. He quickly sat cross-legged, activating the Haoyan Jingqi Ju. Instantly, a vortex formed around him, drawing the remaining mist towards him. As Wang Beihai meditated, a vortex also appeared in a corner of the space, and with the influx of energy, the entire Black Pagoda began to emit a faint glow. Chapter 450, Spirit of the Tower. After an unknown period of time, the red mist in the space had already thinned, and within the fifth layer, Wang Beihai sat motionless on the ground, his body shimmering with a faint red glow, his skin becoming translucent. After a while longer, as the last wisp of spiritual energy was absorbed by Wang Beihai, a long exhale sounded, and he expelled a breath of turbid air. His eyes slowly opened, instantly shooting out a red light, causing his eyes to turn crimson, appearing somewhat savage. Roar! Wang Beihai suddenly looked up and let out a beast-like roar, then leaped into the air, followed by a red light bursting from his body, spreading powerful energy to every corner of the space. Refreshing! Wang Beihai shouted, landing lightly on the ground, his red eyes fading, his vision returning to clarity. These energies are indeed powerful, but it's still a bit short. Wang Beihai excitedly looked at his arm, feeling that he was only one step away from the divine realm, almost touching its barrier. If there had been just a bit more energy, he might have broken through directly. Thinking of this, a hint of regret flashed in Wang Beihai's eyes, but soon, he revealed a happy smile. This time, absorbing the energy had greatly increased his cultivation. Even though he hadn't broken through, his physical body had been nourished to a new level. As he thought, Wang Beihai hummed, and a golden red light instantly enveloped his skin, seemingly thin yet incredibly tough. Then, Wang Beihai summoned Qi Xiao and, holding it, slashed heavily at his arm. A sound of metal clashing echoed, and Qi Xiao, usually sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, couldn't harm Wang Beihai at all. With my current physical strength, even a divine realm expert would likely spit blood and be injured if struck by my fist. Wang Beihai joyfully swung his fist and then stood up, stretching. His gaze swept around, and his movements halted abruptly. Not far from him, where Qiongqi had been before, a black red egg appeared. What is this thing? Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes and approached, only to find the eggshell incredibly hard, faintly hearing heavy breathing from within. This is the giant egg Qiongqi evolved into. It seems it really broke through. At that moment, the Book of Heaven without words floated out from Wang Beihai's body, circling around Qiongqi's egg, expressing some surprise. It broke through, but I'm in trouble, just a bit short. Wang Beihai said dejectedly, recalling how Qiongqi had absorbed spiritual energy voraciously, anger bubbling up. Well, it's good for you that it evolved. Now it recognizes you as its master, and having a divine realm bodyguard by your side is quite a boon. Hearing the book's words, Wang Beihai rubbed his chin and nodded. As Wang Beihai watched Qiongqi's egg, suddenly, the black tower shook, and he immediately looked around vigilantly. The shaking stopped, and a low roar echoed into Wang Beihai's ears, startling him. The roar felt like a beast awakening from slumber, or an ancient murmur. What is that? Wang Beihai looked up at the Book of Heaven. The Book of Heaven flashed with light, then swayed and spoke with some joy. Seems your luck is good. That's the roar of the Black Tower's spirit. Looks like the spirit is about to wake up. Even a Supreme Realm expert might not be able to kill you then. Really? Hearing this, Wang Beihai looked at the Book of Heaven. Would I lie to you? The Book of Heaven retorted, and the roar disappeared. Such pure energy, so delicious. As the roar faded, a childlike voice appeared before Wang Beihai, stretching and licking its lips. Delicious? Who are you? Wang Beihai looked puzzled at the child, who then looked up at him, revealing a greedy look in its big eyes, but quickly shook its head, regretfully saying, Alas, you're my master now, otherwise your flesh would be quite tasty. Seeing the child's serious expression, Wang Beihai felt a chill and carefully examined the child, then exclaimed, Could you be the spirit of this tower? Spirit of the tower? Rude, call me Lord Taodai. The child glared at Wang Beihai, then, mimicking an adult, crossed its arms behind its back, assuming a commanding posture. Taodai, you? Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, but as soon as he spoke, the child opened its mouth wide, revealing a massive black hole inside. Wang Beihai felt a terrifying suction, almost being drawn in. Seeing this, the child closed its mouth, and the suction disappeared. Back in the day, I was a being that could swallow the heavens and earth. You, a waste, are my master. I wonder what the king was thinking. The child turned around. Seeing Qiongqi's egg, its eyes lit up, rushing to it and staring at it with a gluttonous gaze. So the old man Qiongqi is here too? TSK. Lucky you, reaching the form-changing realm. The taste must be good. Saying this, Taodai licked its lips, the greedy look making Wang Beihai shudder. Is this the spirit of the tower? Wang Beihai whispered. Naturally, but it just woke up, so it appears as a child. Among these beasts, Taodai is the only one to break through to the supreme realm, so even as a tower spirit, its power surpasses other beasts. Hearing this, Wang Beihai nodded thoughtfully, then frowned and asked, You said Taoya's spirit was in deep sleep, needing a lot of energy to awaken. How did it wake up on its own? Faced with Wang Beihai's question, the Book of Heaven was momentarily speechless, then turned into a white light and flew back into Wang Beihai's body. Seeing the book's evasive action, Wang Beihai immediately realized something, his face sinking. It seemed Taodai had absorbed the energy of the host spirit pill too. No wonder my energy was so scarce. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai felt a surge of grievance. He had fought for this, yet these two beasts were benefiting. A pang of heartache surged. But considering the future assistance from the two, Wang Beihai felt a bit better. At that moment, a crackling sound echoed, and Wang Beihai looked forward to see a crack slowly appearing on Qiongqi's egg. Chapter 451. Arrogance. Oh, judging by the looks of it, this Qiongqi will probably complete its evolution soon. If it happens before you ascend the Battle Gods platform, then whether you win or lose, you can retreat unscathed. The Book of Heaven said with a hint of excitement as it gazed at the cracks on the giant egg. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up with anticipation as he stared at the giant egg before him. I wonder what Qiongqi will look like after it transforms. Wang Beihai mused, allowing his imagination to run wild. At that moment, Tao Tai, standing nearby, let out a disdainful snort. Xiongqi's appearance? It won't be anything impressive. It probably won't even measure up to 1/10 of my magnificence. Wang Beihai rolled his eyes at Tao Ye's words, thinking to himself, your appearance is only cute at best. With a smile, he turned back to the giant egg, quietly waiting. Time passed, and as the cracks on the egg increased, Xiongqi showed no signs of breaking out. It's the 9th day. Time to leave. The Book of Heavens suddenly spoke. Wang Beihai was taken aback. The 9th day already? He glanced at the still inactive egg, his face showing disappointment. I guess I should return to the sect. It's been so many days. Minner and the others must be worried sick. Shaking his head, Wang Beihai left the Black Tower with the Book of Heaven. Upon exiting, he noticed that the previously pitch-black tower now had many golden-red stripes. These stripes emitted a faint glow, causing the tower to shrink and transform into a pendant hanging from Wang Beihai's waist. The awakening of the tower spirit makes a difference. Wang Beihai mused with a smile, feeling a new sense of harmony with the Black Tower. Excitedly, he played with the miniature tower for a while, then leaped into the air, gliding for hundreds of meters before landing. Is this the power close to the divine realm? Wang Beihai marveled at his hands, feeling both astonished and delighted. With my current strength, I might stand a chance. With a determined look, he sped up, eager to share the good news with Xiao Min and the others. Feeling elated and with a brisk pace, Wang Beihai soon arrived at the thatched cottage halfway up Green Mountain Sect. I'm back, he announced happily as he landed in the courtyard, only to sense no one's presence. What's going on? Where are Lin Xiao and Minner? As he pondered, a loud noise erupted from the peak of the mountain. Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat. Could the sect be in trouble? Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and dashed up the mountain. At the summit of Green Mountain Sect, two elegantly dressed middle-aged men stood arrogantly before the sect's disciples, their eyes filled with disdain. Nearby, several disciples lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Heh, is this the level of Green Mountain Sect? Truly disappointing, one of them sneered, while the other laughed mockingly. Inside the main hall, Zhao Danyang glared furiously at the man before him. What is it, sect leader Zhao? Do you have any advice? The man taunted, his eyes full of contempt. Zhao Danyang's expression darkened further. Songyu, as the grand protector of the Yin family, you were promised by the Dream Luo general that as long as Beihai appears, you would not harm our sect. Now your men are attacking our disciples. Does the Yin family have no integrity at all? Integrity? Songyu scoffed, then sneered at Zhao Danyang. My men were merely sparring with them. Any injuries are due to their incompetence. Besides, today is the 9th day, and tomorrow is the Battle God's platform. Beihai hasn't shown up yet. He must be scared and has run away. Either way, you're going to get beaten, sooner or later. What's the difference? Or perhaps you want to fight me? Songyu declared arrogantly, showing no respect for Zhao Danyang. You scoundrel! Zhao Danyang's eyes widened, but he couldn't muster the words to curse. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed and turned away, hoping for Wang Beihai's arrival. Seeing this, Songyu smirked and gestured to the two men outside the hall. They grinned coldly and charged into the crowd, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. A third of the sect's disciples fell to the ground. Heh, with this level of skill, you dare to establish a sect? All of Green Mountain Sect is trash, they mocked, laughing loudly. The disciples clenched their fists, glaring at the two men but too afraid to speak. Heh, a bunch of cowards. Is there no one left in Green Mountain Sect? One of them taunted. Before the words left his mouth, a red light flashed across the sky. The man didn't have time to react before being struck by a figure from the light, collapsing unconscious. He's here. Inside the hall, Zhao Danyang, Xiao Min, and others stood up simultaneously, looking outside. It was Wang Beihai. Songyu frowned and looked outside. Who are you to harm my men? He demanded irritably. Wang Beihai snorted, turning to grab the other man by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Then, he landed, stepping on the head of the first man. Is this the level of the Yin family? Wang Beihai's words left Song Yu speechless. The disciples of Green Mountain sect erupted in cheers, seeing Wang Beihai as their savior. Scoundrel Beihai, you're asking for death. Release them at once, Song Yu commanded, his face darkening. Wang Beihai looked at Song Yu mockingly, then smirked coldly. What are you? With that, he exerted force with his hands and feet, silencing the two men who had been so arrogant moments before. Chapter 452. The Primordial Spirit Root. Bastard Bazi, I don't think you need to go up to the War God platform anymore. Die here today. In the Grand Hall, Song Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he watched his trusted aide die before his own eyes. This humiliation, how could he endure it? With a loud shout, Song Yu transformed into a blur and charged towards Wang Beihai. Beihai, be careful. Seeing Song Yu disappear, Xiaomin immediately felt a shock in her heart and shouted loudly to Wang Beihai on the plaza. At that moment, Song Yu's figure had already appeared in front of Wang Beihai. Stinky Bazi, let me test your depth today, Song Yu said with gritted teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. With a loud roar, a large saber appeared in Song Yu's hand, and with a forceful swing, the sharp blade immediately slashed towards Wang Beihai's head. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then let out a low growl from his throat. Instantly, the Azura indestructible body activated, and the saber sparked fiercely on Wang Beihai's neck. Song Yu was immediately shocked. His attack had only left a faint white mark on Wang Beihai's body. Humph, I don't believe your flesh can be that strong. With a cold snort, Song Yu swung the saber towards Wang Beihai again, this time wrapped in a green glow, clearly using spiritual energy. Facing such a powerful strike, Wang Beihai did not dare to be careless. He narrowed his eyes, and then a sword cry rang out. A red light appeared in front of Wang Beihai, blocking Song Yu's attack. In an instant, a huge energy spread across the entire plaza, causing the disciples of the Green Mountain sect to be stunned, their eyes filled with shock. It seems Brother Beihai's strength has improved again. Feeling the powerful aura in the field, Zhao Danyang narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering with surprise. In less than 10 days, the aura is completely different from before. How did he do it? This speed is simply monstrous. Thinking this, Zhao Danyang couldn't help but feel delighted. At the current speed of Wang Beihai's cultivation, given time, he would definitely become a supreme being, and the status of the Green Mountain sect would rise accordingly. Thinking of this, Zhao Danyang felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, I listened to Lao Lin's advice and stood on the same side as Beihai. Otherwise, the Green Mountain sect would never have achieved such accomplishments. Lao Lin, you were right. This time, no matter what, we must protect Wang Beihai. Zhao Danyang muttered to himself with narrowed eyes. Then, looking up again, he saw two figures in the plaza like streaks of light, constantly colliding and chasing each other. Their speed was so fast that the disciples standing in the plaza could only see flashes of light and couldn't see the process of their fight. Bang! After another intense collision, both figures in the air retreated dozens of meters, standing on opposite sides, their eyes wary of each other. However, unlike Wang Beihai's excited expression, Song Yu's eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? I am a God Realm expert, albeit only at the early stage. How could I be evenly matched with this mere Emperor Realm Bazi? Song Yu looked incredulously at Wang Beihai, his heart filled with both shock and anger. This Bazi, what terrifying physical strength. At the Emperor Realm, he is already like this. If he reaches the God Realm, wouldn't he be even more formidable? No, if such a monster is allowed to grow, it will surely become a disaster for the Yin family. With this thought, Song Yu's eyes began to surge with killing intent. Then, he raised his hand and suddenly, the ground of the Green Mountain sect began to tremble violently. This is a domain. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his heart growing wary. 1,000 forms of the forest. Song Yu roared and then, countless vines broke through the hard ground of the Green Mountain sect, shooting towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was shocked and quickly dodged the vines. However, before he could steady himself, more vines emerged from the ground, making him feel overwhelmed. At that moment, a scream came from the plaza. Wang Beihai frowned and looked in the direction of the scream. He saw that the disciples of the Green Mountain sect standing in the plaza were affected by the vines. Many were pierced through by the vines, and a faint scent of blood filled the plaza. Damn it! Wasn't it agreed to be one-on-one? Wang Beihai instantly became furious. Wielding Qishao, he unleashed a sky-shattering sword strike, turning the surrounding vines into fragments. However, the regenerative ability of these vines far exceeded Wang Beihai's calculations. The moment they were shattered, they quickly grew back from the ground. Yin family bastards, disciples of the Green Mountain sect, form a formation with me. Seeing this situation, Zhang Danyang couldn't care less and jumped in front of the disciples, extending his hands to create a protective barrier that blocked the vine's attacks. I'll help you. Lao Zhu Cao followed closely behind, joining in. Heh, bastard? Song Yu sneered, then looked viciously at Wang Beihai. For such a monster, as long as I can strangle you in the cradle, what's the fear of any means? With that, Song Yu roared, and 9 vines thicker than barrels shot out from the ground, like tentacles, attacking Wang Beihai. Beihai, those 9 vines are his primordial spirit roots. As long as you destroy these roots, his domain will collapse on its own. While resisting the vine's attacks, Lao Zhu Cao shouted loudly to Wang Beihai. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he no longer held back, directly unleashing a great heavenly hand seal towards the vines. However, the usually reliable great heavenly hand seal only managed to break one end of the vine, and the rest quickly regenerated. This thing is too disgusting. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Faced with such terrifying regenerative power, he couldn't help but become passive. Heh, my primordial spirit roots are not so easily broken by you. Song Yu taunted Wang Beihai. Not to mention your current cultivation, even a god general from the Yin family couldn't easily break these 9 spirit roots. Today, this is your burial ground. Die, stinky Bazy. With that, Song Yu waved his hand, and the thick vines shot towards Wang Beihai like bullets. Wang Beihai was greatly alarmed, shielding himself with his hands, fully activating the Azura indestructible body. In an instant, the 9 vines mercilessly struck his body. Wang Beihai let out a muffled groan, feeling a sharp pain in his internal organs from the heavy blows. Pooh! Wang Beihai spat out a mouthful of blood, then flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground. Song Yu revealed a cruel smile, then waved his hand, and the vines on the ground immediately wrapped around Wang Beihai, binding him. Beihai! Seeing this, Xiaomin immediately cried out. Zhao Danyang and the others also looked at Wang Beihai in the field with grim expressions. Not enough, still a bit short. Wang Beihai clenched his teeth, glaring at Song Yu in the sky, his eyes filled with reluctance. Heh, don't worry, I'll kill you first. Today, no one from the Green Mountain sect will escape. As he spoke, Song Yu pointed his finger, and instantly, the thick vines converged into a sharp wooden spear, shooting towards Wang Beihai. Chapter 453, Mysterious Striker. No good. Seeing the sudden attack, Wang Beihai's heart immediately raised a warning of danger. Just as Wang Beihai was about to summon the Black Pagoda to block this fatal blow, suddenly, a shadow swiftly passed in front of him. Bang! A deafening sound echoed, and in an instant, splinters flew everywhere, causing everyone to look on in astonishment. The indestructible spiritual root was instantly cut in half. Then, Song Yu's eyes widened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Before everyone's astonished gaze, Song Yu was sent flying. As Song Yu was injured, the domain power he had exerted completely failed, and the vines that had been growing wildly began to retract even faster. What's going on? Zhao Danyang furrowed his brows in confusion. Just a moment ago, everyone was facing a life-and-death struggle, and the next moment, the predicament was broken. Zhao Danyang felt as if he were dreaming. Damn it! Who is it? Song Yu slowly stood up from the ground, clutching his chest. His disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes made him look extremely disheveled. Clearly, the injury to his spiritual root had dealt him a significant blow. Hearing Song Yu's words, everyone was once again shocked and looked towards the sky. Sure enough, there was a figure standing in midair. Who is this person? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The person in front of him was tall and well-proportioned, with a handsome face carrying a hint of aloofness. Strangely, this person was completely naked. Who exactly are you? Wang Beihai's face turned red, and he quickly covered his eyes. The person turned around and smiled at Wang Beihai, seemingly completely unconcerned about being naked. Instead, he babbled for a while, as if practicing speaking. Seeing this, Wang Beihai frowned and carefully examined the person in front of him. The familiar feeling in the person's eyes surged up. Could it be, you are Qiongqi? After a long while, Wang Beihai was startled and tremblingly voiced his thoughts. Haha. Upon hearing this name, Qiongqi immediately showed a joyful expression and nodded vigorously at Wang Beihai. So it really is. Wang Beihai was greatly shocked and quickly took out a set of his own clothes from the spiritual ring and handed them to Qiongqi. After all, humans and beasts were different, and being completely naked was too arrogant. Qiongqi took the clothes, examined them carefully, and then awkwardly put them on. The people present were even more curious, especially Song Yu, whose face was already dark enough to wring water. Damn it, I, the great elder of the Yin family, was beaten like this by a fool who doesn't even know how to dress? With that, Song Yu roared and his entire body emitted a green light. Bastard, no matter what the cost today, you must die. Saying so, Song Yu charged at Wang Beihai like a bomb. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, watching the oncoming Song Yu, but showed no intention of dodging. In an instant, Song Yu's attack was already in front of him. At that moment, Qiongqi, who had been curious, flashed in front of Wang Beihai and lightly blocked Song Yu's punch with a hand. Immediately, a strong gust of wind passed by Wang Beihai's ear, and both Wang Beihai and Song Yu looked at Qiongqi in astonishment. What a terrifying physique! Wang Beihai was greatly shocked. If he had encountered Qiongqi in his current state in the tomb, even with all his skills, he would have been doomed. How is this possible? Song Yu widened his eyes, looking at Qiongqi with disbelief. This strike used half of my power. How could you block it so easily? How could a human have such a strong body? Could you be a supreme being? Impossible, impossible. Song Yu shook his head frantically. At that moment, Wang Beihai came to his senses and shouted to Qiongqi, "That's it, hit him." Hearing this, Qiongqi showed a cruel smile and suddenly punched Song Yu in the chest. Song Yu's eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, then was sent flying like a ball into the ground of the plaza. This is too strong. Wang Beihai looked at Qiongqi with his mouth wide open. With Qiongqi's current physique, even facing the divine generals of the Yin family, there would be a chance to fight. In an instant, Wang Beihai suddenly understood the words of the Book of Heaven. At that moment, the black pagoda at Wang Beihai's waist moved and flew in front of him, flashing, as if communicating with Qiongqi. Kakaka. Qiongqi laughed loudly, seemingly mocking Tao Tai. Soon, the black pagoda flashed, and Qiongqi disappeared instantly. Don't go. Wang Beihai shrugged helplessly and looked down, only to find that Song Yu had disappeared from the spot. Where did he go? Wang Beihai frowned, activated the chaos art, and immediately sensed Song Yu, who was burrowing underground, trying to escape. Heh, my Green Mountain sect is not somewhere you can come and go as you please. Wang Beihai's lips curled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a silver light instantly cut through the sky and pierced the edge of the plaza. Immediately, a wail came from underground, followed by a bloodline shooting out from the ground. Wang Beihai leaped to the side of the dragon's gall, grabbed it, and pulled it up forcefully. In an instant, a figure was pulled out from the ground by Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Zhao Danyang and others quickly surrounded him. It was indeed Song Yu, who had been trying to escape. At this moment, Song Yu was disheveled, covered in mud, and his thigh was pierced by the dragon's gall, looking extremely wretched, far from his previous grandeur. Heh, I never thought that the great elder of the Yin family would have such a wretched day. Zhao Danyang narrowed his eyes, showing no sympathy. Thinking of the Green Mountain sect disciples who had been killed earlier, Zhao Danyang's eyes were filled with anger. Not killing him now was already giving him the greatest courtesy. You bastards, how dare you treat me like this? I am the great elder of the Yin family. If you kill me, the Yin family will never let you off. Song Yu covered his thigh with one hand and looked at Wang Beihai and the others with a vicious gaze. Heh, when has the Yin family ever let us off? Wang Beihai sneered, pulled the spear out of Song Yu's thigh forcefully, and Song Yu's eyes widened, showing a painful expression. Then, Wang Beihai stepped on the wound of Song Yu's thigh, and Song Yu almost passed out from the pain. Bastard, just wait. The Yin family will never let you off. Song Yu's face was pale, his body trembling, glaring at Wang Beihai with hatred. All right, I'll wait, but unfortunately, you won't see it. As Wang Beihai spoke, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and with a forceful step, he crushed Song Yu's leg bone with a crack. This time, Song Yu was completely terrified, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Wang Beihai. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Yin family will definitely retaliate. Let me go, and I promise the Yin family won't bother you again. We can even be friends with the Green Mountain sect, allowing you to live under the protection of the Yin family forever. Seeing Song Yu's fearful expression, Wang Beihai couldn't help but sneer. Then, with a wave of his hand, a red light flashed, and the next second, Song Yu was drenched in blood, his body instantly turning cold. Hashtag Chapter 454. The golden body of the Azura. With a heavy thud, the sound of a body hitting the ground echoed, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Gazing at the gradually cooling corpse on the ground, their eyes flickered with various thoughts. Who would have thought that Bazi would be so decisive in killing? Fortunately, I chose to submit. Otherwise, I might be in the same predicament. Cao Shan Laozu looked at Song Yu's form, then at Wang Beihai, swallowing hard with a sense of relief. Zhao Danyang, on the other hand, looked at Wang Beihai with concern. Song Yu was the great protector of the Yin family. Killing him like this, the Yin family will certainly not let it go. Zhao Danyang frowned tightly. Although killing Song Yu was indeed gratifying, as the head of the Green Mountain sect, he had to consider far more than what was immediately visible. It doesn't matter. At this moment, Wang Beihai waved his hand and said, I never had room to maneuver with the Yin family. They're allowing Song Yu to humiliate our Green Mountain sect clearly means they don't want to be friendly. Now, I and the Green Mountain sect are on the same rope. Whether Song Yu lives or dies makes no difference. As he spoke, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Beihai's eyes. For now, the only way is to win tomorrow's competition. Of course, if you are fearful of the Yin family, you can choose to leave today. With Song Yu dead, now is the best time to leave. Upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang's eyes sparkled, but he quickly suppressed it. Then, with a firm resolve, he declared loudly, although our Green Mountain sect is not a major sect, we deeply understand the meaning of honor and disgrace. We are not a sect to be trifled with. If others offend us, we fight back. Even if the storm comes, we stand firm. This is the foundation of the Green Mountain sect. Zhao Danyang spoke word by word, his voice echoing through every corner of the plaza. The disciples of Green Mountain, upon hearing this, looked at Zhao Danyang with fervor. Zhao Danyang scanned the crowd and then raised his hand overhead, shouting loudly, Fear no hardship, elevate our Green Mountain. Fear no hardship, elevate our Green Mountain. Instantly, the entire plaza was filled with bold declarations. As night fell, after final discussions, Wang Beihai and Xiaomin returned to their room. Long separated, they naturally indulged in a passionate reunion. Late into the night, Wang Beihai glanced at Xiaomin, who lay beside him as soft as jade, his eyes revealing a tender affection. Then, quietly, he slipped out of bed, his mind moving, and he appeared directly within the Black Tower. As soon as he entered the tower, Wang Beihai saw the mess on the ground and then heard the intense fighting from the upper levels. Wang Beihai frowned and immediately went to investigate. In the fifth-floor space, the ground was covered with scratches and dents, and two figures were constantly colliding. Each collision sparked with sparks. There were no tricks, no techniques, just pure physical strength clashing, making Wang Beihai's heart skip a beat. What a primitive, powerful fight. Wang Beihai squinted throughout, unsure how long this battle had lasted, but his intuition told him it probably started when Xiongqi disappeared and had continued until now. Thinking this, Wang Beihai's shock deepened. This evolved Xiongqi is indeed ferocious, its physical strength incomparable. But this Taodai is just a spiritual form. How can it be so strong, able to match the full form of Xiongqi? As he pondered, suddenly, a figure darted in front of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai squinted, seeing it was the childlike Taodai. "Hey, wanna play?" Taodai said, not waiting for Wang Beihai's response, and directly threw a punch at him. Wang Beihai hadn't expected Taodai to attack so suddenly, unable to dodge in time. He activated the Azura's indestructible body. Taoye's punch landed squarely on his chest. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a sharp pain in his chest. Taoye's seemingly weak punch was like a 1,000-pound boulder, smashing into his chest. Wang Beihai let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, slamming hard against the tower's wall. "TSK, your physical strength isn't up to par." Taodai rotated his wrist, disdainfully snorting. Wang Beihai coughed lightly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes showed no despair, instead igniting with fierce determination under Taoye's provocation. With a slight smile, Wang Beihai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, full of fighting spirit, gestured with his finger at Taodai. Seeing this, Taodai immediately sneered and called out to Xiongqi. In an instant, two figures rushed towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai didn't choose to evade but instead pushed the Azura's indestructible body to its peak and charged forward, meeting the attack of the two beasts head-on. There were no fancy moves. Wang Beihai relied solely on his physical body to fight Taodai and Xiongqi. For a moment, the entire tower was filled with the sound of fists and feet clashing. However, facing the naturally physically strong beasts, even with the enhancement of the Azura's indestructible body, Wang Beihai's body inevitably showed bruises after several rounds of combat. Haha, come again. Yet, Wang Beihai didn't care at all. In his view, Taodai and Xiongqi's attacks seemed to be controlled to a suitable degree, not truly aiming to kill him. Whenever his body was about to collapse, the two beasts would slow their assault. In this back and forth, Wang Beihai was pleasantly surprised to find that the life force within him was gradually being stimulated. The previous slow healing of his injuries now sped up considerably, and the seemingly perfected Azura's indestructible body also showed signs of advancing. Feeling these changes, Wang Beihai was elated, and before he knew it, he could fight the two beasts on equal footing with just his physical body. It's about time. At this moment, the voice of the Book of No Words suddenly echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. What's about time? Wang Beihai was taken aback. Just as he was about to ask, Taodai and Xiongqi suddenly roared and then flashed their figures, appearing directly in front of Wang Beihai. Then, the two beasts threw punches, one hitting Wang Beihai's chest, the other his back. Instantly, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, a suffocating sensation rushing over him. His meridians were instantly shattered by this powerful force. Every inch of his skin, every cell, seemed to be annihilated under the attack. Why? Wang Beihai was extremely puzzled. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, suddenly, a dazzling green light erupted from his dantian. With the emergence of the green light, his previously shattered body began to rapidly reorganize and repair. In no time, a new body was reconstructed. What is this? Wang Beihai looked at his hands in astonishment, unable to believe he could survive such an attack. At this moment, the Book of No Words leisurely flew out from within him, saying calmly, breaking to rebuild. The way of the great Tao, rebirth through nirvana, the golden body is formed. Chapter 455, Departure. What does this mean? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, looking puzzled at the Book of No Words. Hee. Use the Azura indestructible body once more and see. The book chuckled softly. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and with a thought, a thin layer of golden light enveloped his entire body. What is this? Wang Beihai exclaimed in surprise, staring at the golden glow on his body. The light shouldn't be red? How did it suddenly turn golden? He looked at the book, who burst into laughter, saying, "This is the ultimate form of the Azura indestructible body, the Azura golden body." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened in shock. Azura golden body? But that wasn't in the technique you gave me before, and why didn't you tell me earlier? He tried to recall what he had learned, confirming that he had never been taught this. Of course not. This was entirely deduced by my supreme wisdom, based on the Azura indestructible body technique. Even the founder of the technique, the ancient Kunyu patriarch, probably didn't know it could be taken to this level. The Book of No Words proudly floated in front of Wang Beihai, who looked increasingly sullen. So, you've never used this method before, and you're testing it on me today? As he spoke, his eyes gradually turned cold. Feeling the chill, Tao Tai and Qiongqi wisely moved aside, leaving only the book still floating proudly in the air. Indeed, didn't expect the experiment to be so successful. Before the book could finish its boast, Wang Beihai grabbed it. "You dare to use me as a guinea pig." Wang Beihai's anger surfaced as he sneered coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at the book. Realizing the situation, the book hastily said, No, I had everything calculated before I acted on you. Now that the Blood Lotus essence in your body is activated, coupled with the Azura golden body protecting you, unless you encounter a supreme level expert, even Divine Realm experts won't be able to do much to you. With that, the Book of No Words transformed into a beam of light and entered Wang Beihai's body. Good intentions unrewarded. I'm going to sleep. This competition should be no problem. And with that, the book's voice fell silent again. Wang Beihai closed his eyes briefly, then sighed and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, he thought to himself, then checked his inner vision, finding a green orb in his dantian, exuding vigorous vitality, continuously nourishing his body with spiritual energy. I'll let you off this time, since what you said is true. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to Tao Tai and Qiongqi, beckoning them with a finger. Come again. The two beasts looked at each other, seeming somewhat reluctant. At that moment, Wang Beihai shouted, "If you don't come, I'm coming." Then, he charged towards Tao Tai and Qiongqi, his body glowing with golden light, and the sound of flesh colliding echoed throughout the tower space. Before long, the sky began to lighten. Xiaomin opened her beautiful eyes, seeing Wang Beihai sleeping beside her, and a charming smile curved her lips. She reached out her delicate hand to touch his face, about to get up, when Wang Beihai suddenly opened his eyes and flipped over, pinning her down. Xiaomin let out a soft cry, her face instantly flushing as she looked into Wang Beihai's eyes. Min, after today, we'll go back. Wang Beihai spoke affectionately. It seemed casual but more like a promise. Xiaomin nodded softly, then wrapped her arms around Wang Beihai's neck, her warm lips pressing against his. Brother Beihai, it's time to go. An hour later, the sun had risen quite high. At this moment, Zhao Denyang knocked on Wang Beihai's door. After a brief wash, Wang Beihai and Xiaomin arrived at the square. There, all the disciples of Green Mountain sect stood neatly, their faces filled with awe and pride as they watched Wang Beihai emerge. Brother, good luck? At that moment, Lin Xiao mustered the courage to step forward, giving Wang Beihai a thumbs up. Absolutely. Wang Beihai smiled at him. Remembering that Lin Xiao was the first person he saw upon arriving in the spirit realm, Wang Beihai felt a sense of closeness. It's a pity, my cultivation isn't enough, but don't worry, I'll work hard. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, his childish face showing an indomitable spirit. Let's work hard together. Wang Beihai nodded, sensing the imminent breakthrough in Lin Xiao's aura. He smiled and placed his hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder. With a surge of spiritual energy, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up in gratitude as he looked at Wang Beihai, then sat down cross-legged to break through the final barrier. Seeing this, the other Green Mountain disciples all showed envious expressions. Wang Beihai smiled and said, "You need not envy. As long as you work hard in cultivation, the future will surely be yours." With that, he waved his sleeve and shouted, "As solid as a rock, let our Green Mountain rise." Instantly, the square erupted in cheers. "Let's go. The sect is in your hands." At that moment, Zhao Danyang stepped forward, giving a meaningful look to Master Cao Shan. The old master nodded. At this moment, Wang Beihai suddenly walked over and whispered a few words in front of Master Cao Shan, who immediately showed a surprised smile. Then, Wang Beihai pointed at Master Cao Shan's brow, causing the old master to shudder and immediately kneel before Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai waved his hand, then jumped onto Zhao Danyang's precious gourd. "Take care, everyone." Wang Beihai and the others waved to the crowd. Then Zhao Danyang drove the gourd, which soon transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. Meanwhile, at the Yin family, a group of Yin family elites stood at the entrance of the Yin family mansion. Each one exuded an extraordinary aura, with the lowest cultivation level being at the Nirvana realm, and there were even Saint realm experts among them. In front of these people stood four imposing figures, one of whom was Meng Luo. They were the four divine generals of the Yin family, also the top-tier divine realm experts in the spirit realm. "Hee, did you hear? That old bastard Song Yu was killed?" One of the generals suddenly laughed, flattering Meng Luo. Meng Luo, however, remained coldly indifferent, merely saying, "Inferior skills, not worth lamenting." As they spoke, a figure appeared before them. Upon his arrival, including the generals, everyone knelt down respectfully. This person was the head of the Yin family, Yin Wushuang. For 100 years, our Yin family has dominated the spirit realm. It seems that recent quietness has emboldened petty thieves to challenge us. Today, we will make an example of them. Depart for the Battle God platform. With a wave of Yin Wushuang's hand, a flash of golden light enveloped the scene, and everyone disappeared from their spots. Chapter 456, The Battle Gods Platform. Wang Beihai and his group, riding on gourds, traveled westward, soon arriving before a towering mountain peak that pierced the clouds. This mountain peak, it looks like the mountain of slaughtering gods. Standing on the gourd, Wang Beihai carefully examined the mountain before him. Its shape and height were all too familiar. This is called the Pillar of Heaven. Legend has it that beyond this mountain lies the human realm, but unfortunately, there is a barrier atop the Pillar of Heaven. Ordinary people can't climb over it to reach the human realm. Zhao Danyang smiled faintly, then with a thought, the gourd immediately soared towards the top of the Pillar of Heaven. "Hold on tight. We're accelerating." Zhao Danyang laughed loudly, and instantly, the gourd sped up, soon transforming into a golden light that pierced through the thick cloud layer above. Upon reaching the summit, Wang Beihai was astonished to find the mountain standing like a solid and towering wall, towering imposingly. Looking out, he saw a transparent light curtain above the mountain range, likely the barrier Zhao Danyang had mentioned. "Is this the Battle Gods platform?" Wang Beihai blinked, scanning around but finding no trace of a platform. "Of course not." Zhao Danyang shook his head and said, "The Pillar of Heaven stretches for 1,000 miles. We're still some distance from the Battle Gods platform." With that, Zhao Danyang immediately drove the gourd to accelerate forward. As they advanced, Wang Beihai suddenly sensed something and looked up, seeing a golden light darting forward swiftly. "What's that?" Curious, Wang Beihai asked. Zhao Danyang's face darkened, and he said incredulously, "Instantaneous movement, the realm of the Supreme." It seems that old monster from the Yin family has truly reached the Supreme realm. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned, and then looked towards the direction the golden light had vanished. "Pfft, what Supreme realm?" At that moment, the voice of the Book of No Words emerged again. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he secretly asked in his heart, "Book, isn't he a supreme being?" "Heh, just a pseudo-supreme. But to reach this level in the Ling realm is already enough to stand out. Think about it. the supreme realm that hasn't appeared in the human world for thousands of years, how could it be so ordinary? Moreover, I sense his aura is extremely unstable, clearly due to being disturbed during a breakthrough. Even so, with his current cultivation, he's not someone you can contend with. He's at least grasped some essence of the Tao, and ordinary divine realm beings can't withstand a single move from him. You'd best be careful. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes revealed a trace of worry. The book seemed to sense Wang Beihai's anxiety and then comforted, "You don't need to worry. With your Azura golden body, plus Tao Tai and Xiong Qi, if you focus on escaping, he won't be able to stop you." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's expression eased. After all, as long as there's life, there's hope. If he couldn't win now, he could always cultivate for a few more decades and try again. Wang Beihai thought this, soon feeling different auras around him. Startled, he turned to scan his surroundings, seeing many people heading towards a certain direction. The Battle Gods platform hasn't been opened for some time. The Yin family, in order to gain fame, must have put in a lot of effort and publicity. It's natural for many to come to watch. Zhao Danyang smiled, thinking to himself, if it weren't for fearing the danger to the disciples of Green Mountain Sect, I'd want them to come and see this. After all, such a confrontation between strong masters is definitely beneficial. Soon, Wang Beihai saw a high platform not far away, crowded with martial artists. These people were either ethereal or ferocious-looking, but each exuded a formidable aura. The sword sect Sword Wuchen is here too. Wang Beihai looked forward and immediately recognized Sword Wuchen in the crowd. Just as he was about to go over and greet him, he saw Wen Lan with a cold smile on the other side. That guy is here too. Wang Beihai frowned, noticing Wen Lan's face had a distinct scar, obviously from the explosion in the Dark Abyss Forest, which had caused him considerable harm. Too bad, he didn't get blown up. Wang Beihai felt a tinge of regret. Suddenly, he sensed a very familiar aura and quickly looked into the crowd, but the aura vanished abruptly. Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping over a sect entirely composed of women. Before he could finish, the leader of the sect, a beautiful woman, immediately shot a warning glance. Their eyes met, and Wang Beihai felt a sharp pain in his mind, quickly retracting his gaze. What sect is that? Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, and Zhao Danyang, glancing over, said in fear, "That's one of the three major sects, the Pure Maiden sect. It's all women, but it's the most ruthless among the three major sections. Over the years, any martial artist who coveted the beauty of its disciples and tried to take advantage has met with dire consequences." Hearing this, Wang Beihai shuddered, a chill running down his spine. At that moment, a flash of gold in the sky, and a group of people suddenly appeared before everyone. The crowd gasped in surprise, then collectively sucked in a breath. The newcomers were the Yin family's martial artists. TSK, the Yin family truly lives up to its reputation as the first family. Just the Sacred Realm experts alone probably match the combined strength of the three major sections. Exactly, look, those are the Yin family's four divine generals. Any one of them is a lord-level existence in the Ling realm. The one in the middle is the legendary Yin family head, Yin Wushuang. Judging by his methods, he's probably broken through the divine realm and achieved the supreme realm. The North kid from Green Mountain Sect today is probably here for no return. For a moment, the crowd buzzed with discussion, marveling at the Yin family's power while mocking Wang Beihai's overconfidence. Friends from Green Mountain Sect, since you're here, come out and meet us. Yin Wushuang said lightly, his voice echoing around. Everyone was stunned. Then, under the crowd's mocking gazes, Wang Beihai leaped off the gourd and onto the platform. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to him with ridicule and contempt. You are quite impressive. Yin Wushuang looked at Wang Beihai with some surprise, then sent out a burst of energy, hitting a stone pillar beside him. The ground began to shake violently, and with this shaking, the ground started to rise, eventually forming a huge platform in the air. As the platform appeared, the previously hit stone pillar flew to hover above it, and the words, Battle Gods Platform, appeared on the pillar. Chapter 457. The Frenzy Dragon. Under the Nine Heavens, the first arena, where heroes from all walks of life settle their grudges and enmities. As the stone pillars rose, a line of vigorous characters appeared in everyone's sight. The inscriptions were carved with such sharpness that just looking at them gave one a sense of battle. Then, a beam of light shot out from the stone pillar, and an invisible shield slowly enveloped the entire arena. 2 more beams of light emerged from the pillar, and 2 parchment scrolls, faintly glowing, appeared in midair. What is this? Wang Beihai squinted his eyes at the suddenly appearing parchment scrolls. Hee, don't you even know this? At that moment, a man standing beside Meng Luo stepped forward, disdainfully looking at Wang Beihai and mocking him in an extremely arrogant tone. This is the life and death contract of the War Gods Arena. Once signed, one's life is at stake. You wouldn't know this, would you? The man chuckled, then pretended to have an epiphany and continued, Oh, right, I almost forgot. You're from the human realm. In such a low-level place, how could you know about the War Gods Arena? If it weren't for the family head's insistence, I'd really want to kill you now and spare this arena from being tainted by your blood. Enough, Frenzy Dragon. Hearing the man's words, Meng Luo beside him couldn't help but frown. Upon hearing this, Frenzy Dragon's face instantly darkened. Then he turned to look at Meng Luo. What, are you going to side with this outsider? I've heard that you've let him off the hook several times. Could it be that you like this Beihai? Upon hearing this, Meng Luo's face instantly turned cold. Frenzy Dragon, if you're afraid and dare not fight, you can choose not to participate. Why so much nonsense? Hearing this, Frenzy Dragon glared fiercely at Meng Luo. Who's afraid of whom? Let's go. With that, Frenzy Dragon turned to look at Yin Wushuang beside him, knelt down and said, Family head, Frenzy Dragon requests to fight. Yin Wushuang, with his eyes half closed, nodded expressionlessly. Then, with tacit approval, Frenzy Dragon revealed a sinister smile, turned around, and pointed at Wang Beihai. How about it, human realm ant? Dare you compete with me? Let Beihai see the difference between the human realm and the spirit realm. Hearing this, Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, but there was no trace of retreat in his gaze, only a thirst for battle. If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense? Saying this, Wang Beihai leaped into the air and landed in front of one of the parchment scrolls. Without even looking, he placed his finger on it. A flash of golden light appeared, and the parchment scroll turned into a golden light that entered Wang Beihai's body. Soon, a golden mark appeared on his forehead. Wang Beihai touched the mark on his forehead, feeling a mysterious force pulling him. Good Beihai, you do have some guts. Frenzy Dragon laughed loudly, then also jumped to the parchment scroll. After some maneuvering, the scroll turned into golden light and entered Frenzy Dragon's body like before. Immediately after, the marks on Wang Beihai and Frenzy Dragon's foreheads emitted a golden light, and in the blink of an eye, the two appeared on the arena. Seeing the two appear, the surrounding crowd burst into cheers. Zhao Danyang and Xiao Min, standing among the crowd, clenched their fists with worry in their eyes. At the same time, among the female disciples of the Sunu sect, a veiled woman also clenched her fists, nervously watching Wang Beihai with worry in her beautiful eyes. Hee Wenqing, it seems you know that Beihai? At that moment, a woman standing beside her patted her shoulder. This worried woman was indeed Wenqing. No, just a passing acquaintance, Wenqing said indifferently, but her eyes still brimmed with worry. Seeing Wenqing's expression, even a fool could tell there was something more. The woman beside her sighed and said regretfully that Beihai is quite handsome, but it's a pity he's up against Frenzy Dragon. He's one of the Yin family's 4 divine generals, the most ruthless and highest in cultivation. Besides the heads of the 3 major sects and the Yin family, there's probably no one else who can match him. After saying this, the woman patted Wenqing's shoulder and said, There are plenty of fish in the sea, junior sister. Take heart. No, I believe he can do it. Wenqing shook her head, then looked at Wang Beihai with unusually firm eyes. While Wen Qing was talking with her senior sister, the surrounding crowd had mixed thoughts. Some praised Wang Beihai's bravery, while others mocked his ignorance. But without exception, everyone present believed that Wang Beihai was bound to lose this match. Haha, did you see that, stinky Beihai? These people's eyes are all flattering me, despising you. I don't know why Ming Luo is interested in you, but remember, next life, don't let me see you again. With that, Frenzied Dragon no longer spoke, directly releasing his aura. In an instant, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and a shadowy black dragon appeared behind Frenzied Dragon. What a special technique! Seeing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but squint his eyes. Undoubtedly, just from the stance, Frenzied Dragon was no easy opponent. To go all out from the start, you do give me some credit. Wang Beihai smiled, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He had originally planned to take advantage of his opponent's underestimation for a fatal attack. Now, it seemed he had reached the worst possible scenario. Thinking of this, a bead of sweat appeared on Wang Beihai's forehead. Then, his eyes sharpened, and the Azura golden body instantly activated. Accompanied by the roars of a dragon and a phoenix, a red and silver light lit up, and Qi Shao and Dragon's Heart appeared in Wang Beihai's hands. They are high-grade spiritual artifacts. Seeing the weapons in Wang Beihai's hands, everyone was shocked, and their eyes turned greedy. Hee Beihai, I didn't expect you to be quite wealthy. But once you're dead, these two items will belong to me. Frenzied Dragon laughed loudly, then his eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. In an instant, a layer of black scales appeared on his body, exactly like dragon scales. Take the initiative first. Seeing this situation, Wang Beihai did not dare to delay. He leaped high into the sky, holding Qi Shao, and swung a sky-splitting sword strike. Instantly, a huge sword shadow appeared, and in the stunned expressions of the crowd, it fiercely struck towards Frenzied Dragon. Chapter 458. The Power of Kuan Pong. What a formidable martial skill. Seeing the colossal sword shadow in the sky, everyone was astonished. Even Zhao Danyang, who was familiar with Wang Beihai, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This move was vastly different from what he had displayed at the Qin family earlier. Only Yin Wushuang remained calm. Roar! Feeling the powerful aura, Kuang Long let out a furious roar. Instantly, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the space, transforming into sound waves that directly attacked Wang Beihai's strike. In an instant, the enormous sword light was blocked by the sound waves generated by the roar, halting in mid-air. At this moment, Kuang Long was completely covered in dragon armor, and even horns resembling a dragon sprouted from his head. Beihai, be careful. This guy probably has the bloodline of a true dragon. Just as Wang Beihai was astonished, the voice of the Book of Heaven, without words, echoed in his mind. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, and then cautiously looked at the Kuang Long in front of him. Are you saying this thing is actually a dragon? Uncertain, but judging from the current situation, this person is likely a legendary dragon. Be careful yourself. Also, don't forget to remind you, the existence of the Black Pagoda is quite special. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. After saying this, the Book of Heaven without words withdrew its voice. At the same time, the sword light in the air was shattered by the sound waves, which then continued to rush towards Wang Beihai. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt dizzy, his eardrums vibrating violently, as if they were about to burst the next second. Great Sun Buddha voice. Wang Beihai's thoughts moved, and he immediately sat cross-legged. Then, he slightly opened his mouth, and with a Mao sound, everyone's hearts were startled. The voice, as if from ancient times, suppressed Kuang Long's dragon roar. Heh, you do have some skills? Kuang Long looked at Wang Beihai, showing an excited expression, and then laughed loudly. I was worried that you might be killed by my sneeze. If that were the case, it would be too boring. As he spoke, Kuang Long snorted coldly and instantly disappeared from the arena. What a fast speed! Wang Beihai was startled, his eyes widened. and his divine sense immediately spread across the center of the arena. Just as Wang Beihai released his divine sense, Yin Wushuang, who had been half-closed his eyes, finally opened them, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then looked at Wang Beihai. At this age, he can cultivate such a powerful divine sense. This guy is interesting. Yin Wushuang's lips curled up, and then he slightly withdrew his gaze. In his perception, Kuang Long was like lightning, constantly darting around Wang Beihai. At that moment, Heya suddenly changed direction, transforming his right hand into a dragon claw and fiercely striking down at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai immediately reacted, lifting the dragon's gall to block in front of him. Instantly, a visible wave of energy spread, causing the transparent barrier to tremble violently. After blocking Heya's attack, Wang Beihai did not stop. He lightly waved the Qi Shao in his hand, and his figure began to blur, the sword intent becoming more intense. This sword technique, it must be him. Outside the arena, Jian Wuchen saw the sword technique Wang Beihai was using and immediately raised a smile, causing the surrounding female warriors to swoon. Soon, Wang Beihai was wielding his sword, drawing a cyan lotus on the arena, with Kuang Long at its center. Kuang Long narrowed his eyes, wanting to escape from the range of the lotus, but as soon as he moved, he found his body was like sinking into a swamp, unable to move at all. Then, amid the amazed gazes of the crowd, the lotus quietly bloomed, and countless cyan sword lights instantly slashed across Kuang Long's body, colliding with the tough dragon armor. In an instant, sparks flew all over Kuang Long's body. What kind of sword technique is this? Too powerful. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. At this moment, no one doubted Wang Beihai's strength anymore, and even some who initially thought Wang Beihai would surely lose began to waver in their beliefs. Qing Lian's sword art. At that moment, Jian Wuchen and Yin Wushuang spoke simultaneously, their eyes both flashing with a gleam. Heh, I didn't expect it. So this guy has a connection with Li Bai. No wonder Li Bai came to disturb my cultivation. Yin Wushuang sneered, his fists already clenched tightly. What others didn't know was that it was because of Li Bai's disturbance that Yin Wushuang had to end his seclusion prematurely, failing to break through to the pinnacle of power. And if nothing unexpected happened, Yin Wushuang's cultivation would forever remain at the half-step pinnacle level. Thinking of this, Yin Wushuang's body trembled with excitement. Looking at Wang Beihai in the arena, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Kuang Long, how long do you want to play? Suddenly, Yin Wushuang's eyes turned cold as he spoke softly. His voice, though small, made Kuang Long's body stiffen. Then he turned to look at Wang Beihai. You stinky guy. The master has ordered. No more playing. I'm going to get serious now. As he spoke, Kuang Long's body began to rapidly expand, slowly transforming into a dragon form. Indeed, a dragon. Be careful. Their true form is very powerful. As he spoke, Kuang Long had already transformed into a black giant dragon, coiling in the arena, breathing out flames of red. My God, what kind of technique is this? A real dragon? It's my first time seeing one. This is actually a dragon. It seems that guy is in big trouble. Indeed, the divine general is more powerful. Seeing Kuang Long's transformation, the crowd around began to discuss again. Roar. At that moment, Kuang Long let out a dragon roar, then his entire body soared into the air. His dragon mouth opened, and a ball of blazing fire immediately shot towards Wang Beihai. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in flames. Wang Beihai was startled and waved the Qi Shao, trying to use sword Qi to isolate the flames. However, the sword Qi was only momentarily effective before being devoured by the flames. Damn it! Let's see if your Heya is more powerful or my Kuan Pong. Feeling the scorching flames, Wang Beihai's heart hardened, and then his eyes turned cold. His body glowed red, and instantly, a loud cry rang out, followed by a colossal Pong bird appearing before everyone's eyes. The Pong bird flapped its enormous wings, and a gust of wind instantly swept through the arena, extinguishing the flames quickly. That's the Kuan Pong bird. In an instant, everyone was again stunned. their shock reaching an unprecedented level. How is it possible? How could this guy have the Kuan Ping's heritage? Yin Wushuang immediately showed a look of horror and unwillingness, and Kuang Long in the arena also revealed astonishment in his eyes. Soon, after the flames in the arena disappeared, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and the Kuan Ping immediately turned into golden light and returned to his body. I don't believe it. You stinky guy, a divine general, can't beat you. A mere brat who hasn't even reached the divine realm. At this moment, Kuang Long was completely enraged. His eyes flashed with a red light, and then he transformed into a black shadow and fiercely charged towards Wang Beihai. Chapter 459 Soulbound Artifact. A massive black dragon coiled within the arena, its powerful claws tearing through the surrounding space as it lunged fiercely at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and, without any extra movements, unleashed 3 grand hand seals directly at the dragon. However, the dragon's defensive capabilities had reached an absurd level. The imposing grand hand seals struck the dragon's body, merely chipping off a few scales from its surface. Ha ha ha, Beihai, now you see the difference between us? The dragon roared with laughter. A whoosh of wind followed, and its massive claws instantly swung towards Wang Beihai. Facing such an onslaught, Wang Beihai dared not be careless. His body glowed with golden light, and he swiftly placed his long sword horizontally in front of him. Just as he finished the motion, the powerful blow landed on the sword, causing a surge of pain in his chest as the terrifying force transmitted through the blade. Instantly, Wang Beihai was knocked back dozens of meters, barely managing to stop at the edge of the arena. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. However, instead of standing still, he grabbed his spear and thrust it fiercely at the dragon. But this sharp attack merely sparked against the dragon's scales. What tough scales! Wang Beihai exclaimed inwardly, his hands suddenly exerting more force. The spear darted like a dragon, clanging loudly against the metal-like scales. The onlookers watched Wang Beihai's dazzling attacks with wide-open mouths. Some lower-level martial artists couldn't help but show admiration. Even Meng Luo, who was observing from the side, looked at Wang Beihai with surprise. Who would have thought Beihai has so many tricks up his sleeve? If it were me today, the outcome would be uncertain. Meng Luo's eyes sparkled as she focused intently on Wang Beihai. Haha, Beihai, are you tickling me? The dragon laughed, then shook its body violently, sending Wang Beihai flying. In midair, Wang Beihai twisted and stabilized himself with effort, feeling his hands tremble, almost dropping his spear. This won't do. This guy's skin is too thick. Wang Beihai frowned, then his expression changed, his hands bulging with veins, as he hurled the spear like a bolt of lightning towards the dragon's eye. The dragon smirked contemptuously and swung its tail to shield itself. However, it underestimated Wang Beihai's strength. The spear sparked against the dragon's tail, then with a crack, the scales shattered. Oh! The dragon was shocked and was about to push the spear back when Wang Beihai suddenly appeared in front of it. When did he? The dragon was stunned. It had been closely monitoring Wang Beihai, who was still some distance away, but in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of it. The dragon narrowed its eyes, but Wang Beihai didn't stop. He struck the end of the spear with a heavy palm, sending a massive force that pierced through the dragon's tail. Before it could react, the spear tip pierced into its right eye. The dragon let out a pained scream. Then a claw struck Wang Beihai's back, sending him flying with a mouthful of blood. The arena was filled with the dragon's agonized writhing. It pulled the spear from its eye and threw it to the ground, then transformed back into human form, black smoke rising from its body. Who would have thought Beihai could push the dragon to this extent? A burly man standing next to Meng Luo outside the arena sneered, his eyes filled with battle intent. Humph! Arrogance and carelessness, he brought it upon himself. Meng Luo snorted, though she was inwardly astonished. By the way, you saw it too, right? Beihai suddenly appeared in front of the dragon. How did he do that? The burly man spoke again, causing Meng Luo to frown. Even she hadn't been able to see Wang Beihai's movements clearly. Haha, looks like we'll have to call the dragon One-Eye Dragon from now on. But now, Beihai is in trouble. Angering the dragon, even I might not be a match for it, the man laughed. At that moment, Yin Wushuang frowned and slowly spoke. I don't think so. The dragon might lose this match. This statement caused Meng Luo and the Yin family disciples to look astonished. How is that possible? The dragon is a divine general, outstanding even among divine realm experts. Ordinary divine realm experts are no match for it, let alone Beihai, who hasn't even reached the divine realm. The burly man looked puzzled at Yin Wushuang. Yin Wushuang said gravely, Beihai's physical and spiritual strength far surpasses that of divine realm experts. Combined with soul-bound artifacts and advanced martial techniques, the gap in cultivation can be bridged. And you can feel it. Beihai is just one step away from the divine realm. After a moment of silence, Yin Wushuang continued, looking at Wang Beihai in the arena. If I'm not mistaken, Beihai used spatial power. If he breaks through and fully masters it, don't even think about defeating him. Not even you. Hearing this, everyone around was shocked and turned their gazes to the arena. The dragon, now human, clutched its right eye. Its face contorted in pain, blood flowing from the wound. On Wang Beihai's side, though he had coughed up blood from the dragon's claw, his body bore only minor scars. Luckily, the Azura golden body protected me. Otherwise, that claw would have rendered me immobile. Wang Beihai frowned, feeling the turbulent spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar sensation as his spiritual energy began to transform under the dragon's attack. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. I'm about to break through. Chapter 460. Imminent breakthrough. Feeling the change in his spiritual energy, Wang Beihai glanced at the ferocious-looking Kuang Long not far away, and a bitter taste welled up in his heart. Brother, don't play with me. You choose to break through now, not earlier or later. Wang Beihai felt a mixture of emotions and quickly activated the Haotian Jingqi to suppress the chaotic spiritual energy within him, but the effect was minimal. At that moment, Kuang Long's other eye turned bloodshot. He covered his blinded right eye and glared viciously at Wang Beihai. You damn Beizi today, you must die. Kuang Long said, waving his hand, and instantly, a pitch-black ancient halberd appeared in his grasp. With a loud roar, a red pattern lit up on the halberd, and a dragon's roar echoed. The dragon's gall seemed to sense the presence of the halberd, instantly rising into the air, hovering, and then letting out a dragon's roar, as if challenging the halberd. Dragon's gall return? Wang Beihai forcibly suppressed the spiritual energy within him and then waved his hand, summoning the dragon's gall back. However, when Wang Beihai's hand touched the dragon's gall, a strong battle intent clearly entered his mind. You want to fight? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and the dragon's gall began to tremble, a strong desire surging in Wang Beihai's heart. After a moment's thought, Wang Beihai nodded, then retracted the red cloud and gripped the dragon's gall tightly, swinging it with a sharp glint in his eyes. Beizi, you have some spirit. Let's see how long you can be arrogant in front of my soul weapon. Kuang Long roared and pointed the ancient halberd towards the sky. Instantly, the sky outside the arena darkened, and a shadowy giant dragon appeared. Feeling the powerful aura, the dragon's gall in Wang Beihai's hand trembled violently, not out of fear, but a desire. Beihai, that's his soul weapon, which he cultivated himself. Judging by its might, it's close to divine level. If the dragon's gall can devour it, it will surely evolve to divine level. Fight on. At this moment, the voice of the heavenly book resounded again. Wang Beihai was shocked and then gradually turned greedy. The next second, Kuang Long roared and swung the ancient halberd towards Wang Beihai, releasing a crescent-shaped black-red light that shot towards him. The light was exceedingly fierce, tearing through the space as it flew towards Wang Beihai. Before the attack reached him, a strong storm blew towards Wang Beihai. He narrowed his eyes, stomped his foot, and thrust his spear, instantly revealing a white dragon's shadow, clawing towards the deadly light. The white dragon only lasted a moment before being shattered by the light, which continued its relentless advance towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai snorted coldly and swung his spear again, stirring up a whirlwind on the arena with faint silver lightning within. Go! Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and he swung his hand, sending a small tornado towards the light. This time, the light paused and then canceled out with the tornado, the explosion's shockwave knocking both of them to the edge of the arena. Seeing his attack neutralized by Wang Beihai, Kuang Long's face darkened, and he quickly swung his ancient halberd, sending a black lightning bolt directly towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was shocked and thrust his spear to block the strange lightning, but it traveled down the spearhead and struck him. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a buzzing in his head, followed by a strange numbness. This isn't real lightning, it's a mental attack. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he quickly activated the Hun Yuan Ju, instantly clearing his mind. Just as everything returned to normal, Kuang Long appeared before Wang Beihai. Hee Beizi, remember not to provoke me in your next life. Kuang Long sneered and swung the ancient halberd towards Wang Beihai's head. At this critical moment, a bizarre event occurred. Wang Beihai, who was supposed to be doomed, suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Kuang Long. Wang Beihai was overjoyed, though unsure why it happened. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity for a counterattack. With that thought, Wang Beihai thrust his spear, and in an instant, the spear tip rained down on Kuang Long. Kuang Long couldn't defend in time and was blasted into the ground. Getting up in a disheveled state, Kuang Long spat out blood, and his back was covered in numerous gruesome wounds. You damn Beizi, you! Kuang Long wiped the blood from his mouth, about to speak, but found his hands empty. Looking up, his sole weapon was in Wang Beihai's hands. Instantly, Kuang Long's eyes turned fierce as he coldly said to Wang Beihai, "Damn Beizi, return my sole weapon to me, or I'll make sure you die in pieces." Hearing this, Wang Beihai smirked. Hee, die in pieces. Either way, I'm going to die, so I'll destroy your weapon first. With that, Wang Beihai's eyes turned fierce, and he struck the sole weapon with a Haotian Great Palm Seal. As the halberd, which grew with Kuang Long, suffered a severe blow, Kuang Long felt it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling his life threatened, the halberd violently shook, trying to break free from Wang Beihai's grip. However, Wang Beihai didn't give it any chance, dodging Kuang Long, who came to reclaim the halberd, and then struck it again with a Haotian Great Palm Seal. The halberd let out another wail, its light dimming, and a crack appeared. Damn Beizi, you dare! Seeing his sole weapon about to be shattered, Kuang Long was both furious and shocked, warning Wang Beihai. However, Wang Beihai paid no heed and struck again, hearing a crack. The halberd instantly developed fine cracks, and with a squeeze from Wang Beihai, it shattered into pieces. As the halberd broke, a black dragon soul flew out, desperately heading towards Kuang Long. Seeing this, Wang Beihai smirked and thrust his spear towards the dragon soul. Just as it was about to reach Kuang Long, the spear pierced it first. Instantly, a mournful wail echoed, and the dragon's gall spear glowed with white light. The next second, the dragon soul was devoured. This enraged Kuang Long completely. His form rapidly expanded, transforming into a larger version of the black dragon. Come on! Wang Beihai laughed, ready to fight, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his dantian. The sky quickly gathered dark clouds, and a red lightning was slowly brewing within. Chapter 461. The Invincible. Look, what is that? At this moment, the unusual phenomenon in the sky suddenly caught the attention of many outside the arena. Yin Wushuang and Jian Wuchen almost simultaneously raised their heads to gaze at the sky, both furrowing their brows. This power, could it be that someone here is about to break through? Such a spectacle, it must surpass the divine realm. Could it be that someone is about to achieve the status of a supreme being? In an instant, the crowd buzzed with speculation, but only Yin Wushuang's face darkened. Red lightning strikes, even when I broke through. I never witnessed such a thing. Who could it be? Yin Wushuang muttered to himself, then turned his gaze towards Jian Wuchen in the distance. In this spiritual realm, only Jian Wuchen could command his respect. However, seeing Jian Wuchen's puzzled expression, Yin Wushuang quickly dismissed the thought. Could it be him? Yin Wushuang's eyes widened. Then he turned to look at Wang Beihai in the arena. Just as he turned, Wang Beihai could no longer suppress the spiritual energy within him and had to sit cross-legged. With a loud shout, a golden light shot out from his body, piercing through the clouds. As the golden light shot out, a fierce wind began to blow, and the dragon was so startled by the phenomenon that it froze in place. The surrounding crowd was also startled by the sudden gale, retreating hundreds of meters to watch from a distance. In the center of the storm, Wang Beihai sat with his eyes closed on the platform, his aura steadily rising, quickly reaching the peak of the divine realm. As Wang Beihai's aura increased, the clouds in the sky grew thicker, and the red lightning occasionally revealed a corner. Even if only a small part, the destructive aura was enough to make one's heart tremble. My goodness, this Wang Beihai wouldn't be trying to break through at such a time, would he? Isn't that courting death? Wait, isn't Wang Beihai supposed to be breaking through to the divine realm? Why does this momentum seem even more intimidating than those breaking through to the supreme realm? Perhaps after his breakthrough, the Yin family will really lose. You think the Yin family is stupid? If they strike now, Wang Beihai is doomed. Alas, it's a pity. If Wang Beihai survives, he will undoubtedly become a lord of a domain in the future. The crowd buzzed with discussion, but compared to their amusement, Yin Wushuang's face had darkened to the extreme. Whether Wang Beihai succeeds or fails in his breakthrough, he must not be allowed to live. With a ruthless thought, Yin Wushuang's eyes gleamed coldly. The next moment, he stepped forward, instantly appearing outside the protective barrier above the platform. Wang Beihai must die. Yin Wushuang silently vowed, then pointed fiercely at Wang Beihai, causing a golden light to shoot out from his hand, heading straight for Wang Beihai. At that moment, a long sword flew from afar, and the golden light was instantly deflected. Then, a figure appeared before Yin Wushuang. Jian Wuchen, what are you doing? Yin Wushuang's face darkened immediately, questioning coldly. Nothing. I didn't expect the head of the Yin family to engage in such underhanded actions. Hearing this, Yin Wushuang narrowed his eyes, then moved his foot again, instantly appearing 100 meters away, and struck out a palm towards Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Jian Wuchen snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and slashed out with his sword, splitting Yin Wushuang's palm strike in two. You're deliberately opposing me, aren't you? Yin Wushuang shouted angrily, glaring unhappily at Jian Wuchen. Jian Wuchen sneered, Nothing. I've just heard that the head of the Yin family has reached the supreme realm. I want to experience the prowess of a supreme being. With that, Jian Wuchen swung his sword, and a resonant sword cry echoed across the mountain peak. Seeing this, Yin Wushuang waved his hand and shouted, Yin family generals, heed my command. Kill Wang Beihai with all your might. Hearing this, Meng Luo and the two other generals were shocked. Is Wang Beihai really such a threat? For the head of the family to go to such lengths to kill him? Meng Luo was quite surprised. At that moment, a burly man beside him shouted and charged forward first. Jian Wuchen frowned, then also shouted, Sword Sect elders, heed my command. Protect Wang Beihai with all your might. Hearing this, the Sword Sect elders were equally astonished, but despite their surprise, the next moment, several elders of the Sword Sect rushed to the front of the platform, blocking the advance of the generals. Jian Wuchen, are you trying to start a war between the Yin family and the Sword Sect? Yin Wushuang shouted harshly, to which Jian Wuchen laughed loudly, his laughter carefree yet wild. The days of the Yin family being number one are long gone. It's time for a change. After saying that, Jian Wuchen lunged a fierce sword strike at Yin Wushuang, who immediately retaliated. In an instant, the area above the platform was filled with dazzling lights and continuous collision sounds. The onlookers, watching the chaotic scene, were all wide-eyed with astonishment. Who on earth is Wang Beihai? The old monsters of the Sword Sect are actually protecting him like this. Given Wang Beihai's talent, Jian Wuchen probably wants to take him as a disciple. For a single Wang Beihai, To go to war with the Yin family. Is Jian Wuchen crazy for wanting a disciple? Outside the platform, the crowd buzzed with various opinions. At that moment, a shadow silently slipped past the crowd, slowly approaching Wang Beihai. Soon, near the edge of the platform, the shadow wriggled and then solidified into a human form. Seeing the person's face, Wen Qing in the crowd immediately shouted, "Wen Lan, be careful, Beihai." Wen Qing felt a sense of foreboding and wanted to step forward, but was pulled back by his senior sister. "Are you crazy? This is a life-threatening situation. You'd be doomed if you went." At that moment, Wen Lan looked sinisterly at Wang Beihai, who was still in meditation, and waved his hand, sending a black energy towards him. "You dare!" Seeing this, Jian Wuchen immediately shouted in anger, slashing a sword light down, but it was blocked by Yin Wushuang. "Heh, looks like Wang Beihai has made quite a few enemies." With that, Yin Wushuang waved his hand to force Jian Wuchen back, then said to Wen Lan, "Friend, go ahead. I'll handle things here." Hearing this, Wen Lan's face showed a sinister smile. Just as the black energy was about to strike Wang Beihai, the thin barrier on the platform suddenly glowed, and the black energy was instantly blocked. "Damn it!" Seeing this, Wen Lan roared in anger and launched several more energies, all of which were stopped by the barrier. Seeing this scene, Jian Wuchen laughed loudly, "Ha ha, see, even the battle platform won't tolerate such underhandedness." With that, Jian Wuchen waved his hand and sheathed his sword. Sword Sect, returned to formation. Hearing this, the elders who were still engaged in battle immediately retreated. Seeing the impenetrable barrier before him, Yin Wushuang's face darkened to the extreme. At that moment, on the platform, the dragon roared in anger and charged towards Wang Beihai. ####, Chapter 462, Double Calamity Arrives. Be careful, Beihai. Brother Beihai, watch out. Seeing the sudden surge of the rampaging dragon charging towards Wang Beihai, Xiao Min and Zhao Danyang both showed expressions of panic and shouted loudly towards the arena. At the same time, Jian Wuchen, upon seeing the situation, instinctively slashed out with a sword beam, only to find it blocked by the protective barrier. In an instant, Jian Wuchen's eyes showed surprise. "This is bad, that Beihai." Jian Wuchen secretly lamented in his heart, while at the edge of the arena, Yin Wushuang and Wen Lan revealed smug smiles. "Die, you damn Beihai." The dragon delivered a punch towards Wang Beihai's crown. Just as it was about to connect, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, followed by a cloud of dust rising on the arena, and then, the light emanating from Wang Beihai dissipated entirely. Success. Seeing the light disappear, Yin Wushuang immediately burst into loud laughter, completely disregarding the fate of the dragon, as he triumphantly looked at the sullen Jian Wuchen. "Ha ha ha, Jian Wuchen. Weren't you going to protect him? Protect him now. I'd like to see how you'll do that. My Yin family is destined to be invincible." As he spoke, Yin Wushuang laughed loudly. Seeing this, Xiao Min and Wen Qing almost simultaneously rushed to the edge of the arena, trying to see through the smoke to discern the situation inside. "No, it's impossible. We just met. You can't leave me like this." Xiao Min's eyes welled up with tears as she used her delicate hands to repeatedly pound on the protective barrier in front of her, while Wen Qing's actions were eerily similar to Xiao Min's. Outside the arena, upon seeing the light dissipate, everyone showed expressions of regret. "Ah, what a pity." Indeed, otherwise, given this Beihai's talent, with time, he would definitely ascend smoothly. "Ah, a genius's life is short." Amidst the surrounding sighs, suddenly someone looked up at the sky. "Look, what's that?" Hearing this, everyone looked up, only to see that the dark clouds in the sky had not dispersed, and within the clouds, a red thunderbolt was roaring incessantly, as if ready to strike down at any moment. Could it be that he's still alive? Everyone was shocked, and Yin Wushuang widened his eyes, staring at the center of the arena, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible, the dragon's attack, he couldn't have dodged it. Just then, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the arena, and the dust dispersed, revealing Wang Beihai still sitting cross-legged, his body faintly glowing with golden light, while the dragon was charred black all over, with a fist-sized hole directly blasted through its heart. Its frozen posture indicated that it had lost its breath. Impossible. How could that thunderbolt have killed the dragon? Yen Wuxuang's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, his mood was extremely depressed. In contrast to Yen Wuxuang's astonishment, Xiao Min and Wen Qing both revealed joyful smiles, and even Zhao Dinyang and Jian Wuchun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, another dragon's roar echoed from the arena, this one seemingly from ancient times, causing everyone around to instantly look towards the center of the arena in surprise. A silver light pierced through the air, revealing a beautiful long spear floating in midair, which was none other than the dragon's heart. However, the current dragon's heart was different. The originally silver-white spear body now had many black-red fine lines, and in the center of the spear, there was a red gemstone. Could it be that this spirit weapon has devoured the dragon's ancient halberd? Yen Wuxuang narrowed his eyes, and just as he was speculating, the dark clouds in the sky gathered again, a golden thunderbolt flickering within them. In an instant, the surroundings grew dark, and those standing around the arena felt a numbness in their bodies. Goodness, what kind of heavenly tribulation is this? It's too terrifying. That golden thunderbolt appeared along with the spear. Could it be that the spirit weapon is also undergoing tribulation? Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished, then looked at the dragon's heart with greedy eyes, for if it successfully weathered the tribulation, the spirit weapon would ascend to the ranks of divine artifacts. Throughout the entire spirit realm, divine artifacts were few and far between, so the imminent ascension of the dragon's heart naturally attracted covetous glances. Stop staring. Let's retreat a bit first, otherwise, when the tribulation lightning strikes, we'll be caught in the crossfire. At that moment, someone shouted in the crowd, and everyone finally reacted, hastily retreating another 500 meters. Seeing this, Jian Wuqun also waved his hand, leading the elders of the sword sect to retreat far away. Master, let's leave first. Meng Luo saw that Yen Wuxuang was still standing there in a daze, and immediately stepped forward to say, Impossible, impossible. He definitely won't survive this tribulation, definitely not. Yen Wuxuang shook his head repeatedly, then abruptly retreated, soon leading the Yin family warriors to a relatively rear position. Not long after everyone left, a loud thunderclap suddenly erupted in the sky, followed by a golden divine thunderbolt instantly descending. The dragon's heart emitted a resonant hum, then directly transformed into a white dragon and charged towards the golden thunderbolt. Boom! With a loud explosion, a bright light instantly lit up the sky, then the tribulation thunderbolt dissipated. The originally silver-white dragon's heart now fell from the sky, blackened all over, yet the tribulation thunderbolt in the sky did not cease. Another thunderbolt descended from the dark clouds, and the dragon's heart, emitting a light cry, once again charged towards the thunderbolt. This time, the dragon's heart was directly struck to the ground, billowing black smoke from its body. At the same time, in the sky, golden and red thunderbolts descended simultaneously, combining into a majestic dragon in the sky, its dragon claws outstretched, descending towards Wang Beihai and the dragon's heart. It's coming. At that moment, Wang Beihai finally opened his eyes, glanced at the thunderbolt in the sky, and immediately laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, he caught the dragon's heart, then leaped with a kick, directly flying towards the thunderbolt dragon. In an instant, the sky darkened, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and everyone around, witnessing the breathtaking scene, could only marvel. Whether it was awe of the power of heaven and earth, or admiration for the fearless bravery of this young man. Thus, in the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Beihai finally collided with the dragon, and in an instant, a white light flashed across the sky, the dragon dissipated, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Everything returned to its previous state, with a clear sky and bright sunshine, and the protective barrier on the arena seemed to have disappeared along with the dragon's death. Where is he? Yen Wuxuang nervously looked towards the sky. Just then, A cry of alarm sounded, and Yin Wushuang immediately turned his head, only to see a figure, blackened and smoking, falling from the sky, clearly in a state of unconsciousness. There's still a breath. Feeling Wang Beihai's faint breath, Yin Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent. Then with a leap, his body rapidly charged towards Wang Beihai. Chapter 463, Desperation. All of the Yin family, heed my command. Kill Wang Beihai with all your might. Anyone who stands in the way, kill without mercy. As Yin Wushuang charged towards Wang Beihai, he shouted loudly. Instantly, the Yin family warriors roared in unison and followed closely behind Yin Wushuang, charging towards Wang Beihai with fierce cries. Seeing this momentum, Jin Wuchen immediately narrowed his eyes. No, the Yin family has a vast number of warriors. A direct confrontation would put my sword sect at a significant disadvantage. Thinking this, Jin Wuchen glanced at Wang Beihai, who was still falling, and then gritted his teeth, saying, "Sword sect elders, listen up. Focus all your efforts on rescuing Wang Beihai. Remember, just save him. Do not engage in prolonged combat." With that, Jin Wuchen transformed into a blur and dashed towards Wang Beihai. "Miss Xiaomin, let's go." On the other side of the arena, Zhao Danyang had already prepared his treasure gourd. Without hesitation, he stuffed 10 gold essence stones into the mouth of the gourd. After swallowing the stones, the gourd immediately emitted a golden glow, and its speed surpassed that of both Jin Wuchen and Yin Wushuang. A flash of golden light, and Zhao Danyang caught Wang Beihai. Without a moment's delay, he shouted, "Escape!" In an instant, the gourd transformed into a golden ray and disappeared into the horizon. "Humph, wanna run? Today, unless he is left behind, none of you will go anywhere." Seeing Wang Beihai being rescued, Yin Wushuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a step, his figure moved a kilometer away, shrinking the earth to a foot. Jin Wuchen was startled and furrowed his brows, shouting, "Go!" He then transformed into a blur and chased after them. Wen Lan, leading his shadow guards, closely followed Jin Wuchen. "Sister." Seeing this, Wen Qing at the edge of the arena showed a worried expression. "Can you help him?" Wen Qing's voice was filled with pleading. At that moment, a graceful figure approached Wen Qing, gently stroking her forehead with a jade hand. "Silly child, life and death are predetermined. Since Yi Hang has survived the heavenly tribulation, the heavens wouldn't let him perish here. Our Sunu sect has always refrained from meddling in worldly affairs. Let's go back." With a light tap of her finger, Wen Qing felt dizzy and swayed before fainting. Meanwhile, Zhao Danyang, with his hands forming seals, exerted all his strength to drive the gourd. With the infusion of gold essence stones, the gourd lived up to expectations, flying like a meteor across the Ling realm. Even so, in front of Yin Wushuang shrinking the earth to a foot skill, the gourd's speed was somewhat insufficient. Soon, Zhao Danyang felt an immense energy behind him. Startled, Zhao Danyang did not look back. With a fierce determination in his eyes, he bit his finger and smeared the blood on the gourd, causing its speed to surge once more. "Hee, let's see how long you can sustain such a spirit artifact." Yin Wushuang's face twisted into a sinister smile, and with another step, he closed the distance further. After another intense chase, Zhao Danyang's face turned pale. He withdrew his finger, swaying as he reached into his pocket, only to furrow his brows. After the previous desperate escape, the gold essence stones he carried were nearly depleted. "Am I going to die here?" Zhao Danyang roared in desperation, but the next moment, Yin Wushuang appeared before the gourd. Zhao Danyang's eyes widened, and he tried to steer the gourd away, but Yin Wushuang instantly moved to the other side, revealing a sinister smile and delivering a powerful punch to the gourd. The gourd shook violently, and Zhao Danyang and the others were thrown out. "You brat, die!" Yin Wushuang sneered and punched towards the falling Wang Beihai. Just then, a red light flashed, and a long sword blocked Yin Wushuang's fist, but Qi Xiao was sent flying. "Let's see how long you can last." Yin Wushuang roared and punched again towards Wang Beihai, But this time, the gourd blocked his fist. Even if I die, I won't let you touch him. Zhao Danyang sat on the gourd and shouted, "Retract!" The gourd immediately absorbed the others inside. Looking at Yin Wushuang outside the gourd, Zhao Danyang relaxed slightly and said to Xiao Min, "Don't worry, this gourd is very sturdy. It won't break easily." As Zhao Danyang spoke, Yin Wushuang's eyes turned fierce, and he delivered a heavy punch to the gourd. Instantly, the gourd shook, and a visible crack appeared. Zhao Danyang spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master, are you all right?" Xiao Min immediately asked with concern. "No, I'm fine." Zhao Danyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked determinedly outside the gourd, formed seals with his hands, and prepared to drive the gourd away. "Still want to run?" Seeing the gourd move, Yin Wushuang became furious and delivered several heavy punches, causing the gourd to crack extensively. Inside, Zhao Danyang coughed up blood and swayed precariously. "Let's see how long you can last." Yin Wushuang shouted and delivered another punch, finally shattering the gourd, and the three inside were thrown out. They fell heavily to the ground, and Yin Wushuang sneered as he slowly approached them. At that moment, Zhao Danyang struggled to stand up, determined to block Yin Wushuang. "Master Zhao, you'll die like this." Xiao Min, weak and lying on the ground, hurriedly called out to Zhao Danyang. Hearing this, Zhao Danyang smiled and said, "I, Zhao Danyang, have been a coward all my life. Even if I die today, I won't let you touch him." "Oh, really?" Yin Wushuang raised an eyebrow, then flashed to Zhao Danyang's side and coldly said, "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." With that, Yin Wushuang delivered a powerful palm strike to Zhao Danyang's chest, sending him flying like a broken kite, barely breathing. "You're quite tough, but there won't be a next time." As Yin Wushuang spoke, he waved his hand, sending a golden light. Just then, Jin Wuchen arrived and deflected the attack with a sword strike. Seeing this, Yin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. "It's you again. No need for words, let's fight." Jin Wuchen snorted coldly, drew his sword, and engaged Yin Wushuang in battle. As the two fought fiercely, a faint green light began to flicker in Wang Beihai's dantian. Chapter 464, The Sorrow. "Are you all right, Sect Master Zhao?" Xiao Min looked at Zhao Danyang and Wang Beihai, both lying on the ground, barely breathing, and felt deeply concerned. She clenched her fists, blaming herself. "It's all my fault. My abilities are so weak that I haven't been able to help at all." Cough, cough. At that moment, Zhao Danyang coughed heavily and then weakly raised his hand, waving it gently. "It's not your fault." As he spoke, Zhao Danyang undid his shirt, revealing a golden silk armor underneath. However, the armor was now pitted and clearly beyond repair. Cough, cough. Zhao Danyang spat out a mouthful of blood, then sat cross-legged to regulate his breath, recovering somewhat. In Xiao Min's astonished gaze, Zhao Danyang took off his vest and threw it aside, his eyes flashing with heartache. "That bastard shattered my two most cherished superior spirit artifacts. Sect Master Zhao, are you all right?" Xiao Min was shocked to see Zhao Danyang. "Luckily, these two treasures protected me, allowing me to hold on until now. But alas, my precious items." Zhao Danyang showed a pained expression again and then patted his chest. Fortunately, Sword Elder arrived. "Let's rest briefly and then hurry away. If anyone else catches up, we'll be in trouble." Zhao Danyang panted heavily. Just as he finished speaking, a chilling laugh echoed around them. "Hee hee hee, you won't be going anywhere." Accompanied by the laughter, Wen Lan appeared before them. With a snap of his fingers, several black shadows emerged from the ground, encircling the three of them. "Who are you? And why do you want to kill us?" Zhao Danyang's heart raced as he looked at Wen Lan, feeling a chill down his spine. "Hee hee, don't worry, I only want his life. As for you, you can leave now." Wen Lan sneered viciously, pointing at Wang Beihai, who was unconscious on the ground. "You're dreaming." At that moment, Xiao Min bravely stepped in front of the two men. She knew that Wang Beihai was unconscious, and although Zhao Danyang had spirit artifacts to protect him, he had taken too many heavy hits from Yin Wushuang and must have lost his fighting capacity. The only one who could stand up now was herself. Tisk, TSK, TSK, a little girl who hasn't even reached the heavenly realm. Who gave you the courage? When Lan shook his head, revealing a cruel smile, then stepped closer to Wang Beihai. Stop. Don't come any closer. Seeing Wen Lan approach, Xiao Min gritted her teeth and swung her hand at him, sending a few flashes of cold light. But before the attack reached Wen Lan, it was blocked by the shadows. In the next second, Xiao Min tried to attack again, but Wen Lan appeared in front of her, grabbing her by the neck. Instantly, the feeling of suffocation hit her, and Xiao Min's face turned red. I remember this Wang Beihai destroyed the Qin family because of you. It seems he cares about you a lot. Wen Lan rolled his eyes and then sneered, I wonder what expression this Wang Beihai will have when he sees you dead. As he spoke, Wen Lan tightened his grip. Xiao Min looked at Wang Beihai beside her, reaching out to touch him. The next moment, Wen Lan sneered and exerted force, and there was a crisp sound. Xiao Min's head tilted, and she was thrown to the side. No! Zhao Danyang let out a desperate roar, trying to stand up, but a sharp pain shot through his body, causing him to collapse back to the ground. Wen Lan stepped forward, placing his foot on Zhao Danyang's head and snorted disdainfully. The sect master of the Green Mountain sect is nothing but a waste of space, poofed. Wen Lan spat on Zhao Danyang and then released his foot, turning to look at the unconscious Wang Beihai, his mouth curling into a cruel smile. It's you, you filthy bastard, who killed my lover, abducted my daughter, and destroyed my mansion. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I want you to wake up and see the person you love die before your eyes, to experience that heart-wrenching feeling. Wen Lan whispered and reached out to grab Wang Beihai. Just then, a flash of golden light erupted from Wang Beihai, and a massive figure suddenly appeared in front of him, sending a powerful punch that sent Wen Lan flying. It's you. Zhao Danyang was stunned, instantly recognizing the person who had stopped the Yin family's grandelder at the Green Mountain sect. Seeing this person appear, Zhao Danyang breathed a sigh of relief. At least, with him here, Wang Beihai was safe. Thinking of this, Zhao Danyang propped himself up with his hands and crawled towards Xiao Min. Upon closer inspection, he revealed a pained expression. Xiao Min's neck had been twisted by Wen Lan, and it was clear she was beyond saving. At that moment, the shadows around them suddenly moved. Zhao Danyang showed a wary expression, but the next second, Qiong Qi snorted coldly and shot forward, quickly knocking down all the surrounding shadows. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Wen Lan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared, transforming into a massive shadow charging towards Qiong Qi. Then, Wen Lan suddenly sprang up from the ground, sending countless black hidden blades flying towards Qiong Qi. However, Qiong Qi stood still, taking the sharp blades head-on. Seeing this, Wen Lan was shocked. In the next second, Qiong Qi flashed and appeared in front of Wen Lan. Wen Lan's heart trembled, and before he could escape, he was punched in the chest by Qiong Qi. Instantly, Wen Lan was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. This guy, what incredible strength! Wen Lan spat out a mouthful of blood, then narrowed his eyes and shouted to the sky, Yin Jiazhong, if we don't kill Wang Beihai this time, we will never have peace. If you don't give it your all now, there won't be another chance. With that, Wen Lan roared loudly, and within a radius of 500 meters, everything turned pitch black. Then, Wen Lan's figure disappeared into the darkness. In the sky, Yin Wushuang heard Wen Lan's words and gritted his teeth, quickly forming hand seals. With a mighty wave of his hand, Jian Wuchen's body was suddenly frozen in midair, unable to move at all. What's going on? Jian Wuchen was shocked, but Yin Wushuang revealed a cold smile. Jian Wuchen, there is still a gap between the divine realm and the supreme realm. As he spoke, Yin Wushuang formed another seal and waved his hand at Jian Wuchen, shouting, Binding technique, restrain. Instantly, Jian Wuchen felt an invisible rule binding him in place, unable to move. Just stay here obediently. The spell will be lifted after a while. Although it consumes a lot of my spiritual energy, it's worth it if I can kill that bastard. After saying that, Yin Wushuang turned and dove down, heading straight for Wang Beihai. Meanwhile, in the darkness, when Lan